Chapter 381 The Life of the Heavenly Yang City Lord. At this moment, it basically solidified Qin Fang's identity as a death lackey and a traitor to heaven's destiny. The attacking city guards were originally hesitant, but now, they all turned their guns to target Qin Fang. Qin Fang didn't care about this. Let's see who can have the last laugh. Ordinary level equipment was simply unable to trigger the Qi of Death within the main body of Tianyang City. So what Qin Fang had forged? Legendary grade equipment. According to common sense, Qin Fang was simply unable to forge legendary grade equipment. However, Qin Fang firmly believed that when he forged it to a certain level, the situation from last time would occur again. The Qi of Death was uncontrollable and poured in crazily to help him complete the forging. However, this move was like playing with fire. If one was not careful, they would burn themselves. As expected, when Qin Fang forged the purple gold level equipment, the Qi of Death in the heavens and earth quickly converged towards this place, madly pouring into the equipment to be molded. And it was about to become an epic level equipment. Li Xie detected this aura within the Tianyang town and immediately felt that something was wrong. How could there be such a dense aura of death? This was the aura of forging? Qin Fang? Forging death equipment again? Me? Do you want to seek death? Li Xie spoke with hatred and indignation in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to give Qin Fang 2 slaps. This brat did not take his words to heart at all. Last time, the God of Death did not discover Qin Fang. This kid was considered lucky. But now, the God of Death was definitely watching Tianyang town. And Qin Fang's every move would never escape his eyes. Even if Li Xie had the intention to save Qin Fang, it was already too late. Li Xie was silent. He was thinking about whether he should take action to calm down the disaster in Tianyang town as soon as possible, so that he could free his hands to fight with the God of Death. The epic level equipment became, but the death Qi still kept pouring in. As Li Xie expected, the God of Death was staring at Tianyang town at this moment. After all, the 2 backhanders that belonged to him were activated. How could he not watch whether or not Tianyang town could be destroyed? It all depended on this time. What kind of aura is this? The God of Death was suddenly surprised, sensing another aura of death. Can't it be that in addition to me being able to control the aura of death, there is someone else in this world who can control it? Is there someone else who can control it? The God of Death shifted his own eyes. So he saw Qin Fang, who was forging death equipment. With a scuffling sound, as if on fire, the God of Death stood up violently from the throne. His eyes filled with horror, his pupils reflecting Qin Fang, his face full of astonishment. This? A human race? Actually able to forge death equipment? Isn't this the Heavenly Emperor's authority? Isn't this my authority? Could it be that after being sealed for so many years, the human race in the outside world had changed drastically, and the authority that belonged exclusively to the God of Death, the Heavenly Emperor, had even been stolen? Something's wrong. This forging technique? It's even the technique of a great forging master of the divine race? This kid? Is it possible that he is a disciple of the divine great forge master? Or perhaps, the reincarnation of the great forge master? The God of Death's mind began to ramble. It wasn't his fault. As a person in power under the Heavenly Emperor, the God of Death knew many things, such as the news of the reincarnation of the great forge master. The God of Death did not make a move, but instead observed patiently and carefully. This player was able to obtain the techniques of the divine great forge master, so there must be some connection with the divine great forge master. It was inappropriate to make a move hastily. As for this player's scheming, the God of Death saw it at a glance. This kid? He was clearly trying to invoke the Qi of Death within Tianyang town. God of Death, in that case? As a junior, I'll help you out. The God of Death quietly tore through space and injected a stream of pure death Qi within the equipment in front of Qin Fang. This equipment instantly reached the legendary rank. Qin Fang panicked on the spot. Wasn't this asking him to die? No. How was this wave of death attribute power so pure, and also able to be controlled? Right now, Qin Fang felt that as long as he himself was willing, he would definitely be able to stop the forging in his hands. Should I try? Qin Fang stopped forging. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade equipment, the Death Invincible Lance. Vigorously close this space. At this moment, Qin Fang was confident that he would be able to deal with the Heavenly Yang City Lord. and he thought that he did not need a demigod-grade equipment. Under Qin Fang's command, this space was instantly closed, and the hindrance that separated the legendary grade death equipment from the Tianyang City Lord disappeared in an instant. The first thing the Tianyang City Lord noticed was the infinite attraction, as if it was like the long drought Earth's longing for rain, and his eyes turned red in a blink of an eye. Buzz. The power of death within the heavenly Yang City Lord immediately began a constant onslaught, wanting to break through the seals within him and infuse into this death weapon of Qin Fang's, a longing that was beyond his control, although the heavenly Yang City Lord was still forcibly suppressing it. As time passed, the vastness of the power of death that was like a sea spread out from within his body. The more he suppressed, the more fierce the resistance became. In the end, the heavenly Yang City Lord gave up his suppression. The death aura that rose up to the sky shook the 9 heavens, and the silhouette of a god of death condensed behind Tianyang Town, indifferently gazing at the firmament of Tianyang Town before all of it disappeared into the body of the Tianyang City Lord. At this moment, the Tianyang Town Lord was like a true death general. The aura of death coalesced throughout his body. His eyes were red. His temper gradually became tyrannical, and the expression above his cheeks began to distort. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. His ploy? It was completed. The eyes of the millions of city guards, on the other hand, condensed in infinite shock, as if the faith in their hearts had collapsed. Those who stayed in place were no longer a few. Some of the city guards looked angrily at the Tianyang City Lord, wanting to get an answer. Some of the city guards were hot-tempered, wanting to make a direct move, and some of them had icy cold in their hearts. The city lord had even defected? In the hearts of these city guards, it was as if a big stone had been blocked in their hearts for a while. The thoughts were not smooth, and there were many who were furious. Haha, Tianyang City Lord, you lackey of the god of death. What else do you have to say? Qin Fang directly demolished it, not giving the Tianyang City Lord any chance to retort. Among the city guards, there was still a large portion that was unwilling to believe. They were unwilling to believe that this Han Yu, who had once guarded the front line of the fight against the god of death, would become the lackey of the god of death. They were unwilling to believe that the upright Lord City Lord would be enslaved by the god of death. Lord Tianyang City Lord? How valiant was he back then? How domineering was he back then? How chilling to the gods back then? City Lord? Why are you awe? The general of the Third Army, the Heavenly Sun City Lord's absolute beloved. His eyes were covered in blood, and he roared with his heart torn out. Yes, City Lord. How could you be like this? City Lord, you've really let us down too much. City Lord, give me an explanation. The city guards were holding their breath in their hearts. Their City Lord? How could he have fallen? Some of the veterans who had followed Tianyang City Lord immediately turned against him, guarding Tianyang City Lord's side with tears in their eyes, not permitting any living soul to move him. They firmly believed that the Heavenly Sun City Lord must have a bitter reason. Get lost. The City Lord definitely has a bitter motive. If you want to harm the City Lord, you'll have to step over my corpse. To kill the City Lord, you'll also have to ask if I agree first. Tianyang City Lord's face was calm at this moment. He seemed to have penetrated, especially when he saw these veterans guarding in front of him. A warm current surged in his heart, and tears of remorse seeped out from the corners of his eyes. Tianyang City Guard, all troops listen to the order. Do not hesitate to order to kill the 3 points of the devil's fetus. And after suppressing me, take my corpse and return to the outside of the Tianyang town. Continue to pacify the skeletons. At moments like this, the Heavenly Sun City Lord was still majestic and domineering. All of the city guards immediately obeyed the order, pulling the thin threads in their hands tightly, and started to kill the 3-pointed demonic fetus. Old fellows, this time, I was wrong. You guys don't need to be. With a touch of relief in his voice, the Heavenly Yang City Lord looked around at his old brothers, who were guarding him, exhorting them to leave themselves alone and go to suppress the 3-quarter demonic fetus first. The 3-point demon fetus was truly a disaster that had to be suppressed. City Lord, City Lord, your well-being is the most important thing to us. Listen to the order. Yes. Yes. These players who were originally guarding the Heavenly Yang City Lord instantly dropped teardrops and hissed as they suppressed these 3-dimensional demonic fetuses. Damn it. It's all because of you brutes. Die for me. The clanking men gradually lost their minds. Their attacks became even more powerful. Their damage raised to the maximum. But they were disorganized. The heavenly young city lord cast his eyes towards the player me, calmly stepping towards Qin Fong. I, Tianyang city lord, Zhang Bopa this life. When I was young, my hometown was broken by the demigod generals of the god of death. I saw with my own eyes the scene of the corpses and bones, the wailing and the rivers of blood. I was the only one who hid in the cracks and survived by a fluke. And my lifelong ideal is to overthrow the god of death. When I was a teenager, I didn't dare to have a day of wasted time, waving my sword 3,000 times a day, finally breaking through the limit, stepping into the ranks of the elite gold level warriors. I hold a long sword, traveling all the way to the west, all the way to kill the god of death's lackeys. Wherever I went, the blood boiled. The 10,000 people worship. This earth was watered by my blood. This bloody road was smoothed out by my thorns. The dogs of the god of death fled in panic when they saw me, as if I were a chicken. When I was a young man, I broke through the epic level warrior, and the god of death's subordinates even saw me as a lost dog. Terrified, the remnants of the god of death, in my hands one by one decapitation. Dark eyes. I am like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbed in the chest of the god of death. When I was in my middle age, I was appointed by the gods of Mount Chixia to become the lord of Tianyang town. And I sat in this place for 322 years. During my governance, the schemes of the god of death were cracked by me one by one, and the remnants of death left behind were cleaned up by me one by one, with only a few remaining to serve as a whetstone for you and the others, so as to prevent those who come after me from slacking off and not knowing the horrors of the remnants of death. During my governance, the residents live and work in peace and contentment. Not to say that the night is not closed, but also children's smiling face. I think that I am not ashamed of the sky, not ashamed of the ground. My life. No regrets. Playing me? You can see the death gas in my body. You're great. But you know what? Where did the death chi in my body come from? With these words, the heavenly young city lord almost hissed out, containing his tears of weeping, his grief, and this his unwillingness and despair. Chapter 382 Two Stories. Have you heard? Tianyang city lord? Surprisingly, he's a subordinate of the god of death. Within Tianyang town, countless players began to eat their melon. What? It can't be possible. I don't believe it. Can this still be false? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look. Baishan's private territory. These are the coordinates. The play is starting right now. I don't believe it. I have to go and take a look. Players who were sealed outside of Tianyang town were immediately attracted by this news and wanted to come here. As for the millions of players outside of this private territory, they were all dumbstruck and said that the melon was huge this time. Who would have thought that the Tianyang city lord, who had always prided himself on being righteous, would be under the banner of the god of death? This is like saying that our undercover agent eventually became the enemy's big boss. Hee hee. No. It seems that Tianyang city lord still has to speak. Maybe. There is still a certain turn of events. The older generation of city guards should all remember that you're the god of death's shadow threatened the Tianyang town. The old man put his best foot forward and paid a terrible price to force back the god of death with his own strength, and recuperated for 5 years before recovering, but also left an indelible damage, so that my martial arts journey cannot be a step closer, can only be lifelong stop at the realm of legend. So many years cannot be saved. The god of death has continued to lure and compel me over the years, allowing me to fall into the realm of death, selling my soul and body, and even ensuring that I could step directly into the realm of demigods, and even the final realm of deities. But this? All of them were rejected by me one by one. I am of the human race. How can I be in the company of such dregs? But in the midst of this temptation over and over again, the god of death planted death within me, and he wanted to compulsorily force old husband to join the god of death's camp. Old me all these years, constantly suppressing, constantly forcing myself, constantly raising my own spiritual power. Seeing, I will be able to wear out the mark of the god of death, to return to myself again, to get rid of the god of death's control. But today, but under your scheming, we'll all be reduced to a shadow. The old man nearly 50 years of pain, all become a joke. Ha. Player me. You say, who is the evil demon? Who is the lackey of the god of death? If the Tianyang town is destroyed this time, you need to pay 50% of the responsibility. Old me admits that I am greedy. I want this divine artifact to suppress the power of death within me. But old me, I will definitely not harm this woman. The heavenly Yang City Lord said so much in his grief and anger. This scene was truly a scene of tears for those who heard it, and sadness for those who listened to it. At this moment, the magnificent figure of the Tianyang City Lord was successfully portrayed, while Qin Fang, on the other hand, became a true lackey of the god of death. A lackey who harmed the Tianyang town and the Tianyang City Lord for his own selfish interests. Grass. The City Lord is such a greatness. How dare you lay your hands on him? Player me. You shall not die. Player me. You are harming the backbone of my human race. The Tianyang City Lord has exhausted himself for the Tianyang town, almost giving his all. And in the end, surprisingly, it was damaged by you. You deserve to die. Go to hell. Go to hell for me. The city guards couldn't help it when they heard the bloody history of their own city lord, and became even more maniacal, treating Qin Fang as a flooding beast, wanting to kill him. Qin Fang, on the other hand, scoffed at this. If Qin Fang did not know the real story of the heavenly Yang City Lord, he would have really believed it. Haha. Tianyang City Lord. Since you're making up stories for me, then I'll make up a story for you as well. Qin Fang sacrificed his own attributes and was once again in a state of invincibility, sheltering him and vigorous from any damage, although the amount of blood was not decreasing. These attacks falling on his body were still extremely painful, a pain that Qin Fang was able to endure. There was once a child who did see his parents, elders, and millions of living beings die at the feet of the god of death. But he did not hold a grudge against the god of death, but instead, he begged in a resigned manner, wagging his tail and begging for the god of death to let him live. And so, the god of death gave him power, gave him talent, gave him everything he wanted, and even sent him up to the position of human town lord. The world knows that the number of death's commanders who died at the hands of this child is quite large. But no one knows that there are even more human civilians who died at his hands, tired white bones that he dares not discard, but only bury them in the closest place to himself. His hands? Stained with blood. But the man? Once he was in a high position, his thoughts changed. He didn't want to remain a vassal of the god of death. He wanted to rebel. He wanted to become an independent individual. He wanted to truly guard the position of the city's lord thus. He began a confrontation with the god of death's intentions. Perhaps he had really achieved something over the years. But the power of the god of death? It wasn't that easy to borrow. This town, at the beginning of the city lord's arrival, every night, a black shadow flickering with scarlet light flickered, and was immediately accompanied by the deaths of countless living beings. The disappearance of these beings could be blamed on the remaining god of death's commanders. Though, so many living beings, so many corpses? How could you possibly hide them? Tianyang City Lord. What do you think of this story of mine? What do you think? With all the corpses under Tianyang town, can you really hide them? Do you think that what you're doing is really seamless? You old bastard. Why are you pretending with me here? Don't I know what a good bird you are? The countless skeletons outside Tianyang town? Where exactly did they come from? Is it not clear in your heart? Qin Fang's voice grew louder and louder. The more he spoke, the more furious he became, and the more terrified he became. After hearing this, the heavenly Yang City Lord's entire body froze immediately. His heart set off a raging storm, unable to calm down for a long time. These things? How could the player me know about it? This was his secret. The most deeply hidden secret. Even his most trusted general of the 3rd City Guard, he had never informed. Within the entire Tianyang town, the existence of those who knew about it, all of them were killed by him. Not a single survivor. Player me? How did he learn about it? Yes. What Qin Fang said was the truth. And the heavenly Yang City Lord was trying to gain sympathy, so that everyone would recognize him and acknowledge him. Player me. Don't spit blood. The general of the 3rd City Guard was the first to exit, chastising Qin Fang. Ding. Your attributes have dropped by 100 points. Ding. Your attributes dropped by 100 points. The 3/4 demonic fetus in the firmament continued to disappear, constantly turning into nothingness as the aura of death gradually dissipated. Qin Fang was anxious in his heart. He originally thought that he could turn the tables by forcing out the hidden secrets of the heavenly Yang City Lord. But now look. He was still too naive. Qin Fang, thinking this matter too simply. The Tianyang City Lord had been operating in Tianyang Town for too long. To the extent that the city guards believed that their city lord would not defect, even if they saw it with their own eyes. A large portion of them were willing to stand by the side of the Tianyang City Lord. Qin Fang looked at the prop in his hand and fell into silence. It was difficult. Is it really necessary to use it? At the Divine Spirit Spring Eye. Even if Qin Fang was so far away, he was able to sense the heat waves coming, and one could imagine the situation at the Divine Spirit Spring Eye. How bad it was. But even so, the god of bow and arrow, the divine artisan Lu Long, still didn't make a move. They were still waiting. Could it be that Qin Fang really wanted to ruin their plans? The city guards were no fools. This story of Qin Fang's was obviously closer to the truth. Tianyang Town did lose its population for no reason. But creatures like people, they were always willing to believe what they want to believe. Brothers, how does it look like? I feel that what Player Jin said is true. At this time, a player opened his mouth and uttered these words. As a witness to these two stories, this player still possessed the most basic judgment in his heart. Tianyang City Lord's story was certainly perfect. Certainly chalking everything up to be true. But the more so, the more false it was. Yeah. I also feel that Player Jin's story is real. Moralistic people. This kind of existence. I've seen a lot. Even if we know, what can we do about it? No one has ever issued a quest either. Right. You guys say that if we behead the Heavenly Sun City Lord, will we burst out legendary grade equipment? If you are looking for death, please don't bring us along. The current situation? Couldn't one still not see it? Even if the Heavenly Sun City Lord was really under the banner of the God of Death. Right now, one couldn't go and attack him. Otherwise, the one who would die couldn't be the Tianyang City Lord, but this group of players. Right at that moment, Yuze led the 10,000 people of the 9-star Pal Mistresses to arrive here. And for a while, they were so rich and powerful that the air was filled with this coppery odor. Please also release Tianyang City Lord. Without bothering about the identity of the Heavenly Yang City Lord. Regardless of whether or not he was a lackey of the God of Death, Yuze blandly spat out these words. At this moment, Yuze no longer seemed to be a shopkeeper of 10,000 people, but an existence in a high position. Please also release Tianyang City Lord. The 9-star existence spoke out in a deafening voice. The players present froze. How could these 9-star NPCs? How could they dare? They have the ability to fight? Yuze, let your chairman leave behind the artifact, and I can spare his life. The Heavenly Sun City Lord gave in. Just at the moment when all the players thought that it was impossible for him to give in. The Heavenly Sun City Lord gave in. The players were very puzzled in their hearts. Could it be that these 9-star existences? Do they possess any magical powers? If you want to fight, I don't mind fighting you. A light blue-colored crystal appeared in Yuze's hand, and waved it twice in front of Tianyang City Lord. The Heavenly Yang City Lord was instantly silent. And after a long time, he calmly voiced, when all of the 3/4 demonic fetuses have been killed, and it is determined that the player me is not infected with the power of death, he can be let go. The Heavenly Sun City Lord gave this statement. Good. I'll wait for you. The millions of city guards once again sent out a common strike. And boom! The 3 points of demonic fetuses were all decimated. This place was, at once, cleared. Fetch the mirror of the Divine Spirit, and probe the player's identity of me. The Heavenly Yang City Lord ordered. And the general of the 3rd City Guard instantly took out. It was placed in front of Qin Fang. Ding. Probing in progress. Ding. Player May does not have a divine aura present. Hearing such words, the Heavenly Yang City Lord placed his eyes on Vigorous. Ding. Probing. Ding. Vigorous does not have a divine aura. Chapter 383 The First God Tier Quest completed. The Tianyang City Lord's face changed, taking on a sinister look. In his concept, these two, at the very least, one of them possessed the power of death. So he could excuse himself to act Now, neither of the two possessed the power of death. Wouldn't it be that Tianyang City had initiated a crooked idea? Tianyang City Lord, why haven't you released them yet? Could it be that you really want to fight me? Touch? The words in the middle of this, as if they were muffled, For some reason, Qin Fong vigorously couldn't hear them. Only Yuzhe shook the crystal in his hand. Qin Fong had never thought that at such a critical moment. It was actually Yuzhe who had stepped forward. Qin Fong did not know about Yuzhe's identity, but just based on the fact that he knew Li Qi, he was not simple. Qin Fong was touched by Yuzhe's rescue, but in the future, it was better to hit him a little less. Although Yuzhe did not make much money, but in terms of loyalty, there was really nothing to say. This is also the usual. Qin Fong does not default on wages, and gives Yuzhe the maximum operating limits, so that Yuzhe and Qin Fong's goodwill rubbing up. In times of danger, Fong see the hearts of the people. Release. Tianyang City Lord spat out these words in a stifled manner, watching Qin Fong vigorously leaving under the escort of Yuzhe. His fist pinched and hardened, itching to fight directly and hammer Yuzhe to death. This fire had been held by the Tianyang City Lord, but he was unable to release it. Suppress me. Watching Qin Fong vigorously leaving, the Heavenly Yang City Lord spat out these words towards the surrounding city guards. Now, since he was unable to fight for the divine artifact, the Heavenly Sun City Lord could only change his goal, retreating in order to advance. As expected, each and every one of these city guards did not move. None of them wanted to be the bad guy. Quickly suppress me. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress it. At that time, not only you guys, the entire Tianyang town will have to suffer. The Tianyang City Lord once again performed with tears in his eyes. Before these city guards pretended to tie up the Tianyang City Lord. When Tianyang town is unsealed, lock me up in a large prison and listen to the gods. The Heavenly Sun City Lord closed his eyes, looking like he was at the mercy of the gods. By the way, motherfucker Yifan, why haven't you gone to suppress the rebellion? What's the use of having you? The general of the 3rd City Guard obeyed the order and left with hot tears in his eyes. This scene instantly made the Tianyang City Lord's persona even fuller. Hee. I feel like it's a bit of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. The players watching the battle spat out such words. This steward a player me. What exactly is the origin? So powerful? These were the voices of admiration, with some brand new knowledge in their hearts for these assisted professional players. Yeah, I also feel so powerful. It doesn't even matter. Don't you guys ever realize that Tianyang City Lord is a true gentleman? Come on. Here was another blind player who, until now, couldn't tell the present situation apart. Right. Tianyang City Lord. A true man. There were still quite a few brain dead amongst the players. I, Heavenly Yang City Lord, am self-exiled in this private territory today, waiting for the matter to end, waiting for judgment. The Heavenly Yang City Lord entered within this private territory of hegemony, explicitly claiming to be self-banished. But secretly, he began to explore where the God of Death's treasure belonged. Only when the God of Death saw the fragments of the small space that was shattered all over the place, he instantly froze, and then laughed crazily. This, after half a day of scheming. What exactly did he, the Heavenly Sun City Lord, get? Grasp? Tianyang City Lord is truly selfish. That's right. Old me also wants to go search for the treasure. That's right. This old boy wants to keep it all to himself again. The voices of the millions of players were indignant, and they all duty Heavenly Sun City Lord for being unkind. Who let him be the City Lord? Let's go. Help Tianyang Town brush the monsters. We can't really let Tianyang Town fall. The players left in droves to support Tianyang Town. The town. This was the belonging of all the players. Once it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The matter of the God of Death's treasure in this private territory gradually came to a close. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the God tier quest. Save Force vigorously. Ding. Congratulations on your reward. Force Prime's goodwill, 10,000. Phew. Qin Fong let out a sigh of relief. This first God-level mission was finally completed. Luckily, Force Prime was fine. Otherwise, Qin Fong was really afraid that the God of Bows and Arrows would go on a rampage. Only Qin Fong would suffer. His attributes had been reduced by 1/2 at the moment. If he didn't wear any equipment, Qin Fong could be considered the player with the lowest attributes in all of Heaven's destiny. This was the danger of not having enough strength to forcibly harness a divine weapon. Yuzhe and the others could also see this drawback of Qin Fong's, but were unable to solve it. After taking a break, Yuzhe and the others began to figure out where to go. So far, Tianyang Town. Qin Fong and the others could not enter. So they could only head to Qin Fong's private territory and rest for a while. Within the private territory, Yuzhe was also breathing heavily, thankful that his plan was successful. This time, Yuzhe had also gone through a lot of trouble and gambled on his luck before deciding to put up a fight. But fortunately, the end result was good, successfully bluffing the Tianyang City Lord and rescuing their boss. Yuza, thank you for this time. Qin Fong solemnly thanked him, his heart very moved. Truly, Qin Fong was ready to take out his dark divine artifact to prepare to self-destruct and die with this old boy. If he blew up the divine weapon, Qin Fong, Digger was not really sure that he would be able to survive. Boss, what kind of words are these? My 10,000 empty lane group. Is it so easily humiliated? Yuzhe laughed boldly. The scene was once relaxed, harmonious, and goodwill was also rapidly heating up in this mood. And everyone, this time, many thanks. Qin Fong turned around and solemnly thanked the other 9-star existences. Bowing. Boss, this is all what we should do. The lawyer of the 9 stars spoke. Everyone, although I know that you are not helping me for money, I am not a petty person. This month's bonus will be increased by 5 million per person. Thank you for your trust in me. And thank you all for your dedication to the 10,000 empty lane. Qin Fong was very atmospheric. So the goodwill between the many NPCs present and Qin Fong once again rubbed off. Boss, you are so polite. Yeah. Boss, there's no need to be so polite. We'll shamelessly accept this 5 million copper coins. Right. Boss, please make a note lest you regret it. This was the voice of the 9-star lawyer, to which Qin Fong could only sign it helplessly, looking at the 9-star lawyer without any goodwill. Is it possible for me to lie to you guys when I'm such a big boss? Professional habit. It's better to sign the contract for peace of mind. 9-star's lawyer smiled sardonically, and then added once again, although this time, we managed to rescue the boss. But the Heavenly Sun City Lord is infected with the power of death, and the hatred with the boss has already been unable to be undone. If we don't get rid of him, sooner or later, he will become a hidden danger. The lawyer of the 9 stars looked very far. His words were very cold, and the implication of guidance was even more obvious. This was not allowed in the profession of lawyers. These 9-star existences could tell at a glance that Tianyang City Lord was not a good person. This time, he had suffered such a great loss? Will be able to endure it? No. When the time comes, there will definitely be retaliation. Should we strike first? Another 9-star being voiced out. A murderous aura in his words. At any time. An occupation of a supporting nature. But Qin Fong felt that these guys, more than his killing intent, were even more sufficient and terrifying. To strike first and suffer later. This was a constant truth, especially since Qin Fong's industries were basically in Tianyang Town. Offending the Tianyang City Lord this time? When he freed his hands, would he be able to spare Qin Fong and the others? Definitely something impossible. Qin Fong. Definitely. He would suffer a great reckoning. Do him. Qin Fong had been a man for 2 lifetimes. So how could he not understand this? When this matter was over, no matter what, it was impossible for Qin Fong to let the Heavenly Yang City Lord remain alive. The Heavenly Yang City Lord thought that what he had done was seamless. But how could it be? As long as you did something, there would always be traces left behind. In his previous life, there were players who were able to dig out the dark information about Tianyang City Lord. In this life, couldn't Qin Fong do it? The power that he had at his disposal was already not small. Gather any information about Tianyang City Lord and sift through it one by one. This old boy, he's not clean. Qin Fong once again told his story to these NPCs. And after hearing it, everyone was creeped out. Unwilling to believe it, but not compelled to believe it. As Heaven's destiny native beings, how could they dare to believe that their homes had all been stolen by the god of death? I'll go check. I'll go prepare the information. I'll go help too. The 9-star, 8-star professionals were all moving around. On the other hand, Qin Fong also sent a communication to Batian, asking him to investigate the clues about the Tianyang City Lord within the Tianyang town and try to take him down and send him to the guillotine as soon as possible. After saying that, Qin Fong handed Dolly over to Yuzhe. Yuzhe, Dolly will be under your care. This is the granddaughter of the god of archery. Don't let her get hurt. Qin Fong was still burdened with 2 god-level missions, so it was impossible for him to carry Dolly back and forth. I'll be able to help. Don't leave me behind. Before Yuze could even say anything, Vigorous blinked his tear-concealed eyes and stared straight at him. Vigorous good awe. I am going to help your grandfather to fight the bad guys. By the way, this divine artifact, I still have to borrow it. It is also considered that you are fighting side by side with me. And if you really want to help, you should hurry up and get well from your injuries, and practice your bow and arrow. Next time, it's your turn to protect me. Qin Fong left the place after saying these words. Although Dolly still wanted to say something, she could only lower her head and muttered her little mouth. Only her little face. Somewhat red. Qin Fong left. Yuze and the others were also busy. Dolly, on the other hand, was quietly recuperating. The Divine Spirit Springs, at the moment, was in a very crisis situation. The infinite magma was spreading faster and faster, almost showing an exponential rise. The nearly 500,000 city guards, who were responsible for breaking the back, did not have time to escape. That is, they were swallowed by the magma and directly vaporized. For a time, the city guards were filled with an aura of grief. Nearly 30% of the city guards were not calm anymore and wanted to die with this group of divine soldiers. Grass. I can't help it all. I really can't help it all. Tai Zhuo, your mother is still waiting for you. I thought of 10,000 ways to die, but I never thought that I would end up dying in such a suffocating way. Countless city guards vented their dissatisfaction with anger. With words. Chapter 384. The Young God Awakens. Nearly 1 million players also existed beside the Divine Spirit Spring, and they were all watching. Only, it was from afar. And at the moment, they were also retreating. Hell, this place, it really isn't for people. The players began to spit. From the beginning, when they wanted to pick up the advantage, to the present, when they were fleeing in a sorry state. It took less than 3 minutes. Tianyang Town soldiers. They really are losers. From the beginning, they didn't counterattack. Did they wait to counterattack now? Another player began to spit. He wanted to come and pick up equipment and experience. But now, it's good to be alive. Waste. Really waste. Run away. This scene. The Young God is going to appear. Right. If the Young God appears, the entire Tianyang town will be destroyed. Don't look at the fact that the current Heavenly Sun town was still a medium-sized fortress. Even if there were countless skeletons attacking the town, they wouldn't be able to inflict heavy damage on him. However, once the Young God awakened, with a single strike, this town, which was claimed to be indestructible, would become a thing of the past. It collapsed in just an instant. Inside the Heavenly Sun town, it was death. And outside of the Heavenly Sun town, there would instead be a sliver of life. A quarter of an hour ago. Grass. Divine Artisan Lu Long screamed in his heart. The Tianyang Town Lord is actually under the banner of the God of Death. How could this piece of news be hidden from the duo? After all, it was now being spread all over the place. The God of Archery had also seen this news, but had not made any comments. This kind of situation, although rare, was not non-existent. It could only be said that this person had hidden himself too well and was a ruthless character. It was fortunate that it was exploded by Qin Fong. Otherwise, if he really waited for the Heavenly Sun City Lord to complete his scheming within the Heavenly Sun Town, the consequences would be unimaginable. As time passed, the God of Bows and Arrows switched off the long-legged video screen that made him happy and stared intently at the Young God's area, fearing that the Young God would suddenly appear and delay the battle. Divine Artisan Lu Long had just brushed up on the news of Vigorous Qin Fong's entrapment, and after pondering for a while, he still hadn't informed the God of Bows and Arrows. A quarter of an hour later. Old Li still not making a move? Godsmith Lu Long's heart was dying of anxiety. The casualties of the city guards were getting bigger and bigger. Seeing 1/10 of the generals losing their lives in an instant in the lava, Godsmith Lu Long's heart was in such pain that he nearly lost his mind by the onslaught of anger. These warriors? They clearly could have saved them. But because of the God of Bow and Arrow's view of the big picture, they didn't do anything. On top of the battlefield, the subsequent divine soldiers under the banner of the Young God were also pursuing, making the Tianyang Town city guards too exhausted to fight. and the casualties continued to increase. Oldly, divine artisan Lu Long tugged at the sleeve of the god of archery, the anxiety in his eyes overflowing. He wanted to make a move, even if he couldn't stop the young god. He admitted it. Godsmith Lu Long reddened his eyes. Old Lu, a little impatience leads to a big plan. Trust me. At most a quarter of an hour, the young god will definitely come out. And that's the best time to strike. Wasn't the god of bows and arrows heartbroken? Could it be that he was just hard-hearted? Could it be that he just wanted the Tianyang town's bases to be exhausted altogether? No, it wasn't. The god of bows and arrows possessed a big-picture perspective. Even if the god of bows and arrows stepped in at this moment and killed all of these divine soldiers, what's the point? As long as the young god doesn't die, these divine soldiers will be able to keep spawning. The young god? That's the source. The god of bows and arrows wanted to snuff out this threat from the source and completely eliminate this divine spirit springs in Tianyang town. Oldly, you cold-blooded person. Can't you see that the number of generals dying is rising? In a fit of anger, divine artisan Lu Long uttered these words, berating the god of bows and arrows. Yes, I am cold-blooded, to the extent that I did not go to the rescue of my most beloved granddaughter when she was in a crisis of certain death. With these words, the tone of the god of bows and arrows carried a slight waver. Divine artisan Lu Long was suddenly silent. Yes, who was he to be accusing the god of bows and arrows? He clearly knew that the granddaughter of the god of bows and arrows had suffered a crisis of certain death. But still, for the sake of the so-called big picture, he deliberately did not inform the god of bows and arrows, allowing him to guard this place. Now, how similar was the crisis of the city guard's constant deaths to the crisis of the god of bows and arrows' granddaughter? Why was the god of bows and arrows able to choose not to ever make a move to save his granddaughter for the sake of the greater good? And him? Was it hard to personally extinguish the god of bows and arrows' view of the big picture? Where did he get the face for that? Divine artisan Lu Long fell silent, plunged into deep self-reproach, and after a long time, he spat out two words. I'm sorry. The god of archery didn't bother with Godsmith Lu Long. His heart was in turmoil, but it calmed down. This sudden surge of goodwill with player me. Could it be that the god of archery really didn't know because of what? It must be because his granddaughter was saved by Qin Fang in an extreme situation. Oh, this brat? Really good. Old me hadn't been wrong about him. Only divine artisan Lu Long? Heh. Not a good thing. This young god must die. The god of archery spat out these words, choosing to temporarily forgive divine craftsman Lu Long. After all, the two would have to join forces later. Ding. Player me requests communication. The god of archery, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. This brat? Why did he suddenly open the communication? Is it possible that he has encountered some kind of certain death crisis again? At this moment, the god of bows and arrows checked the surrounding area. It was very chaotic, enough to mask the fluctuation of the communication. And connected. Senior god of bows and arrows. If you were given a divine artifact of a deity to explode itself, what percentage of certainty do you have of beheading a young god? Qin Fang's words immediately made the god of bows and arrows whole. But at the same time, his heart breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't something vigorous, everything was trivial. Hee. That's not right. This kid? What nonsense is he saying in broad daylight? Also self-detonation of a divine artifact? Or a divine artifact of a deity? Do you think that divine artifact's this thing? Is it that simple to get? That said, the god of bow and arrow, in conjunction with divine artisan Lu Long, should have a 70% chance of killing a young god on the premise of blowing up 3 semi-divine artifacts. If he was truly able to self-detonate a divine artifact, the god of bows and arrows' certainty could be raised to 10%. Young god, undoubtedly dead. 90%. Although the god of bows and arrows felt that it was impossible, he still gave Qin Fang a conservative answer. Ding. Player me requests a trade. The god of archery smiled as he clicked to agree to the trade. This kid? Could there still really be a divine weapon? It must be a tease as well. Before the god of archery could finish thinking about it, a voice emerged in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the dark artifact, long sword. This? The god of bows and arrows was in critical condition on the spot. Silent, as if an infinite storm had risen in his mind, making it difficult for him to calm down. No, it was impossible to calm down at all. This brat? Surprisingly, he wasn't just talking for fun, but really gave a divine artifact. This divine weapon. To be honest, the god of bows and arrows wanted to possess it. This attribute, this workmanship, this material, this power. It was simply a superb item, or was it a dark attribute? This was a swap for two human divine artifacts. Surely there were people who would swap them as well. I also asked Senior to make sure to kill the Yang god and return a clear sky to my Tianyang town. Snapping, Qin Fang hung up the communication, leaving the god of archery in the wind. This brat? What kind of trick was he playing? In the end, the god of bow and arrow, who was at a loss for words, could only define Qin Fang's action as a really high ideological awareness. This divine artifact was used by the god of archery as the last treasure in the box. And this time, the Yang god would surely die. Qin Fang's move was also helpless. The divine artifact of the god of darkness. If he were to detonate it, he really couldn't be sure if it could harm the Yang god. After all, he was only an essence of gold-level blacksmith. Not even close to god level. But the god of bows and arrows was different. He was also a deity, and only then was he able to inflict maximum damage on the Yang god. As for why it was given to the god of bow and arrow instead of divine smith Lu Long, this was also Qin Fang's consideration. As a divine craftsman, Lu Long would most likely not be able to give up blowing up this divine artifact, and would most likely secretly leave it behind to study it himself. If the Yang god did not come out, Qin Fang did not mind if he studied it in detail. But in the face of a great enemy, it was better to blow himself up. Unbeknownst to Qin Fang, it was the god of bows and arrows that didn't want to blow himself up at the moment. Qin Fang hid in the group of players on the periphery, ready to quietly watch this good show. Yang god, you did not die in your previous life. In this life, you must die. A quarter of an hour passed again. The entire divine spirit fountain began its final eruption in extreme splendor. Thud. The pitch-black magma shone with the color of red ink, carrying the color of antiquity. And extreme heat, as if it was a raging dragon gushing out from the ground, charging straight up into the sky, forming a thick heavenly pillar that spanned the sun and the moon, running through the heavens and the earth. This scene was simply unimaginable. It was as if this scene was going to burn through the heavens. The temperature of the surroundings constantly rising. And in 5 seconds, the heavenly pillar that had risen up to the heaven shattered with a loud bang. And the Yang god's magnificent, towering figure, as lofty as the heavens and the earth, appeared from within the heavenly pillar. A pressure that belonged uniquely to the gods was released, causing the heavens and earth to change color, and causing the players to position themselves in a chilling position. This feeling was as if ascending above the 9 heavens. The infinite fear of the ground. It was also as if sinking it into a 10,000-meter ocean, with seawater embedded between their throats, about to suffocate. Is this a deity? What a powerful feeling. I feel as small as a child. No, not only a child. I feel as small as scum. This was the true feeling of the players. It's over. It's over. The heavenly Yang town is gone. You guys, look at this Yang god. So majestic. I wonder if I can defect to him. Right. Such a terrifying Yang god. Isn't it much better than defecting to some god of death? This was also the true thought of the players. Qin Fang hid himself among the crowd and carefully surveyed this one native deity in the true sense of the word. Physically, it was 10,000 feet tall, like an ancient giant. With a great sense of oppression, its entire body was as if it was carved out of magma jade, with heavenly patterns, possessing a special sense of beauty. And the material of the jade was even more luxurious, where the magma is broken, vaguely able to see the internal flow of magma, as if it is his blood in general. The head was born with 2 horns, lofty and extraordinary, as if it was a divine weapon in heaven and earth. The eyes carried an infinite coldness, carrying an endless mockery of the human race. The Yang god did not wear any armor, and between his right hands he carried giant stone pillars, like baseball bats, thin at the bottom and thick at the top. Humble ant, your nightmare has returned. Chapter 385, Beheading the Yang god. This voice was like a sonic boom, as if a landslide or tsunami was flooding the earth, and it reached the ears of the living beings present in the form of destruction. Under the banner of the Yang god's soldiers, the city guards who were originally chasing and killing the fleeing city guards immediately submitted to the ground and knelt at the feet of the Yang god, their eyes filled with perverted emotions such as fervor. yearning, excitement, and bloodlust. At this moment, the young god was as heaven. Everything in heaven and earth. After so many years, they finally waited for their Lord to break through the seal and reappear in the world. These divine soldiers were eager to tell the young god about all the grievances they had suffered. Congratulations to the Lord for breaking out of the trap. The young god is invincible. No one can beat him. The young god is mighty. There is no enemy under the heavenly emperor. Congratulations to Lord Young God for getting out of the trap. After millions of years, I have finally waited for my Lord. Without exception, the divine soldiers were all hissing and expressing their truest emotions. The fleeing heavenly Young city guards, under these words, were as if they had suddenly fallen into a very deep quagmire swamp, having buried a large portion of their bodies. And there was simply no way in which they could break free. It was as if they were being pulled by living vines, making it impossible for them to move. No matter how hard, no matter how much struggle, all to no avail. At this time, the eyes of the city guards were filled with fear. A trembling that originated from the depths of the bone marrow swept through the nerves of all of them, making them feel extremely helpless, as if they had returned to the ancient times, being enslaved by the gods and becoming pigs and dogs. The human race will never submit. This land is filled with people who are unwilling to have their backbones broken again. In this heaven and earth, when the gods don't reward fire, we drill fire ourselves. In this heaven and earth, when the gods enslave us, we overthrow them. In this heaven and earth, the gods diffuse the great waters and use the human race as a monkey show. So we will divert the lake and look all over the heavens to see that this great land is filled with people who are not willing to be enslaved again. When these words came out, it was as if the essence of the human race had been brought together in one place. It caused countless humans to resonate strongly at this moment. A force called conviction began to spread amongst the human race. There is righteousness in heaven and earth. Right. Life has no death. Leave the heart of the Danway to shine through the greenery. Deity? But that's just it. You're able to defeat my body, but you'll never be able to wear out my soul. The human city guards began to laugh, taunting Yongshan. The players around them, who were ready to watch the good show were, at this moment, also told that they were in a special scenario, deterred by the divine pressure and unable to move. With so many players, they could only roll their eyes and express their helplessness. This is what happens when the gods fight. It's the fish in the pond. What if I die here today? That would really be too worthless. There were also some curiosity-hunting players who thought to themselves, I wonder what it feels like to be killed by a deity. This thought was unknown to Qin Fang. Otherwise, Qin Fang would have told him to give up this unrealistic idea. You don't want to experience it a second time. Player Jin was sheltered by the god of archery in the first place, allowing him to not feel such a pressure, allowing him to move freely. You humble ant? Go to hell. The young god looked at the city guards below as if he had seen disgusting bedbugs, and wanted to trample them to death with one foot on the spot. As for the reason? There was no reason. Simply wanting to trample them to death at that moment. Buzzing, countless magma was awakened, forming a gigantic foot that covered the sky and couldn't be seen at a glance. Underneath the foot, the firmament went dark. With this foot, if it were to be stepped on solidly, the human city guards present should be directly exterminated for a very long time. In the shadows beside the god's spiritual spring eye, divine artisan Lu Long gave the god of bow and arrow a firm look. At this moment, the god of bow and arrow has long been kneeling on one knee, waist straight, eyes with cold killing intent. A 2 people high and low, the whole body by the dragon tendons and bones forged into a huge bow and arrow, was his arms forcefully open, between a touch of crimson. The bow and arrow engraved with countless inscriptions and emitting a boundless aura was storing up its strength as if it was the wrath of a god. At this moment, the god of bow and arrow's muscles were all taut and bulging, as if it was a small mountain, and his eyes were staring at the sky, as if it was an eagle that was as sharp as a hawk. At this time the god of archery, which still had the usual appearance of a small old man, living as the reincarnation of the devil king of heaven and earth, exudes an unbeatable atmosphere, essence of all fused in one place, aiming at the Yongshan. At this moment if you perceive the breath of the god of the bow and arrow words, can find, you can see him with your naked eyes, but you can't perceive this person's existence. The god of bows and arrows gave the godmother, Lu Long, a look of readiness, And then the godmother, Lu Long, immediately and resolutely took out the 4 demigod artifacts from his backpack. Yang God. Bullying a junior is nothing. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. The 4 demigod artifacts guarded around divine craftsman Lu Long, helping him rise up into the sky, carrying a compelling might and locking onto Yangshan's position. Yangshan breathed a sudden sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, from the moment he came out of the world, he had felt the scent of a hidden threat, making him walk on thin ice for fear of encountering something untoward. As a deity that had been able to live since ancient times, the Yang God was notorious for his cowardice. If the slightest thing went wrong, he would simply fall silent. To put it simply, I want the glory of the ancient deities, but to send them to their deaths. You guys go. This time, it was also the heavenly emperor who directly named him to revive. Otherwise, the Yang God would never have awakened. The first batch of gods to be revived. Who doesn't know the tricks of the trade? To put it nicely, they are able to take the lead in seizing territory, grabbing resources, and slaughtering the human race. But how about not talking about the dangers? It was also possible that they would be killed outright. Sensing the danger, the Yang spirit originally did not want to come out of the world. But perceiving it carefully, the level of danger did not seem to be too high. And so, the Yang God came out completely, condensing a 10,000-foot Dharma phase, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. At this moment, it was also considered to be a confirmation of the Yang God's perception. A mere divine artisan? How dare he ambush himself? He is simply looking down on himself. Is this called danger? This is simply giving himself a battle. He, just coming out of the world and beheading a divine craftsman of the murderous race. When this heavenly emperor knows about it, he shall not reward himself with a smile on his face. Thud. One of the 4 semi-divine artifacts in Godsmith Lu Long's hand transformed into a thick mountain, supporting Yangshan's paws and preventing him from landing. In the next second, Godsmith Lu Long's aura spread out, freeing the city guards who were struggling in the swamp, amongst the vines, and allowing them to escape. In a battle at this level, the city guards, the divine soldiers, had become cannon fodder and could not decide whether the battle was won or not. Crap. This time, Tianyang Town looks like it had prepared for this. Yeah. Gods against gods. Such a good-looking battle. Unfortunately, there's no popcorn. Haha. I have it. But I can't move. Sad. Watch carefully. This kind of great battle between gods is not often seen. What do you guys think? Who will be able to win in the end? The players had nothing better to do and started to get high on their mouths. A mere human inferior divine artisan. How dare you turn over the sky? Go to hell. Yangshan waved the huge stick in his hand. With a savage huge force, it blasted on top of the armor of the divine smith Lu Long, causing his internal organs to suffer and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yangshan laughed out loud. This is simply a rookie chicken. Thud. The second hammer. Thud. The third hammer. The Yang God really transformed into a god of war. One hammer was more ruthless and fierce than the other, suppressing the divine craftsman Lu Long, who couldn't catch his breath. Tianyang Town. Outside the town, skeletons were still reviving, emerging from the ground to form an effective fighting force. Ding. You have been decapitated by a skeleton elite. Ding. You have been transformed into a skeleton. Within 50 minutes, you will not be able to control your body. Such a system tone rang in the ears of the players of Tianyang Town. It was bad news that the players had also been enslaved into skeletons. Thus, the number of skeletons rose dramatically. It was dangerous outside the town, but countless players still came this way to kill the skeletons. After all, the experience given by the skeletons was still very optimistic. Grass, hurry up. Recover blood first. Then fight. Yeah. Stop it. Or you'll be enslaved too. Players who were enslaved and decimated once again had no experience. The NPCs within the Tianyang Town organized their own battles to raid these skeletons. And it had to be said that the effect was still very good. But then, the speed at which they were decimated was far too fast to catch up with the speed at which the skeletons revived. NPCs, the city guards kept killing. The speed of the skeletons from 100,000 grew to as many as 300,000. And this speed is still growing. Within the town, there is not much of a problem now. It can still be stabilized. Lycia resided in the city lord's mansion, dispatching and commanding. He sensed the battle of the two gods in the outside world, watching carefully, playing with two artifacts in his hands. If the god Tinker Lulong, the god of the bow and arrow, is not good, Lycia will detonate these two artifacts, completely destroying the Yongshan. The human race will never yield. Godsmith Lulong hissed out, like a wild lion roaring. Dong. The four semi-divine artifacts, as if they possessed spiritual intelligence, quickly surrounded the Yang god's body, began to tremble violently. Buzzing. The Yang god shouted, "Not good. Actually want to self-detonate? Good boy. You really are willing to give it up." Only to see countless cracks emerge on top of the demigod artifact. Berserk power was born from within it. The Yang god wanted to move, but he was wrapped by the terrifying demigod artifact in all directions, making it impossible for him to move. Buzzing. For small suns that covered the sky and seemed to shine over half of the firmament appeared in the heavens and earth. An extreme white light was released from around Yangshan's body, spreading in all directions. The Yang god could only stay in place and not understand, condensing the strongest defense, choosing to resist this strike. Humble Griffin. When I carry through this wave, I will definitely make you look good. The Yang god was somewhat furious. This, in his perception, a demigod artifact? It was also very precious. And rewarding it to a demigod-level subordinate was able to make them rejoice today. After all, for a deity to condense a demigod artifact, it would take at least 10 years of light. Have the current human races become so rich to this extent? To blow up 4 demigod artifacts at the drop of a hat? It didn't quite fit the current situation of the human race's poverty. Did it? As Yangshan was thinking this way, all of a sudden, he sensed a deadly threat. This threat was not brought about by these self-destructing demigod artifacts, but in the distance. Whoosh! An extreme air-breaking sound rang out, like an eagle striking the sky, penetrating the concepts of space, time, and a flash of crimson-colored light, with unparalleled might, appeared at the heart of Yangshan in an instant. Heart. This was the source of the Yang god's power. Once the heart was damaged, the Yang god's might would be reduced by 90%. This arrow. It was specially forged by the god of bow and arrow, who had asked Li Chi to forge it in order to kill the Yang god. Chapter 386 Heart of the Yang god. The Yang god instinctively tried to block it. His face instantly changed drastically. A crisis of death swept through his entire body. And finally, with great difficulty, he managed to gather 30% of defense at the place of his heart, which was already his limit. However, this arrow, not subject to any loss, not subject to any block, straight through the heart of the Yangshan, stopped in his heart. Thud. Exploded. Everything happened in a flash. In an instant, the Yang god was dumbfounded. The direction of this arrow was clearly the direction in which Divine Craftsman Lu Long had appeared earlier. When Divine Craftsman Lu Long appeared, the Yang god had intentionally probed Divine Craftsman Lu Long's hiding place, and did not find anything strange. But now, this direction was hiding a deity. And it was the god of bow and arrow with very strong attributes. Him? How did he do it? It's impossible. This strike must have been brewing for a long time, using the power generated by the self-destruction of the 4 demigod artifacts to mask the fluctuations of the arrow. And only then was it able to allow the arrow to reach his heart safely. This was a setup. A setup specifically targeting himself. It was only at this point that Yangshan realized this. Yes, this was something that the god of bows and arrows, Divine Craftsman Lu Long, had plotted long ago. It really wasn't easy to decapitate the Yang god without a little underhanded trick. The Yang god's heart exploded, and immediately felt the countless magma power in his body frantically flow away, and his 10,000-foot body began to rapidly decline, the majesty of his body gradually dissipating into thin air, and ultimately only about 100 feet remained. Hula hula, as if star fragments of magma stone, shining bright light, from the dome of the sky descended, fell on the ground straight face, set off endless dust, burning up a blazing flame, the temperature limit of the soaring. The limitations of the players were lifted in a flash, and they were able to move freely. And immediately, they began to flee this terrifying magma debris. But it would really kill people. Knowing that they couldn't escape, the city guards braced their shields one after another, struggling to fend them off. Divine craftsman Lu Long raised a semi-divine artifact and struggled to block the fragments of magma that were shattering in the sky. At this moment, the divine craftsman Lu Long still had the same vigor as before. First, he had been beaten up by the Yangshan. He was directly beaten and spat out blood. And then he directly blew up 4 demigod artifacts, which were all connected to him with a certain amount of chi and blood. When the demigod artifacts self-detonated, it was also his essence that was damaged. It was no exaggeration to say that the injuries sustained by divine artisan Lu Long at this moment were not a bit weaker than a Yang god. At this moment, he was even using his divine power to hold up his defense to withstand the infinite flaming meteorite. Even the divine craftsman Lu Long couldn't withstand it. Divine craftsman Lu Long once again spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body entered a weak and depressed state. Oldly, I can't help you in this battle, but you must kill this scum, or else you'll be sorry. Divine artisan Lu Long hissed out, and once again injected divine power into the demigod artifact, only to see this demigod artifact easily transformed into a smudge of heavenly curtain that enveloped all of the city guards, helping them to withstand the fiery debris. Good. The god of bows and arrows rushed out from his hidden state, and in his hands, he once again drew his bow and shot his arrows. The bow? It was still this bow. And the arrows that were as black as ink. This was an arrow condensed from the divine power of cold ice stored amongst the human race, specializing in killing deities. No, specializing in sealing deities. Deities could not die. But this arrow, however, could make the Yang god fall asleep again for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. A look of fear appeared in the Yang god's eyes. This feeling of being sealed. He really didn't want to experience it again. Oh, how could this human race have the arrow of my ancient deity? Is it hard to believe that the ice god has rebelled? The Yang god was very puzzled in his heart. And this, too, was the effect that the god of bows and arrows wanted. Within the heart of the Yang god was gathered all the divine power of the body. And at this moment, the heart was destroyed, which meant that the combat power of the Yang god directly dropped by 90%. The god of bows and arrows kept shooting arrows, and the Yang god kept dodging them, his might dropping every moment. And his life value was also dropping. Griffin of the human race, you've really angered me. Although the god of bows and arrows was ruthlessly suppressing Yangshan at the moment, Yangshan still looked down on these mole crickets above the ground. Holy shit. This heavenly Yang town was prepared for this, to the point of burying 2 gods. It's obvious that 2 people can kill a Yang god, but they even chose to sneak up on these 2? I like it. Haha. I like it too. Do we need to talk about morals when dealing with these things? Cool. This time it's really cool. Look. Look at the way the Yang god is being bloodily abused. Why am I so happy? The players' heavy hearts gradually calmed down. At first, everyone thought that the Tianyang towns couldn't be saved. Each one was downcast, and some of them even started to miss it. Which town should they wander to? But now, the heavenly sun town was solid as gold. 2 deities besieging a Yang god. Was this a joke? Maybe? The crowd was able to mix up the first kill of a deity. Kill the deities, and see if we can deal damage to the deities. The first player suddenly called out. And then countless players responded. Yeah. Let's kill deities too, and see if we can mix up a title. God Slayer. This title, it must be very racy. Wealth and riches. It's not like players would completely die after death. So couldn't we still try? Thus, countless players rushed forward and attacked towards the Yang god. The players' hearts were good, but the attacks were all miss on the Yang god's body, unable to cause any damage at all. Instead, a single bite of the Yang god's spit was able to kill all of the players present. Regarding the harassment of these little fleas, the Yang god only felt incredibly annoyed. The god of archery, on the other hand, shook his head slightly and sighed. This group of warriors, so united and fierce. My human race? Why worry about not prospering? All of them are outstanding human beings. All of them are outstanding human beings. Thus, the god of bows and arrows gave them a thumbs up. Qin Fan also hit among them, and he also wanted to inflict damage on the Yang god, because at this moment, the god of bows and arrows hadn't used his dark divine artifact. By the looks of it, there should be no need to use it. At this moment, the Yang god was already being suppressed as a clown, and could end him at any time, if one were to look at the life value. At this moment, The young god's life value was only about 3% left. Ah, humble ant, you have completely angered me. The young god also sensed his perilous situation. If he didn't save himself before, he would truly die. Buzz! A pure young god's power was taken out of the backpack by the young god. This was his killer weapon, and the means he relied on most to save his life. It was a light red-colored bead, filled with the power of the young god. The first major characteristic of the young god, on the other hand, was to save for a rainy day. This bead, this power, was the heart of the young god that he had condensed over the years, condensing the power of the young god within his body. To put it simply, the young god's heart was equivalent to his engine. And now, his engine was ruined, preventing him from working properly. This young god's heart was equivalent to a brand new engine, enough to allow him to recover to the peak again. The young god devoured this bead at an extremely fast speed. And then his body began to expand rapidly, his blood volume soaring. In 3 breaths, the young god's attributes once again returned to their peak state. Haha, humble ant, you won't know what power is called. The young god flinched once again, wanting to completely strangle this current god of archery. The young god in his peak state. Was he afraid of the god of arrows? He wasn't. The young god began to counterattack, and the god of archery temporarily avoided the wind. The players stopped chewing popcorn in their mouths, each shocked like a donkey's face. What? Can there still be this kind of tawdry operation? This is not the Second Life? How can this still be played? Give up. Devless Lu Long's eyes widened. This? Unexpected accident. The original plan was for Godsmith Lu Long to self-destruct 4 semi-divine artifacts, which was already the limit. But looking at it now, perhaps Godsmith Lu Long would have to self-destruct his divine artifacts and give up his old brother. Divine Artisan Lu Long's divine artifacts were all counted, and he really didn't want to waste them until he had to. But in order to reseal this young god for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, sacrificing a divine artifact is also worth it. Lycia's eyes narrowed. Wasn't it the god of bow and arrow that had the upper hand? How come the young god recovered all of a sudden at this time? Lycia stopped playing with the 2 divine artifacts in his hands, wanting to throw them out and explode himself to help the god of bows and arrows. But if he did so, he would be considered exposed, and the mastermind behind the Heavenly Sun Town would be in hiding. The Heavenly Sun Town Lord was paying attention to this battle even though he was within Baishan's private territory. How could he have never imagined that there was even a deity hiding within Tianyang Town? Especially when he heard Divine Artisan Lu Long shout out that old power. It made the Heavenly Sun City Lord's heart tremble. The little girl that the player I was protecting seemed to be surnamed Li as well. This little girl? It wouldn't be related to this god of bows and arrows. In fact, Tianyang Town's heart already had an answer, but he just didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to admit it. Tianyang Town Lord for a long time, paralyzed on top of the table, feeling that he was finished. He was bound to die. He should have thought of it long ago. A little girl of such a young age? And possessing a divine weapon. How could she not have a hard background? The Heavenly Yang City Lord's heart was filled with despair. However, when he saw that the young god was once again straightening up, the corner of the Heavenly Yang City Lord's mouth unexpectedly surfaced with a smile. Right. As long as Li Qingshan Tian is dead. Isn't it not okay? Tianyang City Lord. He stood on the side of the young god. The city guards also hid in a safe place, watching the battle, praying for the god of arrows in their hearts, asking him to turn the tide. The entire heaven's destiny, almost all of the players, were watching this battle. Only because of the technology, it was impossible to guide the screen in time. The players could only look at other players' texts, photos, and even blurry little video screens to understand this battle. Grass. What a terrifying battle. Is this the engagement between deities? Hee. 30 copper coins to watch a divine battle. It's worth it. Which one of you has a member? I want to watch it in HD. Or maybe pirated. Give me one. Showdown. No more pretending. I'm poor, begging for resources. This was the true attitude of the players. To say the most surprised, it had to be the group of deities from Mount Chixia. This group of deities looked at the prophet god, and their eyes were filled with resentment. This kid, still ruthless, had secretly sent the god of bows and arrows to Tianyang Town. That said, he had already sent out the gods. So why did he still let the gods of Mount Chixia strike? The seer god, Not a simple character. Chapter 387 Spaced Out Jedi Deity Net. At this moment, to say that the only one who wasn't worried was Qin Fong. At a moment like this, the artifact that he had given to the god of bows and arrows would finally come in handy. Qin Fong, is it enough? Not enough, I still have it here. Frank can also kill the young god alive. A trace of fear surfaced in the heart of the god of bows and arrows, secretly thanking player me in his heart. This time, this divine weapon of player me really came in handy. Yon god. This era is no longer your world. Go to hell. The god of archery took out his dark long sword and bent his bow. Sword. It was also an arrow. The young god sensed the aura of the god of darkness, and immediately froze. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively stopped breathing. Sword of darkness? Is it possible that the god of darkness has also defected? No. No. What is this? The darkness god's original sword? Isn't this something that only a heavenly emperor can make? Suddenly, the Yongshan's mind flashed. He thought of what he heard a few days ago. The darkness god was killed. Is this not the trophy left behind by the dead darkness god? The human race. They really do think highly of me. They even spared to take out the darkness god's original long sword. This is a great killing weapon. At this moment, the young god was suddenly somewhat resigned to his fate. He once again felt the will to die, as if the god of plague from back then had wielded aside towards him. And this feeling of powerlessness that was hard to resist once again appeared. This strike locked him, so that he could not avoid, could not escape. This strike was equivalent to the attack of the god of darkness and the god of bow and arrow on the young god, especially the god of bow and arrow, who had even burned the power of the fountain within his body, the power of the origin. These two gods are both gods of combat, not comparable to the divine craftsman Lu Long. Kaboom! A strong air-breaking sound rang out, once again penetrating the concept of time, blasting at the place where the young god's heart was, piercing deeply into it, leaving only a hilt still outside. The aura of darkness immediately began to erode the young god's heart. In an instant, the young god's heart transformed into a half-yellow, half-black state. The power of darkness was tangling with the power of the young god against each other. Between ancient deities and ancient deities, divine power could not be fused. It was like water and fire. At this moment, it was as if a large block of ice had been thrown on top of the young god's heart, destroying the young god's power in his body at an extremely fast speed. The young god didn't panic in the slightest, although the situation at the moment was a crisis. He was confident that he could solve the problem after beheading the god of bows and arrows, stripping the power of darkness from his body. Thud. Without any hesitation, the god of bows and arrows instantly detonated this darkness long sword without any hesitation. The god of archery, it's not mine. So what do I care? The god of archery, it's not me. I don't care what happens. Do you really not know the price of this darkness longsword? In the sky, the young god's 10,000 feet tall body from the chest began to collapse, crumbling, transformed into infinite flames, ashes, falling from the sky. This was the second collapse of the young god's divine body. At this moment, when one looked again, the upper half of the young god's body had already disappeared, leaving only the broken half of his head, as well as two thighs that rose up to the sky. Stone pillar thighs. This scene was as comical as it could be. The young god controlled this own mouth skeleton and let out a roar towards the god of arches. Ah! God of bows and arrows! You have completely angered me. Immediately, the young god began to condense his brand new divine body, this time once again transforming into 100 feet in height. Only that the body was not so solid, rather having an illusory feeling. Where the heart was, it was empty, and the engine was once again damaged. The god of bow and arrow spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart, coalescing in the god of bow and arrow, and once again unleashed a bombardment on the young god. Young god's all means has not yet played out one or two of it. That is, by the god of bow and arrow oppressed enough. Thick armor appeared on the surface of the young god's body, and the intense power of the young god was added to the stone rod. Dang! Every time it bombarded, a star fell, along with the stone rod, and bombarded down together. The god of archery began to dodge. His speed was extremely fast. Basically, the young god couldn't hit him. After all, the young god's body, even if it was only 100 zhang, it was still very huge. completely able to predict his maneuvers. Whoosh! A few arrows passed, and the Yang God became even more illusory, transforming into incompetent rage. A quarter of an hour. The battle ended. The Yang God's 100-feet-tall body completely transformed into the size of a normal human. The rage in his eyes disappeared, replaced by calmness, unyieldingness, and a strong mockery that towered over him. Although this fight was his defeat, he was immortal. The god of bows and arrows was able to seal him. But what? After millions of years, the Yang God was able to coalesce again, while he, the god of bows and arrows, had long since lost track of where all the graves had gone. In this battle, it was him who won. I hadn't thought that the human race had produced a ruthless character like you. Dying in your hands is not unjust. Yangshan weakly fell to the ground, a touch of admiration appearing in his eyes. A giant dragon could look down on mole crickets, could trample them to death at will. Extremely cruel and brutal. But when faced with another giant dragon, he would show his friendly side, unstintingly praising and admiring. Human, what is your name? At this moment, the Yang God was still towering over him, as if asking for a name was a gift to the god of bows and arrows. Force Prime. The god of bows and arrows spat out these words icily before looking at the Yang God, as if he was looking at a dead person. Li Qingtian, if you are willing to transform into a Yang God general, I can give you eternal life, as well as the status of one god under 10,000 people, and within the Yang God's territory. Other than me, you are the greatest. The Yang God now wanted to recruit Li Qingtian. He thought that he had already been considered courteous, and the price he offered was also very high. This human wouldn't be mad with joy. In a thought, in the future, when one's family goes out with a human deity's servant, this status to wear is not the highest. Li Qingtian laughed mockingly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in heaven and earth. What are you laughing at? The Yang God didn't understand, but felt that the smile was unfriendly. Not laughing at anything. My little one thanks Lord Yang God for his gift. The god of bows and arrows cooperated in a rare manner, bending down and curtsying, and then venom flashed in his eyes, as a giant net woven from the power of all the gods appeared from his hands, like a sack, and loaded the Yang God into it. The smile at the corner of Yangshan's mouth hadn't even fallen yet, and he hadn't even reacted yet. He was swallowed up. Grass. The Yang God began to curse. This old boy does not speak any benevolence and morality, even underhanded tricks. The human race, after millions of years of evolution, were still despicable ants. Regarding this net of the gods, Yangshan did not care in the slightest. Something made by ants? How much power could it have? But after he failed to break through 3 times, he realized the seriousness of the matter. This net, as if it was compiled by the countless gods of the human race with their divine power, was able to isolate the power of the Yang God outside, as if it was a party of dried-up small worlds, making the Yang God feel panic. Why was the Yang God able to not die? Namely because of the Yang God's power from the outside world, constantly nourishing his body and spirit. But now in this situation, the Yang God really couldn't guarantee that he would be able to literally millions of years without dying. The Yang God tried with difficulty. He found that he was still able to absorb a certain amount of Yang God's power, only that the speed was very slow. So the Yang God is also slightly relieved. As long as he can feel the power of the Yang God, he will not completely die. The Yang God was sealed. The corners of the god of archery's mouth surfaced with a smile. It was finally done. This net of gods was specially given to him by the prophet god before he came, allowing him to beat the Yang God to extreme weakness and use it again. Although it couldn't completely shock the Yang God to death, as long as the power of the gods wasn't cut off, this Yang God wouldn't have to think about escaping. This was like a true prison. According to the gossip, such a sealing method was also quietly passed down from the god of plague to the prophet god. The god of bows and arrows input a divine power into it, and at once, this dash of divine power was like activating the net of gods, and the countless divine powers within this net of gods were all activated at once, like the dim stars in the sky. And at this moment, all of them became an existence that shone brightly in the heavens. The Yang God instantly despaired within it, and he was able to feel that the Yang God's power in the outside world was completely cut off. Ding! The heaven-separating and earth-separating divine spirit network has been successfully activated. Ding! You have successfully completed your mission. Please go to Mount Chishia to receive your reward. Merit points. For your contribution to the human race of heaven's destiny. This crisp voice rang in the ears of the god of bows and arrows. And a hint of a smile couldn't help but emerge from the corners of his mouth. You? This time. Although it was difficult. Although there were many twists and turns. It was finally completed. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing your mission. Ding. Congratulations on receiving your reward, the Elf 1 portal. With this, Qin Fang could also really take a stroll from the Elfi clan. After all, he still had the exclusive treasures of the Elf clan that he hadn't returned yet. Human race. Wan Sheng. The god of bows and arrows let out a roaring voice that resounded through the clouds, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. These days, the god of bows and arrows was also suffocating. Victory. 10,000 years for the human race. Victory. The human race is invincible. For a time, the sea of city guards hissed out, no longer suppressing the ecstasy of bitterness in their hearts. The robes that had died for so many days, the blood and sweat that had been paid for so many days, had been rewarded at this moment. Oldly, did you see that? The Yang god was completely sealed by the god of bows and arrows. From now on, my Tianyang town can rest easy, and your spirit in heaven will be able to rest in peace. At this time, a man of a meter or so fell to his knees, hissing and crying, not caring about his own image at all. Brother, the Yang god's trouble completely removed. Do you see? Today when floating pretend what cultural people it. Tonight, the old man accompany you to drink. Not drunk. Well. Don't pretend. Don't pretend. Fight. The countless city guards were the group of people with the most sincere emotions and the deepest feelings. After all, what the Tianyang city lord was looking at was merely a number. But these city guards could have lost a life. Human race. Never be a slave. This was what divine artisan Lu Long called out in the heavens and earth after he reacted. A cheerful aura sweeping through the heavens and earth. The city guards were once again infected and hissed, echoing divine craftsman Lu Long. For a time, the human race's chi was like a dragon. Godsmith Lu Long really couldn't have imagined that this brat, the god of bows and arrows, would still be hiding a divine weapon, so that he could worry about it. Only this dark long sword. Why does he feel so familiar? Where is Li Xie? This one exists. In the hands of the god of prophecy. There also exists a piece. Now, even in the hands of the god of archery. There was one. This artifact. Is it in wholesale? When did artifacts become so worthless? But at the same time, an idea came to the mind of Godsmith Lu Long. This dark long sword in the hand of the god of archery. Could it be that the prophet god had given it to him? And it was also considered to be an afterthought. Artisan Lu Long. Well, it's very possible. Chapter 388 Attributes Surge. The vast number of players were also talking at the moment. Phew. This divine war. It's finally come to an end. Cool. Exciting. Really exciting. This kind of battle must be watched live. Cool. Another small fortune in coins. This kind of divine battle would be nice to see twice more. That's right. It's too little. A group of players who had taken advantage of the situation. Far from wanting the war to end there. They hated to see this battle last until the end of time. This was just like the epidemic plague Qin Fang recalled years ago. There was always someone who didn't want him to stop. There was always someone who was behind it. These vested interests. How could they care about the feelings of the civilians? It's a pity that I didn't break through the Yangshan's defenses. Otherwise, I should also have the title of God Slayer. Yeah. It's a pity. It's really a pity. I wonder if any player broke through it. What reward did he get? The players who said this were a group of pure players who only wanted to get rewards. Lychee, phew. Worrying for nothing. This Qin Fang kid? Surprisingly, he gave the god of archery another dark long sword. How many secrets is this kid hiding? Also, doesn't this kid feel any pain? This is a divine weapon. Using the darkness god's artifact to cover the Yang god is also the right remedy. This kid still has a little bit of vision. Qin Fang coughed twice. What vision? He only had the darkness long sword. The heavenly Yang city lord sat down on his arse on the ground. His last hope was dashed. Now, what awaited him was endless torture, both physically and mentally. The god of archery? Surprisingly, there is still a divine weapon hidden. This old boy. Hidden deep enough, ah. Ha. That's right. How could it be simple for an old fellow who could pass on giving his granddaughter a divine weapon? The heavenly young city lord was paralyzed for a moment. And then, a ferocious light once again flickered in his eyes. And evil was born on both sides. Since you all won't give me a way out, then I will have to walk out a living path myself. The god of woolly spirit has just arrived at Mount Nanda, 1,000,000 miles away from Mount Chishia. The god of Oolong didn't leave, and directly shut down at this place. Ha. What damn on town. I'm not going. It's just a death wish. The god of Oolong muttered, and began to fall asleep. Only when he felt that this divine war was about to end did he slowly continue his journey. The ancient deities of the heavens were all sensing this battle, and even turned on the voice mode of the heavenly emperor's token to start contacting each other. At first, the reactions of the ancient deities were like this. Humble ants. How can they resist the crushing of a deity? Yeah, it's a joke. Once the Yang god comes out, the heavenly sun town will be broken. The human race, the ant race of yesteryear, now even dares to jump around. Are they really given the skin of their teeth? Ha. I wait for the Yang god to be unsealed. Just the moment we go out, Yang gods, although not considered supreme amongst the deities, they are not weak either. The ancient deities were all thinking about what would happen after they got out of the trap. However, with the destruction of the Yang god's heart twice, this group of ancient deities became enraged, and even a large group of ancient deities exited the heavenly emperor token's chat room. Grass. This Yang god is too much of a waste to be counted out like this. It's really a disgrace. Mard. I knew it. Relying on others is better than relying on oneself. Old me will go first. Really rubbish. How about falling for such a simple trick? The ancient deities spat on Yangshan, rebuking him as an incompetent fool. I sense the aura of the ice god, as well as the aura of the god of darkness. Is it possible that these two also participated in the battle? No. This is the power belonging to the ice god, and the god of darkness, being utilized by the human race. The human race, even though they are mole crickets, they are not bad for being a race blessed with heaven. We can only use pure divine power. But the human race, there is nothing forbidden. The human race is not too strong. When we awaken, that is, we are dirt, and can be slaughtered in an instant. The ancient deities were silent. Although the Yang god was still alive, everyone had already defaulted that he was dead. If they wanted to come alive again, it would be millions of years later at the very least. The heavenly emperor token fell silent. Ding. The heavenly emperor summons. The god of death immediately intended to merge within the heavenly emperor token and grumbled. Death. This battle? What do you think? The heavenly emperor summoned the god of death and asked for his opinion on this battle. If I were to let my subordinate speak? In this battle, from start to finish, the Yang god has been counted. The human griffins have been prepared for this for a long time. The god of bows and arrows, Power Prime, has long been hidden in the heavenly sun town, waiting for the Yang god to revive. Starting from the beginning with the divine craftsman Lu Long, to the appearance of the dark divine artifact at the end. It can be said that throughout the entire battle, the Yang god was led by the god of bows and arrows, and was definitely unable to resist to the point of being sealed at the end of the day. The god of death, perhaps, was the one who had the fairest evaluation of this battle. This was because the god of death's silhouette, i.e., it was hidden on the sidelines, watching the whole thing, but not showing up. In this situation, if the god of death's silhouette dared to show up, what awaited him? It was bound to be death. The god of death's void was able to arm wrestle with divine craftsman Lu Long, but when facing the god of bows and arrows, with just a single void, it really wasn't enough to look at all. Well, your analysis is good. The heavenly emperor pondered for a long time before he responded, kicking out the god of death's intention. The heavenly emperor once again returned to silence, no longer bothering with the Yang god. The war? It's not over yet. The god of bows and arrows put the sky-separating Jedi deity net into his own backpack, before turning his icy eyes towards these deity soldiers. These god spirits' lackeys were also a big threat. All city guards listened to the order. Yes. In an instant, the city guards that were still alive stood upright, arranged themselves in formation, straightened their chests, and hissed. The players present were immediately shocked. With such a formation of military discipline, how could the ancient gods not become extinct? Ding! Divine Spirit Force Prime releases a special scenario quest for the all-day Yang Town. Assist in eradicating the remaining Yang gods. Mission reward, title, Divine Helper. Mission reward, double the experience value. Mission reward, merit points doubled. As the saying goes, there will be reckless people with heavy rewards. When the players of Tianyang Town heard such a system prompt, each of them had glowing eyes, and all of them chose to participate in this battle. Lord God of Archery, we've come to help. Right. Whoever doesn't let me help, I'll be in a hurry with them. A mere divine soldier. Look at my heaven and earth great ice cone. Supreme fireball. Go. Otherworldly summon beasts. Heed my call. Out. For a while. The players were all 8 immortals, each showing their own skills, all throwing themselves into the battle. Force Prime once again praised. All good sons and daughters of the human race. Ah. Daring to kill and fight. Good. Really good. The god of bow and arrow. Divine craftsman Lu Long didn't stand around and watch the show either. Whoosh. The icy arrow flashed. And between jumps, it ruthlessly pierced into the head of the legendary level Yang god subordinate, sending him to his death. Dang. The heavy hammer in the hands of divine craftsman Lu Long also slammed down, smashing the head of a legendary ranked soldier. The addition of godsmith Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, made the entire battle very simple. In a short while, all of the epic rank and legendary rank Yang god soldiers present died and became corpses. These corpses were all merits, enough for him to reward several ladies with rockets. And the god of archery didn't want to let them go. The god of bow and arrow did not want to let them go. For his part, Lu Long, the god's artisan, gave him a look of disdain and did not try to grab them. In his heart, he sighed. Is the god of bow and arrow poor to this point? The god of bows and arrows and divine craftsman Lu Long looked at each other before wrapping up Qin Fang and heading to the place of the divine spirit spring. Kid, sending you a chance is a kind of compensation for you. The god of bows and arrows spoke in such a manner. Qin Fang's body was still wearing this powerful anti-armor, a divine weapon, and if he wanted to harness it, he would have to pay the price of the attribute. How could the god of bows and arrows not be able to see that at this moment? Qin Fang's attributes were reduced to the extreme. Hee. You kid. Good luck. Divine artisan Lu Long also responded that Qin Fang, being able to get into the eyes of the god of bow and arrow, this was a rare occurrence. Qin Fang was in a daze, not knowing what the two were playing dumb riddles about. Two seniors? What exactly is the matter? You'll know when we arrive later. The god of bows and arrows did not explain, but instead led Qin Fang there on his own. Not long after, the three of them stood at the upper end of the Yang God's Divine Spirit Springs, looking down at the Divine Spirit Springs below. You probably don't know that by breaking the Divine Spirit Spring Mount Chixiao will reward a tribute raise, indirectly increasing strength. This is also one of the ways for the gods to increase their attributes. The god of bows and arrows briefly introduced Qin Fang, and then he was ready to make his move to break the entire Divine Spirit Spring Wait! This was the voice of the god of uplings, coming at a very timely moment. At the moment of the battle, he did not come, pretending to be a long way away. But at this moment, when it was time to share the results of the battle, he came in time. The god of Urim approached, his face full of joy. This was really coming at the right time. He came at the right time. The rewards of the broken divine spirit fountain. Even he was greedy. If a deity wanted to improve their attributes, there were only a few ways to do so. Replacing equipment, swallowing exotic treasures, and destroying the divine spirit fountain These several ways, one was more difficult than the other. And now that the god of uplings had come across it, how could he let it go? As for this issue of him not having participated in the battle, he had also found an excuse a long time ago. Wasn't this on the road? Traffic jam? Marred. You haven't made an inch of merit. How do you have the face to say this? Divine artisan Lu Long was originally very good-tempered, but upon hearing such shameless words from the god of Urim, he exploded in rage in an instant. This is a reward that the two of us brothers, who exhausted our efforts before sealing the Yang god, received. What does it have to do with you? Divine craftsman Lu Long once again exited, unable to control his emotions. wielding the divine forging hammer in his hand, wanting to give him a go. Brother Lu Long, the way you say this, as we are both gods of Mount Xixia, how can we still be divided into you and me? The god of Wu Ling had a smile at the corner of his mouth. His cheek was thick, and he was dead set on not leaving, no matter what the divine craftsman Lu Long said. The god of Wu Ling just wouldn't leave. This reward, he had to share it. The god of bows and arrows was silent at the side, and in the end, agreed to the request of the god of Urim. Destroy together. Divine artisan Lu Long sulked. But the god of bows and arrows gave him a look to stop him from moving. You and I are both gods of Mount Xixia. We should have helped each other. The god of bow and arrow's words immediately made the god of Wu Ling smile with joy. And he praised the god of bow and arrow for looking after the big picture, which was truly a model for my generation. The three gods struck at the same time, and the divine spirit fountain collapsed in a very short period of time, with the power of the Yang god constantly being drawn away, sinking within the so-called Yang god abyss. Sealing it out? Ding! Congratulations on your participation in destroying the Yang god's divine spirit fountain. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the divine spirit's blessing. Bounty. Ding! Congratulations on gaining the strength attribute plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations on gaining the agility attribute plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations on gaining physique attribute plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations on gaining spirit attribute plus 50,000. Chapter 389 Pushing Across the Sea of Skulls. The divine spirit spring I was similar in nature to a channel that drew on the power of the Yang god. So as long as you shattered it and sealed it, you would be considered to have completed your mission. Ding! Congratulations on successfully shattering the eye of the divine spirit spring. Gaining strength attribute plus 100,000. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully broken the eye of the spirit spring, and gained agility attribute plus 100,000. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! Congratulations. This was the beat that rang in the mind of divine artisan Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows. Each of the four dimensions had increased by 100,000. Which was already considered a very frightening statistic. As for the newcomer, the god of Wu Long, he waited for half a day, without waiting for any reward. The god of Wu Long couldn't help but frown, but still closed his eyes, and waited patiently. Although the god of Wu Long had never experienced the reward of a broken divine spring, he had heard of it. There was no way it would take this long. Under the extreme relief, divine artisan Lu Long couldn't help but let out this moan. This power, which was extremely pure, was even able to godly artisan Lu Long to progress from a lower-grade godly artisan towards a middle-grade godly artisan. On the contrary, the god of bow and arrow was able to master this power at an extremely fast speed. But if he wanted to completely transform it into his own strength, it would still take a long time. After the divine craftsman Lu Long awoke, he looked towards the god of bows and arrows, and then skimmed a glance at the god of Urgles. The meaning of this is obvious. Is it hard to really let him rub off on our experience? Should we give it to him? The god of bow and arrow, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth emerge into a glimmering arc, reassuring the divine artisan Lu Long to watch the show. This time, it wouldn't be so simple. As for Qin Fang, he was dumbfounded, shocked, horrified. A multitude of emotions made him a complete wooden statue, unable to move. An increase of 50,000 attributes in each of the four dimensions? If you add it all up, that's 200,000 attributes. This, even an ordinary epic level player would never have such attributes. In Qin Fang's previous life, he had only been promoted to an epic level blacksmith, and he had only been able to achieve such an attribute. Dang. Qin Fang moved and instantly hit the wall, leaving deep marks that made him dizzy. This speed? Simply not too thrilling. Dang. Qin Fang attempted to swing the forging hammer in his hand, but found that it was too light and too unhelpful. One must know that this was a legendary grade forging hammer given to him by divine artisan Lu Long. However, when it blasted on top of the ground, deep craters appeared. Familiarize yourself with the power within your body as soon as possible and transform it into your own strength. The god of archery guided Qin Fang, allowing him to familiarize himself with the power within his body as soon as possible. Qin Fang had once possessed this power in his previous life. So in this life, he was able to manipulate it at an extremely fast speed, i.e. familiarization. It took 3 minutes. The divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, and even Qin Fang, had all familiarized themselves with the power within their bodies. And at the very least, there would not be a riot of strength. Qin Fang was also able to walk around freely without directly hitting the wall. Qin Fang, give me your forging hammer. Divine artisan Lu Long took this forging hammer from Qin Fang's hands and stroked it carefully before continuing to speak. The reason why I sealed this forging hammer in the first place was because I wanted you to grow together with this hammer. But now look. This hammer seems to be unable to keep up with your forging. Therefore, I will also unseal it for you. Between a wave of the hand of divine craftsman Lu Long, 8 layers of seals were lifted, leaving the last 2 layers for Qin Fang. These last 2 layers are the seals of the legendary rank, as well as the peak of the legendary rank. Wait until when your power attribute reaches 100,000 before you open it. Otherwise, it will do you 100 harms, but no good. As for the final layer of seals, when your power attribute reaches 150,000, unseal it once again. Saying this, divine artisan Lu Long threw the forging hammer in his hand to Qin Fang. When Qin Fang took it in his hand, he suddenly felt as if he was holding a huge mountain, and it took a great deal of strength to lift it. Is it still possible to forge with it? Qin Fang is very skeptical. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the forging hammer at the peak of the epic level. This means that you don't have a good grasp of the power within your body. When you are able to use this forging hammer as if it were in your hands, it will be counted as if you have thoroughly familiarized yourself with the power within your body. The god of archery began to add. The dialogue between the 3 of them completely treated the god of Urim as transparent, as if he didn't exist. It had to be said that the god of Oolong had excellent patience. Even after 5 minutes had passed, he was still waiting. But at this time, if the god of Oolong still didn't understand, he would have lived in vain. This time, he was not even counted as a contributor to the divine spirit springs. The temper of the god of Wu Ling came up, pointing at the temper of the god of archery and questioning him. God of bows and arrows. What is this situation? Why don't I ever feel an increase in attributes? The god of Urim was furious. Really furious. This is the old heavens opening their eyes. You've done nothing, and you still want a share of the attribute amplitude. You? Why are you so shameless? Divine artisan Lu Long couldn't help but retort, not giving him any face at all. As for Qin Fang, he was silenced, not daring to speak at all. This was the 3 big brothers speaking. What was he doing by getting involved? The attribute amplitude bestowed by this broken divine spirit fountain is established for those who contributed to sealing the Yang god. The god of archery spoke thusly, still smiling, but cold. You pit me? The god of Urimo froze. Honestly, he didn't know much about this matter of sealing the divine spirit springs. Moreover, earlier, he appeared to be in a bit of a hurry and thus lost his wits and managed to be toyed with by the god of bows and arrows. No, it's not that I'm pitting you. It's that the god of prophecy is pitting you. Don't you know that this reward was set by the god of prophecy? The smile at the corners of the god of archery's mouth grew even more intense. You brat? Not doing anything? And you still want to share the credit of my old man? Isn't this a farce? Who's with your courage? Grass. Why didn't the god of bows and arrows panic? Because immediately after the arrival of the god of Oolong, the prophet god contacted him at the first opportunity, informing him that if the god of Oolong wanted to share the profits, there was no way. Thus, the current scene came about. Good. I haven't made an inch of success in sealing the Yang god. So what about this kid? You mustn't say that this little blacksmith at the fine gold level gave you a divine artifact to be able to turn the tables and completely seal the Yang god off. The god of Wu Ling was furious, looking for Qin Fang as an entry point. A low-ranked minor character like Qin Fang was able to get a share? By what right could he not share? You guys? Blatantly seeking benefits for future generations. This is not in line with the rules and regulations of Mount Qixia. I will. In fact, when the god of Wu Ling uttered these words, the god of bow and arrow namely froze. This old boy? Difficult not ever all on the sidelines watching it. How does he know so clearly? This artifact was really given to him by Qin Fang, and it really allowed him to turn the tables. Otherwise, the god of bow and arrow would have to give up one of his own artifacts and recreate the Yang god. Grass, it's really given you face right. Do you want me to notify a few of my friends to cut off your divine artifact supply and repair it? Divine artisan Lu Long was also completely enraged and uttered these words. which were his greatest strength and most intimidating. This old brat, the god of uplings, was simply shameless to the extreme. Even if Qin Fang really did not contribute. Even if divine craftsman Lu Long was using his power for personal gain. So what? Could it be that you hadn't given some reward code to your juniors? Dog thing. It had to be said that divine craftsman Lu Long's deterrence was still useful. The god of allure closed his mouth at once. Divine smith. Even for the human race. It is very rare. This group of people are used to embracing the group. You offend a divine artisan. That is considered to offend a group of divine artisans. At that time, his divine artifact, there was a real possibility that it could not be repaired. If you have any problems, this side suggests that you go directly to the prophet god. The god of bows and arrows directly shrugged it off and waved his hand, no longer bothering with this matter. Before he wanted to pull Qin Fang, the divine craftsman Lu Long to head to save the heavenly sun town. Suddenly, the god of bows and arrows stopped and turned to look at the god of woolly spirit and spoke. God of the woolly spirit, you believe me, the reward for saving the heavenly sun town will not be lower than destroying this divine spirit fountain. Do you want to? Together. Go and mess around with it. The god of archery wanted to pull in this meat shield. And although the god of Uling's brain wasn't working well, he could still carry damage. Old me believes in the hell of you. The god of Wu Ling so belabored, but did not say anything. And then coldly spoke. I still have matters to deal with at Mount Chixia. And Lord Prophet God is only asking me to help behead the Yang God. Since the matters in this place are over, and the Yang God has been successfully sealed. Then, I'll be leaving now. The god of Urim was squeezed by divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow. And at this moment, he only wanted to leave. Thus, the god of Urim departed. Before he left, he took a look at the situation of Tiannong town. It was just a low-ranked monster siege. Even if the divine levels didn't make a move, just by using Tianyang town itself, they would be able to quell the danger this time. What kind of reward could there be for this? For a legendary level existence, the reward might be quite good, but for a god level existence, it was just a mosquito leg. So it didn't matter if you wanted it or not. God of Urim, it's just a waste of time. Divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, looked at the departing back of the god of Uling and couldn't help but shake his head. Tianyang town. This is the center of the vortex at the moment. This place, there is great potential. With a single step, the god of bow and arrow, divine craftsman Lu Long, Qin Fang, and the other three descended within the heavenly sun town. This blockade was like nothing to the gods. Qin Fang, what are you going to do? Are you going to behead these skeletons and earn merit points? Or are you going to forge? Divine artisan Lu Long inquired thusly. To him, the strength of the attribute that had just been upgraded, it was best to keep getting familiar with it in the middle of the forging. Keep trying to figure it out, and eventually succeed in turning it into his own power. I suggest that it is better for you to participate in battles. Battles that will allow you to familiarize yourself with the power within you faster. This was the advice of the god of bows and arrows, able to tell that he thought differently from divine craftsman Lu Long. Qin Fang, as much as I hate to say it, I really have thoroughly grasped this power. Alright. Qin Fang eventually agreed to take the advice of the god of archery and join the battle below. After all, his third god-ranked quest had yet to be completed. By the way, lords, can you give me a set of equipment for the city guards? Qin Fang still wanted to hide his true strength, not wanting to expose it too early. Thus, divine artisan Lu Long easily fetched him a set. Wearing a set of epic-level city guards armor, Qin Fang instantly transformed himself into an unfamiliar Wanfujing. And the weapon in his hand was no longer a forge hammer, but an explosive long sword. Qin Fang was the one who used it more smoothly. Chapter 390 Tianyang Crisis. This set of epic-level equipment gifted to Qin Fang by divine artisan Lu Long. It was clear that it was only a 10,000 husbandman who was qualified to wear it. After wearing it, Qin Fang's attributes once again skyrocketed. Moreover, this set of equipment possessed a unique general star, which allowed him to disobey others, giving Qin Fang a great deal of freedom. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth before he started killing. With Qin Fang's current attributes, at this stage, the skeletons that could be Qin Fang's enemy? Almost none. With a spread of his hands, The divine artisan Lu Long was about to throw Qin Fong within the army of skeletons, not worrying about his death in the slightest. Qin Fong reacted with great speed and rushed into the skeleton group, pushing across the sea of skeletons with his own strength, tearing and pulling. The longsword in Qin Fong's hand that was inlaid with 7 or 8 gems was like a sharp weapon that cut through the dark canopy, ceaselessly harvesting the lives of the dead skeletons, turning them into randomly discarded skeletons on the ground. However, these skeletons, even if their bones were broken, even if they were paralyzed on the ground, as long as there was enough death chi, they would eventually be able to resurrect and become a living force once again. Qin Fong's brushing of the monsters was extremely fast, causing the city guards on the side and the older generation of combatants to look sideways, unable to hold back their admiration. Where did the kid come from? What a handsome kung fu. What a powerful attribute. Every one of my human men are like dragons. Good boy. Keep killing for me. Hey, you saved my old ox's life. I'll remember you. Damn. What a high attribute. What a fast operation. What a sharp hand. Brother, what part are you from? In the face of these praises and inquiries, Qin Fong did not respond to any of them, and was just brushing the monsters in a stifled manner. Seeing that Qin Fong did not want to speak, the crowd stopped asking and continued brushing the skeletons, with Qin Fong joining in. The speed of the crowd brushing the sea of skeletons was obviously much faster. After all, Qin Fong was like a shit stirrer, trying to pull in anyone's hatred, causing Qin Fong to become the busiest person. The surrounding players saw such an operation, and each of their eyes glowed. This was the real great god. Crap. You guys look at his turn. Such a tricky turn. Such a weird flexibility. This is the top city guard code? Crap. I look at his shoulder markings. He's Herculean. Terrifying. Terrifying. But I feel like I can learn from this operation. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record it. Countless players started the video recording function, recording Qin Fong's operation and preparing to study it in detail. Not to mention, there were quite a few masters who would ponder over Qin Fong's actions in the future. There were quite a few experts. This was how the game was, learning from each other to be able to continuously improve. Qin Fong and the others chopped up all the skeletons, but in the blink of an eye, the skeletons stood up again partially. Qin Fong was speechless. Patiently, he pondered for a while before calling out Little Black. The reason why these skeletons were able to keep resurrecting was because of the chi of death. And now, as long as the supply of the chi of death was cut off, these skeletons would naturally not be able to be resurrected. Xiao He was awakened from his slumber, and was quite out of bed. However, under the temptation of Qin Fong's fine wine, he decisively threw himself into the battle. Xiao He's battle was different from that of a barbarian. He was directly looking for the place where the chi of death was the thickest, and directly sat down on his butt and started devouring it. In Qin Fong's eyes, Xiao He was like this. The endless chi of death around him was like passing through a filter, constantly seeping into Xiao He's body before disappearing. In the eyes of the other players, the city guards, Xiao He was licking its own fluffy fur without listening, being cute from time to time. Only at this moment, Xiao He, also under Qin Fong's disguise, became a pure white kitten, and Qin Fong's pet, although similar, was worlds apart. Even if Qin Fong saw it at a glance, he would not recognize it. With Xiao He's devouring, the speed of recovery of the surrounding skeletons decreased at an extremely fast rate, and when Qin Fong felt the deathly aura around him empty out, the entire person was suddenly covered in lightness and left with Xiao He. Hee. Why do I feel that the recovery of the skeletons has decreased so much? I feel it too. Hee. Is it hard to believe that it's the change brought about by this Wanfu chief? Bah. Don't put gold on his face. I admit that he's very strong. But isn't being able to retard the recovery speed of the skeleton? It's still impossible. I'd rather believe it's a little white cat on the side. I feel the same way. The city guards, the older generation of combatants, flirted without any malice. Qin Fong, on the other hand, ignored this and headed to the next location, continuing to start slaughtering skeletons. Divine artisan Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, returned to the city lord's mansion, meeting up with Li Qi. The situation within the Tianyang township. There was still a need to ask more about Big Brother Ah. By the way, Lu Long, Senior Licia, please also infuse your divine power within this heavenly Jedi sealing sphere, in order to achieve the best sealing state, and completely cut off the young god's mind to get out of the trap. The god of bows and arrows took out this sealing sphere, and handed it over to divine craftsman Lu Long. Li Chi one by one. Divine artisan Lu Long. Licia immediately injected their own divine power into it, activating the might of the heaven-separating Jedi once again. And the young god inside was originally still racking his brains trying to escape. But at this moment, he was completely speechless and completely lay flat. Young god, after millions of years, when this batch of gods died, since to the time for him to get out of the trap, the young god began its self-protection, condensing an orb the color of egg yolk, not dispersing any energy. Senior Licia, within the heavenly Yang town. How is the situation? Licia calmly put away the sealing orb and inquired thus. The overall situation within Tianyang town is still manageable. However, the concentration of the death chi is gradually increasing. And by the time we get to the end, it is inevitable that we will have to fight with the god of death. Li Chi was continuously detecting it. The god of archery nodded his head and started to recover his strength on his knees. When the god of death resurrects, it will inevitably be another big battle. To be able to recover a little bit more, naturally is to recover a little bit more. Divine artisan Lu Long was also the same. His injuries were heavier than the god of bow and arrow. Seeing this scene, Licia threw the two a bottle of potion for them to swallow. Divine craftsman Lu Long. And the god of bow and arrow didn't hesitate or push back, and directly swallowed it. Licia was also checking the situation within the town. The situation in Tianyang town seemed to be irreversible. Even if the god of death awakened later, Li Chi and the others were not afraid. But if the god of death awakened within the interior of the Tianyang town, it would cause great harm to the Tianyang town. And at that time, that would be the most dangerous. Within Tianyang town, the area where the Phoenix was located. At the moment, the Phoenix was residing on top of the second tallest building in Tianyang town, a place that overlooked the entire Tianyang town. This building, covered in skeletons from beginning to end, was an absolute base camp. Solid as gold, the Phoenix was absolutely safe here. At this moment, in the topmost area, Phoenix was the only one who was watching the entire Tianyang town with his head lowered. The top floor of the panoramic desktop was able to allow Phoenix to view the surrounding situation in 360 degrees without any dead angles. At this moment, the Tianyang town was filled with smoke and battle everywhere. Phoenix's heart was very satisfied. This was the result he wanted. Earlier, the battle in the outside world. The Phoenix also watched in the eyes, not commenting on this divine battle. The young god was able to successfully appear in the world and help him destroy the heavenly sun town. This was more than good. But then, who let the undisputed young god die? Who would have thought? Within the heavenly sun town, two deities would have appeared, working together to suppress the young god. The Phoenix sighed, but it was not yet truly desperate. Destroying the heavenly sun town. The Phoenix had never expected the young god either. It was only that he was now worried whether these two meddlesome deities would step in and block his journey to destroy the town. Tick-tock. Phoenix looked at the instrument in his hand and suddenly frowned. It's not right. The concentration of death gas had reached 34%. So it would stop moving for 10 minutes? So much so that it sounded an alarm. According to his deduction, as the players, city guards, and NPCs within Tianyang town continued to die, the death chi would continue to rise. How could it? What went wrong in the middle? The god of death immediately probed with the instruments in his hands to find out what went wrong. Finally, the god of death saw this area. It was full of skeletons and bones. But there was no aura of death. What on earth is going on? In a short while of light, the Phoenix explored another scene. The concentration of death chi in this place was decreasing. What is this? A strange wannabe? The strength was surprisingly so strong. Somehow, the Phoenix learned that the situation of this place must have something to do with this one Fu chief after just one look. Taking another look at the kitten on the side. Although it had become white at the moment, Phoenix directly concluded that it must be the pet of the dog bastard. Player me. Not to mention that it had turned white. Even if it had turned red, he would not recognize it wrongly. Grass. Again, player me is destroying its own plan. Although he didn't know what kind of way he was destroying his plans. It was definitely him. Phoenix instantly had countless seas of skeletons traveling to Qin Fang's place, wanting to suppress him. If Player Jin knew about this scene, he would definitely explode. Grass, can this also be seen by you? Phoenix looked at the concentration of death chi on top of the instrument, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even though Qin Fang was destroying as fast as he couldn't catch up with the growth of death chi. 40%. 43%. The chi of death continued to grow, and the situation within the Heavenly Sun Town continued to get worse. Phoenix, these two gods don't appear? What are they doing? Is it hard to wait for the god of death? Or perhaps they were recovering from their injuries. After all, sealing the Yang god, and blowing up their divine artifacts, and blowing up their semi-divine artifacts. The Phoenix didn't believe that they would be able to remain unharmed. Qin Fang sensed the pressure around him. Why was this skeleton sweeping towards his current position with a purpose? This skeleton? It was controlled by someone. Qin Fang keenly detected this. Only? Who was it? Could it be that it was the Phoenix? Qin Fang also guessed the main history behind the scenes in an instant. But how to find him and behead him? The situation within the Tianyang town was getting worse and worse. Chapter 391 Death Demigod. Within the Tianyang town, the number of players who had died was the highest. After all, a full 5 million players were left behind. And apart from a small portion of them cowering within their own buildings, almost all of the others were involved in the hunt for skeletons. Skeletons were broken, revived and killed again, and the experience value gained was the same. As a result, the players took the initiative to unite and start brushing the monsters together as a unit of 10,000 people. 10,000 people? This was the best way that countless players had figured out in a very short period of time. And it was also the most powerful square formation. 10,000 people surrounded about 1,000 or so skeletons, and continuously surrounded and hunted them down. However, as time went by, the square formation of 10,000 people had to be constantly reduced. While the skeletons were always so many, every time a player within the Tianyang town died, there would be a strand of death chi that would merge into the ground of the entire Tianyang town. It was then transformed into skeletons, forcibly joining the battle, which led to there were more and more skeletons and fewer players. The members of the Hegemony Guild, divided into 310,000-man squads, formed a huge square of 3 million players, relying on the advantage of the terrain, and began to brush the skeletons. The players coming and going had to admire Bastard Sky's dominance, and had to admire Bastard Sky's proper command. So many players? Ordinary people must have been in chaos a long time ago. Whereas Hegemony and the others were still in the midst of it, methodically decimating and upgrading. Even if there were casualties, other players would be able to replenish them and restore the formation again, keeping the camp intact. Damn. It's huge. Yes. The terrifying Batian. These guild players are like arms. How did he do it? Huh? You're asking me? If I knew, I'd be the Hegemony president right now. I just took a cursory glance. The members of Batian Guild are besieging at least 200,000 skeletons, greatly reducing the pressure on Tianyang town. Terrible, terrible. The players were talking and all of them were red-eyed. But then, they could only be red-eyed for a bit. Wanting to join in? It was basically impossible. Join one more person? If they listened to the orders, it was fine. They could rub off a little bit of experience value. But if they didn't listen to the orders, it would be the beginning of the team's nightmare. Bah! Let the old me join. Old me I won't join either. The casual players didn't want to join in either. Baishan's square formation looks solid. But who knows when it will explode. At that time, 3 million player skeletons. How to fight. How to run. The players cited many examples, making it impossible to refute. Right. When that time comes, Bastard Sky is the one to blame for the destruction of Tianyang town. The players spoke in such a manner, breaking with the meaning of saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Batian did not care about this. He began to contract his formation, as 10,000 of the players inside had already been converted into skeletons, and that number was still rising. Batian, it really is too late to save all. Otherwise, who would want to let their own brothers become skeletons? Grass. I'm able to control my body. Hegemony Guild in the middle of a skeleton soldier that was transformed. So the opening, informing Hegemony, but want to continue to attack other skeletons, is not allowed. Ding. You are unable to attack other skeleton soldiers. Ding. You can choose to control yourself or hang up. After 8 hours, you will be resurrected, being converted into a skeleton player by different skeletons. The resurrection time varied. This player's mind was alive. Since he couldn't attack, it was always okay to mop up. Ahem. That's literally it. So, this player was dragging a skeleton's back leg to prevent him from attacking. Hee. Not to mention, it kinda worked. So the overwhelming Sky Guild's monster brushing speed was even faster. 53%. 57%. 2 hours passed. And it was only with great difficulty that it was raised to 57%. This speed? Phoenix was very dissatisfied. This was simply too slow. Within these 2 hours, Qin Fong had continuously probed the direction that the skeleton had come from. But then, in the end, he did not see where the phoenix was. Qin Fong was helpless. Although his strength was very strong, and he was able to push across the sea of skeletons. But dragging on like this was never a solution. Qin Fong wanted to refine a death artifact to instantly drain the death chi from this place. But after thinking about it, he decisively gave up on this idea. Wasn't this looking for death? Qin Fong contacted the god of bows and arrows and contacted divine craftsman Lu Long. But the more replies he received, the more he was unable to connect. Qin Fong had no choice but to brush the monsters again. And he really had no choice. In this situation, blowing up his own divine artifact would be able to do very little. The other end, in the middle of Baishan's private territory, the death chi in this place suddenly increased. The concentration instantly increased by about 10 times. And it was still rising. In a short while, the god of death's shadow coalesced in this place. Very vague, not even able to see the human form. But the evil aura was very dense. The god of death's silhouette gradually solidified, looking towards the heavenly Yang City Lord with interest, wearing a mocking smile. Cynical, as if he looked down on everything. You don't really think that you'll be able to break away from my control. At the beginning, the god of death namely spat out these words. Very unconcerned. Please also ask the god of death to wish me the achievement of demigod, so that I can also help the Lord step through the heavenly sun town. The heavenly sun city lord didn't put the slightest bit of concern in the face of the god of death's taunts, but instead knelt down on the ground very devoutly, requesting the god of death's mercy. His reward? The heavenly Yang City Lord had completely given up his face. He wanted to live. He really didn't want to die. At this moment, where was the heavenly Yang City Lord with any of his majesty as a city lord? Merely wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a puppy, pleading for his master to drop his bones. Oh! This scene. Why am I so familiar with it? The god of death was surprised for a moment, and then threw out a few images. Internally, all of them were of the heavenly sun city lord kneeling on the ground, devoutly pleading with the god of death to grant him power. I also asked the god of death to have mercy and allow me to achieve legendary level warrior, so that I can better serve your lordship. Please also reward me, Lord God of Death, and let me become an epic ranked warrior, so that I can also better serve. Please also reward me, Lord God of Death. Looking at these images and hearing these voices, the heavenly sun city lord's head lowered even further, not even daring to look at the god of death. Yes, the story of the heavenly Yang City Lord was as Qin Fong had said. If I'm not mistaken, this should all be you, relying on my bounty to achieve heavenly Yang City Lord, but suddenly betraying me. You're pretty good, the god of death sneered, before continuing to add, you give me a reason why I should reward my power again. White-eyed wolf. To be honest, if the secrets of the Tianyang town's underground were not too enticing, where would the god of death need to lay out such a backhanded and troublesome arrangement? The Tianyang town lord was specially trained by him, and he was the one who promoted him step by step, finally allowing him to become the Tianyang town's town lord. But this brat? Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. He even went on his own to explore the secrets of the Tianyang town's underground without reporting to the god of death. Not to mention, this secret was really drummed up by him a little something, able to use this to fight against the control of the god of death, and even able to let him touch the threshold of demigods. As a result, Tianyang City Lord's ambition grew bigger and bigger, and he wanted to completely grasp this secret and achieve demigod, or even deity, so that he could completely get rid of the god of death's control. Unfortunately, this secret was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even though the heavenly Yang City Lord had worked hard for so many years, he still had not succeeded in unearthing the secret of this place. And even because of his strength being too weak, he was revolted by the secret of this place, and was never able to break through to the demigod level again. At one point, this made the heavenly Yang City Lord disheartened. But these days, as Qin Fang continued to break the death copies, the barrier of this secret unexpectedly loosened up a bit, allowing the heavenly Yang City Lord to rekindle his fighting spirit. He even took the initiative to help Qin Fang, in secret, to break these nodes left behind by the God of Death as soon as possible. It was a pity that Qin Fang had not yet completely broken the copies left behind by the God of Death and completely helped him open the seal. Namely, so many things had happened, catching the heavenly Yang City Lord off guard. So much so that the current heavenly Sun City Lord was so confused that he could only turn to the God of Death for help once again. The God of Arrows. This is known as the most upright and upright deity, once letting him detect that his own body possesses the Chi of Death. Surely no mercy. The first time to behead himself. Not to mention, Tianyang City Lord also nearly killed the force vigorously. In reason, Tianyang City Lord had to die. But then, Tianyang City Lord didn't want to die. He wanted to live. My subordinate can help my lord thoroughly grasp the secrets of Tianyang Town's underground. I only ask my lord to be able to let my little one live a life as humble as a mole cricket. Tianyang Town Lord had once experienced a high in life as proud as a dragon in the 9 heavens. Tianyang Town Lord had also experienced he really didn't want to die, as he did back then. Thus, he sat on a decision to lick the soles of the God of Death's feet, literally like a dog. It's okay. Seeing such a shameless Tianyang City Lord, the corners of the God of Death's mouth appeared to smile. And then his face turned cold, only in view of the fact that you have a previous warning. This time, I'll set a time limit for you. If within 3 days, you still can't manage to find out the secrets of the Tianyang Town's ground floor, then you'll have to die. Thank you for your favor. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your reward. I will definitely do my best to be behind the Lord. The God of Death looked at the Tianyang City Lord. This kid really is a character, all. Then, the space fragments between heaven and earth were blasted to pieces, forming a vortex, and a pure death chi merged into the body of Tianyang City Lord, helping him to achieve death demigod. Only achieving a death demigod was not that simple. Oh! It's still short of some death chi. This was the God of Death deliberately messing with the heavenly Yang City Lord. And the heavenly Yang City Lord didn't let him down, directly decapitating the surrounding city guards, the human beings. Good. Not bad. In that case, the death chi will be enough. The God of Death smiled as he finished and once again infused the Chi of Death. It was only after a full 2 hours that the heavenly Yang City Lord also succeeded, reluctantly being infused by the God of Death and becoming a demigod. Ding. Warning. Tianyang became reduced to a death demigod. The system tone resounded within the entire Tianyang town. Chapter 392 Breaking Heavenly Sun Town. What? Tianyang Town Lord has actually transformed into a death demigod? This one piece of news, like a meteorite falling, caused a huge uproar within Tianyang Town. From Li Xia, divine craftsman Lu Long, down to the commoners, almost all of them were discussing it with gusto. What? I don't believe it. How could the great Tianyang City Lord defect? This was the hiss of the many city guards. Their expressions twisted, unwilling to believe this fact. To them, this was no less than the collapse of the faith in their hearts, making them unable to accept it. It's player me. It must be player me. Flames erupted from the eyes of the city guards as they blamed Qin Fang. In their simple cognition, it must be because of Qin Fang that the heavenly Yang City Lord had mutinied. Tianyang City Lord? Were you framed? How could you possibly commit to death? The city guards were crying, pleading for the return of their city lord. For a time, the city guards within the entire Tianyang town were all depressed, and their fighting strength was drastically reduced. It felt as if 2 armies were engaged in battle, and their own flag had been cut off. The Sea of Skulls seized this opportunity at the first time and began to vigorously counterattack. For a time, the result of the battle that was caused was very brilliant, and the concentration of the Chi of Death once again increased. Phoenix was very happy. To be honest, his really couldn't have imagined that the Heavenly Sun City Lord would even be able to defect. This What's the point of playing here? Wait for death. Tianyang Town. Haha. The heavens help me. The Sea of Skulls speeds up its advance. Phoenix began a new round of command. Very aggressive. Not caring about the Skull Sea's attrition. Mad. I've long looked at the Tianyang Town Lord with disdain. And as expected, this kid has defected. This was an old man within Tianyang Town who uttered such words. Ahaha. I remember old Zhang telling me that the Heavenly Sun City Lord's brows were filled with evil aura. And he was really right. Another old man? Proved this old man's words. This brat? From the first time he came to Heavenly Sun Town, I felt that his heart was not right. The old men within the Heavenly Sun Town were still very accurate in reading people. They seemed to have sensed that something was not right with the Heavenly Sun Town Lord a long time ago. Put your mother's fart. A bunch of horses' hindquarters. That's right. Then you guys didn't say it earlier. You have to say it now. Haha. If you said it before, old me would still think highly of you guys. But now? What's this bullshit? The old man's trick was mercilessly dismantled by the old lady, causing them to not be able to help but redden their old faces. In this world, bragging is not a good idea. Ordinary people on the Tianyang City Lord defection. Really not so big feelings. After all, this Tianyang City Lord disappeared for too long. Basically do not show up in front of the public. Also do not preside over any big meeting. Not involved in any big project. Even a large portion of the people were wondering, does Tianyang Town still have a city lord? Elderly Xie? What now? Divine Artisan Lu Long was a bit brain dead at the moment. This Tianyang Town Lord? Rebellion at the drop of a hat? There were surprisingly no signs before. Among these three gods, Divine Craftsman Lu Long had perhaps the most contact with Tianyang City Lord. But then, he surprisingly didn't find any clues. This was his dereliction of duty. The defection of the Tianyang City Lord was expected and prepared for a long time ago. Qin Fang had reminded me of it once. He said that the body of the Tianyang City Lord carries the aura of death. Li Xie spoke calmly, filled with trust in Qin Fang. The same words Qin Fang had also said to Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Only that he seemed to not take it seriously. Mum. In that case, then I am relieved. Godsmith Lu Long paused for a moment before continuing to speak. This is the evidence I have collected of Tianyang City Lord's communication with the God of Death. It wasn't that Godsmith Lu Long wasn't taking it seriously, but he was secretly collecting evidence in preparation to take him down in one fell swoop. This is the evidence. Is it going to be published? Publish it. The god of bows and arrows vocalized. He hated these traitors of the human race the most. It was even more disgusting than the ancient gods. Publish it. And along with it, publish this little story that Qin Fang made up. Along with it. In the story, it was the Tianyang City Lord who had condescended and continuously grumbled in exchange for the position of the Tianyang City Lord. It had to be said that the story, after being embellished by Li Qi, was even more attractive. Ding. I am the divine artisan within Tianyang Town, Lu Long. Hereby announcing the 9 sins of the Tianyang City Lord, as well as a bang for his sins. When these words came out, it was like a brilliant sun, instantly causing the entire Tianyang Town to be shaken. And no one dared to make a sound. Tianyang Town Lord's first sin, groveling to the god of death. Seeking power. Tianyang City Lord's second sin, betraying the human race. Tianyang City Lord's third sin, maliciously slaughtering the human race's living beings. Tianyang City Lord's fourth sin, betraying the human race's information to the god of death. Tianyang City Lord's fifth sin. The 9 major sins, listed one by one. Each one was a sin that would result in certain death. And each of the sins had a real picture attached to it. A real sequence of events. This was Divine Artisan Lu Long's means. Checking everything that Tianyang City Lord thought was seamless for him. Tianyang City Lord. Originally from Lenin Village. Divine Artisan Lu Long told the story about Tianyang City Lord to the crowd in a subtle manner. I don't believe it. In this, there must be something fishy. This was a die-hard fan of the Heavenly Sun City Lord. And he didn't believe it. After all, Tianyang City Lord had a great favor for him. I, Divine Artisan Lu Long, pledge the authenticity of the above situation with my divine frame. If there are any half-truths, I am willing to have my divine frame shattered. With these words, the entire Tianyang Town fell silent. Tianyang Town Lord? A mere legend-rank fellow. Huh? To be able to have a god-level existence endorse him? Didn't this completely show that there was something wrong with the Heavenly Sun City Lord? I believe it. Tianyang City Lord. Death is not enough. These were the words of a deity. How could one not believe them? And the deity was so confident. How could one not believe it? Grass. I've known for a long time that the Heavenly Sun City Lord is not a good thing. These 9 major sins. Every single one of them deserves to die. My woman, you died unjustly. Grass. No wonder some years ago. My Tianyang town has been inexplicably losing children and women. Combining these 9 major offenses, the headless cases of injustice within Tianyang town were all clear at once. Grass. This Heavenly Sun Town Lord, surprisingly, from the very beginning, has been kneeling at the feet of the God of Death. A new round of crusades erupted throughout the entire Tianyang town. The city guards, who had initially called out that the Heavenly Sun City Lord had been wronged. At this moment, they also all shut their mouths and did not say a word. This kind of person was either stupid or in league with the Tianyang City Lord. The incident of the Heavenly Yang City Lord was poorly monitored by our deities, and it nearly led to a major disaster. But please also rest assured that in the future, this matter will absolutely not occur again. Divine Craftsman Lu Long once again finished the matter in a vast voice, giving everyone an explanation. The next second, thousands of meters away from Tianyang town, a huge figure in the color of pitch black appeared, 100 feet tall and low, like a giant in the sky, stepping towards this place. With each step, it was as if the ground shook, causing people to be horrified and unsteady on their feet. This was the death demigod, the Heavenly Yang City Lord. Since the Heavenly Yang City Lord already possessed the power of a demigod technique, then it was only natural to help the God of Death fulfill his goal. Outside of Tianyang town, because of the arrival of the Heavenly Yang City Lord, the skeletons fell to their knees without their own control, shivering and not daring to look up to see that this was the pressure from the higher-ups. The Heavenly Yang City Lord enjoyed this moment of kneeling, which made his vanity greatly satisfied. This caused the corners of his mouth a proud smile to emerge. This city today shall be broken. The Heavenly Yang City Lord's grandiose voice rang out as if it carried a holy intent. To be honest, at this moment, the Heavenly Yang City Lord's heart was complicated. If it wasn't for the player me forcing it over and over again, it really wouldn't have come to this this treasure. He really still wanted it. And he also really wanted to get rid of the God of Death, and wanted to become a true human. The Heavenly Sun City Lord knew the situation of the Heavenly Sun Town best. In an instant, he only saw the Heavenly Sun City Lord's entire body covered in a layer of fine armor that shone with a black luster. And he drew out the long sword that was pitch black from his waist, transforming into a mighty general. Countless auras of death spread out, clothing the surrounding skeleton sea soldiers with pitch black armor as well, allowing their defensive power and attack power to increase greatly. Follow me. Tianyang City Lord led this group of skeletons, heading to a section of the city wall in the distance, and began a strenuous attack. Not long after that, the bricks were shattered. Dust filled the sky. Quite a shaky feeling. This section of the city wall was once breached because of financial constraints. When the repair is very rough, can only be regarded as donkey dung egg. Surface light. Internal are tofu dregs of the project. For so many years, because there was no war, the situation of this place, it was not exposed. Now, with the Tianyang City Lord's attack, this place instantly became a broken city wall, cracking open a large opening. Rumbling. In just 3 minutes, the broken cut that was large enough to accommodate the sea of skeletons pouring into it was presented to the eyes of the crowd. The sea of skulls had attacked for so many hours and were unable to break through. But under the command of the Tianyang City Lord, it broke open in 3 minutes. Attack! Tianyang City Lord immediately pointed his long sword and followed this group of skeleton sea, entering this place together. Tianyang City Lord. Why are you like this? Tianyang City Lord. You son of a bitch. Grass. I knew that there was something wrong with this section of the city wall. Marred. Tianyang City Lord. You are really ruthless. The players rebuked. The civilians rebuked. And the city guards were no longer silent as they pointed at the Heavenly Sun City Lord's nose and started cursing him. Tianyang City Lord went on a rampage and started destroying. The buildings and whatnot within the town were all damaged by him. The destruction caused by a 100 feet tall giant was very great. Ding. The concentration of death chi is increasing. Ding. The concentration has increased to 78%. In an instant, the Tianyang City Lord stepping and raised the concentration of the death chi by more than 20 points. The Phoenix was ecstatic. The time until the destruction of Tianyang Town was getting closer and closer. Qin Fong also saw the scene, and he began to roar continuously. Grass. This Tianyang Town Lord. This old brat. Has a grudge against him. Destroyed? All of them were his shops. This, when he finishes restoring it, it will cost him a lot of money. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of the night. Chapter 393 A Drop of Golden Blood. Tianyang City Lord was as cold as a Buddha, waving the long sword in his hand to destroy and slaughter non-stop. Houses collapsed and blood flowed horizontally. At this moment, he was truly like a demon. At this moment, he was truly like an ice-cold slaughtering machine. If a demigod-level death general wanted to intercept him, only a human demigod or a human deity would be able to do so. Otherwise, they could only allow him to display unrivaled power. City Lord, is it hard to believe that you're still going to be stubborn? Turn back. This was the general of the 3rd City Guards, with a sad and angry heart, hissing and tearing up, clinging to the Heavenly Sun City Lord's thighs, unwilling to let him do anything stupid again. In the end, it was still the general of the 3rd City Guard who was heartfelt towards the Tianyang City Lord. Dang. Tianyang City Lord directly kicked and stomped him alive, getting in the way. Humble Griffin. How could you understand my feelings? The general of the 3rd City Guard, perhaps to his death, did not understand how his City Lord could have become like this. City Lord, I am willing to become your pawn. It was another voice. The Tianyang City Lord who wanted to defect to the death demigod. For such a being, what awaited him was also a kick from the Heavenly Yang City Lord. What kind of joke was this? Did he, the Heavenly Yang City Lord, need these humble ants? Dang. They directly became mush under one kick. As the town continued to be destroyed and the civilians, the city guards continued to die, the concentration of the death aura continued to rise. Where are the gods? Why hasn't the deity appeared yet? At this point, the terrified city guards reacted and loudly questioned. Right. Where is the deity? Why haven't they appeared yet? At such a moment, it was already extremely dangerous. So why didn't the deity appear? Deadless Lu Long. Hurry up and show up to save us. Grass. This fucking deity. It can't be all talk. Grass. Is it hard to believe that the divine artifact has given up on us? Divine Spirit, I implore you to descend and help us survive. The city guards, the commoners, either insulted the gods or pleaded with them. But it was as if the divine artificer Lu Long, Li Xie, and the others could not hear them. They just did not want to appear. Even Qin Fong could not help but wonder. Why were these deities unwilling to appear? Senior Li Xie, are you going to make a move? Divine artisan Lu Long wanted to make a move at the very first moment. He wanted to go out and slaughter the Heavenly Sun City Lord who had transformed into a death demigod. But then, he was pulled back by Li Xie. Don't be in a hurry. This matter, it's not that simple. Li Xie knew far more than the crowd did, since Li Xie was not allowed to make a move. Then divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow, could only watch. This was for the greater good. Grass. Gods. Is it possible that you guys are afraid? Seeing that the deity was really like a shrunken head turtle, unwilling to appear, the players, the city guards, began to hurl non-stop insults. Is this a deity? The players, disheartened, began to save themselves. Marred. Grass. The deities still weren't ready to appear. The Phoenix was also wondering. This? The death chi was almost at 100% full awe. Were these deities really still not appearing? Even though Little Black was still constantly devouring the death chi around him, he was still unable to devour it cleanly. The death chi in the entire Tianyang town was too extensive, too loose, and too numerous. Qin Fong contacted divine craftsman Lu Long at intervals, but there was still no reply. Unable to do anything else, Qin Fong had no choice but to do his own little bit of work, beheading these skeletons and devouring these chi of death. Nightfall. Ding. The concentration of the chi of death has reached 97%. Ding. The concentration of death chi has reached 98%. Ding. The concentration of death chi has reached 100%. The Phoenix finally waited for this moment. Ding! Congratulations on completing the legendary level quest. Polluting the Tianyang town. Destroy? The Phoenix raised the instrument in its hand high, as if it was in a maniacal state, a creepy laugh escaping from its mouth as it fiercely pressed the button at the top. In an instant, the death chi within the entire Heavenly Sun town began to converge, condensing to form the silhouette of a huge god of death. The god of death appeared. Very solid. The death demigod Heavenly Sun town lord instantly shrunk in size, and knelt down in allegiance to the god of death. Inside and outside of the entire Tianyang town, all of the skeletons fell to their knees, their eyes empty and godless. Phoenix lost control of all the death skeletons, but he was not worried in the slightest. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider, simply because his mission had been completed. For Phoenix, being able to awaken the god of death's shadow, it was already difficult, alright. Ding! Congratulations on successfully awakening the god of death's shadow. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your legendary level quest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the God of Death merit points *100000. Phoenix was already happy. At this moment, he could just wait for the destruction of Tianyang town. In that case, he would also be able to complete the God level quest, destroy Tianyang town. Kill. Destroy the entire Heavenly Sun town. Leave no one behind. The God of Death misspoke indifferently, his eyes cold, without the slightest bit of temperature. These skeletons instantly obeyed the order and began to move. The Tianyang town lord followed behind the god of death, groveling and not taking a step away. The god of death turned around and walked towards the city lord's mansion step by step. And when he stood at the moment in front of the Tianyang city lord's mansion, he couldn't help but vocalize his questioning. His words were relaxed and cozy, as if he couldn't feel the oppression of the other deities. The two of you, are you still not going to make a move? Obviously. Even the god of death didn't know of Li Qi's existence. He only knew of the godly artisan Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows. Oh! It looks like the two of you are interested in the things buried under the Tianyang town. Then, today that is, I will open the eyes of the two of you. The god of death waited for a while, seeing that the two gods had not yet made a move or appeared. He could not help but think in his heart. Surprisingly, still able to hold back? Good stamina, ah. Within the Tianyang city lord's mansion, Li Xie was still pulling the hands of the two to prevent them from appearing. Asking, Li Xie just shook his head. Tianyang. Go. Open the seal. Tianyang city lord was immediately like an obedient hound, fiercely scampering out. After so many years of immersing himself in the seal, the Tianyang city lord had long had the location of the seal firmly in his mind. The Heavenly Yang City Lord instantly descended to the southeastern corner of the City Lord's mansion, reverted to becoming 100 feet in height, kicked the city wall to pieces, and rattled the tattered rubble on the ground in 3 or 2 strokes. Suddenly, a smattering of portals carved with endless patterns appeared in front of the gods. This pattern, filled with the odor of ancient vicissitudes, as if it had existed from ancient times. The ripples were quite a bit blurred after so many years, making it hard to see. The pattern was surrounded by dark red-colored substances, as if they were traces of aged blood after it had dried up. At this moment, the portal opened a tiny gap, and a golden-colored aura emerged from within. This golden yellow-colored aura was the secret that allowed the Tianyang City Lord to get rid of the God of Death. This aura, which did not exist in the ancient god race, nevertheless also gave the impression that there was a strand of strong power within. God of Death. Why bother? As long as you retreat now, I'll make sure you're free of worry. Divine Craftsman Lu Long's figure appeared and looked towards the god of death. But it didn't stop the Heavenly Sun City Lord's movements. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. I guarantee that when my god race recovers, the first one to do so will be to decapitate you. Godsmith Lu Long. These small characters, who had hindered his plans 3 times, really deserved to die. Moreover, this kind of petty characters dared to make a big deal out of it. Oh! Reckon by then, you guys will still be able to stay alive. Oh, maybe. Godsmith Lu Long appeared to be chatting with the god of death, but his eyes kept darting over the body of Tianyang City Lord. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Do you know what's down here? What is buried? The god of death slapped his head with a sense of superiority, and with a hint of mockery, he continued to speak. Oh, I forgot. With such a short lifespan of your human race, and with the constant civil strife, and the serious loss of ancient texts, how could you possibly remember what is buried down below all? Every word seemed to be sticking in the heart of divine craftsman Lu Long. Although it was very reluctant to admit it, it had to be said that what the god of death said was the truth. The human race, although it had many advantages, did have many shortcomings as well. To be honest, the god's craftsman Lu Long really does not understand the situation of this place. The only thing he understands is that he learned from Li Qi's mouth, there is a great terror in this place. Don't act rashly. The only thing that Lu Long knows is that what Li Qi has been waiting for is the secret of this place. That is, the secret of this place. He only knows that in order to know the secret of this place, can only let the god of death shadow cohesion, can only let the Tianyang town within the death of a group of life. According to what Li Xia had told him, the secrets hidden beneath this place were capable of causing great harm to the ancient god race. So there was absolutely no room for error. That's why Li Qi has been stopping them, not allowing them to act rashly. As for where Li Qi knew about it, unsurprisingly for the god of death, it was also found on top of the broken ancient books. This was the sadness of the human race at this stage. Oh yes. Is it recorded on your ancient books that the secrets of this place can cause great harm to my god race? Haha. Naive. That was something I deliberately made up and spread out. The god of death laughed very freely, rather like the pleasure of playing me in the palm of his hand. Your human race? Only how many lifespans do you have? I only need to slightly move my lips and spread falsehoods. After more than 10 generations of stumbling, the original falsehoods will become true. Deities had infinite lifespans, and they were indeed qualified to say such things. Hidden within the Tianyang City Lord's mansion, Li Xia's mind shook as he began to have self-doubt, seeing that godly artisan Lu Long's face was green and white, like the suppressed crust of the earth that was about to crumble. The god of death then continued to speak. Oh, let's return to the topic. This underground, there is actually a drop of blood sealed. A drop of golden-colored blood. As for whose blood it is? How about it? Divine craftsman Lu Long. Do you want to guess? Divine artisan Lu Long frowned. What the hell? Where to guess? The god of bows and arrows within the heavenly sun town suddenly rose up and hovered high in the sky. Looking at the god of death in shock, under here? Is there really a golden-colored blood sealed? The god of death took one look at the expression on the god of archery's face and nodded his head in the affirmative. He should know something about it. Chapter 394 The Heavenly Emperor's Resurrection. Is it really gold-colored blood? The god of bows and arrows inquired once again. His words were very urgent, and an emotion of panic and fear even appeared on his face. His mind was filled with thoughts, as if it was turning over. In the entire Heaven's Destiny continent, there was only one. No, to be exact, there was only one being who possessed gold-colored blood, and that was the Heavenly Emperor, the legendary emperor of the ancient gods. For some reason, looking at the expression on the god of death's face, this was the first thought that popped into the god of archery's mind. In the next second, the two eyes of the god of bows and arrows looked at the god of death as if they were 9 ghosts of arcane ice, bringing with them a thick killing intent, ready to strike at all times. This blood in the ground. He absolutely could not be allowed to release it. Stop him. Don't let him open the seal. The god of bow and arrow hissed and shouted, as if he was a frightened rabid lion, hastily setting up his bow and shooting arrows, gathering the strength of his entire body, wanting to kill the Heavenly Sun City Lord in seconds. Baird. This was a sure shot. Although divine artisan Lu Long was unaware of the situation at this moment, the forging hammer in his hand was also activated in an instant, and the bright red-colored light was piercing and eye-catching, descending on the body of the Tianyang City Lord like a horrifying toxin. The Heavenly Yang City Lord couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as he withstood the 2 enormous pressures. But he didn't move a muscle and still fought to open the seals, believing that the god of death would protect him. The 2 gods at the same time used all their strength to strike. Hateful strike. Angry strike. Tianyang City Lord where can still live. In an instant, he became a shattered point of light and disappeared in front of the eyes of the gods. The stunned and puzzled look on his face was also fixed in an instant. Before he died, the Heavenly Yang City Lord couldn't believe that the god of death really didn't protect him. Did he die like this? Unwilling. Tianyang City Lord was really unwilling. Before the last flash of spiritual light dimmed, the Heavenly Yang City Lord was unwilling to accept this ending. He was still thinking of fooling the god of death once again, to see if he could take the chestnuts out of the fire, and successfully devour the secret below. This secret? Being able to make the gods lose their colors. Being able to make the gods never forget it. It must have its own wonderful benefits. It might be able to directly become a god. But now, the infinite darkness completely submerged the heavenly Sun City Lord's consciousness. When the Tianyang City Lord died, the god of death immediately clapped his hands, smilingly congratulating the god of archery for successfully clearing the door. In response, the god of bows and arrows spoke directly and indifferently. With your strength, you are simply unable to defeat us. This drop of blood, you can't release it. After saying that, he directly shot out, and a fierce and powerful rain of arrows surfaced. Divine craftsman Lu Long also directly struck out, not giving the god of death any chance. At this moment, if divine craftsman Lu Long still didn't understand, he would truly be a mallet. When the plague Dharma god sealed the heavenly emperor, it was not an unusual seal that was used. After all, ordinary gods are immortal, not to mention the emperor of the heavens. A drop of blood to return the soul is not an exaggeration. Tianyang town under this drop of golden blood, as really is the words of the heavenly emperor. This matter could be serious. This drop of blood was equivalent to the resurrection of the heavenly emperor. Even if it didn't possess 1/10,000th of the heavenly emperor's power, it was still more than enough to kill the god of bow and arrow. Divine craftsman Lu Long. This was the dreadfulness of the heavenly emperor. For an ordinary deity, the plague god would have just suppressed him directly under his own abyss, and would not be able to break free for millions of years. But what about the heavenly emperor, the strongest of the legends, to whom the plague god had used the highest specification of seals? After defeating the heavenly emperor, the pestilence law god immediately split him into 5 pieces. In the southeast, west, north and southwest of the heaven's destiny continent, each sealed a piece of the heavenly emperor's body with supreme means, setting up a feedback formation to extract the heavenly emperor's power and return it to heaven's destiny. And the plague Dharma god attempted to use this method to completely wear him down. The blood floating in the sky, the plague Dharma god carefully burned them one by one, letting them become green smoke. But in this world, how could anything be foolproof? It was normal for there to be 1 or 2 drops of blood that were not destroyed and remained. This 1 or 2 drops of blood might not be a big deal to the plague Dharma god, but for the heavenly destiny, it would be a disaster. The most crucial thing was that if this drop of the heavenly emperor's blood was revived, the chain reaction it would bring about would be enormous. For example, saving other bodies and allowing him to completely return to his peak. Definitely not let the seal of this place be broken open by the god of death. Godsmith Lu Long hissed. In response, the god of death's smile widened at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly looked at the god of bows and arrows. Godsmith Lu Long. Guess? Why would I dare to break into Tianyang town with such a waste of space as the Tianyang City Lord? And why would I dare to tell you all what exactly is sealed underneath this ground? Hearing this, the god of bows and arrows also came to his senses. This old boy. What he said made sense. The god of death was so emboldened that he must have something to rely on. The god of bows and arrows couldn't help but start surveying the surrounding area, but was interrupted by the god of death's taunt. Don't look. There won't be any ambushes buried around here. Don't look around. After saying this, the god of death once again asked rhetorically, do you know why I have to tell the outside world that the secrets hidden here are very lethal to the ancient god race? A trace of pride surfaced on the face of the god of death, and after a moment's pause to see that the god of bows and arrows was indeed puzzled, he then added, because the blood of the heavenly emperor in this place was placed by me, and it was also me who deliberately lured the human race to come to send them to their deaths. And all of this was my layout. At the moment when the heavenly sun town had not yet been built, I put down this touch of the heavenly emperor's blood. You human race are a group of self-righteous fools. After learning the secrets of this place, not the first time to seek proof of the truth, but the first time to sneak rush to send death, I really do not know what to say about your human race. I remember the first to come to death seems to be called what Mangtu is a stupid big, naive, also has the strength of the legendary level. To this place, do not ask anything. All the way barbaric rushed in, directly rushed to this drop of blood of the heavenly emperor, and then was swallowed, becoming the starting point for the revival of the heavenly emperor. Not to mention, although this fool's brain is not good, But the power contained in the blood in the body is really not weak. The Heavenly Emperor is very satisfied. As time passed, as more and more fools came to this place to die, the Heavenly Emperor became stronger and stronger, and the seal on his body surface became more and more lax. However, just at the moment when the Heavenly Emperor was about to be completely out of the trap, it seemed like Mount Chixia had received some kind of order, and took advantage of my moment of hibernation to quickly build a city in this place. The god of death was still in a sealed state, unable to awaken from time to time, taking a city and suppressing this drop of the Heavenly Emperor's blood with the means of the plague Dharma god, causing the Heavenly Emperor, who was originally about to break free, to become muddled once again, unable to awaken. It was only when I awoke that I realized the gravity of the matter, and I had no choice but to cultivate this waste of space. The Heavenly Sun City Lord, in the hope that one day he would be able to destroy the Heavenly Sun Town from the inside and rescue this drop of the Heavenly Emperor's blood. But to one's surprise, the sliver of golden light that sealed the Heavenly Emperor allowed the Heavenly Sun City Lord to break away from my control, causing my plan to be delayed for such a long period of time. The result? Although late, it eventually arrived. The Heavenly Sun Town was destroyed, and the return of my lord was already on the cards. After waiting for so much more time, I can feel that the Heavenly Emperor's anger is almost too much to suppress. I only hope that today, the two of you will be accompanied by a burial that will make the Heavenly Emperor feel satisfied. This silhouette of the god of death had already been beaten down to a transparent color, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was even more unrestrained, even more reckless, even more rampant. You guys? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to change the fact that the Heavenly Emperor is about to get out of his trap. The god of death continued to add. Oh yeah. One should also be thankful to this waste of a person, the Heavenly Yang City Lord, who managed to put the last piece of this jigsaw puzzle together in its entirety by grinding it down time and time again. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the god of death was like a magical sound that persisted for a long time. Although the god of death silhouette dissipated, the god of bows and arrows, divine craftsman Lu Long's chest was left with a heavy stone. His face blue, staring at the bottom of the pit not far away, filled with powerlessness. This time the god of death condensed his shadow, completely to show off, completely to tell the god of bow and arrow, my ancient Heavenly Emperor is about to revive. You wait for death. Only such a scene fell in the eyes of the phoenix. Then let his heart thump. Phoenix, crap. Is the god of death even this ineffective? Was it killed off? Finished. Finished. Do I have to find a chance to run away? What can be done about this? Crap. Chairman, don't bring such a pitfall. If I had known, I might as well have stayed in jail. The god of death is dead at this point. It's really a bad review. It's hard. It's really hard. Ah. Why don't I go back myself and fight for leniency? The players of the Phoenix killed. Each and every one of them had a bad look on their faces. One must know that Phoenix had only just broken through the gates of the prison and freed a bunch of their brothers. But what was the result? Just came out to see the god of death defeated? Worship you. This must not hurry to return to the prison again? Ding. Your escape has been detected, and the criminal law has been doubled. Your time in custody is 17,664 hours. Ugh. The players who had returned to the prison again wanted to die. Phoenix, on the other hand, appeased this group of players, telling them to be bold. The god of death was nothing. As long as they could take down this Tianyang town, they would have women, money, everything. Brace the bold, starve the timid. Inside the Phoenix Guild, such words rose and fell. To be honest, at this moment, within the Tianyang town, the range of ruins was still very large. The number of skeletons was still a lot. And looking at it with their eyes closed, it really wasn't a difficult task to take down the Tianyang town. Such a scene, falling in the eyes of the city guards, and in the eyes of the residents of Tianyang town, then drew a burst of cheers. Cool. This god of death. Good death. Grass. This old boy. Dog god. Finally died. Marred. Long ago damned. You see, put the old man's shop. Destroyed into what awe. Fight. Brothers. Counterattack. Tianyang City's main army. Counterattack. These voices rose and fell, causing morale to soar. Chapter 395 Crazy Ideas. The city guards. The civilians were ecstatic. They saw the dawn of victory. They saw the bright future of Tianyang Town. At this moment, even if the number of these skeletons is high, even if these skeletons can be resurrected again and again, their faces are no longer sad, but smiles. The Ninth Army was a well-deserved Iron Army, and was the strongest army within Tianyang Town, regardless of whether it was against the Divine Spirit Springs or the Sea of Skulls. Hera was at the forefront, contributing greatly and gaining great prestige. At this moment, the general of the Ninth Army smoothly took over the scattered and undisciplined city guards of the entire Tianyang Town from the outside and from the inside, becoming the first person in the Tianyang Town other than the deities. The Ninth Army general's way of leading the army was very ironic, especially at moments like this. For the city guard soldiers who wanted to follow the Tianyang Town Lord, the generals of the Ninth Army directly sent them to hell, so that they could accompany the old town lord and build up their merits together. For these crying city guards, the generals of the Ninth Army required their discipline. In a word, human scum like Tianyang City Lord is not worth our lives. The Tianyang City Guards were once again in high spirits. Zongtu took everything in his eyes. And to be honest, he was also convinced by the Ninth Army's military lord. This person? Born to be a superior leader. Hidden earth because there are potions. Equipment. There are robes. Also never died. Still following the robes. Kill skeletons. Mix experience value. In this kind of battle, the role that an individual can play is really minimal. As for the Tree of Life, because it was a priest, it was also well protected and never died. It was only with Hidden Earth that they also had a hasty meeting and were swept away by the torrent again. The brothers of the Hegemony Guild were only left with more than 100,000 at this moment. The previous sweep of the God of Death and the tyranny of Tianyang City Lord had all had a very bad impact on the Hegemony Guild, causing their casualties to be very huge. The Hegemony Guild was still brushing up on the quests and brushing up on the skeletons. Not to mention, although the dangers were enormous, the members of the Hegemony Heavenly Guild who were still alive had all risen 3 levels, or even 5 levels, in such a short period of time. This was victory. The Hegemony Guild still wants to continue to fight. As Bastard Sky looked at the disappearing shadow of the God of Death in the distance, his mood, for some reason, wasn't relaxed, as if this wasn't the end, but the beginning. At this moment, within the Tianyang Town, as nearly half of the area has fallen, the number of skeletons has also arrived at half. Tianyang Town crisis survival of the autumn carry-on. At the same time, a system tone sounded. Ding. The Death Legend level quest has been released. Ding. Please destroy Tianyang Town. Remarks, any player can take it. But after taking it, it automatically belongs to the Death Camp. Mission Reward 1, Death Title. Quest Reward 2, Death Epic Equipment, distributed based on the contribution of destroying the Tianyang Town, with a minimum of epic level equipment and a maximum of peak legendary equipment. This quest immediately caused a group of players to drop their jaws in shock. Holy crap. The rewards for this quest. Is it mislabeled? This was the normal reaction of the players. After all, this reward was really too generous. Yeah. To think that it's giving epic level equipment. If 3 million players push down Tianyang Town, where would they go to find 3 million epic level equipment? If they really gave 3 million epic equipment, wouldn't this be a rotten street? This game. What else is there to play? We can be wrong. Can the system still be wrong? Hurry up and take it. This good thing. It doesn't happen every year. Right. Tianyang Town is about to be destroyed anyway. We're just going along for the ride. These players, all of whom had joined the Death Camp long ago, were currently fanning the flames, trying to get more players to join. 3 breaths. A system beep was also given within Tianyang Town. Ding. Guarding Tianyang Town. Mission Reward 1, Tianyang Guardian. Mission Reward 2, Purple Gold level equipment, different levels of equipment, up to legendary level, will be assigned based on the amount of effort put into defending Tianyang Town. The moment this quest came out, it immediately tipped the scales in favor of Tianyang Town. There was no other reason. Just because Tianyang Town was grounded. Purple Gold level equipment? If you squeeze it out, you'll definitely be able to squeeze it out. Then look over there. Epic level? Hey. This is something that doesn't appeal to ordinary people. The most critical thing is that the crowd is not stupid. The higher the rewards of the task, This represents the greater the difficulty. Opening is the epic level. Can imagine how difficult he must be. Not as good as the direct purple gold level. But there are also gambling dogs that want to bet on the future of Tianyang Town. He just feels that Tianyang Town will definitely be destroyed. Ha ha ha. I knew that things wouldn't be too bad. Isn't this also a mission? Fortunately, I'm not in a hurry. Ha ha ha. My neighboring family's 2 idiots are probably crying out at this moment. 3 seconds? Can't you guys come out at the same time? It's also good to let me choose this legendary level quest. I definitely want to choose grass. Tired. Destroy it. This task hides the earth. The Tree of Life decisively chooses the latter. Guarding the Tianyang Town. Others do not know the strength of the Ninth Army. Hidden Earth. Tree of Life is the most clear. These skeletons. Not enough to fear. Batian and other guild members also chose to defend Tianyang Town at the first time. Batian Guild was already deeply bound to Tianyang Town. Destroying Tianyang Town at this moment was tantamount to cutting off one's own back. Brothers. Kill. The men will fight. Skeletons in the district. What are you afraid of? The Bastard Guild's momentum was like a rainbow. Ding. Please finish choosing in 3 minutes. This is an ultimatum. As long as it is a player in Tianyang Town. All need to choose. So, it was a 4-6 split. Players who supported the destruction of Tianyang Town occupied 40%. And those who supported Tianyang Town remaining unharmed occupied 60%. The battle was imminent. Qin Fang's response to this? He definitely chose to defend Tianyang Town. That goes without saying. As for the legendary level equipment, Qin Fang did not care about it at all. Just as Qin Fang was frantically hunting the skeletons, Force Prime's voice sounded beside his ears. Don't move. Don't resist, lest your head falls off. In the next second, Li Qingtian, who had suddenly appeared beside Qin Fang, held Qin Fang's head with one hand and moved quickly, bringing him to a secret place in Tianyang Town. This place was shielded by the means jointly exerted by Li Qingtian, Divine Craftsman Lu Long, and Li Qi. Ding. You are in a special scene. Hello. 2 seniors. Hello. Teacher. Qin Fang saw the 3 gods and bowed respectfully. Only at this moment, the 3 gods all seemed to be frowning sadly, as if they had encountered something difficult. 2 seniors. Is there something you need Qin Fang's help with? 10,000 deaths. Calling you over is also because I want to treat a dead horse as a living horse. Don't have too much mental pressure. The god of bow and arrows' words immediately caused Qin Fang to choke. Unable to answer. The god of bows and arrows didn't hide anything and informed Qin Fang of the hidden dangers of this place, brainstorming ways for him to help contemplate. My god. The blood of the Heavenly Emperor? Surprisingly, it's in Tianyang Town? After hearing this, Qin Fang immediately felt as if his brain had been blasted by an iron ball, buzzing and unable to speak for a long time. This was too shocking. It also made him figure out one thing. Why the Heavenly Sun towns had not been destroyed in his previous life. There was a reason for all of this. In the event that the Heavenly Sun town was destroyed, that is not a small matter. Might directly trigger a tsunami. As for the subsequent destruction of the Heavenly Sun town many years later, was it because of the Heavenly Emperor? Since Qin Fang had long since gone to a bigger town, it wasn't very clear. These 3? They really looked up to him as well. To think that such a big matter could be solved by a tiny blacksmith like him. Wasn't this a farce? You 3 great gods can't do anything about it. What can I do? Wave flags and cheer for you guys? Qin Fang, do you have any ideas? Divine Artisan Lu Long was just asking casually. By the way, the reason why he called Qin Fang over was also godly craftsman Lu Long's intention. This Qin kid? Don't look at him as an essence gold level blacksmith. But he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so he might have some ideas. How long until the Heavenly Emperor comes out? This was Qin Fang's first question and a must know. If it was only 3 or 4 minutes, everyone might as well just run away. At a conservative estimate, there are about 45 minutes left. But as the death aura becomes more and more dense, maybe this time will become shorter and shorter. In these words, it allowed Qin Fang to keenly capture a point. Elder Divine Craftsman Lu Long? Does this Chi of Death have anything to do with the revival of the Heavenly Emperor? The Chi of Death can dissolve the seal, to help the Heavenly Emperor get out of his trap. If that's the case, Wouldn't expelling all of the chi of death be enough? No. Things are not as simple as you think. The chi of death is not a fuse. Even without him, the Heavenly Emperor will get out of his trap. Qin Fang was completely speechless. How could this be done? Qin Fang once again proposed a few ways, but they were all rejected one by the gods of archery. After all, what could Qin Fang think of? Could it be that they couldn't think of it? This matter was truly insoluble at the moment. Why don't we invite the seer gods? Qin Fang's hair was scratched and messed up like a bird's nest. This is the Heavenly Emperor. Unless it's the Plague Dharma God. Whoever comes from the other gods will not be his match. A prophet god? Also not possible. Qin Fang was puzzled. This is just a drop of blood. Ah! How much of the Heavenly Emperor's might can he possess? Qin Fang. Your brat has no idea. Heavenly Emperor. Qin Fang wanted to hear clearly, but the follow-up seemed to be designed to some secret, deliberately making it impossible for Qin Fang to hear. Heavenly Emperor? Does his power have any attributes? Is there a Heavenly Emperor stone? A bold idea surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. If the Heavenly Emperor possessed attributes, as long as he failed to forge equipment, he might be able to extract all of the Heavenly Emperor's power. At that time, he was nothing more than a drop of blood and would be able to destroy it with his hand. Divine Artisan Lu Long looked at Qin Fang seriously and instantly understood his intentions. He was heckling to refine Heavenly Emperor equipment. He was going to emulate the dangerous actions of Ahim when he beheaded the God of Darkness. Hey, you kid is looking for death. To have such a crazy idea. Chapter 396 Insulting the Heavenly Emperor. You kid looking for death. Divine Artisan Lu Long called out, startled by Qin Fang's audacity. Qin Fang's heart sizzled as if he was compelled. Spying on the power of a Heavenly Emperor. You are indeed looking for death. The god of bows and arrows also responded to Qin Fang, thinking that Qin Fang was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Qin Fang. It was true that he had never seen the true strength of the Heavenly Emperor, thus lacking the most basic sense of awe towards the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor? Why do you think other deities submit to the Heavenly Emperor? Is it because of his bloodline? Wrong. It was because of the strength of the Heavenly Emperor, who had achieved Heavenly Emperor by defeating every single deity alive. The attributes of a Heavenly Emperor? We don't know. After all, time is too long, and the mere words that have been passed down are not enough to spell out the ancient facts. The Heavenly Emperor stone is even more unlikely to exist. Among the legends, the Heavenly Emperor was not conceived by the Heavenly Emperor, but appeared suddenly, and no one knows his heel. Divine Craftsman Lu Long completely cut off this idea of his. Qin Fang could only let out a helpless sigh. Ahead, it seemed to be a desperate road. The situation of this place. The god of bows and arrows had long informed the prophet god, waiting for him to think of a way to see if he could solve it. When he learned of this matter, the prophet god was also sad and irritable, not knowing how to solve it for a while. After all, this was the Heavenly Emperor, an existence capable of breaking bread with the Plague Dharma god. Even though it was just a drop of blood, it was enough to stir up the storm and cause chaos on the Heavenly Destiny continent. How strong was the Heavenly Emperor? Perhaps the seer god of the day was the only one who knew, having seen the Heavenly Emperor strike with his own eyes. This kind of terror that was imprinted in his bones. Fear even made him unable to breathe. In a panic, the prophet god contacted the Pestilence Dharma god at the first opportunity, wanting to let the Pestilence Dharma god handle it. After all, this was really beyond his ability, and he couldn't take the responsibility. However, after a long time of contacting the Pestilence god, he did not receive any reply from the Pestilence god. So he had no choice but to take out a pair of old tortoise shells and begin to divine the fate of the situation. When the tortoise armor landed on the ground, the seer god did not even dare to look at it for the first time. But when he opened his eyes and looked at the tortoise armor above the ground, he could not help but let out a gasp of surprise. The face of the trigram showed, there is no danger. The prophet god was silent, not informing such a trigram, but letting the god of bows and arrows and others to be careful. If things are not right, grab and run away, leaving the green mountains. Not afraid of no material to burn. The god of archery saw the prophet god's reply, the first time forwarded to the gods to watch. Li Chi, the divine craftsman, Lu Long all bitter smile. This was really the prophet god's usual style. Suddenly, Qin Fang seemed to have thought, No, There was still a final solution. Light appeared in Qin Fang's eyes. And it became brighter and brighter. As if it was a star. Xiao He. Qin Fang quickly summoned Xiao He over, allowing him to devour the aura of this place in an attempt to condense the attribute stone that uniquely belonged to the Heavenly Emperor, only to see that Little Black was covered in the smell of alcohol. Stinking. There were even wine stains at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were cloudy. His eyelids were drooping. And he was holding a bottle of fine wine in his fleshy paw. He was walking in a staggering manner. Rather comical, as he had the demeanor of a fully evil. Qin Fang looked at the drunken Xiao He, and then looked at Li Xie in a sly manner. Teacher, are you heartbroken? My little black. It was brought down by you like this, ah. Li Xie, on the other hand, raised his head and did not look at Qin Fang. Rather vain. In the next second, Little Black seemed to have smelled the abnormality of this place, and immediately behaved abnormally restless, pacing back and forth, sniffing ceaselessly, as if he was looking for something, and with a very anxious look. Buzzing. The alcohol in his body was completely evaporated, and no drop left was discharged from his body. The stench swept over him, and then his eyes were like the great sun in the 9 heavens, as if they could penetrate through the pitch-black 9 abysses to look at the bottom of the earth. Qin Fang saw the situation under the seal through Little Black's perspective. Underneath the seal, there was a majestic figure sitting on his knees, as if he was the center of heaven and earth. All things in the world operated along with his thoughts. If he died, all things in the world would die with him. A feeling that could really make one feel small. The silhouette did not open its eyes, but Qin Fang felt it, the silhouette, as if it was staring at itself, made him feel his heart palpitate. It was as if it was in the middle of an unmarked starry sky that was descending. This kind of helplessness, this kind of fear, this kind of hopelessness, ordinary people could not experience. Qin Fang quickly withdrew from Xiao He's perspective, not daring to look again for fear of losing himself. What Qin Fang saw, it was not what Little Black saw. The scene that Xiao He saw, on the other hand, was a drop of golden-colored blood, round and extraordinary, with countless lines naturally engraved, possessing the purest power between heaven and earth within, like an ore, but not an ore. Xiao He licked his lips, as if he had seen the most delicious item in heaven and earth. A color of delight appeared on the cat's face, only along with the elation. There was also extreme fear, as if this fast and fresh food was incomparably hot to the mouth, and would even kill. At this moment, Xiao He was torn. Eat it? Feels like dying. Don't eat it. But can't let go. What can be done about this? Qin Fang was able to intuitively experience this tangled emotion of Xiao He, the divine artisan Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows. Li Xie and the other 3 were just looking at Xiao He strangely. They were able to sense Xiao He's specialness, but they were unable to say specifically where exactly Xiao He was special. This pet, not a single one has ever appeared in the entire heaven's destiny. This little beast has the qualifications of a deity. Should we obliterate it in advance? The god of bows and arrows had the greatest killing intent, wanting to directly obliterate it. Li Qi shook his head. He had an instinctive premonition that this little beast seemed to be able to break the situation. The situation here seemed to be something that only he could solve. And this time? It was different from what Li Qi saw last time. But exactly where it was different, Li Xie couldn't tell. In the end, Little Black decided to go for a bite. Meow. Blackie's meow. With complex emotions, determination, hope, joy, fear and so on are all included. This seal? Even a heavenly emperor would take a while to break through. But Xiao He, under one grasp, there were direct signs of shattering. Under 2 grasps, a tiny gap came into view. Xiao He's big cat face, dead on top of this gap, fiercely sucked. In the next instant, this round and extraordinary drop of blood seemed to be induced, from which a tiny strand of blood was separated, transformed into a small fish, and was devoured by Xiao He's bloody mouth. After devouring it, Little Black was instantly satisfied and paralyzed on the ground, his back facing the ground and his belly facing upwards, his 2 little paws scratching at something very cute, and his cheeks were filled with contentment, as if he had devoured a bottle of divine-grade fine wine. But immediately after, Xiao He's expression changed, as if he had received a 10,000-point blow from the inside out, as if someone had converged their fists and bombarded his stomach and bones with a single punch, causing him pain. Xiao He rolled back and forth, a touch of determination appearing in his eyes. Looking at this splash of blood in the ground, a touch of extremely strong hatred appearing. Qin Fang's heart ached as he watched this scene before him. He clenched his fists and was anxious in his heart. But at this time, he could not help Little Black. Li Qi, the god of bows and arrows, on the other hand, was shocked. This little cat? It was able to fight against the Heavenly Emperor. How could it be possible? Earlier, they had seen it for real. This little cat had actually devoured a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's blood. What breed of cat is this? To be so ruthless. The blood of the Heavenly Emperor was also able to be devoured. Poof. The little black cat's face was suffocatingly red. Black and red. Puckering its little buttocks with great force, enduring the pain of its bones. And with great difficulty, it squeezed out from its body a single attribute stone that was golden in color with a bright red tinge. Qin Fang, finally. Success. The heart hanging in Qin Fang's chest was finally put down. And his fingers, which were pinched tightly with whitened bones, were quietly loosened. Difficult. Really too difficult. This time, Qin Fang could feel that Little Black had used all his strength. This was the attribute stone of the Heavenly Emperor. Li Evil, the god of bows and arrows, looked at this small stone on the ground. And He fell into deep doubt, as if it had caused a great impact on his own outlook on life. What was this? They were able to tell at a glance. Containing the aura of the Heavenly Emperor. Containing the attributes of the Heavenly Emperor. This was the attribute stone of the Heavenly Emperor? What else could it be? What they didn't expect was that Little Black was actually able to create an attribute stone. And what was even more terrifying was that it had been pulled out from the place of the 5 valleys of the Wheel of Fortune. At this moment, even if they weren't Heavenly Emperors, they all felt deeply insulted. Deep within the seal, the Heavenly Emperor naturally also noticed this scene. He opened his eyes and stared at Little Black in death. The anger within his eyes was truly overwhelming. The world stars seemed to be sinking and destroying within his eyes. This aura directly penetrated the seal and descended to the surface of the earth, wanting to obliterate Xiao He. For endless years, he hadn't suffered such an insult yet. He, as nearly all pissed off to the point of direct death. The 3 gods, the god of archery, Li Qi, and Lu Long, combined their efforts and barely withstood the erosion of this force, preventing him from decapitating Xiao He. These 3 gods also finally looked out. Xiao He and Qin Fang were both great killers against the ancient gods. Even Little Black's importance far exceeded Qin Fang's. After all, this little fellow, even the breath of the Heavenly Emperor, the attributes were able to devour. The divine power of other deities. Wouldn't that be a sprinkle? Especially earlier, the 3 gods had been unsure as to who was actually helping the Heavenly Sun Town to remove the aura of death. And now, they all understood that it must be Little Black. Xiao He. It had to be foolproof. At this moment, Xiao He was limp on the ground, as if he had used up all his strength. But his eyes and the corners of his mouth had a smug look that could not be concealed. Little Blackie glanced at Qin Fang, as if he was inviting credit. Qin Fang directly took out the epic grade wine from his backpack and poured it to Little Black as a reward. Xiao He's eyes instantly lit up like stars, bringing with it a touch of enjoyment. Qin Fang was not forcing himself. It was impossible for Little Black to go back to devouring the second strand of the Heavenly Emperor's blood again. This strand had already caused Little Black to nearly pay for his life. Ding. Your pet Xiao He is currently in an extremely weak state. This was Xiao He's current state, which was even worse than the after effects left behind after Qin Fang had forged a divine weapon earlier. Snapping. Xiao He even directly transformed into a black egg and returned directly to the pet backpack to slumber. Qin Fang felt the killing intent of the Heavenly Emperor, but he was not afraid. Instead, his heart was filled with challenges, as well as resistance. Qin Fang was very calm. Xiao He, you have done what you should have done. So next, just leave it to me. This world had long since ceased to be the dojo of the ancient gods. This world is the stage of the human race. Chapter 397 Heavenly Emperor's Blood-Shattering Necklace. Qin Fang quickly adjusted his own state of mind and picked up this gold/red attribute stone on the ground in a wave. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine attribute stone, Heavenly Emperor Stone *1. Heavenly Emperor Stone, an attribute stone condensed from a strand of the Heavenly Emperor's blood, which is said to have been pulled out. Ugh! That's a murderous death sentence. This quick attribute stone, without exaggeration, if bought by a time merchant, would be worth at least 5 divine artifacts. And based on this brief alone, there would be countless deities willing to make a bid. How much time is left before the Heavenly Emperor gets out of his trap? How much time is left? With these words, Qin Fang was looking at the god of bows and arrows as he asked the question. Unhurriedly. 30 minutes. And the time could still be even tighter. The god of archery was really nervous. This scene. It was so exciting. But he couldn't control it. Blacksmith Qin Fang's eyes, that were as calm as the surface of a lake, looked towards Godsmith Lu Long. Blacksmith Lu Long instantly understood what Qin Fang was thinking. He wanted to gamble again. But in this situation, Qin Fang really couldn't gamble anymore. Oh. Qin Fang, do you know what price you would need to pay if you were to borrow my power again and briefly advance to divine spirit level blacksmith? Divine blacksmith Lu Long was in pain. The god of archery was a bit baffled. These two? What exactly were they playing dumbfounded? All. Qin Fang, you simply can't withstand the squeeze of the forging god position twice in a short period of time. Suppression. Your spirit will completely collapse. And your forging roots will completely fall. This will completely bury your path to godhood. Seeing that Qin Fang still did not respond, as if he recognized this deadly truth, Divine Craftsman Lu Long hissed and shouted. He really didn't want to let this rising star completely fail to reach the divine level like this. With Qin Fang's own strength, he could not forge this attribute stone at all. He could only turn to the divine artisan Lu Long, borrowing his divine position, before he could succeed in forging it. Qin Fang? This was definitely the most gifted blacksmith. The strongest blacksmith. The strongest blacksmith with the strongest willpower. The strongest blacksmith with the strongest enlightenment that Godsmith Lu Long had ever seen in all these years. And even he himself was far inferior to him back then. This kind of genius. Heck, his character was okay. And every day he thought about sacrificing himself for the heavenly destiny continent. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Qin Fang didn't die, he would at the very least be a top-grade divine smith in the future. Mard, if the Heavenly Emperor comes out, then let him come out. What are you afraid of? It's nothing more than sealing him once in the degree. In addition, the plague god is still alive. His old man can make up for everything. You don't have to make sacrifices. What's more, heaven's destiny is so big and there are so many capable people. Do you need one more? Why not? Why do you have to make sacrifices? If you don't come forward, is there no one else to come forward? Seeing the out-of-control divine artisan Lu Long, Qin Fang's heart was warm. Qin Fang smiled. He wasn't some so-called saint. He just didn't want Xiaohei's heart and soul to go down the drain like this. Qin Fang's smile was sunny and warm as he looked at divine craftsman Lu Long and pleaded once more. Senior, time is running out. If it drags on any longer, I really won't have the certainty of forging a Heavenly Emperor divine artifact. Qin Fang looked very relaxed and did not seem to take this matter seriously. Qin Fang? Think it over. Divine artisan Lu Long persuaded one last time. How about you? Qin Fang looked at divine craftsman Lu Long snidely. Divine craftsman Lu Long looked at him without good humor. If he, divine craftsman Lu Long, really could, even if he would die immediately if he failed in forging, he wouldn't want to let Qin Fang forge it. And instead, he would strike out on his own. But he really couldn't. He couldn't be like Qin Fang, who possessed the authority of the Heavenly Emperor and could forge the equipment of other deities at will. The god of archery continued to be confused. He really didn't understand. He was really puzzled. These two people? What exactly were they talking about? Although he could understand every word in Qin Fang's words with divine craftsman Lu Long. But linking them together? How could he not understand a single word? 28 minutes. Seniorly evil. You should persuade Qin Fang. Qin Fang is also considered your close disciple. You don't want him to be ruined like this. Divine artisan Lu Long wanted to persuade Li Xie to talk to Qin Fang so that he wouldn't be like this. Li Xie, on the other hand, smiled faintly. I agree with Qin Fang's idea. And I will also contribute. This is part of my divine position. It can be fused with yours. And together, we can help Qin Fang become a divine craftsman in a short period of time. Li Qi actually agreed? This was something that divine craftsman Lu Long could not have imagined. 27 minutes. AI. In that case, by you? Divine craftsman Lu Long was ultimately unable to argue with Qin Fong and summoned his own crystalline divine bit, integrating it into Qin Fong's sea of consciousness. And Li Xia also struck in an instant, illuminating a portion of his own divine bit, integrating it into Qin Fong's sea of consciousness. Look at Li Xia's god position. Obviously with the god craftsman, Lu Long's is not a grade too advanced. Vaguely between the god craftsman, Lu Long's god position has a feeling of self-shame. The two divine positions entered, allowing Qin Fong to briefly possess the power of a divine smith. The forging table, the forging flames. Qin Fong had long been ready, just waiting for divine craftsman Lu Long's forging god position. This scene caused the god of archery to freeze. This? Between a divine smith and a non-divine smith? Was it still able to play like this? Only? What was the use of this? Old Force, do you know what happened when you beheaded the god of darkness? Why would you let me, a blacksmith, participate? The god of archery froze. To be honest, he really didn't know. Hunting down the god of darkness, this kind of big event. He had also applied to the prophet god, wanting to participate, only to be told by the prophet god that, firstly, the god of archery of the elven god race had applied first and wanted to join as well. And within a team, there was no need for 2 archers. Second, 9 deaths and 1 life. You can spare vigor. Between the two weighing, Power Prime gave up this idea and did not participate in this divine war. It's not that he is afraid of death, but he really can't give up vigorously. Upon his subsequent return, Li Qingtian saw the name of divine craftsman Lu Long above the list of merits for hunting dark deities, and he was very puzzled. But because he hadn't participated in the battle, he wasn't able to take the initiative to ask about it. The reason we joined the war in the first place was for Qin Fong, in order for him to be able to possess the power of a divine craftsman, so that he can forge dark divine artifacts. Saying that, divine craftsman Lu Long told all about the situation at that time, and only after that did he make Li Qingtian swear at oath not to disclose it. After hearing this, Li Qingtian was astonished. This among them. Surprisingly, there were still all these secrets? Unable to help but glance at Qin Fong. This kid. There's something remarkable about him. This was the main force against the deities. As long as this kid was allowed to be promoted to a divine artisan, then wouldn't the deities be able to play whatever they wanted? At this moment, Li Qingtian understood why Godsmith Lu Long had strongly prevented it earlier. This inheritance of the divine position. It would have a great impact on Qin Fong's future, and even make it impossible for him to break through to the divine level. Seniorly evil? Why didn't you advise Qin Fong? This was Li Qingtian's inquiry, tinged with respect. Don't you want to see an equipment forged with the blood of a heavenly emperor? What exactly does it look like? I'm curious. This was Li Qi's reason. Bright and clear. Aren't you afraid that Qin Fong will never be able to advance to divine craftsman again? Fear not. Even if Qin Fong is a pig, I have the certainty to send him to the level of a divine craftsman. One sentence directly choked godly craftsman Lu Long to death. This? What else could he say? As the 3 gods began to chat, Qin Fong's first hammer had already fallen. This attribute stone of the celestial emperor. The volume was only the size of a cherry. Wanting to forge weapons and equipment, which was definitely unrealistic. It would be better to directly forge a piece of jewelry directly on the spot. This piece of jewelry, Qin Fong wanted to be a necklace. Dang. Second hammer. Third hammer. This thing, perhaps the hardest substance Qin Fong had ever forged, didn't melt and deform in the slightest. Qin Fong's mood was anxious, infected with emotions. Guide it, and let it become an elf in your hands. Li Qi's voice rang in Qin Fong's ears, and Qin Fong's forge instantly became tyrannical, as if an infinite volcano had erupted. This was the emotion of anger. With the injection of the emotion, this heavenly emperor attribute stone quietly began to morph. The dong. Forging began completely. The heavenly emperor in the seal below clearly felt his own power flowing away towards this piece of trinket in Qin Fong's forging table. Heaven and earth? There was also a strand of power belonging to the heavenly emperor that converged here again. Thud. Golden light flashed. Having just become a rough blank, this had already become an epic level equipment. So one could imagine how terrifying this material was. Thud. Purple light flashed, becoming epic. The heavenly emperor below now showed unrivaled anger. These humble ants? really don't know how to die, provoking him several times. Did they really think that he, the Heavenly Emperor, wouldn't be able to kill? First, someone stole his power, and then lived to purify and solidify. Pull out. Now, surprisingly, there are still people who use this pure power of his? Forged weapons. This simply does not put him in the eye's awe. And what kind of force is this? Surprisingly, it guided the power within his body to separate and merge within this trinket. The Heavenly Emperor seemed to feel that things were gradually getting out of his control. The Heavenly Emperor within the seal could no longer sit still. He got up and began to frantically hit the seal. He wanted to quickly appear and completely obliterate Qin Fang. This unknown power made the Heavenly Emperor, for the second time, feel a long-lost sense of fear. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. Li Qi stared at Qin Fang with unblinking eyes, watching his every move for fear of any accidents. At the moment, the power of the two of them was almost all converging on Qin Fang's body, and they could not help in any way. The god of bows and arrows, on the other hand, was seriously looking at the seal below, constantly reinforcing it to buy time for Qin Fang. As for Qin Fang, on the other hand, he was looking at the progress bar of this equipment, his heart burning with anxiety. 20%. 30%. Qin Fang fully mobilized his anger, keeping it boiling. Death Abyss. The god of death was full of smiles, comfortably lying on top of his seat fantasizing about the future. This time, he was the one who released the Heavenly Emperor. Shall this Heavenly Emperor not take his favor? In the future, he, the god of death, will be able to walk horizontally in the heavenly orders. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about this, the god of death couldn't help but laugh. The god of death waited quietly, but the scheduled time had already passed. This Heavenly Emperor? Why hadn't it appeared yet? Generally speaking, the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor, the entire heaven and earth is going to appear different. Not to say that the heaven and earth shook it. How it is also the sky is auspicious. The earth surging golden lotus. Can it be that there has been an accident? No. It should not. I know. It should be the god of archery. The divine craftsman Lu Long reinforced the seal. Funny? At most 10 minutes. The Heavenly Emperor will appear. There is no doubt about it. As expected, after another 10 minutes, the entire Heavenly Destiny continent was covered in dark clouds. Chapter 398. An absolutely beautiful hand. When the god of death saw this scene, he immediately jumped up from on top of his recliner and slapped his thigh, his ecstasy overflowing. The era belonging to him, the god of death, was coming. This time, let's see who can still stop him and become the Heavenly Emperor's loyal lackey. The god of death's essence even floated out of the abyss of death, his eyes like arrows, staring in the direction of the heavenly sun town, the curves of his mouth becoming more and more exaggerated, and he eventually couldn't help but laugh maniacally, shaking the wind and clouds. Phew! The god of death let out a long whistle. Heaven and earth changed color. Endless dark death chi condensed the sky, becoming a huge death figure, kneeling down towards the direction of Tianyang town, declaring its own loyalty. The other deities of the Heaven's Destiny continent also felt it at the first moment. For a time, nearly 80% of the seal shook, and the deities within wanted to break through, all wanting to appear to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor on his awakening. Dang, dang, dang. The Heavenly Destiny continent all trembled. Visions appeared in the firmament, and the deities knelt down towards the firmament. Even some of the deities that didn't want to be ruled by the Heavenly Emperor were worriedly kneeling down at this moment. They didn't want the Heavenly Emperor to awaken awe. But the situation at this moment was that the Heavenly Emperor was about to awaken. Welcome the awakening of the Heavenly Emperor. Greetings to the return of the Lord. Greet the Heavenly Emperor. The grandiose words of the gods in the heavens and earth converged with golden light. They coalesced into terrifying visions. The entire Heavenly Destiny continent was floating in infinite dark clouds in an instant, as if they were swords suspended above all of them, making people feel incomparably oppressed and unbearable. Mount Chisha. Prophet God raised his head and watched silently. His heart turned upside down. The sky. It really is going to collapse. But above the surface is light and breezy. He can't mess up. Once he messes up, Mount Chisha will also be messed up. Heavenly Emperor? Surprisingly, has he really awakened? The prophet God was puzzled. No. According to his trigrams, it shouldn't be. This time there should be a scare. It's impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to awaken. In the middle of this? What exactly happened? The prophet god wanted to find out. So he sent a communication to divine craftsman Lu Long. But he could not get any response. Dang. The mountain collapsed with a haze of light. Although the prophet god was not chaotic. The other ancient human deities of Mount Chixia, sensing this aura, whether they were the ones who were close to death, or the ones who said that the news of their deaths had long been spread out, all stepped out from within the cave, creating a horrifying sight. These ancient human deities were most familiar with the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, and were also most fearful of him. At this moment, they detected the aura of the Heavenly Emperor. Where else could they hold back? Heavenly Emperor? Is it the Heavenly Emperor who has awakened once again? The old man with white hair and half of his head buried in the ground weakly vocalized. He was very pale, and was the oldest deity in this place. And I heard that he had once fought alongside the plague Dharma god. Originally, everyone thought he was dead. But who would have thought that he would still be alive? The newly promoted deities of Mount Chixia were silent, merely looking around and not speaking, all weighing the pros and cons, reporting back to the Grand Elder. Yes, this aura is definitely the Heavenly Emperor without a doubt. The deity who was once a generation younger than him responded in such a way. Very respectful. The Heavenly Emperor has awakened. The catastrophe of the human race has descended. Oh, my human race is in a storm. But the Heavenly Emperor is not invincible. The ancient deities spoke one after another, showing their own concerns. Who is the high priest of Mount Chixia in this generation? Call for him to come closer and speak. The oldest deity spoke, bringing his own majesty with him. He wanted to familiarize himself with the situation, and see if he could die with the Heavenly Emperor at the last moment with these old bones of his own, as a way to do something for the Heavenly Destiny continent in the end. The prophet god got up and arrived here. He sensed a familiar aura, and was able to meet a familiar face. Teacher. The oldest deity saw that it was actually the prophet god who had arrived here, and immediately didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly bowed, calling out teacher, with joy in his eyes, as well as deep shock. The other ancient deities in the surroundings also bowed slightly to show their respect. The prophet god was too ancient, and their status was too high, worthy of the respect of all of them. This, surprisingly, it was his teacher. The younger generation of deities didn't understand. What kind of relationship was this? But then a look of trepidation appeared in their eyes. But they had always been against the prophet god. Only this oldest deity, as well as those who knew the secrets of that year, knew the identity of the prophet god. This one, however, was an existence that had once followed the plague Dharma god, and his status was very high. It even made the oldest deity in this place respectfully call it a teacher. The scene at this moment was very strange. The prophet god had become the youngest deity because he had relived his life, while this ancient deity had long since been dying and old, with a deathly aura spreading. So it looked like the old man was bowing towards the young man, making the scene very comical. This most ancient deity was able to become a god thanks to the prophet god's life source, which allowed him to completely metamorphose. Seeing that it's you, teacher, sitting at Mount Chixia, the boy no longer has any worries. The ancient deity let go of all his thoughts. In his perception, the prophet god was able to solve everything. It's good to be alive. The prophet god patted his shoulder, like an elder patting a junior. Teacher, the Heavenly Emperor has awakened. What do you think? A small matter. No need to worry. The prophet god finished speaking. That is, he forced out a few drops of life essence into the bodies of these dying deities, although it couldn't allow them to live a new life. But at least it was able to prolong their lifespan by a certain amount. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, prophet god. Thank you, prophet god. When the prophet god heard these words, he immediately told them to go into seclusion and stay out of this matter, which he had already arranged for a long time ago. These words? These human deities didn't believe it. They just wanted to watch and see how this mess from the Heavenly Emperor would stop. Since none of them want to leave, let's just watch. After the prophet god finished speaking, he didn't care about them and left on his own, maintaining the image of a high person. These newly promoted deities, one by one, were dumbfounded. However, there were some lively ones that started to get close to the older generation of deities, pulling strings, wanting to expand their own influence. So many towns in Heaven's destiny, so many NPCs, all looked at such a dark cloud at the first time. Disturbed? not knowing what big thing was going to happen, but instinctively knowing that it was. Surely, not good. As for the ordinary players of Heavenly Fate, they were, oops, it's going to rain. Hurry up and collect your clothes. Heaven's Destiny's high-end players, this time? What mission will be released? I guess it must be a big mission that covers the entire Heavenly Fate. Tianyang Town, once again, became the focus of the entire Heavenly Fate. At this moment, in Tianyang Town, the location of the City Lord's mansion, which was the very center of the heaven and earth visions, the Heavenly Emperor, who was full of majesty, violently broke free from the seal. A hand crawled out from the ground. It was this hand that stirred the Heavenly Destiny. If he was allowed to fully appear, the Heavenly Destiny did not know what it would be like. This one hand was the most perfect work of art in the heavens and earth, full of beauty. Whether it was the shape or the bones, none of them set off the wonders of the Creator. The Heavenly Emperor's hand began to condense a terrifying golden yellow-colored ball of magic, wanting to obliterate Qin Fang. For some unknown reason, this mole cricket actually gave him a palpitating feeling. The god of bows and arrows was lost in thought for 3 seconds before he reluctantly gathered his mind and attacked this slender, stunningly beautiful hand on the ground. Poof! Any attack of the god of bow and arrow that landed on the instantaneous moment of this absolutely beautiful hand seemed to be corroded by time, by the years, silently disappearing, as if rotting in the river of years. Divine Smith Lu Long also condensed the last trace of divine power in his body, transformed into a forging hammer and bombarded. The result was the same. Disappeared into thin air, unable to cause any damage to him. Li Xie did not make a move or even look at this one hand of the Heavenly Emperor. Instead, his entire mind fell on Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang? The necklace that had been forged had already appeared in a rough shape, and as long as it was carved again, it could be quenched. Moreover, during this process, Qin Fang had not only mastered the emotion of anger, he had also mastered the emotion of calm. Anger to the extreme was calmness. Waves of calmness, as if everything was unable to affect him. And this emotion had an even greater impact on this attribute stone of the Heavenly Emperor. Ding, dong, with each of Qin Fang's hammers. It was as if he silenced a small slice of space and time around him, at the same rate as his breathing. Qin Fang's forging was considered to be on the level. Mastering 2 emotions, this talent was only slightly weaker than Li Qi. The god of bows and arrows tried many methods, but none of them could stop this golden mana ball. He could only let this golden mana ball, slowly absorbing the power around it, move towards Qin Fang's position. Qin Fang sensed death. And this death? It wasn't the kind that could revive instantly, but because of the hold of this equipment, it made it impossible for him to avoid it. Qin Fang looked at the forging progress bar. 49%. Qin Fang, marred. Put up a fight. A man's death is a bird's death, not a million years of death. Grass. Qin Fang's gambler's mentality was activated once again. This person? is actually quite obstinate. No one can persuade him. Li Xie also tried, wanting to interrupt this golden mana ball. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. Senior Li Xie, quickly think of a way out. Otherwise, Qin Fang will die. The power nurtured within this golden mana ball was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even the god of bow and arrow at its peak could not possibly carry it, let alone Qin Fang. In the end, Li Qi could only choose to interrupt Qin Fang's forging and save him. Compared to this piece of Heavenly Emperor equipment, he wanted to keep Qin Fang alive. Only by being alive could there be hope. However, in the next second, Li Xie's mind changed drastically. Just as he wanted to move, this smudge of golden mana orbs suddenly locked onto him, and the aura of destruction suppressed him from moving. The god of bow and arrow, the divine artisan Lu Long, are also in the same situation. They could only watch as this sliver of golden Dharma ball got closer and closer to Qin Fang. Thud. The golden mana ball bombarded Qin Fang's body, causing great destruction. Ding. You are dead. This was the first system beep that Qin Fang heard, and it also caused his eyes to go black, completely unable to feel any of the scene. Instead of being resurrected, Qin Fang was trapped in the endless pitch blackness, and he did not know where this place exactly was. At the same time, 2 other system beeps rang out in his mind, completely reassuring him. Ding. Your forging has reached 50%. Ding. Your forging failure has been detected, triggering a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining your exclusive Heavenly Emperor equipment, Heavenly Emperor Blood Shatter Necklace * 100. Chapter 399 Heavenly Emperor Riot. Qin Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heavenly Emperor? A fool indeed. Although he had obliterated himself, he had also managed to interrupt Qin Fong's forging. This was the result Qin Fong wanted. At this moment, his power? It should have been drained. Retard. The bet was won. And at the last second, Qin Fong's forging progress finally caught up. Otherwise, Qin Fong would have died in vain. Qin Fong anxiously took out a Heavenly Emperor equipment from his backpack and checked his attributes. Equipment name: Heavenly Emperor Blood Shatter Necklace. Equipment description: a necklace condensed from a sliver of the Heavenly Emperor's power, possessing incredible efficacy. But at the same time, those who wear this necklace will be subjected to the endless pursuit of the Heavenly Emperor. Equipment level: Divine Grade. Remarks: Special equipment. Professions that can wear this equipment: Heavenly Emperor / Qin Fong. Ugh! This equipment? Only the Heavenly Emperor and his forger, Qin Fong, could wear it. But nowadays, Qin Fong's attributes were too low, and his level was too low to wear it directly. To know? Qin Fong forcibly wore Vigorous Divine Artifact Anti-Armor, and it was still gifted to him by Vigorous, granting him permission to use it. Spare me, the attributes are about to directly drop out. If he directly gets his hands on this one, it was estimated that in an instant, the attributes would become negative. Equipment attributes: Strength plus 1 million, Agility plus 1 million, Physique plus 1 million, Spirit plus 1 million. Each of these attributes added 1 million. So one could imagine the horror of this divine level equipment. It was simply heaven-defying. This was also able to prove, from the side, the terror of the Heavenly Emperor. With just a drop of his blood, he had forged such a terrifying piece of equipment. If there were more of it, what kind of horrifying visions might be created? Equipment additional passive skill 1. Deterrence can be used on all deities. Forcibly reduces their strength by 1%. 0.01%. It seemed low, but in reality, this value is already considered very high. Equipment additional passive skill 2. Absorption: this equipment can devour substances in the air anytime, anywhere, and evolve twice. Divine skill. Divine skill. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. What made Qin Fong's heart flutter the most was the additional active skill. Although there was only one, but it made Qin Fong's heart stop beating for 3 seconds. Without him, this attribute, it really shouldn't be too terrifying. Equipment additional active skill: Time Stasis. Remarks: exclusive skill of the Heavenly Emperor. Time Stasis can still time, still everything. Minimum 3 seconds. Maximum range 1000 by 1000. Remarks: disregards rank, disregards superiority and inferiority. This skill, almost to the point where Qin Fong was shocked to the point of suffocation. This was too much of that. If Qin Fong wore this piece of equipment in the future, he would be simply invincible. Qin Fong quickly looked through the other Celestial Emperors' chattering necklaces to see if they all had this skill attached to them. But the final result left Qin Fong disappointed. Other Heavenly Emperor Blood Necklace. Although the additional passive skills vary, similar to what passive forging, passive fishing, passive summoning, passive counterattack or something. Each and every one of them made Qin Fong's heart race, and shook him to the core. Every passive skill. He wanted them all. But then, active skills? None of them existed. This blood-shattering necklace in Qin Fong's hand, that is, was the only one. Qin Fong understood. No wonder it was the exclusive skill of the Heavenly Emperor. Only after a long time did Qin Fong endure the pain of putting these lovingly crafted Heavenly Emperor's equipment into his own golden dragon's ring. Qin Fong, heh, non-stop giggling. This time, although it was difficult, although it was full of crisis, although it was a close call to death. But then again, the gains were also really huge. These 100 pieces of Celestial Emperor's chattering blood equipment. Not to mention 5 years from now, even 10 years from now, his price still wouldn't diminish. Qin Fong couldn't help but want to take pictures of these equipment, upload them, and share them with the vast number of Sand Sculptor players. But in a whirlwind, Qin Fong held back, not ever making a fool of himself. If this was sent out, Heaven's destiny might even have to check up on him. Qin Fang began to probe his own attributes. A clear one, which was also expected. After all, this time, whether it was with the help of the divine position, or to withstand the heavenly emperor's strike, it was all as it should be. What pleased Qin Fang was that he actually didn't feel any pain, which was also considered a good thing. Exit the game. Qin Fang shouted out these words and attempted to break away from this piece of space. But the end result was that he could not get any response. Exit game. Return to heavenly fate. Fellow little fate. Qin Fang kept on trying. But no matter which option, it could not allow him to return. He seemed to be trapped in this place. Library. Check where this place is. There was no response. And only Qin Fang's voice could be heard in the surroundings. Qin Fang took out a torch from his backpack and wanted to check the surrounding area. But he was told. Ding. Unable to switch on the torch. Qin Fang tried other items again, and was told that they were ineffective. Qin Fang could not help but panic. In this place, there was darkness everywhere. Extreme darkness, and no light could be seen. When Qin Fang was in it, he was perfectly blended with the surrounding darkness. And if he didn't make a sound, no one would even be able to discover him. Qin Fang tried to feel around, but the surroundings were empty. Even the ground that Qin Fang stepped on clearly felt solid. But then, there was no object when he touched it. As if it was false. Here? What kind of place is this? Qin Fang tried all the methods he could use. Even the trick of summoning the time trader. Qin Fang had also used it. But there was no response. He was, it seemed, locked in this place. Outer world. The heavenly destiny continent. Although Qin Fang had died and disappeared, the commotion he had caused, this was just beginning. The god of bows and arrows, divine craftsman Lu Long, Li Qi, and the other three gods watched as Qin Fang vaporized and disappeared before their eyes. However, the three of them gods could do nothing but look on dumbfounded as if they were statues. This feeling of powerlessness, this feeling of anger, was simply going to make the hearts of the three gods explode, making their nerves snap. Qin Fang? It was so young. Ah. Qin Fang? It was so hard-working. Qin Fang? It was so valiant. Heavenly Emperor. I'm going to die with you. Grass nigga. Godsmith Lu Long strongly held on to his control of the divine position, wanting to blow himself up and die with the Heavenly Emperor. At the last moment, Qin Fang sent out godly craftsman Lu Long's divine position and Li Qi's divine position collectively, lest they be destroyed together. After all, one could not pit their teammates all. These two elders were people who had sincerely treated him well. He could not harm the two deities. Divine artisan Lu Long couldn't control his emotions. He had known Qin Fang the longest. This brat? It shouldn't die. It should be us old guys who should die. Almost all of the older generation of Heaven's Mandate who had faith practiced one belief. The older generation hadn't died out yet. When will it be the turn of you youngsters? Li Xie, the god of bow and arrow, was calm in his heart. And while he was able to move at this moment, he hurriedly pulled divine craftsman Lu Long to escape. They didn't want divine craftsman Lu Long to give his life away. The situation now? Still want to kill the heavenly emperor? Isn't that sinning death? Seeing that Godsmith Lu Long's resistance was too great, Li Qi could only knock Godsmith Lu Long out. But the god of archery, Li Xie, just ran out 2 steps. That is, notice that the situation is not right all. How does this feel? Heaven and earth clear up a trace, waiting for 2 people back to God to look again. The heavenly emperor stretched out this section of the arm. How in the rapid weathering it? As if a moment went through thousands of billions of years. The internal power completely passes away clean. The original heavenly emperor's arm was as beautiful as the most perfect jade in heaven and earth, carved by the most powerful craftsman according to the most precise scale, crystal clear, containing the supreme principles of heaven and earth, encompassing the rules of heaven and earth. When one took a look at it, it was as if one would become engrossed in it, plunging into the boundless void, making it difficult to extricate oneself. At this moment, however, it was transformed into a withered grayish color in an instant, becoming a piece of the shittiest jade that no one would care about even if it was casually discarded on the side of the road. The god of bow and arrow took 2 steps forward, and the breeze driven by it blew slightly, and this grayish arm instantly became the dust of heaven and earth, fluttering in the wind. This? The god of bow and arrow. Li Qi looked at each other, And both of them could see the astonishment, horror, incomprehension, and doubt on both sides. What's going on here? With a slight perception, the heavy pressure that filled the air disappeared silently at some point. The god of bow and arrow, Lycia boldly, instantly broke the remaining seals, allowing them to see the situation under the ground. Where was there any heavenly emperor left in the ground? There was only a drop of dried blood, devoid of any power. And when the breeze blew, it also transformed into waste in an instant and disappeared. This was? The heavenly emperor had died? But why did he die? Buzz? The infinite dark clouds in the heaven and earth had originally condensed into as thick as a 7-story building, in which electricity flashed and thunder roared. So terrifying. Just waiting for a heavy rain to descend and wash the world of men. But at this moment, these dark clouds quickly dispersed. Just 5 breaths. These dark clouds that disappeared without a trace. As if everything earlier are all false in general. For a while, the sky was clear, and the sun shone above the earth, bringing warmth. No! Suddenly, the entire heaven's destiny trembled a bit, and a violent earthquake occurred in the entire area, as if it was a terrifying creature in the ground that was turning over and touching the seal. This tragic wail resounded throughout the entire heaven's destiny. Countless players, deities, and NPCs all heard such a sound and empathized with it. This voice carried endless humiliation, helplessness, as well as pain and discomfort, intertwined together. At this moment, as long as one was a living being, one would be able to perceive his emotions. The god of death froze at the first moment. This was the voice of the heavenly emperor? The god of death was paralyzed with fear at the first moment. His heart was tight and tense, and cold sweat continued to flow. What exactly had happened? It was actually able to make the heavenly emperor so tyrannical, so out of sorts, and so angry. The god of death had served the heavenly emperor for so many years, and it was really the first time he had seen the heavenly emperor in such a state. Could it be? Was it his scheming that had gone wrong? It should be. After all, the dark clouds that filled the sky all disappeared with it then. This was not a vision that a heavenly emperor with a single drop of blood could cause, but rather the heavenly emperor's original body. The heavenly emperor's original body that was sealed in all parts of heaven's destiny. The god of death seemed to see his own death. Although gods were unkillable, what about them? It can be rebirthed. The newly emerged god of death? It's not him anymore. If you look at it from the perspective of a high god, you can see the scene. The top of heaven and earth inexplicably appeared a huge black hole. Instantly the drop of blood within the power of all swallowed. But still insufficient. So sealed in the destiny of the continent and other areas of the remains of the emperor suffered. Their power? It was also swallowed by the black hole and disappeared. And this disappearance was irreversible and could not be returned. Chapter 400, The Final Battle. The bodies of the heavenly emperors that had been severed by the plague Dharma god, buried separately, and sealed in various parts of the heavenly fate, within each section, possessed a section of consciousness that was originally sleeping, fighting against the power of this great formation. Over the years, his power had dispersed so badly that only by sleeping and resting could he minimize the loss. But earlier, for some unknown reason, the heavenly emperor suddenly felt that the power within his body had been devoured by some being by 1%. Within each and every part of his body, all of them had been devoured by 1%. This directly awakened the heavenly emperor. One must know that in the past, to shed 1% of one's power would take at least 10,000 years as a unit. But now? But in an instant, this caused the heavenly emperor to sense death. The power within the heavenly emperor's body was strong, but it couldn't hold up to being devoured like this. How many more times? Will he still be alive? The celestial emperor began to divine. He wanted to know? He wanted to know who was behind his power. A ball of hard fire burned. Eventually, the celestial emperor saw a line of karma that was clearly linked to the human race. He wanted to see it clearly again, but he only saw fog, and couldn't see who was actually plotting against him. Who was plotting against him? The human race. This humble race. Was it even still alive? Stealing the position of the god race. Stealing the power of the god race. Damn it. The human race. The humble human race. How dare they scheme against me? When I break through the seal, I will make sure that the human race dies out. Dies out. The heavenly emperor's voice full of fury. Once again in the heavenly fate to spread. The entire heavenly fate a period of time fierce winds, frequent earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, 12-grade tsunami spread. As if the end of the world in general. The town of Tianhai suffered 100-feet-high winds and waves with the fury of heaven and earth. Impacted, making 1/3 of the city walls collapsed and became ruins. Nearly 1% of the residents suffered. Around the heavenly flame town, the flame mountain erupted and transformed into a fire dragon, instantly turning the heavenly flame town into a sea of fire, with the temperature constantly rising and the magma spreading into it, causing the residents to die. In the end, under the command of the city lord, this was the only way to evacuate 90% of the population. The remaining 10% were buried in the sea of fire, annihilated by the flames. Sky Phoenix Town. The wind swept out, destroying 30 to 40% of the buildings in the city, causing the NPCs to panic and the players to suffer greatly. Skywing Town was located on the rupture zone. The terrifying gully formed by the earthquake managed to split Skywing Town into two, spreading over 3,000 miles, directly causing Skywing Town to split. In short, at this moment, all the major towns of Heaven's Destiny were all suffering more or less damage. This was the might of the Heavenly Emperor. To know, at this moment, the Heavenly Emperor was still sealed, and if he was in his full victory period, these towns might have been directly destroyed. The NPCs were methodically evacuating under the command of the city lord. Everyone's eyes? There was only resentment towards the Heavenly Emperor, not any dissatisfaction. The human race? It's always like this. After being oppressed tightly and bullied tightly, their nerves become tougher. Any suffering could not beat the human race. It could only make the human race stronger. Robes. Today's retreat is for a better counterattack tomorrow. What are gold coins? You can earn it again if it's gone. But if your life is gone, it's really gone. Believe in the city lord. We will definitely be able to create a better tomorrow. The retreating NPCs encouraged each other and held each other up, fantasizing together about a better tomorrow. Grass. The guild residents that I just established all. This is gone? This person's luck was also considered back yet. Not destroyed by a monster siege, but destroyed on top of an earthquake, directly falling into a bottomless abyss, directly making him want to cry without tears. Haha. The old man was actually killed by the wind. This is also considered a strange story. This player was directly crushed to death by a collapsed building due to the gusty weather. But he was still optimistic. Marred. This is really hard. Whose voice is this? How does it feel so strong? Only then did the players react to this terrifying power of manipulating heaven and earth. Who was it that burst out? This is the Heavenly Emperor, the final boss of Heaven's Destiny. I don't know which player or NPC has triggered the plot. There were still capable people amongst the players, breaking through the mystery in one fell swoop. So for a while on the interactive section, countless articles appeared. Shocked. Whose voice is so loud? Fear. Could it be that the ancient gods are about to awaken? Who is it? Who is screaming miserably in the middle of the night? 5,000 copper coins. Tell you the whole story. 3,000 copper coins. My price is low. But the news is true. Players who want to get rich at a time like this? Not in the minority. Some hearsay was able to sell for a sky-high price. The deities of Mount Chixia appeared one after another. No matter how old or young they were, all of them were walking on the heaven's mandate, doing their best to save lives. This was the responsibility of being a deity. Even if these deities were looking down on the prophet god and didn't want to follow the prophet god's orders. This matter, however, had to be done. The deities walked, and the Heaven's Destiny continent was gradually pacified. Teacher? How did you do it? The eyes of the oldest deity on Mount Sutra by far were filled with astonishment. Surprisingly, really calculated the Heavenly Emperor so that he didn't break through the seals and paid a terrible price? To be able to make the Heavenly Emperor lose his temper like that. The price? Must be very large. This? Why does it feel so unreal? The Heavenly Emperor? He's the strongest man in heaven and earth. The Heavenly Emperor we all see has always been the one who sits firmly on the fishing island. High and mighty. The terrifying existence that can determine life and death with a single word. Today, however, they saw the Heavenly Emperor who had lost his temper. The prophet god had said that it was a small matter. Nothing to worry about. No need to worry. Looks like he was right. It must be that the prophet God had calculated this scene long ago. The heavenly emperor? Not uncountable. The prophet God uttered these words in an inscrutable manner, instantly allowing the crowd of deities to see the radiant light emanating from behind the prophet God. Pale deity, prophet God. Just bull. Worthy of being a terrifying existence capable of cultivating a plague dharma god. Ahem. With the blackmail, events would become more and more outrageous. Senior prophet God. Awesome. The prophet God enjoyed the worship of the ancient gods, but internally panicked to some. This? What exactly is happening? Can someone explain it to me? The prophet God kept dialing divine craftsman Lu Long's communication, but it was unanswered. The god of bows and arrows? Also unanswered. These two? Is it hard to believe that they died in battle? Please also tell the prophet God the truth in detail, so that we can also admire your calculations. These pale deities wanted to pat the prophet God on the back. But what happened to the ghosts? The prophet God? How would he know what happened? The prophet God whisked his sleeves, his expression indifferent, looking at the sky, seemingly longing for a battle. As if with a touch of sighing, this time, when the god of bow and arrow returns, you can naturally ask him. I have to go and rest. Coughing, the prophet God spat out a mouthful of blood and quietly left. This instantly made the pale deity's presence feel even more emotional. Prophet God? It really was bowing down and dying for the human race. Everyone only saw that the heavenly emperor was the first to create it. Who knew? The prophet God was also injured in order to reckon with the heavenly emperor. Send the prophet God. Send the prophet God. The prophet God breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally fooled. But these two? Where did they die? At this moment, within the town of Tianyang, the god of bows and arrows, Li Qi was struggling to keep the earth from crumbling. Tianyang's underground was torn apart beyond recognition. This place is the heavenly emperor's key care place. He wanted to completely bury Tianyang town. The god of bow and arrow, Li Xia continuously injected divine power and held on with difficulty. What prophet God's communication? It had long been left behind by the two gods. Even so, the Tianyang town was plagued by many disasters. The violent ground shaking caused the buildings, which had long been overburdened, to collapse, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Tragic to the extreme. For a time, Tianyang town directly became ruins. Only the location of the city lord's mansion, currently looking over, was still intact. The NPCs were each gray, as if they had just escaped from a refugee camp. And the group? Each with injuries, enduring the grief of their homes being destroyed, still fighting against these cruel skeletons. The skeleton army? More and more. The disaster of this one, even more so, caused a portion of the deaths to be transformed into skeletons. For a time, the resistance forces led by the 9th Army retreated to the location of the city lord's mansion, wanting to make a last-ditch attempt with the location of the city lord's mansion. The major guilds? For example, Hegemony, Elf God, also followed behind the 9th Army, advancing and retreating together. As for the other players, on the other hand, they took advantage of such a good opportunity and started picking up the pieces. For example, the apothecary's shop collapsed, but there was still a large portion of good potions inside. This shall not temporarily help his master to keep it. And the example of the blacksmith shop collapsed. The weapons inside. Isn't this a pity? Hurry up and take it out. I'll save it for you. Take the pet shop for example. What if the little pets in there run away? Might as well let us all give them temporary safekeeping. These hyena players? Like locusts. Even the floor tiles are knocked down and taken away. Only some shops? The existence of NPC guards. These hyenas are also very sensible. Hurriedly retreat. As for the equipment dropped by the players, and what not, even more into their pockets. The skeleton army under the control of the Phoenix didn't want to bother with them. Just chased after the city guards, and as the city guards had no choice but to flee, they were even more unable to bother with them. So the group of hyenas stood up and ate a plate full of food. Phoenix looked at the nearly 8 million skeleton army, and his bravado grew. Even though the god of death was dead, even though the heavenly Yang city lord was dead, even though the Yang god was dead, even though he didn't have any help, he was still able to slaughter a city today, making Tianyang town a thing of the past. Tianyang Town. Unbearable. The Phoenix was very pleased in his heart, as if he saw himself moving into Tianyang Town and becoming the city lord. The players of the Phoenix Guild who were rescued from the situation also had their eyes flashing with brilliance, ready to enjoy the honor of being at the top and incidentally patting the Phoenix on the back. President Phoenix. The world is unrivaled. Phoenix. The world is unrivaled. Phoenix was very flattered. Now, all that was needed was to retreat the city lord's mansion, and Tianyang Town would be considered completely destroyed. Brothers, kill. The glory belongs to us. Charge. Tianyang Town, from today onwards, becomes the paradise of the Thug Corps. Haha. The rock rises on the wind one day. Bah. Forget it. Don't be sour. Just kill it. 8 million skeletons against 3 million city guards. Guild members. This battle? Any way you look at it, it's impossible to lose. Chapter 4012 lists. Looking down from high above, densely packed skeletons surrounded the Tianyang City Lord Mansion from all directions. The Heavenly Sun City Lord's mansion was already faltering and could be destroyed at any time. Tianyang Town was still trembling, but it couldn't withstand the killing frenzy of these players. Even if they couldn't stand still, they still had to fight, still had to destroy. Phoenix was at the top, savoring the red wine, quietly watching the scene. He, Phoenix, would prove to all the players this time that he was the strongest. He was the most powerful. What kind of shit is the Hegemony Guild? What bullshit player me? Now, where are all of them? Where can we still see their shadows? What's a moment's success or failure? What he, Phoenix, was after was glory at the top. Destroying towns? Huh? Such glory would be enough for him to leave a brilliant mark in the pages of Heaven's mandate. Stranger, our hyena players? How many supplies have been collected? These hyena players? Nearly 30% were members of the Phoenix Guild. This was also a means for the Phoenix Guild to get rich. After all, Phoenix is also poor. Chairman, you are wise. Our players have already collected at least 1 billion in supplies. It's rich. It's really rich. Where had Stranger Sword seen so much money? His heart was already very satisfied, but he was still greedy. President, what we got is only 30%. The rest? The carving was all taken by the hyenas. To be or not to be? The stranger made a neck-wiping gesture. His heart was hardened, and he wanted to make a move. Phoenix shook his head. Now? Wasn't the time to make a move on the hyenas yet. If the hyenas were forced into the city guards camp, it would really be a loss. For the time being, don't make a move against the hyenas in Tianyang Town. Continue to scavenge. There's more than this much oil in this Tianyang Town. This was Phoenix's tone. Not to make a move at the moment. Stranger Sword went down to carry out the execution. The admiration for the president in his heart was hard to express. Baishan's heart was also anxious. The attack of these skeletons was so fierce. At most 1 hour, Tianyang Town would be directly destroyed. By then, everything he had set up within Tianyang Town would all come to nothing. Where is player me? This was the truest thought in Baishan's mind. It shouldn't be such a lively matter. Qin Fang even didn't get involved. This didn't fit his positioning. Is it difficult? Is it true that the player emperor did not intervene in this matter? In Baishan's heart, he still viewed player Jin as a hope that he would be able to save the day and save Tianyang Town. Batian also didn't know when. Player Jin's position in his heart had become so heavy. At this moment, Qin Fang? He was still trapped within the dark space. There was really nothing he could do about Tianyang Town. After the battle, there were tragic casualties. 1/4 of an hour. The western wall of Tianyang Town's main residence was broken. 3/4 of an hour. 3 sides of the Tianyang City Lord's mansion city walls were broken. The city guards sacrificed 1 million once again, struggling to fight within the city lord's mansion. Not permitted to approach the inner court. In the area of the inner court, the seal of the city lord was placed. If these skeletons destroyed the seal of this party, then Tianyang Town could really be considered to have changed its ownership. The city guards were fearless, constantly fighting and dying. But looking at the skeletons of the city guards that were transformed, looking at the former swordsmen who turned against them today, the feelings of the city guards were indescribably complicated and difficult to say. Grass, go to hell. Mad, you guys are really shameless. Phoenix, you shall not die. The city guards were each like mad lions, constantly attacking and even abandoning their defenses. The first light of the morning would come. The skeletons finally attacked the inner court. And just as the battle was about to end, the vibrations of the heavenly sun abruptly stopped. This was the god of bows and arrows. And Lycia managed to pacify the power of the heavenly emperor below, allowing the town of Tianyang to be preserved and rationalizing the power of the earth's veins to prevent Tianyang from being destroyed. Only, the duo also sensed the crisis situation at this moment. Grass. There are still 2 old men here. Send them to the west. Haha. These 2 old NPCs. I don't know if the riches are plentiful. Old man, give me some money to buy my life. Otherwise, you'll have to die. These Phoenix players, who were simply desperate, began to threaten the god of bows and arrows. The god of archery was already considered to be well-tempered. But then, he was still enraged. After so many years, it was really the first time someone had been so reckless in front of him. Buzzing. In a flash, the god of bows and arrows released a terrifying might as if it was a thunderous oppression, causing the entire Tianyang planning girl True T's to stand still. A terrifying system tone sounded in the players' minds. Ding. You have been locked by the domain of deity, Force Prime. You are currently unable to move. After being promoted to deity, this was the reason why people below deities were regarded as ants. The domain? This was a skill unique to deities. All living beings within it are ants. Li Qingqian's domain covered the entire Tianyang town, rendering all living beings unable to move and putting them in a special scenario. At this moment, panic surfaced in the eyes of the endless skeletons. This was a deity? The thing that the Phoenix was most worried about had still happened. The appearance of a divine spirit was enough to make all of Phoenix's plans become empty. Originally, Phoenix thought that the deity wouldn't be appearing anymore, and his guts were getting bigger and bigger. But then, who would have thought that at the last moment, the deity would appear? Divine spirit? This is a divine spirit? Batian and the others breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their hanging hearts finally letting go. They really couldn't stop it all. Except that now that the deity had stepped in, everything would not be a problem. Haha. Skeletons. You guys keep going wild. Deities. Wait for death, you guys. The city guards. The players were suddenly furious. Kill. The god of archery instantly dispersed the aura of death between heaven and earth, making it impossible for these skeletons to resurrect again. Before giving the order, the city guards, players, and NPCs that were still alive were instantly unlocked and began to move. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the blessing of the deity, Force Prime, damage boosted by 100%. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining deity, Force Prime's blessing, speed boosted by 100%. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining deity, Force Prime's blessing, skills have no CD. Ding. Congratulations. For a moment, countless amplitudes were added, as if Force Prime was not the god of bows and arrows, but the god of pastoralism. Brothers, the time to counterattack has come. Kill this group of beings. Can't move. This is the best chance. Charge. A feast of killing began, under the all-out counterattack. In just 30 minutes, all the skeletons namely fell to the ground and became dust. The surviving city guards fell to their knees, constantly collecting the bones of their dead brothers. Everyone's eyes red. Why is the Tianyang town able to suppress the Yang god? Namely because of the bottom of the 10 million city guards. But now the number of city guards is only 800,000. Can imagine the tragic battle. This group of city guards were killed by the Yang god, by the god of death, and by the Tianyang town lord. In the end, none of them escaped the fate of being transformed into skeletons. After they were transformed, their attributes weren't as good as before, but they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Thus, the city guards of Tianyang town began to retreat. At this moment, the surviving city guards couldn't help but wail, making the hearers cry and the listeners sad. The soul returns to the city. The soul returns to. Brothers go all the way. Brothers, surviving more than 10,000 players. Each are wailing. This experience, this burst rate, simply do not be too cool, all. They were very happy. On average, each person got at least 10 levels of experience value and hundreds of pieces of equipment, each of which was no less than gold in quality. This was a huge fortune. For a while, each of these players in Tianyang town achieved level 50. And the highest, Batian, was level 53. Just 7 levels lower than Hidden Earth. Yes! Hidden Earth's level has rushed to the absolute first. Level 60. Hidden Earth. This kid is sinister. Once there is danger, he will directly hide. To see the blood, he rushed out to kill the enemy. Such as if there is a list of words. Hidden Earth's kills are definitely at the top of the list. It seemed that in order to let Hidden Earth make a splash, Lychee actually released 2 lists. Ding! Slaughter Honor list is out. On top of this list was a record of the number of skeletons each of these players, city guards, and NPCs within the city that were still alive had killed, as well as the final honor points they had earned. First column, name. Second column, number of skeletons killed. Number of divine soldiers killed. Third column, honor points gained. Fourth column, final ranking. This list was further divided into 3 areas. The first was the surviving civilians area, honored by Lychee as Volunteer Corps. The second was the player area, honored by Lychee as the Warrior Legion. The third is the City Guard area, by Lychee respectfully called the Human Guard area, Civilian Volunteer Military Corps. For the time being, in the City Guard list interface, the 9th Army Chief was clearly at the top of the list. As for the Hidden Earth, it was ranked at the 800,030th position. It was a direct crane position. The last place. Other players, even if they were fortunate enough to join the City Guard, were not on this list due to their deaths. Hidden Earth was considered the only player who had the great honor of being on this list as a player. As for the Warrior list, Hidden Earth was the deserved number 1, killing 100,084 skeletons and 1,085 divine soldiers. Honor points 1,560,000. This data was heaven-defying. The second-ranked bastard Sky hadn't even reached 1/3 of Zong 2's. One could imagine how terrifying Zong 2 was. Ding! The Yingling list is out. This is the Tianyang town within all the battle deaths of the city guards. NPCs' names are branded in it is also considered to give them a belonging. First place, 8th Army Commander Louis. Killed 300,000 skeletons. Killed 150,000 divine soldiers. Second place, the 7th Army Commander Zhang Meng. Killed 293,000 skeletons. Killed 140,000 divine soldiers. Third place, 6th Army Commander. Fourth place, 1st Army Commander. There is only one Legion leader left, and their names shine. The city guards behind them, although they are small soldiers. But every single person's name was worthy of being remembered by Tianyang Town. The heroes who died in battle. Their names will forever be engraved on top of the stone monument in Tianyang Town for those who come after them to look up to. In the next second, a towering black stone monument appeared in the middle of Tianyang Town, and the names of the heroes who died in battle automatically appeared branded on it. Thank you all for your dedication to the Heavenly Sun Town. Lysia, the god of bow and arrow, and the newly awakened divine artisan Lu Long, all bowed with solemn expressions. Chapter 402 Demigod Great Inheritance Stone. Although divine artisan Lu Long was not sure why Tianyang Town had changed so much after he had been unconscious for such a small amount of time, he understood in his heart, these Ying spirits, with their lives, were fulfilling their own oaths to defend Tianyang Town to the death. The names above the second list were long, many, and each name? It was all very thick. Every mark was worth remembering. They were truly the backbone of the human race. The stone monument was carved into place, and the entire surviving beings of Tianyang Town bowed, showing their own respect. The countless spirits that existed in heaven and earth seemed to have found a place to stay. Even the people who were usually the most cheeky, at this moment, closed their mouths and looked solemn. When the matter was dealt with, the city guards, the players cast all of their eyes towards the group of death professions and non-death professions led by the Phoenix, as well as the players' skeletons all over the ground. Their eyes filled with icy cold, itching to strangle them alive. The scene in Tianyang Town today was all caused by Phoenix. This person? He deserves to die. A volcano was brewing in the eyes of every player, every city guard, threatening to erupt at any moment. Phoenix, is there anything else you want to say now? Bastard representing the surviving players? Judge Phoenix. Hee hee. It's just a matter of becoming a king and losing a bandit. But I, Phoenix, am a man. How can I live under people for a long time? There will be a day when I, Phoenix, will come back. Phoenix was very tough. his waist straight. Not the slightest hint of the defeated general's aura. Marred. Bakian, what are you so mad about? If it wasn't for the appearance of the gods at the end, you guys would have become my prisoners by now. Grass. Give you face right. The stranger's sword couldn't help but speak up and taunt Batian about the situation. That's right. What are you guys? How can you be compared to our Phoenix president? A bunch of wastes. Lousy today. Even if you can't get through this calamity. But lousy feels great. Countless players, who were on Phoenix's side, began to mock Bastard Sky's group, although they were defeated. But before being stood upright and beaten, they also had to have a mouthful of fun. Marred. What are all these things? Grass. Among this group of players were those who were scared, and those who wanted to quickly exit the game. But under the seal of the gods, who could escape? In the face of such abusive voices, the god of archery frowned slightly, and his divine power swept over, instantly sealing this group of nearly 1 million players directly into the ground of Tianyang Town. Ding. You have been sealed by the deity, Force Prime. Time limit 500 years. This was the system beep that rang in Phoenix's ears. This, looking at the situation, Force Prime was directly going to seal Phoenix. 500 years? Are you kidding me? Nowadays, the longest-lived person, I heard that in Sky City, is only 186 years old. 500 years? This is to directly force the Phoenix to die. The members of the Phoenix Guild, each of the years sealed were not short. From 500 years to 100 years. Each of them possessed. Ding. You have been sealed by the deity, Force Prime, for a time limit of 3,084 days. This was the shortest number of years of being sealed amongst the group, and most of them, and should still be able to take advantage of the tail end of heaven's destiny. By the looks of things, the god of bows and arrows hadn't taken things too far. The Phoenix and the others were constantly hurling insults under the seal. But now, no one could hear it anymore. The seal I carved is enough to keep them from breaking free for 10 years. The god of archery left behind such a sentence, and then namely left, looking very tired. As for the mess in this place, it was handed over to the military lord of the 9th City Guards for him to deal with it. And as to whether he could become the city lord, it was still up to the above. This battle in Tianyang Town had finally come to an end. Starting from the treasure of the god of death, to the greed of the heavenly sun city lord, to the appearance of Dali, Qin Fang, to the Phoenix's scheming and laying out of plans, to the awakening of the Yang god, and to the final close awakening of the heavenly emperor. All of this was so glittering and magical. This period of time, really not long, but also just 5 or 6 days of light. But Tianyang Town has undergone a radical change. Tianyang Town within the residents of the town reduced by 90%. The city guards reduced by 90%. Players also reduced by 10%. With such a large number of casualties, to be honest, it had already been considered as breaking the bones and touching the fundamentals of Tianyang Town. If Tianyang Town wanted to develop to the peak of the previous days, it would take at least 30 years of light. Those who died at the hands of the skeletons were not just the city guards. There were also elites from all walks of life, which was the greatest loss. I also ask all warriors to forgive me. Now that the Tianyang Town is full of devastation, please work together to help build it. Ding. The Army Master of the Tianyang 9th Army has issued a construction quest. Help restore the Tianyang Town. Mission reward. Experience value *1000000. These experience values were not much, but the enthusiasm of the players was still high, and they participated one after another. This kind of moment was the best time to brush up on goodwill. On weekdays, which of the city guards that you saw were not high and mighty, with no one in sight? But now each of these city guards wore a smile, called them brother and brother, and gave out 2 cigarettes every now and then. Ding. Your goodwill with the city guards has increased to 1. Ding. Your goodwill with the city guards has increased to 1. The system beeps kept ringing out, and the players each felt happy. Especially Batian. Directly climbed up to the little commander, asking him if he needed materials. Batian Guild within a batch of materials still hoarded it. This definitely need only need to temporarily loan. Tianyang towns are in a state of flux, where there is money to support. Hegemony quickly agreed, and established a complete trading system with Tianyang Town. Other guilds also learnt in style, and reached an agreement with Tianyang Town. As for these NPCs, they took off their armor, and became civilians again, starting to build their towns. This group of people were the most hardworking and lovable beings. The silhouettes of people gathered, and Tianyang town, reluctantly, returned to some vitality. The human race. It cannot be defeated. Ding. Prophet God requesting communication. Do you agree? The god of bows and arrows finally had time to connect the communication, informing the prophet god of the events of this place without any details, asking him to give Tianyang town the appropriate rewards, such as pensions for the fallen soldiers, bonuses for the people still alive, and incidentally, find a way to save the player me. The war was terrible, but after the war ended, another storm was coming. Qin Fang's matter. It's difficult. The prophet god froze directly after hearing this. He really couldn't imagine that a casual move would be able to help him so much. But at this moment, his heart couldn't help but sigh. Being killed by the heavenly emperor himself? This kind of thing was already out of his control. Now, perhaps only the plague Dharma god could save him. Please also ask the seer god to save player me. This person is an important factor in destroying the heavenly emperor. This was the common request of the god of bows and arrows, divine craftsman Lu Long, and divine craftsman Li Xie. These three gods were the ones who had watched Qin Fang's power with their own eyes, especially Xiao He, although he was the main force. Right? I'll think of something. By the way, have you guys seen the god of Urim? The prophet god inquired a bit. The god of arrows and the others were scoffing at him, informing the prophet god of what he had done. I know. I'll deal with him. But for now, the rewards will be handed out first. The prophet god spat out these words. And he hadn't expected that not only was the god of uplings masculine, but that he would be so shameless. The next second a system beep sounded. First was the reward for the players. Ding. Thank you all for your dedication to the Tianyang town, granting the title, Tianyang Savior. This was the system's reward. A title reward issued to every player who had survived at the end. Tianyang Savior, walking in Tianyang town. Any NPC's goodwill with you increases by 100. Any goods sold in any shop within Tianyang town can be purchased at a 50% discount for a year. The effect of this title was still very terrifying. Ding. Thank you all for your contribution to Tianyang town. Each of you can receive 10,000 copper coins. 10,000 copper coins. This time, Heaven's Destiny was kind of hemorrhaging money. Ding. Thank you all for your contribution to Tianyang town. Receive permanent buff F iteration for dimensional attribute amplitude 100. Ding. Thank you all for your contribution to. Along with the passage of time, a series of rewards were gradually handed out to the players in place. Here are the rewards for the surviving city guards. Thank you all for your heroic contributions in defending the Tianyang towns, rising 3 levels in a row. Thank you all for defending the bounty of 100 gold. Thank you for the reward of the inheritance stones for your defense. Inheritance stone. When a human being dies, he or she can choose to leave behind his or her own inheritance, condensing all of his or her own power for later generations to devour and refine. And once refined, he or she will have access to all of his or her power. To put it simply, an epic level soldier can achieve legendary level strength by refining a legendary level inheritance stone. However, the prerequisite was a matching attribute and a strong willpower. Ding. The army chief of the 9th army. Reward the demigod inheritance jade stone and break through to the demigod level as soon as possible. The army master of the 9th army was originally a legendary level existence with astounding strength. This was what he deserved. The following were the rewards for the NPCs who participated in the battle. 100 gold per person for their assistance in this incident. As for the dead city guards, NPC, their monetary compensation is the most, but also have more benefits, such as children and grandchildren. Engraved priority to join the city guards. Can enjoy priority enrollment. Education. Ding. Congratulations to Tianyang town for successfully resisting the attack of the gods. Ding. Congratulations to Tianyang town for successfully breaking the conspiracy of the heavenly emperor. Ding. Tianyang town has been upgraded to a large town. This is the greatest reward for Tianyang town. Tianyang town? Only considered a medium-sized town. Now, he got the qualification to upgrade. There was a big difference between a large town and amongst medium-sized towns. When the system beep sounded, Batian knew that he had made the right bet. Large towns can manage the 9 medium-sized towns around them. and can establish teleportation arrays, which are all benefits. Although he couldn't see it now, he would be able to see it in the future. God of bows and arrows. After making a great achievement in this beheading of the young god and blocking the recovery of the heavenly emperor, I'll give you a chance to enter the divine pool. When the god of bows and arrows heard this, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. This reward? It was too generous. Divine pool. This was one of the treasures of Mount Chixia, and it was said to have been laid out by the plague Dharma god as a special reward for those who had performed great feats. And by entering it, they would definitely be able to shed their bones and increase their chances of entering the divine level. For so many years, Mount Chixia had a constant stream of deities, and 50% of them were because of the divine pool. Thank you, Prophet God. The god of bows and arrows hurriedly paid his thanks. To be honest, the god of bows and arrows had once applied for a spot in the divine pool for the sake of vigorously applying for it, but was told that it had long since been queued up after 100,000 names. He was told to wait patiently, knowing that the divine pool only opens once every 10 years. Isn't this a bullshit? Chapter 403 Lixia's terrifying background. Divine Craftsman Lu Long. In recognition of your merits in this action of slaughtering the young god and blocking the recovery of the heavenly emperor, I hereby reward you with a roll of top-grade divine forging drawings in the hope that you can make a breakthrough and recreate your glory at an early date. Divine Artisan. It was further divided into 4 grades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and peak. Nowadays, Divine Craftsman Lu Long's rank was lower grade Divine Craftsman, and although he had been promoted to Divine Craftsman for some years, his base was still insufficient. Lixia, your reward. It's not proper for me to enact it for you. Why don't you contact your father? The prophet god was also hesitant, weighing the matter. No, I don't want him to worry about me. By the way, give me a large batch of low-grade materials. The final artifact blew itself up quite a bit. It needs to be replenished. At the very least start with 10,000 tons. Li Qi had a disinterested face and spoke his thoughts. Good. The prophet god agreed to Li Qi's request. The god of bow and arrow. Divine Craftsman Lu Long did not feel bad either. Lixia's seniority was. Well, hi. Let's go. Lixia waved his hand and sprightly left the Tianyang City Lord's mansion. Walking to his rubbish heap, i.e., he saw a piece of ruins, so he had no choice but to return to Qin Fang's private territory, and comfortably slept in the middle of the wine cellar. The god of bow and arrow exchanged a glance with the divine craftsman Lu Long, and also left straight away. He had to go and find Dolly and tell her the good news. Maybe by taking advantage of this opportunity, Dolly could hope to become a god before she turned 30. The divine artisan Lu Long silently stayed behind to open the treasury of Tianyang town, and let the 9th Army's military lord, no, the current Tianyang town's lord, send down the pensions, so as not to let the warriors get cold-hearted. The treasury of Tianyang town has not been opened for hundreds of years, and the wealth inside has long been piled up, enough to support the compensation promised by the prophet god. The army master of the 9th Army looked dumbfounded at the sight of such wealth, and was given a kick by the divine craftsman Lu Long before he reacted by calling out to the city guards and quickly distributing them. Most of the members of the city guards would never have thought in their lives, handing out money? It was so painful. While the city guards were in pain, the news of Tianyang town's successful defense also spread in Heaven's destiny, causing a heat that was no less than that of Sky City's top goddesses, who were about to embark on an all-blue star tour, not only for the Sky City, but also for the residents on the ground. Crap. Is Sky Sun Town so fierce? You don't say that there are dual gods hidden within Sky Sun Town. This is specifically for hunting young gods. Grass. I'm so envious. I wonder if there's a hidden deity in our town. Right. If there is a deity, wouldn't it be better to strike a good relationship with him now? I see the beggar on the side of the road is the appearance of a highborn. Players were brightening up, wanting to take advantage of the situation, and began to wonder just who was the deity. Does he still accept disciples? Especially in these towns that were plagued by the deity springs. The players were the most frantic. You guys? By whom was the Heavenly Emperor sealed again? It was no longer a secret that the Heavenly Emperor had awakened and was later sealed. I don't know. I guess it's the Plague Dharma God. I also feel that it's the Plague Dharma God. We can't just enter the game for 3 months and the biggest boss appears. Isn't this a farce? I have that feeling too. The players were discussing it at the moment. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow descended directly into the death abyss. The Heavenly Emperor was not incapable of being fully active. He could only not want to consume more divine power. The god of death sensed the descent of the Heavenly Emperor and immediately knelt down in fear. His divine body could not stop trembling. His heart was terrified and worried, and his eyes kept turning, as if he was thinking of something to fool the Heavenly Emperor. The god of death humbled himself and directly kissed the Heavenly Emperor's feet, expressing his own absolute submission and praying to be able to live. To know, even during the reign of the Heavenly Emperor, there weren't many deities that were so bottomless and humble. The god of death, the waste that accomplishes nothing but loses everything. The Heavenly Emperor's silhouette could not be seen clearly, but it was able to condense the death chi in the death abyss, turning it into a large hand that squeezed the god of death's neck to death, suffocating him and making him feel dead. Heavenly Emperor, your holiness, spare your life. The god of death kept struggling, his eyes shining with a desire for life. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor was truly moved to kill. Everything? It was all the plot of the god of death, making him pay a terrible price, forcing out a drop of his heart's blood from within the seal, and giving it to the god of death to cultivate. But after thousands of years had passed, this drop of his blood was actually counted, and along with it, he, too, was devoured for 1/100th of his divine power. The god of death was, truly, a waste. Give me an explanation. The Heavenly Emperor finally tossed the dying god of death aside, allowing him to give himself an explanation. The god of death? It was an existence that had followed from the ancient times amongst these gods. And to be honest, it was still relatively comfortable to use, and one really couldn't afford to kill him. The most crucial thing was that this kid patted his horse's arse nicely. Wasn't it just able to make the Heavenly Emperor happy for a bit? Your Holiness the Heavenly Emperor. This time, it was my planning that went wrong. I admit that. The little god is willing to be punished, but the little god already has the means to counterattack in his heart. So I also ask your Holiness to give me another chance. The god of death coughed and spoke out its own plans. I am willing to explode all of my death chi and open the undead rebellion. This was the god of death's approach. Undead rebellion? This is the second chapter of Heaven's mandate. In the previous life, it was only opened in the second year. Is it hard to believe? Is it going to open earlier in this life? No. The time has not yet come. The Heavenly Emperor persuaded the god of death to not be so agitated, and then asked the god of death to tell in detail what happened yesterday. He had to analyze it. Who was harming him? The god of death immediately knew what he was talking about. After the Heavenly Emperor heard this, a figure appeared in his mind, the seer god. It was hard to believe that the sapling back then has become a heavenly tree even today. Able to reckon with the Heavenly Emperor now? The god of bows and arrows. Divine craftsman Lu Long. These are all small characters. The Heavenly Emperor was silent for a moment and continued to inquire. Who else was present at that time? Or can you sense that there was any special aura? The Heavenly Emperor still didn't believe it was the sapling from back then. He wasn't that capable yet. That's right, your Holiness the Heavenly Emperor. I seem to be sensing the power of emotions, if anything. It's hard not to. Is it them? The god of death gave another piece of useful information under the duress of death. After hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor also fell silent in a rare moment. If it really was him? This matter? It really was a bit tricky. I want you to behead one of the deities of the murder clan within 3 months. Otherwise, you die. The Heavenly Emperor's silhouette left behind such a sentence before departing. The god of death's face was bitter, but at the same time, it brought with it a touch of gratitude. Good? Survived? Didn't he? Although it was difficult to behead the gods of the death race, it wasn't impossible to plan properly. Mount Chixia. The god of prophecy looked to the sky and organized his own thoughts. If the god of arrows hadn't told him the truth, he wouldn't have thought that there was such a rich story after beheading a young god. The prophet god once again tried to contact the plague Dharma god. This time, the plague Dharma god got through. The prophet god hurriedly informed the player of what had happened to me, allowing the plague Dharma god to rescue him. The plague Dharma god bluntly stated that he himself was aware of it and would arrange it. The prophet god immediately made a judgment on the current situation and spoke to the plague Dharma god. Who knows? After the prophet god spoke for half a day, the plague Dharma god had long since disappeared. The prophet god was silent for a long time. and black lines appeared on his forehead. This was too disrespectful. After pondering for a long time, the prophet god still decided to dial through Li Qi's father's communication, informing Li Qi of the recent events, and incidentally thanking Li Qi for his help these days. Li Qi's father merely gave a sound, and then hung up the communication. The prophet god returned to the divine hall, and a plan was laid out in his mind. The state of Mount Qixia had to be changed. It had to be changed drastically. Otherwise, something would definitely happen to the human race. This time, he had to bring the great victory of suppressing the heavenly emperor to make something happen. The gods of Mount Qixia returned and were directly summoned by the prophet god. The heavenly emperor left the death abyss and directly met up with Li Qi's father. Is Li Qi behind this? The heavenly emperor directly inquired without hiding it. No. Li's father's reply was forceful, showing his own attitude. At the moment, he was sipping tea and playing a game. Very casually, the heavenly emperor's virtual shadow directly dispersed. Not inquiring. Only in his heart he was puzzled. Such as if it wasn't even them? Who could it be? Qin Fang attempted to stroll within the pitch-black space, measuring just how large this area was. But as Qin Fang kept walking, it was as if he would never reach the end. Here, the concept of time was lost. And it also made it impossible for Qin Fang to know the exact time and the passage of time. This was the most terrifying. Qin Fang didn't dare to stop. But he didn't dare to go any further. This space, extremely quiet, other than being able to hear his own breathing. His heartbeat could no longer be heard. Qin Fang was a bit scared. He wouldn't be trapped here for the rest of his life. Qin Fang tried to use the prop, Elf God Ray's teleportation array to see if he could leave this place. But the final result was, unable to leave. Unable to use. Phew. Qin Fang sighed. Completely out of options. This place? Where exactly is this place? In Qin Fang's 2 lifetimes, he did not have any impression of this place. Within Tianyang town. From this moment onwards, divine artisan Lu Long began to take the center stage, cultivating the new town lord, helping him to straighten everything out as quickly as possible, and incidentally, tidying up the chaotic Tianyang town. These days, Tianyang town seemed to be being restored, but it was a hammer in the east and a mallet in the west. Very chaotic, without any rules and regulations to speak of. After all, if you let him lead the troops, he would feel like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. A piece of cake, but if you let him govern the town, it's really a two-eyed affair. The role of the artisan Lu Long is to teach him how to become a qualified town master. Firstly, if you want to become a city lord of a large town, your minimum strength has to be a demigod. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the scene. You kid? The strength is too low. Hurry up and get lost to break through the demigods. Well, the power of a demigod. That's not how it's used. Stupid. Really stupid. What do you know? Day in and day out, you just know how to eat. These days, the players, the city guards were able to hear the ranting of divine craftsman Lu Long, and the object of the scolding was their city lord. This situation really made people laugh and cry. How stupid. You let the construction team sent by Mount Qixia to build your toilets. Isn't that a big deal? They're the ones who build the walls of large towns. Li Daichi, you really are a stupid pig. How to control the center console. And you still don't know how to do it? How many times have I told you? If monsters suddenly attack the city, what are you going to do? Stupid, you have to die. Aya. Some interference from the outside world. Can't you go mobilize the city guards to suppress it first? This kind of small matter. Also come to ask for instructions. Are you the city lord? Or am I the city lord? In the midst of divine artisan Lu Long's constant insults, City Lord Li Dao was growing at a rapid pace. Chapter 404 Transfer System opens. Crap. You guys look at Zong Tu's level. How the hell is it level 60? Am I blinking? This player had just logged into the game and skillfully clicked on the rank list to see where he was, or to cheer himself up. Other people's levels are so high? You're not working hard? Is that fair? But when he saw Hidden Earth's rank, he was instantly dumbfounded and lost all belief in his struggle. He was only level 38. He logged into the game for 6 hours a day. He was very diligent every day. But why? Hidden Earth's level had directly surpassed his by almost half? Looking at the second place on top of the list, he nearly vomited blood. 53 levels? 52? 52? The first 500? The levels were all so high. And then looking down. The first 10,000 players had all broken 45 levels. What's wrong with this fate of heaven? Why was it so crazy all of a sudden? Was this still the fate of heaven he was familiar with? How come after sleeping for a while? It felt like it had all changed. Hey, brother. Let me give you a good explanation of what happened last night. The kind-hearted player explained to him. Heavenly Sun Town slaughters the young god and stops the Heavenly Emperor's conspiracy. I stampede. Why does it sound so arcane? Don't look at their scenery. But the Heavenly Yang towns are broken. Now, they're all repairing the Tianyang town. I heard that they can't even buy potions. It's miserable. Hearing this player then mentally balanced himself a bit. Brush up on your leveling and try to join the city guard as soon as possible. I've heard. The city guard's treatment is very good. In the middle of Qin Fang's private territory. Dolly? How are you? Li Qingtian finally found Dolly. His heart was excited. And while he was elated, he was sincerely concerned about Dolly's injuries. After a careful inspection, he learnt that Vigorous was merely off his feet. Only then did his nervous heart drop. Force Prime, Jin. Is this how you take care of my granddaughter? This thought had just appeared in the mind of Force Prime. And he was instantly overwhelmed with shame. Player Me has chosen to sacrifice himself for the sake of the entire Heaven's mandate. How can he still have the nerve to say Player Me? Truly not a thing. Grandpa. You're here. That's right. Hurry up and save Player Jin. He's in danger. Li Dolly was still very nervous about Player Jin. After all, in her most desperate moment, Qin Fang incarnated into a beam of light in front of her, firmly protecting Dolly behind her. This strong sense of guardianship was the first time she had ever felt it. After hesitating for a while, Force Prime decided to inform Vigor of the player's current situation. Beheaded by the Heavenly Emperor himself? Wouldn't that be? Vigor instantly turned pale, and was lost in thought for a while, before slowly accepting this fact. Don't worry. The Prophet God has already promised to have Lord Plague Dharma God personally search for Player Me. Surely nothing will go wrong. Force Prime so consoled, and then began to change the topic. Right. Dolly. Grandpa. I killed the young god this time, and was rewarded by the Prophet God with a chance at the Divine Pool. Pack up our things. We'll set off this time. Force Prime was anxious in his heart. The sooner he used the Divine Pool, the sooner he could also understand the knot in his heart. Li Dolly followed Li Qingtian as he left. But this experience in Tianyang town was firmly imprinted in her mind. The boss is missing now. But his empire, it cannot fall. This was Yuze's voice, with unrivaled determination. Looking around the room. Next, I'll assign the tasks. Yuze began to plan a whole new business map. Although Qin Fang had left, the wealth he had left behind was very exaggerated. Tianyang town is about to achieve a large-scale town. This is our opportunity. We must take advantage of this, and take more land. Yuze was very generous in giving each of the 9 stars' existences 1 billion copper coins, requesting that, before the end of the year, at the very least, it would be doubled. It was a very daunting task. But these 9-star existences, without exception, agreed. This was a challenge. But at the same time, it was also a chance maybe, being able to peer into the realm of the 10th level, with his own identity. Yuze frequently went in and out of the city lord's mansion, and no one knew what he was discussing in secret. Batian was very keen, but there was nothing he could do. For so many days, Batian had sent out quite a few gifts. But what he got? A mere title of honorary centurion, unable to even enter or leave the city lord's mansion. Tree of Life. The boss has disappeared again. Hidden Earth's heart was tired. He had received news that the boss had been decapitated by the Heavenly Emperor, and no one knew where he was being held at the moment. In the middle of the game, Hidden Earth kept sending messages to Qin Fang, but he couldn't get any reply. Zong Tu even exited the game and tried to wake up Qin Fang from reality, but he could not get any response. Helplessly, Zong Tu did not dare to act rashly, and could only discuss with the Tree of Life about his next move. The captain has disappeared. Sister Qinger has also disappeared. What are they going to do? Hard tired. The Tree of Life had managed to climb up a thigh with great difficulty. But now, surprisingly, they all disappeared. Tree of Life. My level has reached 60. Opening up a brand new quest. Want to join me? Go finish it. Hidden Earth pasted this newly opened quest of his own to the Tree of Life to watch. A transfer quest? The Tree of Life took a deep breath. Surprisingly, it takes 60 levels to turn one? Is it difficult? Do you need me to accompany you to the transfer? The transfer quest, which Hidden Earth took a look at, was very difficult. And he had to call out to the Tree of Life in order to succeed. If the boss was there, Hidden Earth was 100% able to succeed. But now, can only rely on himself. Then I'll get ready. The sub-general of the city guards learnt that the duo were going to transfer, and approved the leave slip with alacrity, even asking whether we need more helpers. Pick any within the city guards. No need. I believe that with the strength of the two of us, we will definitely be able to get through. Then I'll wait for your good news. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life stepped onto the path of transfer. The Phoenix and the others were imprisoned in the ground of Tianyang Town. And instead of being imprisoned separately, they were allowed to gather together. Now, the situation was lively. On the first day, everyone was still at peace with each other. On the second day, the third day, the crowd, under boredom, wanted to make things happen. Damn you, Phoenix. Give me an explanation. If it wasn't because of you, would I be able to be trapped here? A player from Sky City snapped. He was supposed to have a great future, but instead, he was trapped in this dark dungeon, keeping company with these cockroaches every day. Someone insulted, and countless players instantly got a response and started insulting one another. This place was instantly divided into two groups of camps. One group was the players of the Phoenix Guild, and the other group was the players who had been punked by the Phoenix, saying that it was the Phoenix that had punked them. It was actually their own lack of willpower. Grass, are you looking for death? The Phoenix Guild's players were filled with righteous indignation, and not used to these stinking problems of theirs. They started fighting one after another. This place, because it was sealed by the god of bows and arrows, was unable to die completely, and its blood level was reduced to 1, meaning that it couldn't drop anymore. Thus, the battle continued for a long time. The durability of the equipment was beaten up, and the equipment shattered on its own. Blue bar hit empty. Cannot recover by itself. Can only devour potions. Fight tired. Directly quit the game. This group of players also found a good pastime. Daily fights. But also really be said, consciousness has been trained to improve. Phoenix sighed. These days, he thought of many ways. Even want to delete the number. But then, the fate of heaven all do not allow. This account and identity binding, and iris binding, and DNA binding, simply cannot be replaced. What he can do, that is, wait for the god of death to remember him one day. Exit the game. Phoenix gave an order, and the players of the Phoenix Guild exited at once, since it was temporarily inactive within Heaven's mandate. Then, Phoenix couldn't be idle either. There were still quite a few towns around. Let's see if we can take them down. Men expanding their slaves. Women expanding their harems. After a month of light, the construction of the Tianyang town gradually completed 1/10. Xixia Mountain's construction team, at the very least, were legendary level craftsmen, coupled with the great help of the city guards, and the full help of the players. So the construction period was very fast. The area of Tianyang town, on top of the map, had expanded tenfold, which was in line with the standard of a large town. But to completely build up the large Tianyang town, there was still a need to continue researching, and it would take at least 5 or 6 years. And at the moment, it was still focusing on the restoration of the old town. As long as the old town was restored and the population flowed, everything would be fine. During this period of time, the god of death had also condensed skeletons to fight against the Tianyang towns, trying to influence their restoration progress. But then, they were suppressed by the Unity, and couldn't make any waves. Ding! Congratulations to Tianyang Town City Lord Li Daichi for his successful promotion to demigod. Such a system tone rang out, and immediately swore that Tianyang Town was solid as gold. The harassment of these skeletons were all cleared in an instant. Not daring to take offense again, the major guilds had done nothing but help build the town. For ordinary players, this experience value is really quite a lot. Much better than brushing monsters. Especially for the vice professions in the big guilds. The experience value is rising. Repairing towns? There were too many quests released, and too many rewards. There was absolutely no need to brush the monsters. But inevitably, there were some players who sought to be powerful and began the journey of upgrading and brushing monsters. The players who were transformed into skeletons have awakened and lifted themselves from the state of skeletons, looking at their former fellow rogues to be so rich and leveled up so high. This definitely has to hit the dirt. Grass, hurry up and take me to upgrade. Otherwise, I'll hold your legs so you can't walk. Big brother, please, take me. Hurry up. Don't ink. The players were very hot-eyed. This undead? Surprisingly, the treatment was so high. Outside of Tianyang town, it was once again bustling with activity. Only, the disadvantages of these high-level players are revealed. Their equipment? They can't keep up. Attributes are only a little higher than these level 40 players. A little bit higher. This is not bullshit. Lick them for nothing. Another 3 days passed. And within Tianyang town, the first shop that successfully opened for business, named 10,000 Empty Alley, provided players with the most basic protection potions, pets, ores, materials, equipment, etc. The first day's turnover was high, and Yuze was satisfied in his heart. Ding! As player Hidden Earth's level has reached level 60 and has successfully transferred. Heaven's Destiny's transfer system opens. Heaven's Destiny started the transfer system. If Qin Fong was still around, he would definitely be muttering. In his previous life, when the transfer system opened, it was at the very least the 8th month. Now, surprisingly, it was a full 4 months ahead of schedule. Ding! Heaven's Destiny needs to be updated. Please wait patiently for 10 minutes. Chapter 405 Heavenly Star Town perishes. Ding! Please players exit the game within 5 minutes. All of your information will be archived. Please do not worry. Ding! Please players. A beautiful and incomparable system tone rang in every player's ears. What? The transfer system is going to start? The players were shocked. Crap. I thought that I didn't ever have a transfer system. It's surprising that it's only opening up at level 60. This was the true thought of the players. In previous games, in order to retain players, level 20, at most level 30 would open the transfer, greatly enriching the playability of players. But Heaven's Mandate? Surprisingly able to drag it to level 60? Still really confident, Player Hidden Earth. Originally a hidden profession, the Underworld Night King. Now that he has successfully changed professions, his hidden profession is the Underworld Emperor. What a domineering name. I wonder how his attributes are. Players wanted to click on Hegemony's information to check it out. Ding. The player has set privacy permissions. You have no right to look into it. All of Hidden Earth's information was a secret. So how could it be easily probed? And, surprisingly, it's not shown. Bad comment. Player Hidden Earth must be even more powerful nowadays. The players were drooling with envy. Because of the success of Hidden Earth's transfer, the players' minds for upgrading were suddenly raised to the extreme. Especially the hidden professions such as Bastard Sky, Bashan's hidden profession, Phoenix Flame Warrior. Gorgeous with a surplus of special effects. But not strong. Batian is waiting for the first turn. To see if it can take off again. Ding. Have a nice life. All the players of Heaven's Destiny -1 were kicked out of Heaven's Destiny. The only player who remained within Heaven's Destiny was Qin Fong. At this moment, he was still within the pitch-black space. And no matter what he tried, he was unable to step out of this place. Based on his heartbeat, Qin Fong roughly deduced that he should have stayed here for more than 80 days. This was an illusion. Being in this kind of pitch-black space, one really lost the sense of time. And being able to roughly perceive more than 80 days was already considered to be Qin Fong's greatness. Ahem. In reality, only 34 days had passed in the outside world. Mada. These days, Qin Fong was gradually getting grumpy, cursing and swearing all day long. And his spirit was in some kind of trance. The system this time had raised all the players out of the game. And it seemed that Qin Fong was the only one forgotten. Qin Fong sat down on his bum. He had to find himself something to do. If he didn't allow it, he would really go crazy. To not forge it. Qin Fong directly took out the forging table from his backpack and took out the forging hammer. But he couldn't burn the flames, so he could only use his own strength and keep pounding the material in his hand to deform it. Dang. Qin Fong used the forge to divert his own attention and keep himself in a busy state. Thud. Hammer after hammer. The part that was pounded? Gradually, a touch of scarlet appeared. A gathering of heat. But in the next second, it disappeared. And coldness covered this place. Qin Fong was not discouraged and continued forging. Although he couldn't see the fire, the equipment, it was still being forged. Especially now. His emotions were so abundant. The emotional forging method that Teacher Li Evil had kept him comprehending had only been roughly glimpsed by him. And at this moment, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Qin Fong continuously mobilized his emotions and integrated them into the forging. Ding. Welcome home, warriors. Ding. The update of the transfer system is complete. All warriors who have reached level 60 can open their first transfer on their own. The system beep sounded, and within Heaven's Destiny an upgrade fever was immediately set off. Ding. The first apothecary competition of the entire Heaven's Destiny is about to open. Please prepare yourselves, all warriors. Suddenly, such a system tone rang out, causing countless players to hesitate and wonder. Ding. Is it checking the rules of the competition? Check. Ding. Mount Qixia. In order to select the virtuous and enhance the strength of the human race, hereby organizes the first pharmacist contest of the entire Heavenly Fate. Contest rules. 1. This competition involves all the towns of all Heaven's Destiny, and all the human races of all Heaven's Destiny. Secondly, all the pharmacist warriors and human pharmacists in the whole of Heaven's Mandate can sign up for the competition. Note, the level of the human apothecary, NPC, participating, cannot exceed or be at the purple gold level. Thirdly, the contest adopts the way of competition until the final decision of the first. That is, the overall champion of the first pharmacist contest. Reward for the overall champion, +1 subprofession level. Title, overall champion of the first apothecary competition. This, enough for the vast number of pharmacists to start competing. 4. The competition stipulates that no faking is permitted. Otherwise, all qualifications will be cancelled. 5. The competition in accordance with the selection. Preliminary. Final. Finals form. Note, the selection contest in each large town organized venue. The contestants to prepare their own materials. On-the-spot refining. On-the-spot scoring. The contestants will be scored on the spot. If they pass the test, they will enter the next preliminary round. If they don't, they will be eliminated directly. The preliminary, final, and grand final venues are tentatively determined. 6. The registration fee, 30 copper coins. 18. Heaven's Destiny Qixia Mountain possesses all rights to interpret this event. This series of rules made the players look dumbfounded. This was very Qin Fong. Ding. Expect all major towns to make early preparations. 3 days later, the selection tournament will begin. This system beep sounded, immediately causing the major towns of Heaven's Destiny to begin their preparations. Within 3 days, the venue had to be prepared and the talent had to be selected. Time was tight and the task was heavy. The players, on the other hand, began a heated discussion. Crap. This competition. It's a bit interesting. I feel that. On what grounds is it that only the apothecary's competition is opened? Our blacksmith profession? Couldn't it be opened? Right. Could it be that we decomposition masters? Is the status not enough? Humph. Hee. There's also us card masters. What's the gain here? Isn't everyone a sub-profession? Looking down on who? The vice-profession players were the first to speak, expressing their dissatisfaction. I think that we should also open a great competition for players from all of Heaven's Destiny. And the winner? Be able to get the title, Martial God. This player's suggestion was instantly met with unanimous approval. There were requests for Heaven's Destiny to open it. To this, Heaven's Destiny also responded, it's being planned. So please be patient. It looks like Heaven's Destiny is finally going to be lively. In the past, the major towns of Heaven's Mandate were all on their own. But starting from this tournament, these towns are going to gradually move towards integration. Old me has long wanted to meet the apothecaries of other towns. Right. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. And in the ranks of apothecaries, there is no second either. Put up a fight. Who's afraid of who? My Luoshi of Tianyang Town is #1 in the world and invincible in Heaven's Destiny. Fuck you. I'm the #1. Before the match had even started, the smell of gunpowder was present between these apothecaries. If Qin Fong had heard such a system beep, He would have definitely prepared in advance. The first pharmacist competition. This was a signal. Sub-professions? All of them would open a competition, selecting the most gifted ones and focusing on cultivating them by Mount Chisha. And the last month of the first year? Then the real martial god competition will be opened. Destiny. The era of great fusion has begun. The presidents of the major guilds attached great importance to this competition. After all, if a member of the guild was able to take first place for the guild, it was also of great publicity significance. The benefits were extremely numerous. There are still 3 days to go before the competition starts. So, also be able to impact a higher level. So the resources within the guild have tilted towards the guild of pharmacists. The pro forma sharpening of the gun. Not fast, also light. Within the Hegemony Guild, take the champion and reward him with 10 million copper coins. This was Hegemony's bravado. With heavy rewards, there would be reckless people. The apothecary members of the Bastard Sky Guild wailed at once. The other guilds? Also each incentivized. The casual players, too, had glowing eyes. This time, it was a great opportunity for them. But whether they could grab it or not, it was up to them. The second day, the god of Death's shadow had been plotting for more than a month, and quietly descended to the outside of Heavenly Star Town, communicating with the star god within the divine spirit fountain. And everything was so secretive. Even the hidden deities within the Heavenly Star Town had not discovered it. The star god was considered to be among the ancient deities, a relatively weak one, usually unassuming, with not many battle records. And the few that he did have were all defeats. This made him very low in the ranking of the gods. The god of death? One of the few gods who had a good relationship with the star god and knew his true strength. The star god? At the very least, he was able to occupy one of the top 3 positions in terms of strength among the ancient gods. This was a very terrifying existence. This time, the thing that the god of death had discussed with him was to join forces with him to break up the Heavenly Star Town and kill the human deities hidden within it. This month, none of the deities within the Divine Spirit Springs dared to explode. Wasn't it because they were afraid of this? What if there were human deities hidden within the towns of these Divine Spirit Springs? If they revived at this moment, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Give me a reason. The star god was very calm, as if he was so indifferent to everything. If I can't kill a human deity within 3 months, the Heavenly Emperor will personally kill me. The god of death did not hide anything and told the truth. Well, I'll help you. The god of death? It was one of Star God's few friends, and he didn't want the god of death to die. That was Star God's reason. Pure and powerful. I'll use the power of starlight to mobilize the power of death for you. And as soon as possible, I'll coalesce into a doppelganger that's no weaker than 60% of the strength of my main body. This was also the star god's special skill. As long as the great star still existed in the firmament, he would be able to use it to accomplish something. Day 3. The Divine Spirit Spring outside of Heavenly Star Town erupted without any signs. The deity hidden within the Heavenly Star Town, the powerful angry eyes god, was currently staring at the Divine Spirit Spring without looking away. A mocking smile spreading from the corners of his mouth as he prepared to intercept the star god. It was said that the star god wasn't very strong. And hey, this time, it was a credit that belonged to him. Last time, the god of bows and arrows had beheaded the young god and was granted the qualification to use the divine pool once. And he had heard that his granddaughter had already shed her bones in it. Her origin injuries healed up, and her hopes of advancing to the divine level expanded by 50%. It was an opportunity that he was eyeing up as well. Star god? Ranked in the ancient times, much lower than the young god. This time, he was also sure that he would be able to successfully kill the star god and obtain the divine pool reward. The star god appeared in the world, and the 10,000 stars dimmed, as if everything was obscured by the star god's light. Star god, die! The powerful angry eyes god hissed and rushed out, fighting with the star god. At the critical moment, the shadow of the god of death appeared from the shadows and killed the vigorous angry eyes god, causing his godhood to be heavily damaged, making it difficult for him to continue. And he died at the hands of the god of death. Ding! The human deity vigorous angry eye god was killed. Ding! Celestial Star Town perishes. Chapter 406. The Star God's Strength. The star god gathered up the corpse of the vigorous angry eyes god to see if it could be refined into a puppet weapon. such beings who had become gods. Their godly bodies were already considered godly materials to a certain extent, and could forge different items, especially for a special deity like the star god. The equipment forged by borrowing the power of the star god was even more extraordinary. The god of death didn't have any reaction to this. This was already a reward that had been agreed upon in advance. Thank you, star god, for helping death get rid of this dead end. In the future, but wherever requested, I will not dare to resign. The god of death bowed solemnly and thanked the star god. This time, if it wasn't for the star god helping him, he would have no other way. A small matter. Star god, I have something on my side, so I'll retreat first. So you should leave quickly as well, lest the human race jump over the wall in a hurry and round you up. The god of death's divine body quietly transformed into death chi and dissipated. The star god glanced at the not-too-distant heavenly star town, and a flash of disgust flickered in his eyes. Buzz! Whoosh! A huge star descended instantly in the firmament, dragging a long tail, carrying the might to destroy everything. Filled with infinite heat, the sound of breaking through the sky resounded through the clouds, and finally descended below the residents of the celestial star town. The players all felt the oppressive feeling of death. This terrifying feeling of a planet falling really made people feel very powerless. All of the living beings couldn't help but close their eyes at this moment, quietly waiting for death to come. There were nimble-minded players who immediately turned on the 8K video function, recording the horrifying feeling of the planet falling and preparing to sell a large amount of money. This kind of situation. But it's not often seen. Dang. A terrifyingly loud sound that made heaven and earth lose their voices. Dang. The earth trembled, constantly cracking and disappearing, becoming nothingness in the heavens and earth. Wow. Infinite smoke filled the air, causing a terrifying haze that obscured the heavens. And no one was able to see the scene at this place. With a crash, infinite dark clouds coalesced between heaven and earth, and bean-sized raindrops coalesced and descended. When everything dispersed, everything became empty. The area of Qincheng town was transformed into a huge pit. The temperature inside the pit was extremely high. All of them were scarlet, dotted with black, and all kinds of metals were melted, covering the bottom of the pit. The water droplets that descended from the sky converged, and it must not take long for this place to become a sea of water. The star god's casual strike had destroyed the entire heavenly star town. All the living beings in Qincheng town, without any surprises, all died and none survived. The players of Qincheng town, just like Qin Fang, were all locked up in a special space, waiting for the system beep to sound and reassign them. Ding! It has been detected that you have been killed by a deity. You will be in a weakened state for 48 hours after your resurrection. Ding! About to assign you to the nearest heavenly river town. Please get ready. Ding! You will soon be assigned to the nearest heavenly plum town. Please get ready. The players of Tianyang town were, once again, assigned to survive in other towns and start over. Grass. The shop that I've been operating in Tianqing town for 4 months and bought with great difficulty. Ah. It's gone just like that? This was the player's cry. Very heartbreaking. All the players present were able to experience this feeling of powerlessness. What do you call this? Old me invested 300 million. Built a successful guild residence. Just wanted to make a big splash. Gone. This was even more heartbreaking for the majority of players. But beyond the heartache, more were all smiles. Hey, look at others so unlucky. How to feel that they are not so unlucky. Blame it on your own destiny. You even chose the heavenly star town. Why didn't you choose the heavenly sun, and still be able to behead a deity? Another player began to gloat. Right. You guys. If it wasn't for the heavenly sun town beheading deities, thus allowing the star god to make preparations a long time ago and collude with the god of death, my heavenly star town, it wouldn't have been possible to destroy it. Right. Heavenly star town has to give us a statement. The more this group of players spoke, the more outrageous they became, going so far as to blame it on Tianyang town, the god of death. What a penny pincher. Do you have to behead my human race's deities to be able to vent your anger? The players hated the god of death. I have to say, this star falling and destroying towns is really quite beautiful. This was a brain-dead Madonna who was able to make such an exclamation. The players' discussions became more and more heated and outrageous. Celestial Star Town. The star god did not leave, but instead stretched his divine body. He wanted to stretch his old back. For a time, The star god began to expand without limit. The star god was like the most terrifying giant in the heavens and earth. A full 30,000 feet tall. His body covered in ancient armor. But it shone with the light of the stars. So blinding that it was impossible to look directly at him. This was his true form, releasing an unrivaled might that impacted the heavens and earth, causing the entire heaven and earth to be shaken. The stars of the heavens all seemed to shine brightly within the star god's breath, becoming one with him. At this moment, the star god's strength ranking rose rapidly amongst the ancient deities, eventually stopping at 186th place. The star god's strength, after so many years of accumulation, could no longer be suppressed. And at this moment, he was still restricting his strength. Otherwise, he would definitely have rushed to the #1 god under the heavenly emperor. Crap. Not only has the star god's strength not regressed, but on the contrary, it has made great strides. In the middle of the heavenly emperor's token, the gods began to communicate, each with a shocked, incredulous expression. What's going on here? Why don't I feel right? The star god's weakness? Everyone had accepted it. But now, the rankings had advanced so much all of a sudden, it was still really unbelievable. I once heard His Holiness the Heavenly Emperor say that the star god rises at the moment when the elements are weak, and that the star's strength continues to grow, and his strength, too, rises steadily, so that even the god of plague can't seal it. This deity was aware of a certain pair of secrets. Yes, I have also heard the Heavenly Emperor talk about how the star god's talent is growthable, not in line with the likes of us, where birth is the peak. This was the corroboration of yet another deity, instantly letting the gods know the cause and effect of the matter. I see. When we see it in the future, it's inevitable that we'll have to call it Lord Star God. Among the ancient deities, strength was used to determine one's identity. When those with low strength saw those with high strength, they had to be called Lord as a sign of respect. Otherwise, a great battle would be difficult to avoid. A touch of envy passed through the eyes of many deities. This time, the god of death has united with the star god and beheaded a human deity. It's also considered to strengthen my deity's might. And it's worth celebrating. Yes, the god of death is good. Although flattering, this matter was accomplished well. It is time to teach the human race a lesson, lest they don't know respect and humility. Still think that this heaven and earth really belongs to them? Haha. Refreshing. There was a flurry of activity within the Heavenly Emperor's token. However, on Mount Chisha, there was a dead silence, and countless deities were silent, not knowing what to say, and in their eyes, they were filled with panic. Powerful angry eyes god? Surprisingly dead? It had just been a month since the death of the last young god, and the ancient deities had actually dealt such a fierce blow to the human race? Swish. The sky of Mount Chisha changed color. Countless blood-colored dark clouds covered the entire Mount Chisha, as if one could sense a hint of sadness in the atmosphere. Swish. Raindrops like blood fell. This was Mount Chisha crying. This instantly raised the sadness of Mount Chisha to the peak. With the death of the human race's deities, Mount Chisha's heaven and earth changed color. Ancient deities. Immortal. A human race deity gritted his teeth in hatred and recited these words with an abyssal hatred. Ancient deities. Deceiving people too much. War. I suggest besieging the star god. Let him pay in blood. These were all gods of the older generation, with the bloodiness in their bones deeply rooted in their hearts. Peace was not something that came out of a single concession, but rather, it was something that came out of war, something that came out of a fight. It was only among the younger generation that possessed some different thoughts. For example, the powerful angry eyes god could have been immortal. Isn't it just a town? How is it as important as a god? It wasn't your prophet god's order that led to the death of the god of power and fury. Now the gods are dead? Is it possible to start a war? If we go to war, more gods will die. I don't want to go to war. I've worked so hard to become a god, and I haven't even enjoyed it yet. And now I'm going to die? This is the prophet god's mistake. Why should we bear it? Oh, to participate in the war. Lousy does not go. There were not a few deities with such thoughts. After all of these deities had become gods during peacetime, and each had their own families and their own minds. In their minds, was the human race important? Oh, perhaps important. But the family, himself, was even more important. Prophet God? Why didn't the star god leave and reveal himself instead. This is a threat. The man of words among the new gods stood out, trying to give the prophet god the reasoning behind this. The star god's power? We have witnessed it for all to see. Going to target the star god at this moment is definitely not a wise choice. Perhaps we will die many of our brother deities, and damage the vitality of my human race. Ancient deities? They were generally ranked according to the height of their divine bodies. A yang god of 10,000 zhang was considered to be relatively weak amongst the ancient deities. But as usual, he was able to suppress divine craftsman Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows. This was the strength of an ancient deity. And the divine body that the star god revealed earlier had clearly reached 30,000 zhang, which meant that his strength, compared to the yang god, was at least 3 levels higher. And if one wanted to besiege the star god, one would need more than 30 human deities to attack together at the very least, in order to be able to succeed. And half of these 30 gods would have to die. And it was still impossible to completely kill the star god, only to seal it. Wasn't this just unnecessary casualties? If the human deities died, they would be truly dead. How many years would it take for a new god to reemerge? Right. It's unwise to target the star god at this moment. Please also ask the prophet god to think twice. Why don't we invite senior plague dharma god and let him take action? And we'll definitely be able to build a success in one fell swoop. Right. That's a solution. The deities chimed in, wanting to invite the plague dharma god to make a move. Otherwise, I would also like to ask the prophet god to personally make a move to behead the star god. I'm sure that with your means, you are able to behead the god of darkness. So I'm sure that the star god is no longer in the picture. The deities spoke one after another, complimenting the prophet god. The star god's 30,000 zhang was comparable to the god of darkness' strength. So the gods spoke as such. Chapter 407, the third stage. Facing the aggressiveness of these gods, the prophet god sighed at once. The first few days of rectification, bitter persuasion, and lessons seemed as if they were useless to them. The prophet god had expounded reasoning to them from several major aspects such as tolerance, devotion, and the human race in an attempt to raise their ideological awareness. And at that time, the gods did nod their heads in agreement one by one, with no one refuting them. But how long has it been since then? To think that they've all forgotten about it. These gods, falling within the orifices of their own interests, were unwilling to come out. The older generation, the deities who had experienced the rule of the heavenly emperor and the oppression of the gods, all frowned, and couldn't seem to figure out from what moment onwards the gods of the human race had no blood, and were actually afraid to go into battle, driving out the heavenly emperor, sealing the 10,000 gods, and the human race claiming the throne. Was this a handout from someone else? This was all from the human race fighting over and over again, sacrificing over and over again, and ultimately exchanging it for all. Why is the human race now? Don't dare to fight. Don't want to sacrifice. Could it be? Don't they want to do something for future generations? Could it be that they don't want the human race to truly become the common lord of all races? The star god must be killed. This was the attitude of the older generation of deities. If they were not killed, if they did not extinguish the might of the ancient god race, the subsequent bullying would be even worse. Yes, this old bone of mine is still able to move around a bit. Isn't it just beheading a star god? I'll go. The older generation deities all possessed a bloodthirsty nature, and spoke with a voice as loud as a bell and an imposing voice. These younger generation deities were silent, and did not refute. But the meaning was clear. I won't go. If you love to go, you guys go. Dead? Even better. The entire Mount Chisho was divided into 2 camps. The main war, the main peace. Generally speaking, the younger generation is mostly radical, and should be the main war faction. But what? Mount Chisho was just the opposite. The older generation of deities were holding a fire in their hearts. And as long as these younger deities dared to speak, there would definitely be a war of words. They would have to be properly abused. A bunch of eggless things. I still ask the prophet god to decide on everything. If His Excellency the prophet god is to lead the battle, we are obliged to do so. The younger generation threw this question to the prophet god. These deities believe that the prophet god will definitely not host the battle, because at this moment, the time was simply not right. Even if he wanted to fight, couldn't these deities even think of a reason to avoid fighting? For example, a stomach ache, or not feeling well today. In short, the gods, for sure, would not participate. Battle. But how about giving the youngster some chances in this battle? As if knowing the mentality of these younger generations, the prophet God spoke in such a manner. The gods of the younger generation instantly changed color, and all of them looked angrily at the prophet God, as if they would draw their swords the next moment. The prophet God was not giving them a chance to live. Since this was the case, then let's die together. The decapitation of the star god is imperative. God of speed. You go and scout out the star god's traces and report back daily. The gods are always prepared for war. This was the attitude of the prophet God, not allowing them to question it. The God of speed, who was also a god of the younger generation, and its reluctance led this task. Only whether or not he was a malevolent conspirator, this was unknown. Gods of speed, this mission. The face of Mount Chishia is at stake. Please also pay attention to it. Otherwise, military justice will be dealt with. The prophet God paused for a moment and continued. Starting today, Mount Chishia opens military control. All the gods. All obey the arrangements. Ritual before military. This was the prophet God's tactic. Since everyone thought that soft wouldn't work, then let's go hard. The sky above Mount Chishia was permeated with an aura that was to be terrifying. These younger generation gods. It looked like they wouldn't change until they used some bloody means. With regards to the prophet God's approach, the older generation of deities were very satisfied in their hearts. They said that as long as these young deities dared to resist, they would strike. After the star god comfortably stretched and unfolded his old waist, he immediately left the heavenly star town. After all, he didn't want to be besieged by the. After so many years of nurturing the human deities, the number of deities was still quite a lot. Even if the star god was fearless, he didn't want to invite trouble. Since the star god had come out, then according to his usual practice, he would directly drill into the great star in the firmament and sleep in a different place. This was the star god, not actively inviting trouble. Very low-key. Even when the plague Dharma god sealed the star god in the first place, it took a great deal of effort to find the star god and seal him this time. The star god was sleeping, and the god of speed really couldn't find him if he didn't have some skills. The god of death killed the powerful angry eyes god. His mood was extremely good. Sitting on top of the recliner, wearing a smile, squinting his eyes, humming a little song, thinking about how to go to the heavenly emperor to claim credit, so that the heavenly emperor realized that he was still a little bit useful. Don't move to destroy yourself. Just then, the heavenly emperor's silhouette suddenly appeared in the death abyss. The god of death was instantly startled, scrambling to stand up from atop the rattan chair before kneeling down at the heavenly emperor's feet and kissing his paws. This was the god of death, who despite having made a small feat, still put his stance very low. This, too, was the point that the heavenly emperor was most satisfied with. Your Holiness the heavenly emperor, the task you explained to me, my little one has completed it without stopping. I still ask for your guidance. The god of death wore a fawning face as he pinched the belly of his calf for the heavenly emperor. This time, you have completed the matter well. Not bad. And it is considered that you have not disgraced this emperor. Get up. The heavenly emperor spat out these words, instantly causing the god of death to feel like he was being pardoned. It was clear in his heart that this hurdle he was considered to have passed. Can you contact the star god? The heavenly emperor automatically coalesced a shadowy throne and sat on his knees at the top of the death abyss, asking the god of death. The lesser god can try. The god of death immediately contacted the star god, and after dialing, informed the star god that the heavenly emperor had sought him out for something. Thus, in the next instant, the star god's silhouette descended into the death abyss and bowed respectfully towards the heavenly emperor's silhouette, expressing his own submission. The heavenly emperor was very satisfied. Star god, your destruction of the heavenly star town this time. My heart is very pleased. I shall reward you. Suddenly, a bracelet glittering with endless starlight fell from the firmament, floating and sending it to the star god's hands. This bracelet, as if it was carrying a large star, shone and was heavy. This was a top-grade divine artifact. The number of top-grade divine artifacts in the heavens and earth, however, was really not many, and it was especially evident that the heavenly emperor valued it. Thank you, heavenly emperor, for the reward. The little god is terrified, and in the future, I will definitely only look up to the heavenly emperor's dragon head. The star god was also very knowledgeable and knelt down to receive it. The star god and the god of death were also considered to be stinky and timid. Otherwise, the two gods really wouldn't be able to play together. Let the god of death contact the star god. Is also the heavenly emperor some small means? See after the powerful star god whether it still listened to orders. With the current result, the heavenly emperor was still satisfied. Not bad. Star god. I'm granting you the power of a second-level god position to monitor the heavenly orders and report any movement of any human race to me. The lesser god accepts the order, since he had exposed his strength. Then in wanting to be clean. This was clearly impossible. Monitoring the actions of the heavens mandate human race. This was not a difficult task for the star god. That is, later on, no longer able to sleep in. The two of you have beheaded the human gods this time. I am very satisfied. But the matter of the human race obliterating my blood cannot pass so easily. Death. Star god. I order the two of you to stir up the heavenly orders, so that the human race will realize who is the master of the heavenly orders. This was the heavenly emperor's order, carrying an endless majesty. The little god accepts the order. The little god accepts the order. The heavenly emperor's shadow dissipated into thin air, leaving the star god, the god of death, in its place. Star god. Look! What about this matter? How should it be plotted, so as to teach the human race a painful lesson? As the heavenly emperor left, the god of death immediately prepared a table and condensed clear tea to properly entertain the star god. Death, you're good at this matter. Ah, you plot. I'll be your gatekeeper. This kind of thing that moved the brain. The star god really didn't want to think about it, and pushed it all to the god of death. Fine. Let me plan this matter. The god of death gave the star god a cup of tea, and the two of them caught up on old times before sending him away to start planning this matter. This heaven's destiny. If it's going to be chaotic, it wouldn't work with just the divine spirit springs. Then, let's give them a jolt. The god of death silhouette left the death abyss with the help of the star god, and then sank into the dark abyss. But as soon as he sank into the dark abyss, the god of death frowned. Something's not right. Why has the darkness of this place been ransacked? Who did this? Can it be the human race? Originally, the god of death wanted to detonate the darkness breath and let it sweep through the entire heavenly destiny continent. But now, this scenario was clicked by him. The god of death pondered in the dark abyss for a while, before suddenly having a flash of light. Right. The gods that had been killed recently weren't just the god of darkness. There was also the young god. The god of death instantly called out to the star god and asked him to send himself to the young god abyss. Young god abyss. This place condensed an abundance of young god's power, making one feel incomparably hot. The egg that the young god had transformed into was being nourished at the bottom, and it was thought that it wouldn't take long, 30 years at the most, for it to be conceived again. God of death? How about you come here? Although it was within the egg, the young god still possessed its own consciousness and inquired in surprise. Young god, do you want to make the human race pay a terrible price? The god of death began to compel the young god. As expected, the short-tempered young god immediately inquired as to how to go about it. Detonate your abyssal power, so that the power of the young god covers the entire heavenly fate, condensing endless young god soldiers, weakening the strength of the human race's towns and cities, and incidentally the other divine seals weakened by 30%, allowing more divine power to seep out. The god of death didn't hide anything, directly informing of his plots. After hearing this, the young god immediately sent his guests away, telling the god of death to get lost. Sacrificing me to make you guys whole? Lousy just looks stupid. Do you think I'm really stupid? Eyes coalesced on the young god's egg and glared at the god of death without giving him a good look. Once the thick abyssal force that was dormant within the young god abyss was detonated, his young god wouldn't be able to conceive in 100,000 years. Wouldn't he miss out on countless opportunities? Ancient gods were all selfish. How could they possibly do such a thing? Young god. It's not up to you. A cruel smile emerged from the corners of the god of death's mouth, and he instantly blew up this fragment of himself, letting the entirety of the chi of death impact the power of the origin within the young god's abyss. In the next second, the power of the star god also exploded in an instant, and a large star in the firmament sank into the young god abyss. Dang! A terrifying aura erupted out. The chi of death, the star god's power, and the young god's breath. All three of them mingled at once. The young god's abyss began to boil and erupt, as if magma couldn't withstand the pressure of the ground and completely erupted. Ding! The third stage of the deity's counterattack begins. Chapter 408, Another Month. Yongshin, don't I? Yongshin. Want to lose face? How many times do I have to be besieged by you guys? As soon as I was revived, I was besieged by the twin gods of the human race, thus dying. And now, surprisingly, he was besieged by an ancient deity from the same deity camp? His life? How could he be so unlucky? Being besieged by the human race was still justifiable, after all. The camps were different. But being besieged by the god of death, the star god, who was also a deity, he couldn't tolerate it, and he wanted to die with these two. However, just as he thought of this, the power of the star god, the power of the god of death, suddenly impacted on this egg of his, causing his egg to completely shatter, leaving behind only a touch of spiritual power to merge into the Yang God spring eye in the ground. The Yang God spring eye was impossible to destroy, and was able to preserve the last strand of the Yang God's divine idea. Only if this wisp of divine thought wanted to be reborn. It would take at least 100,000 years. The Yang God was completely despondent. A trace of guilt just appeared in the bottom of the god of death's heart, but it vanished instantly. This is also considered to be good for the Yang God. Originally the Yang God's strength is not high. Wait for him in the degree of resurrection. To send him to his death again? In that case, it would be better to fulfill someone else. Buzzing. Terrifying. A massive amount of Yang God's power, crazily impacting heaven's mandate. It was like detonating more than 100 divine artifacts at the same time, blowing up in heaven's destiny. And for a moment, these deities sealed by the plague Dharma god immediately felt their own seals, weakened by between 10% and 30%. The power of the Yang God swept through, immediately causing countless monsters in heaven's destiny to begin to mutate, absorbing the power of the Yang God and thus evolving. The seal was cracked open by 30%, and the countless auras of the gods were also triggered in an instant. The aura of the gods spreading and being absorbed by the monsters of heaven's destiny, thus evolving. For a time, the countless monsters belonging to heaven's mandate all made the leap as if they were soaring. The original bronze level monsters had now achieved silver. The gold level monsters had achieved the fine gold level. The players who were brushing the monsters were instantly dumbfounded, and they were all destroyed by the group. So the sounds of curses rose and fell. Crap. What the hell happened? Why did the monster suddenly evolve on the last hit? And it's directly full of blood. Isn't this a farce? Heavenly fate. Give me an explanation. Damn it. It's only been 4 months since the service started. Can you not play like this? I feel like you're dissuading me. Players started complaining one after another. Now, the pressure was given to the major towns of the Divine Spirit people. Ding. The third stage of the Divine Spirit's counterattack has begun. Ding. The attributes of the heaven's destiny monsters have evolved under the nourishing power of the divine power. Please be cautious. This system beep made the players gawk in disbelief. Could it be that the seal of the gods further being opened? This was also really hard to deal with. The monsters of heaven's destiny were already considered very difficult to kill. And now? Even harder to kill. The players could only cower within the town now, waiting to feel out the situation, and then strike again after everything settled down. Now, it happens to be the period of rapid evolution of monsters. It is better to stay peacefully in the town. We should learn from last time's lesson. Players began to discuss on the interactive forum. This original village mouth chickadee has now turned into a 3-headed fiery sun chicken. How can we still fight this? Haha. What do you count? Look at the photo I captured. This is what I just took. The crypt earthworm directly evolved into a unicorn raptor. These two? Do they go together? Geez. Yours? It's nothing. Look at mine. A purple gold level monster, the colorful heavenly horse, directly promoted to become a 7-colored Pegasus. Handsome or not? Crap. Good looking. Handsome. You guys say? What is the limit of this evolution? Epic level. Monsters above the epic level have no changes. It had to be said that the power of the players was infinite. And it didn't take long to sum up the effects caused by this divine spirit chi sweep. The heavenly emperor token buzzed and vibrated. Hee hee. Why do I feel that my seal has broken by 30%? Which big brother helped? Me too. Me too. Is it hard to believe that it was His Holiness the Heavenly Emperor who made the move? The deities started exchanging words in disbelief. No, it wasn't. It was the young god who exposed himself to the vast amount of young god's power in his own abyss, which allowed us to break so many of our seals. It also opened up the next stage of the counterattack against the human race. In that case, the young god really is a good god. What a commitment. Why do I sense the aura of the god of death? The star god? Is it hard to believe? A bold idea surfaced in this deity's mind. It wasn't just him. Other deities also detected it in an instant. This matter? There was definitely something fishy going on. With a petty look like the young god, would he sacrifice himself to make others whole? Dispose of it off-site? Can he do it himself? At this time, the god of death logged onto the Heavenly Emperor's token and issued a remark. Heavenly Emperor's decree, in remembrance of Yang Shen's great contribution to the unsealing of the gods. He is hereby rewarded with a second-ranked divine position and a top-grade divine weapon. Order of the Heavenly Emperor, since the divine spirit has broken one or two of the seals. That is to say, we will continue to work hard and strive to break the seals as soon as possible. Order of the Heavenly Emperor, the human race has repeatedly harassed my ancient divine race. Hereby, all the deities are awakened. Please slaughter the ants of that year and raise the might of my deities. Heavenly Emperor's decree, ancient deities who behead the human race's deities will be rewarded with a top-grade divine artifact. The god of death continuously proclaimed the Heavenly Emperor's decree, and the gods muted their voices and listened quietly. All of a sudden, things were finalized. It wasn't the god of death, the star god coercing, but the young god actively blowing himself up. Second-order godhood? This treatment was already considered high, coupled with a superior divine artifact. When the young god recovered, his ranking would have to advance quite a bit more. But the gods are not red in the face. This is the young god, with his life in exchange for awe. After the awakening of the young god? Is it still him? At the same time, the gods' minds immediately flooded with a trace of cool air. This god of death, the star god, is really ruthless. Originally, some of the gods who were preparing to come out of the world immediately pressed their thoughts. What if they waited for him to come out of the world? Unluckily, under the human gods beheaded, he did not even have the opportunity to resist. That will be the end of the lair. Cut off in the degree of resurrection of the idea. The god of death was smug. This time, again, it was considered a beautiful completion of the task set by the Heavenly Emperor. I wonder, will the Heavenly Emperor send down any rewards? Just thinking about it made me look forward to it. Buzz! Golden light flashed out from within the Heavenly Emperor's order, a sign that the Heavenly Emperor had joined it. Ding! The god of death, the star god, mutilated the young god, causing him to not be able to come out for 100,000 years, hereby cutting the god of death's position and the star god's position for 1 year as an example to others. Please take this as a warning to all the gods. This was the voice of the Heavenly Emperor. With indifference, majesty, god of death, unloading, star god, a big black pot. These two gods immediately joined the Heavenly Emperor's token and spoke reverently. Thank you for the Heavenly Emperor's dragon grace. The Heavenly Emperor's millimeter light flickered, and instantly the two gods appeared. The god of death and the star god immediately sank into the abyss, and were not allowed to come out for a year. This was the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Powerful and unreasonable. The content of the Heavenly Emperor's order remains unchanged, but killing between deities is strictly forbidden. The Heavenly Emperor withdrew from the Heavenly Emperor decree, leaving behind a group of shivering deities. Gods, the Heavenly Emperor is indeed as cold as ever. Death Abyss. The god of death was stripped of his divine position, and was in a more or less indignant mood, lying on top of his recliner, rocking back and forth, not knowing what he was thinking about. The star god was also sealed within his star god abyss, and he was happy to do so, finally able to sleep peacefully. However, in the next instant, the Heavenly Emperor's silhouette descended down to the second god's abyss at the same time. You guys? There's still a task to go through. Star god. This is the star map in the vault of heaven. Take the god of death to this place and fetch something for me. Remember, this thing is vital. The Celestial Emperor returned the divine throne to the two. And then star god. God of death was suddenly on his way in bitterness. The star god checked the star map and instantly knew that it would take at least half a year to travel to this place. Round trip? It just happened to be a year's worth of light. The second god had to admire the Heavenly Emperor. Truly the best time manager. The god of death. The star god disappeared. The god of speed from Mount Sutra was dumbfounded. He couldn't find the star god all. Within the darkened space, Qin Fang did not sleep or rest. As if he could not perceive exhaustion. Constantly forging and mastering his emotions. Within these 2 months. No. In Qin Fang's perception, he had spent 2 long years in this place. The emotions that Qin Fang had mastered were increasing. And the art of forging was gradually rising. Even, he had vaguely touched a completely new path of forging. If he went out, he would really be able to open up a whole new kind of forging. Qin Fang was getting calmer and calmer. But at the same time, he was also getting more and more like a savage. With messy hair and a messy beard. Outside world. Another month had passed since the last divine resurrection. And it was the 6th month since the opening of Heaven's destiny. Within this month, the players gradually figured out the attributes of these post-evolution monsters and targeted their hunts. Not to mention, after the evolution of these monsters, the experience value was also doubled. The drops were also doubled. And the players were more motivated to brush the monsters. For example, a Yom God attribute monster? Letting a group of players who had transmuted into the ice attribute to brush them was simply doubling the effort. In the case of death attribute monsters, for example, letting life priests or life warriors brush them was simply too good to be true. In particular, the monster siege that broke out a few days ago in Heaven's Destiny unification had allowed countless players to feast their eyes on an epic blockbuster. They just realized the power of their respective towns. Terrifying. The whimpering monsters, after a burst of strong light, instantly vaporized. This instantly allowed the gunners to see a bright future. The top of the legendary level monsters, in the hands of the flaming archers, as if it was a chicken general, was played to death. This instantly allowed the archers to see a bright future. This time, although it was a monster siege, it was more like a personal show for the Heaven's Destiny town. It allowed the players to possess a deeper understanding of their profession's future. Its future. Although the players were highly motivated to brush monsters these days. Even Bastard Sky, who was ranked 2nd on top of the list, was only at level 58, and had yet to reach level 60 and turn 1. Heaven's Destiny. The further back one upgrades, the longer it takes. Within this month, the apothecary competition also came to an end. From the very beginning of the auditions to the final, every single one was so exciting that the players couldn't stop watching. In the end, the winner was decided. Not by an NPC, but by a player. I have a pair of skillful hands. If Qin Fang was still around, he would definitely be able to recognize that this player? It was the divine apothecary, who would later become the mighty Heaven's Destiny. Chapter 409 Divesting the Divine Bit. I have a pair of skillful hands was currently an ordinary player, and had not joined any guilds. If Qin Fang had not been sealed, he would have definitely taken the first opportunity to draw her in. And even if he failed to do so, he would have befriended her and added her as a friend. Nay, Qin Fang was sealed at the moment, and was unable to appear. Although Qin Fang did not draw her in. Other guilds, other organizations, all contacted. I have a pair of clever hands at the first opportunity, giving her the greatest benefits, even offering a sky-high price of 300 million copper coins a year. One should know that because of getting the championship, her apothecary rank was raised by 1 level again, and she had already reached the purple gold level, becoming the number 1 apothecary in Heaven's Destiny. This was an advantage. For other apothecaries to achieve purple gold, it would take at least a year of light. This 1 year was enough for her to leave all the apothecaries behind. Countless players were envious, but they could only be envious. Who made them powerful? Do you guys know which guild I have a pair of skillful hands ended up joining? That's really unknown. I see all these rewards? It's simply all dazzling. Yeah. The 300 million copper coins offered by the overwhelming Sky Guild to support teleportation towns. The astronomical price offered by the Vast Sea Guild. A reserved slot in the Sky City. The invitation to the Vice President given by the World Guild. All of this is making old me drool. A reserved spot for Sky City. This was also very valuable. Although one couldn't directly ascend to the Sky City. But then, there was always a slight chance. Wasn't there? I heard about it. I have a pair of dexterous hands didn't join any guilds, but instead joined the Sky Moon Town City Guards, and became an honorary wannabe. This news immediately shocked the players. Unwilling to believe it. This person? Is he retarded? Letting go of the opportunity to level the playing field? Surprisingly joining the city guard? That's right. A broken city guard? What's so great about it? Can't it be possible to become a city lord? Bah! This kind of precarious city lord position? I don't even want it if it's given to me for nothing. The players expressed their disbelief. Thinking that I have a pair of skillful hands was self-destructive. However, only true apothecaries understood the correctness of this choice of I have a pair of skilled hands. The various materials for refining potions among the city guards were boundless. It was there that the technique of refining could be rapidly improved. Never let it be said that guilds were also able to do the same. District guilds? Can it be compared to a terrifying machine like a town? Ding. The first decomposer competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Members of Heaven's Destiny. Ding. The first chef competition is about to begin. Please. Ding. The first architect competition is about to begin. Please. Ding. The first repairer competition is about to begin. Please. Ding. The first gunsmith competition is about to begin. Please. For a while, all sorts of sub-professions competitions appeared as quickly as they had sprung up. Organized by the major towns and cities. With a unified final at the end. Not to mention, there were quite a few players who watched this kind of competition. Especially the finals. Sign up. Hee hee. It's finally the moment for my old ox to strike. This vice profession champion. I must take it. The players were very enthusiastic. Mount Chixiao. Lu Long. Why did you press for this blacksmith competition? It was a pale deity that questioned Lu Long. The divine smith Lu Long was still sitting in Tianyang town at the moment. And at the moment, he was merely a shadow. A projection condensed from technology. I'm waiting for the winner of the first blacksmith competition. This was divine artisan Lu Long's reasoning. Seemingly irrational, but it was supported by the prophet god, allowing the blacksmithing competition to be held for the time being. Postponed. After all, the prophet god also wanted to see Qin Fang's forging had improved to what point. This time was an excellent opportunity for Qin Fang. If he took first place, he could be promoted to a purple gold ranked blacksmith. Then, it would be extremely beneficial to his future. Agreed. Agreed. Since the prophet god had agreed, the other gods naturally wouldn't say anything else. By the way, has the god of speed found any trace of the star god? The prophet god so inquired, beginning the chastisement. No. The god of speed was ready to be punished. This month, he had been perfunctory every day. Asking him to search for the star god? Wasn't that asking him to die? The star god? Is he capable of dealing with that? If he doesn't find the star god, he'll be fine. At least he'll be able to save his life. What if he finds the star god? That's a death sentence. The god of speed had already prepared himself for a roll of the dice. He knows in his heart that he is a deity. Even if the prophet god chastises him, it was also irrelevant. The big deal was to be locked up. And he was happy to do so. The god of speed, who wasted his time for personal reasons, didn't even bother to look for traces of the star god. The prophet god casually threw out a few shiny glass spheres. And within them were records of what the god of speed had done during these days. On the first day, the god of speed searched for a woman and arranged flowers in jade. On the second day, the god of speed once again went looking for a woman, arranging flowers in jade. On the third day, the god of speed again went looking for a woman, arranging flowers. The fourth day, the fifth day, the god silently looked at these glass balls. And admiration could not help but appear in their eyes. This god of speed? It's so strong. Can waste be able to withstand it? Even though they were gods, they couldn't overdraw their bodies like this. God of speed, you're quite the leisure person. The prophet god's words took on a voice of judgment. Cold to the core. Hey, I'm going deeper into it. Probing for clues. What's wrong with that? Rather, it's you, prophet god. I respect you and call you prophet god. What if I don't? What are you? An old tree root. The god of speed still had a stiff upper lip. Still disdained and even insulted the prophet god. He didn't think the prophet god would dare to do anything to himself. After all, for so many years, the god of speed had always been like this, and had always lived well. Do you approve of the contents of the above crystal ball? The prophet god calmly looked at the god of speed. So what if I approve? So what if I don't? Can you eat me? This bird god. I'm still quitting. By virtue of my identity. Where can't I go to get away with it? I have to suffer this bird's anger in Mount Chishya. The god of speed left behind these harsh words and turned around to leave. Today, my prophet God reads out the god of speed, Lee Quick several major sins. 1. Moral corruption. 2. Lawlessness. 3. Publicity. 4. Deceiving the top and the bottom. 5. No one in sight. Today, I replace the god of plague Dharma and strip you of your god of speed divine position as a warning to others. The prophet God spat out these words icily, without any emotion, and suddenly a golden light enveloped the god of speed, making it unable to move, and a look of horror flowed out of the god of speed's eyes. In an instant, the entire Chishya mountain changed. The gods of the younger generation changed their colors, bouncing up from the top of their seats with a rubbing sound, looking at the prophet God in horror. After so many years, Mount Chishya hadn't seen such a vicious incident yet. Prophet God? To do what? How dare he want to divest the godhood? On what grounds was he prophet God? How fucking dare you? Although the god of speed was terrified, he still cursed. And in his heart, he couldn't help but think, is it possible that he, the prophet God? Does he really have the ability to strip away the godhood? Or is he bluffing? Trying to make me soft? If it were before, the god of speed might have given in and begged for forgiveness. But today, his backbone had also come up, and he was sticking his neck out, cursing the prophet God. Prophet God? Although the god of speed is slacking off, it's not enough to strip the divine throne. This was the young generation of God's wordsmiths, appearing once again and wanting to save the god of speed. Yes, please also ask Lord Prophet God to think twice. Lord Prophet God, please also think twice. The gods of the younger generation chimed in, wanting to make the prophet God stop this move. As for the older generation of deities, they were silent and embraced the prophet God, agreeing with this decision of his. The eyes that looked towards the god of speed were filled with disgust, as well as deep suspicion. This kind of human scum? How did one achieve godhood? The matter of the god of speed is sealed. No one can refute it. The prophet God spat out one last sentence, revealing his own essence as golden branches appeared, probing into the god of speed's mind, wanting to forcibly strip him of his divine position. Prophet God, you shall not do good. God save me. What happens to me today is what happens to you tomorrow. This Mount Chishya, insulting me like this, slaughtering gods at will. Who dares to stay here? Or else revolt? These were the voices that the god of speed kept emitting in fear. Quite some gibberish. But they poked at the heart of a portion of the deities. Right. Such a perched mountain? Was there still a need to stay? If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. This old willow tree is trying to dig up the roots of my human race. Ah, it hurts. My godhood. It's actually really peeling away. Gods, aren't you going to do anything yet? The god of speed felt that the power in his body was constantly draining away, and his divine position was being pulled by the willow branches, constantly being stripped away. This feeling of powerlessness really made him despair, making his insults even louder and more reckless. Grass your mother. What did I do wrong? How dare you torture old me like this? Prophet God, you shall not die. Isn't it just that old me has deep feelings with a few girls? What business is it of yours? Gods, resist. Can it be that you really want to watch me die? The god of speed looked at the immobile gods. It really wanted to give them 2 punches. But he was unaware of it. These gods of the younger generation had long wanted to strike, wanted to resist, wanted to target the prophet God, wanted to make him give up this unrealistic idea. However, a wisp of the plague Dharma god's aura that suddenly descended from the firmament made them not dare to act rashly, made them not dare to speak freely. It was clear in the hearts of these deities that this was the plague Dharma god endorsing the prophet God again. At this moment, was it really the prophet God's decision? No, it wasn't. At this moment, it was the decision of the plague Dharma god. These younger generation deities could be unafraid of the prophet God, but they couldn't be unafraid of the plague Dharma god. Thus, these deities were silent, silently watching the executed god of speed, their eyes filled with sympathy, as well as a hint of anger. The feelings of a rabbit dying. The god of speed was actually right. If they didn't stand up for the god of speed today, tomorrow, it was possible for them to become today's god of speed as well. By then, would there be anyone left to speak up for them? The god of prophecy? So ruthless. Chapter 410 Plague Dharma God's First Appearance. The prophet god was like a demonic god of heaven and earth at this moment. And with an explosive cry, a golden branch violently drew out a god position in the color of purple and gold from the mind of the god of speed, glittering so brightly that it pierced the eyes of the deities. This divine seat coalesced into a seal that fell into the hands of the seer god, and then it was condensed by him on top of the tree trunk, as if it was a dragon scale, the color of purple and gold. The stripping of the divine bit is over, and I ask that all the gods take this as a warning and not make any mistakes in the future. Ahem. To explain in layman's terms, in the future, all behave yourself. The prophet god sat down and once again spoke out. God of destruction, you are to search for the star god's position once again, with January as the deadline. Understood? The god of destruction, an old god left behind from the ancient times, did not hesitate at this moment, directly receiving the order and flying away from Mount Shishia, meticulously completing the task entrusted by the prophet god, not caring about any dangers at all. This was the contrast between the old and new gods. The new generation of deities have been slightly slacking off recently. From tomorrow onwards, all drill up, train in pairs, fight, raise their battle awareness, and always be ready to fight. The younger generation of deities could only follow orders. The prophet gods left, not even looking at the god of speed. The old gods left. All of them were contemptuous of the god of speed. The new gods took a look at the ruined god of speed, and also rolled their eyes and left with a shameful smile. The current god of speed? It had already been stripped of its divine position, with only a pale body remaining, and it was thought that it wouldn't take long before it would simply die of old age. This kind of existence no longer had any use. These new gods, naturally, would no longer take care of him. This was the reality. Even some of the items left behind by the god of speed would be stripped away by these gods. The god of speed was currently lost in thought, as soft as a puddle of mud on the ground. His eyes were hollow as he looked at the sky, and a strong sense of death surfaced in his heart. Although the god of speed hated the prophet god, what could he do at this moment? Although the god of speed hated these superficial brother deities, who did not put up a fight even more, what could he do at this moment? To fall from a deity to become immortal. This was a feeling that no one could understand. Late at night, the god of speed then slowly rose from the ground and returned to his own cave of bliss and despair. Within Yang City, Qin Fang, as the city lord, had disappeared for 2 months of light. During this period of time, Yang City had not been in chaos, and had even become more prosperous. Everything was developing in a good direction. The second small town, which had also been knocked down, was successfully merged into Yang City, allowing Yang City's strength to instantly increase. Nowadays, Yang City had become a behemoth amongst these surrounding towns. It was as if this little shrimp had become a giant whale in an instant, possessing the status of an overlord that could devour everything around it. Only these days, Qin Linger was still worried about Qin Fang's situation. After all, he hadn't appeared from within the nutrient warehouse for 2 months. Even if Hidden Earth kept telling Qin Linger Black Widow that Qin Fang was fine and was merely brushing up. However, Black Widow still felt a hint of something wrong. If he was just brushing the map, how was it possible to not exit the game? During this period of time, in her spare moments, Black Widow had also logged into Heaven's Destiny and created a character. And this real feeling instantly attracted Black Widow. She wasn't stupid either, and had long known about Qin Fang's situation. But what puzzled her? Why had he been decapitated by the Heavenly Emperor? Meaning that Qin Fang could not be resurrected again? Where did he go? This game? Is it hard to link it to reality? Needless to say, this was Black Widow's acumen. Unhindered, this was the 30th time Black Widow had asked about Qin Fang's condition. But Hidden Earth always answered like this. This all made Black Widow wonder if the Hidden Earth behind the door had harmed Qin Fang. After all, the only person in this room who shared the room with Qin Fang was Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth, it's really unharmed. All the indicators of the boss are very normal. It's just that I don't know. Why is he unable to awaken? Unable to do anything about it. Black Widow had no choice but to leave. Mandate of Heaven. These days, Hegemony undoubtedly misses Player Me the most. The first month that Playersian disappeared, Batian still didn't have any feelings. But this month, Batian was very uncomfortable. His equipment couldn't keep up with it. The 58 level Batian was still wearing 55 level gold level equipment, And although this attribute was already high in the eyes of ordinary players, it was completely not up to Bashan standards. The feeling of brushing monsters in the past? Gone. Even if it was an ordinary level 58 small monster, he would have to slash 70 to 80 times. A feeling that really left him speechless. To know? In the past, he had slashed one little friend at a time. These little caramels. They were completely insufficient for him. Player me? To be able to give him this unique feeling was nothing more than spending some copper coins. But copper coins? It must be the most important thing to have fun. During this period of time, Batian constantly contacted the player me. But the result was, not in the service area. Batian is very sad. He does not want to go to brush the monster again. This is simply torture. It's not just Batian. The players who have purchased the equipment that I have forged, all of them felt this way. This group of players had to heartily sigh a sentence. Player me equipment, although expensive. But expensive has expensive reason. Value for money. Player me? Where did he go? I still want to buy equipment from him. The tycoons couldn't help themselves, wanting to purchase top-notch equipment. During this time, I've also been looking for Playergen, but I couldn't get any reply. I don't know. Why does it feel like he's disappeared? Not sure. This kid, doesn't he want to circle money anymore? 10 million copper coins for a level 55 purple gold equipment. The tycoons gave sky-high prices, wanting a piece of equipment. No one asked for it, and there was a price for it, in the midst of the pitch-black space. If Qin Fong were to know that everyone was so nostalgic for his equipment, it was really quite gratifying. On this day, Qin Fong stopped forging, and he began to think how to truly embark on a brand new path of forging. Just by virtue of forging? It wasn't going to work. One also had to use one's brain. No. 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 In this way, the flexibility when forging materials is not guaranteed at all. Shouldn't it be like this? Yes. 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 It should be like this. I have a hunch. Playergen continuously took out paper and pen from within his backpack, continuously calculating and deducing. In the end, the thickness of the paper grew thicker and thicker, and Qin Fong's ideas became more and more refined and confident. Your idea is very good, but a change of soup is not a change of medicine. Suddenly, Qin Fong suddenly heard such a voice. Qin Fong was startled on the spot. Looking around, an absolute darkness. There was no silhouette. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Qin Fong immediately thought of a frightening idea. When a person is trapped in a desperate situation for a long time, a second consciousness will be born to communicate with itself, which, in layman's terms, is also known as neurosis. It was hard to believe that he had a disease. Qin Fong was a little scared and worried about his own condition. What do you think about my path of forging? What are your insights? Qin Fong still decided to ask to see if it was the second consciousness of the self. Your forging seems innovative, but in reality, it is still repeating the same old path of forging equipment without igniting the flame? What kind of innovation is that? Isn't it still the purification? Quenching set? The wisp of a voice seemed to look down on this idea of Qin Fong's. For a split second, Qin Fong felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. These words overturned everything he had thought. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was indeed true. His brand new forging? It was indeed rubbish. Who are you? After a long time, Qin Fong inquired these words. I am the Plague Dharma God. As soon as Qin Fong heard this, he was immediately shaken, as if he had gone down, completely losing his ability to think. Frozen in place. Plague Dharma God? How could a Plague Dharma God appear in this place? You? You are the Plague Dharma God? Qin Fong stammered out. To be honest, Qin Fong was a little excited at the moment. In his previous life, even though Qin Fong's forging technique had reached a certain peak, he had still never seen a Plague Dharma God. In the next second, the Pestilence Dharma God's body shone with a white-colored light, illuminating and forcing back the surrounding pitch blackness, revealing a peerless figure. Plague God's appearance is a young man, wearing a set of green robes, face with a smile, very peaceful. Outside the body of the black gas is like a swimming fish, constantly drilling out from his body. Looks very friendly. This? Qin Fong was surprised. This was not a Plague Dharma God. This was completely different from the publicity drawings of the Plague Dharma God that he had seen. The pestilence Dharma god in the propaganda drawings? It wasn't a chaos outfit with a mask covering his face. Very hideous. With a terrifying scythe slung behind his back. And a black aura outside his body that was 3 feet high and low. It was truly like a messenger from hell. Hello. I am the plague Dharma god. At this moment, the pestilence Dharma god was as if he was a neighbor's big brother, without ever having any stance. Hello. I'm player me. Name Qin Fong. Gender male. Occupation blacksmith. Qin Fong nervously introduced himself, baldly giving all the information. I'll save you out first. The plague FA god finished speaking. Behind his back, that is. A terrifying scythe appeared, tearing and pulling. This pitch-black space was instantly torn into 2 halves, like a canopy being cut open. A ray of white light, of free air, descended on Qin Fong's body. Qin Fong didn't even dare to think that the plague Dharma god had come to specifically rescue himself. This treatment? Not even the prophet god possessed it. Ding. You are welcome to return to the heavenly destiny continent. Ding. You have unread messages 99999. Ding. You have unanswered messages 99999. Ding. You have unread messages 99999. Qin Fong smiled helplessly and bitterly when he heard such a system beep. In his impression, 2 years had passed since he entered the dark space. It had already been 2 years since he had entered the dark space. And these messages seeking equipment had long expired, and his forging level wasn't exactly the highest. He should have already fallen behind. It was fortunate that he had purchased the highest level of nutrient warehouse. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to hold out, and might have been turned into a dry corpse long ago. Huh. Something's not right. This latest email? How come it's only the 1st of October? Can it be? Qin Fong checked the emails as if he was crazy. And it wasn't long before his head was spinning, and he was sure of one fact. He had only been away for 2 months. How could that be possible? Ding. Player Batian requests for communication. Do you agree? Qin Fong looked at the system beep, looked at the time below, and fell into deep thought. However, he still chose to hang up. After all, the pinnacle existence of the entire game was still standing by his side. Chapter 411 Level 300 Area, Plague Forest. Qin Fong hung up Bartian's communication. Immediately, the distant Bartion detected a hint of something wrong. After a long time, Bartion reacted in a daze. What? Surprisingly, he hung up? To no. These days, Batian to player me to play out the communication. As far as possible is no one to answer And finally to the end of the busy tone. This time, he suddenly hung up. Doesn't it mean that the player has appeared? Batian is very sensible. Did not call again. Quietly waiting. Then he started to secretly prepare the copper coins. Ready to buy equipment from player me. This news must be hidden well. Otherwise, other players might get the news as well. But Batian still underestimated the player's snatch. After all, during this period of time, everyone was tortured by the wild monsters. When Batian hung up, other players were also calling Qin Fong. But they were all hung up by Qin Fong. So they all knew about the reemergence of player me. Crap. Player me has reappeared. This was an article announcing the return of player me. And the number of hits immediately broke 10 million. Contact player Jin. Players hot pillowed. Hurry up and contact player Jin. Player me. Hurry up and sell the level 60 purple gold equipment. Yeah. I can't wait. Seeing such a message, Hegemony was dumbfounded, but could only express that there was nothing he could do. For a while, countless players with needs contacted player Jin. These 2 months of light? Although there were new blacksmiths that came out and led the way. But what? The success rate was too low to supply such a huge market. Furthermore, the quality is too poor. In response, Qin Fong directly blocked his own communication and released an article, Need to familiarize myself with level 60 forging. After 3 days, priority will be given to contacting regular customers. The players of Heaven's Destiny then quieted down and waited quietly. After all, the players had indeed disappeared for too long and needed to familiarize themselves. Qin Fong surveyed the surroundings. This place? It was not a Tianong town, but a palace built in the middle of a dense forest. At a glance, Qin Fong could only see countless trees rising up to the sky, stirring up a strong breath of life. And between the trees, he could even see a green mist spreading, fluttering like an elf. When the sun shone down, these green mists gradually faded and shone with a seven-colored light. So beautiful. The branches of each tree are like the black jade in the world. Although there is also the texture of dragon scales, but more of them are glittering with the light of jade. Crystal clear, able to see the internal chalcedony. As for the top of the branches and leaves is like a false general. Each piece is like the emperor green. Let a person a glance that is intoxicated cannot believe. On top of each leaf, there is a drop of crystal dew, reflecting the light of the sun, making people relaxed and happy. The pure green leaves are piled up and spread out into a beautiful carpet, just like a fairyland on earth. In the forest filled with the breath of life, Qin Fong saw the heavenly horse leaping, bringing out colorful rays of light. He saw the seven-colored deer galloping, as if a gorgeous carpet had been laid out. He saw the nine-colored qilin murmuring, spewing out infinite essence of light. This place was certainly a paradise for these divine beasts. It is such a heaven on earth. Built this villa full of modern atmosphere. This villa and the surrounding environment is out of place, but it looks more magnificent. The appearance of the villa, all by the green and gold color of the huge stone blocks piled up, so that people cannot see any gap, which is decorated with different flowers, potted plants, stars, looks particularly spectacular. This size deep purple crystals are set on top of the boulders, serving as lighting. Some long extinct substances melted into patterns that became embellishments on top of the boulders. The bones of the huge dragon's head were treated as decorations and set on the top of the villa. And the two huge dragon eyes were replaced by golden-colored beads, as if they were living creatures, which made one's heart flutter when looking at them. Ding! Congratulations on lighting up the 300-level map, Plague Forest. Ugh! Hearing such a system tone, Qin Fong was directly startled. This? Where is it? Surprisingly, it was the Plague Forest? The place where the legendary Plague Dharma god resides? Wasn't it said that this place was at the alternation of the sun and the moon? Isn't it in the center of heaven's destiny? No wonder. This place was able to see godly beasts at random. Godly materials. Godly flowers and plants. Everything was explained. The Plague Dharma god was currently sitting on top of the stone table between the villas, quietly starting to cook tea. It looked like he did not intend to invite Qin Fong to enter the villa to watch for a while. Qin Fong stood frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for a moment. Every single creature here? Even a random plant was capable of taking his life. Sit. Hearing such words, Qin Fong was immediately like an amnesty. Like a robot, controlling his stiff body, sitting beside the Plague Dharma god, his back straight, waiting for this admonishment. The Plague god ignited the red, crystalline clay furnace that emitted a clear sound, and the ferocious flames inside blazed up. Qin Fong recognized the ore of this kind of clay furnace, divine-grade red earth. I heard that just a little bit. It was possible to condense a divine-grade equipment. But at this moment, this place was actually consumed by the Plague Dharma god to refine such a large lump into a clay furnace. This was truly a waste. The golden kettle burning on top of the clay furnace was even made of a material that Qin Fong did not recognize. But with his eyesight, it was not difficult to see that it was also some sort of god-grade material, more precious than the god-grade red clay. A previous life? Qin Fong had begged left and right for a piece of divine-grade material without being able to get it. But in this life? Surprisingly, he was able to see so many of them and view them so closely. The pestilence Dharma god quietly watched the clear spring boil, not uttering a single word during the time. It was not difficult to see that the pestilence Dharma god was a pure person. When the spring boiled, the plague god began to brew tea. At a glance, it was a veteran of the tea ceremony. Taste it. Qin Fong picked up the divine-grade teacup with some excitement and some trepidation. He drank it in one go, not caring about the boiling heat. The plague Dharma god laughed and bluntly said that it was a waste of a good thing. Qin Fong smiled sardonically. This tea tasting? It was really torturing him. It wasn't as good as the clear water at his home. Qin Fong? Do you know the pitch-black space where you were imprisoned? Where is it? The plague Dharma god enjoyed sipping 3 infusions of clear tea before speaking. I don't know. The pitch-black space, also known as the Heavenly Emperor's prison. I wonder what exactly you have done. Surprisingly, it was worth the Heavenly Emperor throwing you into the Heavenly Emperor's prison. In here, there are all poor and vicious people locked up. Qin Fong seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Heavenly Emperor's prison? Another brand new term that he was completely unclear about. The pestilence Dharma god wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were as if they possessed fiery eyes, able to see through Qin Fong. Qin Fong thanks Senior Plague Dharma god for saving him. Your kindness, Qin Fong will not forget. Qin Fong immediately got up and bowed 180 degrees to express his own gratitude. Alright. Keep a low profile in the future. The Plague Dharma god picked up his teacup and looked like he was about to send off his guests. Saving Qin Fong? It was nothing more than the prophet god's constant requests. Otherwise, the pestilence Dharma god would never make a move. Seeing this, I don't know where Qin Fong got the courage to stand up and look straight into the eyes of the Plague Dharma god and inquired. Senior Plague Dharma god, is there anything you have that is worthy of me running an errand? Qin Fong will definitely do it for you in a clear manner. This kind of words to brush up one's presence? It was still necessary to say a few words. What if? What about being able to salvage any? The Plague Dharma god looked at the nervous Qin Fong at the moment, stopped his hand movements, put down his teacup, and first pondered for a while, thinking for a while, before speaking seriously. Recently, there is really something that needs you to run an errand. Ding. Pestilence Dharma god releases a god-level mission to you, the Elf Clan Crisis. The Plague Dharma god had actually released a quest. At this moment, even Qin Fong could not help but grow his mouth. He had only wanted to try his luck, but he had never thought it had really been touched by him. Quest profile. The divine race is moving in a strange way. And according to the heavenly phenomena, the next step? The ancient gods will make a move against the elves. Please bring the manuscript of the Plague Dharma god within 1 month and enter the Elven God clan to inform this news, so that the Elven God clan can make early preparations. Quest reward. Combat faculty Divine Seed, Ogre God Flower. Qin Fong saw such a reward. His heart was immediately thumping, and his entire body was trembling with excitement beyond attachment. Ogre God Flower? This legendary thing? Was he even fortunate enough to be able to obtain it? In his previous life, there had been a guild that had obtained the seeds of the Ogre God Flower and planted them at the entrance of their guild. Originally, it was thought that it was just an ordinary seed. Nay, countless divine soldiers attacked the guild. Surprisingly, they returned with no success and were devoured without leaving any traces. As a result, the guild became so famous that it was even directly renamed Ogre God Flower Guild. It ranked among the top 20 guilds, only because the Ogre God Flower could only passively defend, unable to actively attack. Otherwise, the Ogre Divine Flower Guild was in the top 20 guilds. It's not even a problem. Ding. You have successfully taken on this divine quest, Senior Plague Dharma God. Please also rest assured that this news, I will definitely deliver it at the first opportunity. Qin Fong was excited and decisively took this quest at the first opportunity. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the special God tier item, Plague Dharma God Manuscript. Alright. Thank you for running an errand for me. The corners of the Plague Venerable God's mouth still held a peaceful smile. You are too kind. I'll see you off. The Pestilence Dharma God used his means to tear through space and sent Qin Fong, who was squatting to tie his shoelaces, away. When Qin Fong left, the Pestilence Dharma God looked at the pathway with a missing piece of the green and red two-colored stone and could not help but laugh out softly. This kid? Still a real thief. In the next second, Qin Fong was thrown out of the spatial rift by the Plague Dharma God. Checking around, this place was clearly the Tianong town. These were trivial matters. Qin Fong hurriedly opened his palm to check what was in his hand. And when he saw that it did exist, Qin Fong immediately smiled with joy and happiness, only to see that in his hand, there was a bright red-colored stone lying peacefully. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine grade or essence stone of dragon's blood. This was what Qin Fong had gained from pretending to tie his shoelaces. Qin Fong, Pestilence Dharma God, shouldn't care about such a small waste of a stone. This stone, which was already loose, could potentially pinch the feet of the Great Plague Pharaoh. Qin Fong was just removing the hidden danger for the Plague Pharaoh. Chapter 412, Soaring Wealth. Qin Fong quickly put away this bright red-colored divine grade dragon blood crystal. A divine grade material. Even after 8 years, it was still very precious. An ordinary blacksmith, who wanted to gather one to forge a divine weapon, to break through to the divine level? It's simply impossible. God-level materials. Too precious. Are you a player, me? Qin Fong had just purchased an insurance policy for this divine gray dragon blood crystal and deposited it in Heaven's Destiny safe. When a player recognized him and exclaimed in shock, "This player?" It wasn't that he wanted to forge equipment, but he was surprised in his heart. After all, Qin Fong had already disappeared for 2 months. And during these 2 months, the players in Tianyang Town were constantly speculating about Qin Fong. Where exactly had he gone? Could it be that he had died? Otherwise, why didn't he log into the game? Now, these speculations, these rumors, have been dispelled. Qin Fong appeared. Qin Fong handed him a smile and turned away. In the next second, Qin Fong appeared from the shadows. Having changed his appearance and nickname, Qin Fong strolled within the Tianyang Town, quietly surveying the fledgling town. Honestly, this town was still able to exist at this moment. It had 50% of his credit. If it wasn't for Little Black devouring the blood of the Celestial Emperor and condensing the Celestial Emperor crystals. If it wasn't for him forging the Celestial Emperor's equipment and absorbing all of the Celestial Emperor's power, Heavenly Sun Town? It was probably crushed by a single finger of the Heavenly Emperor's shadow. Only, where was his reward? Earlier, he was sealed by the Heavenly Emperor and did not receive a reward. Well, he admitted it. But what about now? He had already appeared. How come the rewards were still not in place? Qin Fong looked around at the buildings that were gradually being constructed, and a familiar face suddenly flashed by. This NPC seems to be someone from his private territory. How could he be here? The moment he thought of this place, Qin Fong directly went forward to ask, "Boss, you're back. This is for our 886 shop to be built yet. As an artisan master, I definitely have to be here." The younger NPC responded to Qin Fong with a smile on his face. As an NPC recruited by Yuze in the private territory, how could he not recognize his top boss? Oh, very good. Not bad. Qin Fong was all frozen for a moment. He really hadn't expected to? Having so many shops? Keep up the good work. Qin Fong hurriedly contacted Yuze, wanting to know the truest situation of the 10,000 Empty Lane group at this moment. Ding. Your boss, we request for communication. Do you agree? Hearing such a system tone, Yuze agreed at the first opportunity. Boss, have you returned? Rain Zephyr's words carried a hint of elation, but he was also able to hear fatigue, as well as a busy voice. Well, just returned. How is the situation of the group? Boss, the group's profile is here. You can take a look at it first. Right. I have to be busy. I'll be in touch again. Yuze hung up the communication in a very domineering manner. Fong was the boss in general. Qin Fong clicked on this document from Yuze. It was 300 megabytes. What is all this? Ding. You have obtained the most confidential document of the 10,000 Empty Lane group. Ding. Please verify your identity. Ding. You only have one chance. If you fail, the file will be destroyed. Such a system tone is kinda bluffing. Ding. Verification successful. Qin Fong opened this document. Only seeing the first line, Qin Fong that is dumbfounded. Total group assets, 584 billion. Qin Fong, I don't remember ever having this many assets. Source of assets, ownership of Lot 145 within Tianyang Town. Ownership of Lot 414 within Tianyang Town. Ownership of Lot 4784 within Tianyang Town. Ownership of Private Territory Lot. The assets were densely annotated with several thousand items, and the final total assets added up to almost this much. Qin Fong was truly astonished. Among this, the most expensive asset was clearly the land plot he had bought, because of Tianyang Town's promotion to a large town. The value of the land? A price per day. And the land parcels that Qin Fong had purchased before the recovery of the Yang God were all land parcels in the core of Tianyang Town. When Tianyang Town was rebuilt, Yuze mobilized his connections and purchased a circle of land again. As a result, Qin Fong's wealth rolled bigger and bigger like a snowball. More than 1,800 shops. This number? Simply frightening. It took Qin Fong 3 hours to carefully read through this document. Did Qin Fong read it? Ahem. To be honest, he couldn't read it. He just knew that at this moment, the value of his body was different. Everyone has worked hard. Thank you for your contribution to the group. Everyone do a good job. The end of the year bonus is doubled again. Qin Fong could only release such words amongst the group's large group. The top 8-star and 9-star NPCs in the group all responded, "Thank you, boss," and then went back to their passionate work. As for Qin Fong, he didn't need to care about anything. This boss? It was really comfortable to be the boss. Within this asset, Qin Fong's private territory? It's also planned as a new urban renewal project. The specific demolition price is still under negotiation, which is also a large amount of income. Not only Qin Fong's private territory, as long as it was close to Tianyang town. All the guilds and private territories were in the process of negotiation, and the specific price had not yet been set. Qin Fong once again wandered around Tianyang town twice, and his heart was even more satisfied. The business of the 10,000 Empty Lanes group had already involved every aspect of Tianyang town, and had already become a behemoth that would completely rise along with the recovery of Tianyang town. Only, it will still take some time. Ding. Is the communication list open? Open! Just as soon as he opened it, a communication came in. Ding. Player Batian is requesting a communication. Agreed. Older brother. You can finally come online. You are not aware of these 2 months. Old brother, how I live. Other don't say. 10 million copper coins. A 55 and a purple gold level equipment. Sell me a body. Batian waited for such a long time before contacting Qin Fong. And as expected, with his relationship with Qin Fong, he dialed through. Elder brother Batian, allow me to acquire a batch of drawings. After all, a skillful woman can't cook without rice. Qin Fong also had his difficulties. No need. Old brother has prepared everything for you, just waiting for you to forge it. Batian was truly anxious in his heart, and immediately started trading. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a 55 fine gold grade drawing, the Thunder Shining Long Sword. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the drawing, Gale Boots. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the drawing, Phoenix Flame Set. Batian a brain. Directly through to the player, I nearly 100 of 55 level of fine gold level drawings? Among them, there were 3 pieces that were purple gold gray drawings. Batian old brother. 1 drawing plus 10 corresponding materials can be exchanged for 3 pieces of equipment, 1 fine gold grade, 2 purple gold grade. If you think it's appropriate, we can sign the contract right here. Note, such a price is considered a complete buyout of this drawing. This was a brand new contract drawn up by Qin Fong, and it was also considered to be a thank you to Batian for taking care of him. And the margin of concession was very large. Older brother, aren't you at a disadvantage? When Batian heard this, that is, he felt that he had taken advantage of all this 100 pieces of drawings? Wouldn't it be in exchange for 200 pieces of purple gold grade equipment? If this was calculated, a full 2 billion copper coins? And the value of this batch of drawings? Plus the price of the corresponding materials? No more than 500 million at most. Ding. Batian has signed the contract. Batian still didn't want to let go of this little bargain. After all, Batian was also poor. During this period of time with Tianyang town, Batian needed to keep advancing money. And the return? It would be 2 or 3 years later at the very least. Within 3 days, I'll give you the equipment. Old brother Batian. Qin Fong remained confident and promised. Batian hung up the communication with great satisfaction. Had Qin Fong suffered a loss? Definitely hadn't suffered a loss. 10 materials? How much equipment would that yield? The main reason was that Xiaohei was still in a weak state, unable to devour ores and purify them. Otherwise Qin Fong wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Ding. Black Widow requesting communication. Do you agree? Qin Fong was viewing this batch of forging drawings, when he suddenly heard such a system beep. He couldn't help but be surprised. You are? Although Qin Fong had a guess in his mind, he still asked cautiously. Yang Cheng, Black Widow Legion. Qin Linger. The Black Widow's voice carried a touch of excitement, a hint of coldness, but more than that, it was a sigh of relief. These 2 months? Finally, she had once again received news from Qin Fong. I'm Qin Fong. What's wrong? Qin Fong's tone changed. It couldn't help but take on the majesty of a city lord. Nothing much. Just giving you a report. The players who landed on Heaven's Destiny in Yang Town? At the moment, they are all in Tianyang Town. How to arrange them? You look at giving a constitution. Black Widow was not Iron Bean. She had already asked Hidden Earth about the town where he and Qin Fong were located, and arranged all the players within Yang City? Arranged within this town. During this time, Black Widow had also learnt about the normal operation of Heaven's Destiny. So many players? It was better to create a guild to manage it. However, since Qin Fong was not present, Black Widow could not take it upon herself to not have created a guild, allowing these players of Yang City to each wander around the Heavenly Sun towns, gather the men and rendezvous at coordinates 417 by 9744. This was the location of Qin Fong's private territory. Good. Black Widow began to notify the players of Yang City. It would take some time. The Heavenly Emperor, who was sealed at the bottom of the Heaven's Destiny ground, was the first to notice that his own death cage had been opened by a huge force. The Heavenly Emperor didn't even need to guess. This was definitely the handiwork of the Plague Dharma God. The current world? Other than the Plague Dharma God? No one could open his prison. Only why would the Plague Dharma God open his prison to save such a minor character? The Heavenly Emperor was lost in contemplation. Unsure. But in the twinkling of an eye? That is, he stopped thinking about this question and began to wonder how far the Pestilence Dharma God's strength had reached. Whether it had broken through to the final step. 300 level Plague Dharma God Forest. The Plague Dharma God packed up the precious tea set and entered the villa. The instant of opening the door, being able to see that two absolute confidants were waiting for him, enjoying the blessings of all. In the next second, the Plague Dharma God projected Mount Qixia and informed the Prophet God that Qin Fong had been rescued. The Prophet God's heart let out a sigh of relief. Divine Craftsman Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows, also knew in the first instance. Divine Craftsman Lu Long contacted Qin Fong at the first opportunity and asked him to catch up. As for the god of bows and arrows, he also wanted to meet with Qin Fong. But since Li Dali was still within the divine pool and had not come out, he could only wait at Mount Qixia. Chapter 413 Reward, Divine Grade Forging Materials. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Qin Fong? Come seek me out and give your reward. Divine Craftsman Lu Long was able to perfectly surmise Qin Fong's mentality. As expected, upon hearing these words, Qin Fong's eyes immediately flashed with a light that shone like a great sun, and he traveled with a smile. The City Lord's mansion. Qin Fong stepped straight in without anyone stopping him. It must be that Divine Craftsman Lu Long had greeted him long in advance. Within the council hall, Tianyang Town City Lord Li Dao Dao sat in the center of the hall with a golden sword and a big horse, with a general guarding behind him, his eyes glaring angrily, His Majesty rising from the ground. But how do you look at it? This town lord was a bit uncomfortable. Divine Artisan Lu Long, on the other hand, stood on the side, looking at Qin Fong with a smile on his face. Ding. You are in a special scenario. Ding. Congratulations on lighting up the level 90 map, Tianyang Town City Lord's Mansion. Qin Fong shot a glance and saw that above the Tianyang Town Lord's head, there were big golden letters floating, Demigod level Tianyang Town Lord. And above the head of Divine Artisan Lu Long was Divine Artisan Lu Long. This was a formal meeting. If it was an informal meeting, the location would not have been arranged here. And the duo wouldn't have revealed their identities, their ranks either. Thank you, Warrior Eye, for your contribution to Tianyang Town. The Tianyang Town Lord immediately got up, smiling boldly, praising and looking at Qin Fong with an appreciative face. This is what I should do. After all, Tianyang Town is also my home, and no one wants to see their home destroyed. Qin Fong's reply dripped with water, and was vaguely standing tall. Warrior, I have decided to award you the title of Honor Score General. This was one of the rewards that the City Lord gave to Qin Fong. According to the order of military positions, a sub-general, on the other hand, was above the rank of 10,000 captain, a position that was already considered not low. Qin Fong gladly accepted it. Warrior, Tianyang Town Treasure Trove. You can pick any 3 items, regardless of rank. Qin Fong secretly sighed at the Heavenly Sun Town Lord's atmosphere. Tianyang Town Treasure Trove? Thinking with one's toes, one would know that the items contained within must be of great value. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth. Warrior, given that your profession is blacksmithing, I'm specially applying for you to be allowed to enter the Tianyang Town's book collection room to view the books. Tianyang Town's book collection room. This was different from an ordinary library. Each of the books inside possessed a powerful value, and even NPCs could not normally enter. These were the 3 rewards from the Heavenly Sun City Lord, and they were also set up by Li Dao after thinking about it, specifically for Qin Fong based on his occupation, status, and other aspects. Seeing that the Heavenly Yang City Lord was no longer speaking, Qin Fong suddenly bowed slightly and thanked him. The Heavenly Yang City Lord stopped speaking and returned to sitting at the end. Qin Fong, this is your reward. Comparatively speaking, Divine Artisan Lu Long's reward was relatively more casual, directly throwing Qin Fong a small storage backpack. Ding! You have obtained a storage backpack. Please investigate. With a hint of curiosity, Qin Fong began to inspect the interior. With just a glance, Qin Fong was namely startled, looking incredulously at the divine craftsman Lu Long, tiptoeing closer and asking softly, his words tinged with sizzling heat, "This? Is it really for me? The prophet god specially asked me to bring it to you. How could it be fake?" Only then did Qin Fong feel relieved, and quickly deposited it, along with the backpack, into the insurance system of Heaven's destiny. The items within this backpack were 2 shocking. 1 divine grade material, a full 33 different divine grade materials, and over 80 legendary grade materials. Enough for Qin Fong to forge divine grade equipment once. The last time he had killed the dark god, he had already obtained divine grade drawings. This time, he had killed the Heavenly Emperor Shadow and obtained another divine grade material, in addition to Qin Fong's forging experience from his previous life. Now, was there anything else that could stop Qin Fong from advancing to Divine Artisan? For this reward? Still satisfied? Satisfied. Definitely satisfied. To know? Qin Fong had warped a thumb-sized god grade ore from within the garden of the Plague Dharma god. I.e., he couldn't find his way out of happiness. And now, this god grade material simply made Qin Fong's eyes glaze over in disbelief, as if he was living in a dream. Godsmith Lu Long can understand Qin Fong's mood at this moment. After all, he wants for a god-level material, but he had fought for 30 years before he was able to gather it together. Fortunately, he had a deep heritage and succeeded in one go. Otherwise, he could only enter the tomb with regrets. As a dying old man of a legendary rank blacksmith, this was the helplessness of a blacksmith. Qin Fong? No. Why have your attributes recovered? Why have your injuries been smoothed out? At this moment, intense surprise suddenly flickered within the eyes of the divine smith Lu Long. The last time he killed the god of darkness, Qin Fong endured the crushing of the dual godhood, directly becoming an invalid. This time, enduring the crushing of his and Li Xia's dual godheads, the injury should be even more severe than last time. Why? At this moment, Qin Fong was alive and well, not seeing any injuries at all. Qin Fong smiled mysteriously and informed divine craftsman Lu Long. Could it be that the cup of clear tea from the Plague Dharma god was for nothing? A cup of forehead-clearing tea filled with the breath of life swept away any hidden dangers within Qin Fong's body. This was the power of the Plague Dharma god. So that's how it is. You kid. But you're really lucky. To be honest, divine artisan Lu Long was envious. Drinking tea together with the Plague Dharma god, the standard bearer of the human race. What an honor. It was worth bragging about for the rest of one's life. Qin Fong, quickly, introduce me to the exact appearance of the Plague Dharma god. Even divine artisan Lu Long had a heart for gossip. The Tianyang City Lord as well as the generals behind him couldn't help but respect Qin Fong, and perked up his ears to listen attentively. This gossip. Who wouldn't love it? Qin Fong briefly introduced them to the area where the Plague Dharma god resided, drawing the crowd present. A burst of exclamation of surprise bluntly said that they did not dare to imagine this is true, if not personally experienced. The general public? They really thought that the emperor could eat 5 big cakes a day. Some bragging. Qin Fong was able to leave the great hall, stuffing the city guards with a red packet and allowing him to lead the way to the treasure vault. Qin Fong was still quite looking forward to the treasure vault of Tianyang Town. Ding! You have arrived at the Heavenly Sun Town's treasure vault. Please verify your identity and show your token. Qin Fong took out the token and was able to be approved to enter after being scanned by the system. The treasure vault was divided into 30%. The first layer, empty. Qin Fong was dumbfounded on the spot. He thought he had entered a rat hole. This place originally stored a huge amount of gold and silver treasures. But, because of the rebuilding of the Tianyang City Lord, it had long been spent. Within the second layer, there was a sea of broken armor piled up. The battle this time had caused the Tianyang town city guards to lose too much. So there was a large amount of armor left over. These armors? With a little mending, it could still be used. And the blacksmiths did mend it on a daily basis. But the amount of work was too great. It was not something that could be completed overnight, and could only be piled up here first. Qin Fong flipped for a long time. The highest grade here? The highest grade here? Not high. After all, the higher grades? It had long been taken by the generals, who were still alive and worn on their own bodies, maximizing the use of waste. Qin Fong sighed helplessly and headed to the third level. The third level? It shouldn't disappoint him. Pushing open the portal. At first glance, Qin Fong instantly saw a bunch of items of great value. For example, legendary grade pet eggs, legendary grade potions, legendary grade morphing armor, legendary grade cannon barrels, legendary grade. Each one of them shone with a piercing divine light, bejeweled and precious, letting people know at a glance that they were not ordinary items. Not to mention, each and every one of the items here made Qin Fong's heart flutter. Only when he examined them in detail, his face immediately darkened. Legendary grade pet egg flawed. Remarks, innate deficiency. Requires preconditions before it can hatch out. Legendary grade potion, instability exists. Remarks, this potion was made by alchemy madman, Mon. It is said to be able to enhance the mental power of humanoids. But the body will be mutated and animalized. Please use with caution. Legendary grade shape-shifting armor. This thing? It most definitely made Qin Fong's heart flutter. Morphing armor? Qin Fong had seen it before in his previous life. Being able to transform into a mecha state, a giant state, and a living form at will. This thing, cool as hell, was definitely every man's childhood dream. Living form, any mechanical item, such as a walking tool, etc., can be transformed by inputting information. Mecha form, can act alone, can also be fused and worn to act like a man of steel, not weak to strength amplitude. Giant form, as the name suggests. But as soon as Qin Fong got his hands on it and learned about his information, he immediately lost all interest. Morphing armor, broken. Remarks, requires a god-level blacksmith, god-level drawer, god-level mechanic, and god-level to repair it. Ugh! Where to find such a deity? And just to repair a morphing armor? With this amount of effort, one would be able to buy a new one. Phew! Qin Fong resisted the urge to curse and patiently inspected all the remaining items. After he finished checking them one by one, he finally couldn't hold back and started spitting. Grass? What kind of gripping place is this? A decent item doesn't exist? As far as the eye can see any item, there are defects, there are flaws. Tianyang Town Lordly Daichi, he. Wasn't this Tianyang Town just established? It's hard for me too. Pledging copper coins with Qixia Mountain? Mustn't I need some collateral? As for these rags, bah, these flawed items, people can't look at them otherwise, the treasure vault would have been empty long ago. Qin Fong forced himself to calm down and kept taking deep breaths. And in the end, with the idea that he couldn't come here for nothing, Qin Fong picked out a legendary grade pet egg, legendary grade broken long sword, and legendary grade fine wine. Legendary grade fine wine flawed. Remarks, seems to be fake wine. Easy to drink and get into trouble. Qin Fong, he. Give it to Teacher Licia. With his intestines? It should be able to withstand it. As for this legendary grade broken long sword, there is this divine grade material inside that he wants to purify out. This legendary grade pet? Qin Fong also had a way to make up for his origin, allowing him to successfully hatch out. These three items had been picked by Qin Fong for a long time. And only then, from the pile of waste, did he pick out three small pieces of waste. Warriors? Have you finished picking? The Heavenly Yang City Lord was in the City Lord's mansion when he stumbled upon Qin Fong. Thank you for the City Lord's reward. My boy is grateful. Qin Fong didn't even want to see him again at a glance and hurriedly left. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and initiate a fight with Tianyang City. This little chubby face. It was really too much to beat. Chapter 414 10,000 Empty Alley Guild established. With a black face, Qin Fong quickly left the city lord's mansion. Seeing the player Me leave, the Tianyang city lord once again entered the treasure trove and stared at this batch of armor. During this period of time, as the warriors' levels increased, they were gathered into the city guards by Tianyang town, enriching the strength of Tianyang town. This batch of equipment? Should we rent it to this group of players at a low price? Poor and crazy. Tianyang town lords was really poor and crazy. Such a huge burden weighing down on him? It simply left him breathless. The construction of Tianyang town, the establishment of Tianyang town city guards, the purchase of Tianyang town shops, every single thing made his head spin. Especially since there were bad people amongst the masses. These bad and oozing warriors would leave a backhand in the middle of the deed every time, making the Tianyang town lord unable to defend himself, because Tianyang was pretty much destroyed. The talent drain was severe. To pull in and keep most of the talent? Are you able to not give a high settlement fee? Li Dao clearly felt that in the light of 2 months, he had directly aged 70 to 80 years. This city lord? It's really not human to be. If it were possible, whoever wants to be the city lord can be the city lord. Outside Tianyang City, Qin Fong's private territory was surrounded by 20,000 players, standing side by side in neat rows, with absolutely first-class discipline. No one talking, no one exchanging pleasantries, like a stick with a lot of emotion, standing straight and united. This is the result of Black Widow's training. If you can't do it, but you have to be beaten with a stick in reality. This scene was seen by other players, but also thought it was the Chinese country's mysterious troops at Interactive Board. Also can't help but make a few more articles. Shocked. Mysterious guild is about to appear in Tianyang town. Shocked. Whose ministry is this? Surprisingly disciplined. Terrifying. Such a team? How can we overcome? The denser the title, the higher the gain. This was the unchanging truth. When Qin Fong arrived at this place, he was also taken aback by this group of players, until he saw Black Widow. Then it became clear that this group of players were actually all his squad. All of them were Yang Cheng's men. This Black Widow was able to train them to this point. I guess it must have wasted a lot of effort as well. Greetings, City Lord. Black Widow shouted out these words, and as if the 20,000 players had received an order, they hissed out. For a time, the sound and thunder rolled as if they were shocking the heavens. Player Jin was truly taken aback, allowing the group of players to enter the middle of the private territory. In the next second, 7 or 8 more articles appeared above the interactive board. Shocking. Player Jin's true identity is actually terrifying. Player Me's second-tier identity is heck. The following is paid content. Please pay. These articles involve Player Me, immediately causing the players of Heaven's Destiny to become interested in purchasing the information. Crap? Player Me is actually a city lord in reality? This? What explosive news. City lord? Then he's a player of Broken Earth. And thought he was a player of Sky City. Player Me? Nothing more than that. The players started a flurry of discussions. But there were also some dark hands behind the scenes that spoke up. Look into it. Which city lord of the Broken Earth is Player May? Capture him. Right. Such an excellent forger must be used for me. If you can't become a lackey under my door, then destroy it. These were all the ruthless people of the Thug Corps, all wanting to imprison Player Wei. In the middle of the private territory, Qin Fong, filled with the aura of a superior, made his rounds, and the oppressive feeling of a city lord was felt by every player. This group of players were relatively filled with awe towards Qin Fong. After all, they were aware of Qin Fong's methods. Being able to overthrow such a mob group within Yang City? This showed that the players are the biggest mob group. This group of players only wanted to live better. Everyone is good. I'm satisfied. Qin Fong spat out these words, affirming everyone's achievements these days. From today onwards, I'm creating the 10,000 people guild. And from now on, you guys will be the patriarchs. This game, Fate of Heaven, is capable of changing destinies. So I hope that you guys work hard and strive to make a name for yourselves soon. Player Jin gave another protagonist speech, making the group of players impassioned. Ding. Congratulations on successfully purchasing a guild token. Ding. Are you using the guild token? Ding. Please go to the Tianyang Town Hall of Government and go through the relevant procedures. Guild. This was definitely to be established. Within the government hall, Qin Fong revealed his own identity, Sub-General. Successfully plugged in. Processed within 15 minutes. And in a perfect location. Ahem. This thing called rights? You can leave it untouched. But you can't live without it. As if now, within the hall of government, a player with a burst of temper directly questioned Qin Fong. What gives you the right to jump the queue? Grass. That's right. I've been queuing for 3 days. And you came over and cut me in? Give me an explanation. Even if you are a player me, you can't break the rules of this place either. The players were in an uproar. They chastised Player Zhen, secretly happy in their hearts. Not long after, the city guards saw the commotion in this place and rushed over to deal with it. He. The Son of Heaven breaking the law is the same crime as the common people. Hurry up and arrest Player me. Letting you jump the queue. Bah. That's it. Deserved it. The players were happy. As if seeing this scene of a pinnacle figure being escorted into a large prison satisfied some kind of perversion in them. This place, no clamor is prohibited. The city guards came over and called out to the group of players. The players were instantly baffled and wanted to continue talking, but were directly taken away, leaving him uncertain, constantly hissing and screaming miserably. Only before he was dragged away, he seemed to see the city guard saluting the Player Zhen. What? It's hard to believe that Player Zhen's identity? Very high? This is a question that I'm sure he'll be able to think about in detail while he's in the prison. Ding. Congratulations to Tianyang Town's 1081 Guild. 10,000 people's empty lane was established. This system tone resounded within the entire Tianyang Town, immediately causing the players to look sideways. 10,000 people empty alley? A guild had finally been established? Rumors had been circulating since the beginning that all the equipment that Player Zhen had sold was not forged by Player Zhen alone, but by the combined efforts of the organization behind it. Now, the organization behind Player Me? Finally, a hint of it was revealed. I want to join. I'm going to apply to join the 10,000 empty lane. I want to apply. In an instant, at the very least 300,000 players within Tianyang Town wanted to join. After all, 10,000 people's empty alley? It had really been too dazzling in these half a year. From a single shop in the beginning, to 1,000 shops nowadays, Player Zhen had only used half a year's light. This was simply a miracle. The most crucial thing? Once you join the 10,000 empty lane guild, and then go to the 10,000 empty lane shop to buy items, the discounts are definitely higher. Ding. 10,000 empty lane has not opened an application. A sentence that directly blocked this thought from the players. Player me? Do you want to let any player who doesn't know their way into 10,000 empty alleys, lest there be an accident? The guild was established, and Qin Fong pulled the 20,000 people, uniformly pulled into it. But now, there was another problem. Qin Fong had never managed a guild. Where did he have experience in this area? Yu Zhe and the others? He couldn't count on them either. Black Widow? She hadn't landed in Heaven's Destiny for long. After all, she still had to deal with Yang City's matters hidden Earth. He was even more unsuitable. If you asked him to kill people, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. But if you asked him to manage the guild, he'd have to kill himself. Tree of Life? After all, it was an outsider. Qin Fong was still a bit uneasy. As for letting Qin Fong learn to manage the guild on his own, how could he have that much time? What to do? Qin Fong was extremely distressed. Forget it. It's better to let Black Widow take up the role on the side, and then assign it later when we find a suitable candidate. This was Qin Fong's true thought. But at this moment, amongst the 20,000 players, suddenly an unassuming young man stood up. Whether it was his appearance or his figure, he was of medium level, and could not see anything outstanding. However, at this moment, he was introducing himself. City Lord, are you worried about the position of president? I feel that I can be qualified. This young man's words were loud and full of confidence. Qin Fong carefully sized him up, pondering in his mind. And finally, he asked, "What is your name?" Zhang Ming. Well, another very ordinary name that fit his persona well. Your position within Yang City? This was Qin Fong's second question. Within Yang City? I manage the warehouse. Zhang Ming replied in an unassuming manner, not sounding complacent, but not sounding inferior either. What makes you feel that you are capable of doing so? This was Qin Fong's third question. Because you are the city lord. This answer? It made even Qin Fong froze. before he laughed out loud. Good. From today onwards, Zhang Ming is the president of the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild, responsible for all matters. Qin Fong made a public announcement, acknowledging his legitimacy. Yes. Without exception, the 20,000 players shouted. Qin Fong called Zhang Ming into the room alone and gave him the tasks of the 10,000 Empty Lane. City Lord, you command? First, I need you to get all the information on the guild members within 1 day. Second, within 3 days, figure out how guilds are run in Heaven's mandate. Listen, watch and learn more. Third, within the guild, I need all combat professional players, no matter how to make their awareness operation, within a month to improve to the level of third-rate players. Unable to reach? All of them will be kicked out. This requirement of Qin Fong's was not high, but it required a lot of effort to train. Fourth, within a month, level up to the level of a normal player. Fifth, this is the guild running funds. You watch and claim it. Qin Fong directly deposited 100 million within the guild's operating funds directly, all but making Zhang Ming look dumbfounded. How is it? Can you complete it? Guaranteed to complete the task. Zhang Ming immediately straightened up and called out. Zhang Ming left the room, gathered his men, and began the grueling training. Qin Fong bid farewell to the group of players, allowing them to return to the guild of 10,000 people. And then he took out the legendary great pet egg and tried to repair it. Qin Fong engraved different inscriptions, and then took out the attribute stone of the life system, as well as the attribute stone of the cold eyes system that matched this legendary great pet egg, and smoothly placed it into it, allowing this legendary great pet egg to absorb it, and gradually return to its origin. This LL need a certain amount of time. Qin Fong took out the fine wine and searched for teacher Licia on his own, wanting him to taste this bottle of fine wine. Chapter 415 Purple Gold Grade Set. This fine wine. Qin Fong did not dare to drink it. Teacher, the fine wine has been delivered. Do you want to taste it? In the middle of the wine cellar, Qin Fong opened the cork of this bottle of legendary grade fine wine and let the fragrance of the wine spread out, filling the entire space in no time. In a flash, Qin Fong felt a dark shadow flashing out in front of him, and when he looked again, the fine wine in his hand had long disappeared. In the distance, Licia was gulping down the wine, seemingly not noticing the abnormality. Good wine. Not bad. Count on your kid's heart. Licia praised Qin Fong as he savored it. This wine. It was really good, flavorful, and strong enough. After Licia finished drinking, he still did not forget to ask Qin Fong why he recovered from his injuries. Qin Fong could only repeat himself once again, informing the original story of what happened. Oh, you kid. Good luck. Licia gave such words. By the way, teacher, Xiao Hei is still in a deep sleep. I don't know what method can be used to wake him up. This question really troubled Qin Fong. For Qin Fong, it was a very big loss for Xiao Hei to remain in a deep sleep. The most difficult thing to bear, namely, was that Qin Fong really didn't have many forging materials in his hands nowadays. Little Black forcefully devoured the blood of the Heavenly Emperor and thus suffered a trauma. I don't know how I should rescue it. This was Licia's true thought. After all, when it came to the Heavenly Emperor, there was really nothing he could do. He couldn't even see through Xiao Hei now. Being able to devour the blood of a Heavenly Emperor and transform it into crystals. Is it hard to believe? Was he the nemesis of the Heavenly Emperor? Fine. Qin Fong instantly deflated. Surprisingly, even his teacher didn't possess a way to wake up Xiao Hei. I should have known that. I should have asked the Plague Dharma God. Nay, at that time, Qin Fong was too nervous, too excited. His brain was all down. How could he still remember Little Black? Li Chi fell to the ground and huffed and puffed, no longer bothering with Qin Fong. Qin Fong sighed and left the wine cellar. It only seemed like there wasn't much wine in the wine cellar. It needed to be replenished. Thus, Qin Fong hurriedly ordered Yuzhe to finish replenishing the wine. Don't fool around with any poor ones. At the very least, it had to be Essence Gold Grade fine wine. Yuzhe, on the other hand, gave Qin Fong a blank stare. Boss, do you know the price of fine gold grade fine wine? And all of them are still fine gold grade fine wine for you. Yuzhe dedicated a communication to Qin Fong, complaining about Qin Fong's lack of appetite. Ding. Player me requests a trade. Ding. Trade successful. When Yuze read the contents of the transaction clearly, he switched mouse on the spot. Boss, not to mention fine gold grade wine. Even if it's purple gold, I'll be able to arrange for it. Without any other reason. This batch of funds given by Qin Fang was simply not too terrifying. It was the treasure of the god of death. Qin Fang united them all into his own golden dragon's ring. As for whether or not to share it with Batian, Qin Fang was also torn. In the end, he decided to swallow it alone. Batian promised Qin Fang to split the money with him 50-50. But Qin Fang could never tell Batian about the matter of splitting the money 50-50 all over again. Most of all, this matter, heaven knows. Even if it is Li De Li, all of them don't know about it. Everyone thought that this massive treasure had long since fallen into the space debris. Who cares? The fine wine within the wine cellar was replenished in a very short period of time. Mainly recently, the city lord's mansion was selling some aged fine wines that were not too expensive and not too low in quality. The highest grade? It was clearly the legendary grade. Only Yuze did not put such a fine wine into the wine cellar, but was prepared to wait for the right time to give it to Li Xia once again, to see if he could take less of a beating. Mount Qixia. Li Qingtian took out the treasure of the god of death and purchased magazines with colors, yucking it up one after another, purchasing boxes after boxes, and all of them can be interactive. And when asked where he got the money from, Li Qingtian smiled lewdly. His granddaughter gave it to him. Qin Fang was finally able to quiet down and started forging equipment. Heavenly Destiny equipment? Every 20th level was a hurdle. Not only would the attributes skyrocket, but the difficulty of forging would also increase. Simply put, equipment before level 40? At most 30 materials can be forged. But equipment above level 40? At least 50 pieces of material? Before it can be forged. The most crucial thing? I heard that Heaven's Destiny officially cut the success rate every 20 levels on a certain basis. This was the difference between the two. It was just that whether or not this success rate was cut had little to do with Qin Fang. Even if he cut the success rate to 0 then, Qin Fang did not care. Ding. Please accept Baishan's mail. Bastard Heaven had long since sent the materials, and Qin Fang started forging. A level 55 essence gold grade equipment forging? For ordinary players, the success rate wasn't high. It was around 30%. But for Qin Fang, hey, he was 100%. The memories of his previous life were all present in his mind, allowing Qin Fang to forge with ease. Ding. Forging failed. Gained a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an essence gold grade equipment. Flame blood drinking mad knife * 100. This equipment's passive additional blood drawing effect was considered good, and sales were definitely not low. This drawing was Qin Fang's favorite. Ding. Forging failed. Obtaining a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining purple gold level equipment. Flame Berserker blood drinking knife * 10. This was purple gold level equipment. Not only did it attach blood drinking, but it also attached a berserk status. And the direct attribute sword once again. Ding. Failed to forge. Gained 100 times return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a fine gold level equipment. Ding. Forging failure. Get a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining purple gold level equipment. With level 55 equipment, Qin Fang forged it very slowly. It took 3 full days of sleepless forging to complete the forging of more than 30 drawings. Basically, 10 drawings per day. This speed? If other forges knew about it, wouldn't they be scared to death? Heaven's Destiny forges are very slow in their research on drawings. One drawing. If you want to learn it completely, it will take at least 3 days. Want to forge? Even more so. It fails time and time again, rarely succeeding. Can it be that Qin Fang? Doesn't he really need to learn the drawings? The answer was no. These drawings, he had learnt them all in his previous life. So in this life, there was no need to be bothering with them. Ding. Player Batian requesting communication. During these 3 days, Batian was about to die alive, waiting for Qin Fang's equipment. These 3 days? When other players shouted at him to go and brush the monsters, Batian expressed no interest and didn't want to go. Once the time limit was up, he hurriedly dialed the communication to Player Zhen. Qin Fang agreed. Old brother Batian, I was just about to trade with you, but I didn't expect your communication to come. Qin Fong smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Batian. Ah, old brother. These 3 days. Old brother. I've been in a hurry. Where's the equipment? Batian didn't hide his emotions and got straight to the point. Ding. Player me requesting a trade. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Flaming Phoenix Warrior set. Batian froze. What the hell kind of suit is this? Player me was even able to forge it. To know that this is a Flame Phoenix Warrior suit drawing? This was a precondition for Batian's first turn. One must wear such equipment to be able to open the transfer task. This set of equipment? It was clearly a 59 Pinnacle Essence Gold level equipment. Amongst others? Flame Phoenix Long Sword? It's even a purple gold level equipment. This? Is it possible for a player to forge it? This drawing? Batian once opened a high price of 50 million. Please capable people to help forge. But hung for nearly a month. Who do not dare to take the order. After all, really difficult too much. The entire blacksmiths of the destiny of heaven are unable to forge. Hegemony is shocked. Player me is truly worthy of being the #1 forger in heaven's mandate. Hegemony one by one to check these equipments, but also full of shock. Long time cannot say words. Among these equipment, surprisingly, only the boots. Helmet is fine gold level equipment. The rest, including the jeweler, they were all purple gold level equipment. Was this the same set of drawings that he had given to Qin Fong? Why did it feel like something unimaginable had been mixed in? Old brother. How did you do it? Batian returned to his senses and stammered out. He was truly shocked. If one were to compare Batian's ideal Flaming Phoenix set to A, then Qin Fong was directly giving him 9. Completely exceeding his expectations of an Essence Gold grade equipment. The difference with a purple gold grade equipment? It was huge. Especially with the attributes within the set. It was no longer considered an Essence Gold level set, but rather a purple gold level set. Elder brother Batian, is it because you're not satisfied with this set? By the way, give me some time. The boots, the helmet should also be able to be purple gold grade. But this Flaming Phoenix long sword, it can only be purple gold grade. It can't be broken through. After all, my forging level isn't high. Qin Fong thought that Batian was dissatisfied and explained. Pa. Batian was like being bombarded by thunder, and his entire body was transformed into a charred black block of wood. It was too terrifying. Was it really possible? To know? Nowadays, although the players of the Pinnacle had all gotten their hands on legendary grade equipment and had risen to prominence, but this set of purple gold grade equipment? Batian felt that it wouldn't be worse or even stronger than a piece of legendary grade equipment. After all, the bonus of the set's attributes was also very strong. He, Batian, might directly cross over to become the #1 expert of heaven's destiny. Older brother, this equipment? I have to pay the difference. It's really too expensive. Batian came back to his senses and had to pay the extra copper coins. Old brother Batian, what are you doing? You and I have already signed a contract. Isn't this going to make me break the contract? Qin Fong smiled and politely refused. Batian was stunned and could only sigh in helplessness, preparing to give Qin Fong more concessions in the next transaction. That's right. Old brother Batian. This isn't all the equipment. There's more. Ding. Player me requests a trade. Once again, Batian received 70 to 80 pieces of equipment, 53 of which were purple gold grade, and the rest were all fine gold grade. Among them, there was also a set of Flaming Phoenix equipment, which was teased by Qin Fong as a replacement for Bastard Sky. Surprised? Batian was truly surprised. Player me? Was he really an emotionless forging machine? This had already exceeded the realm of humanity. Old brother Batian. The rest of the equipment will be completed within 15 days and handed over to you one after another. Batian agreed to this. Confused, hanging up the communication, Batian instantly sobered up, staggeringly asking the guild members to go with him to brush the monsters, and incidentally, letting him pretend this set of equipment wasn't going to be shown to everyone. Wasn't this brocade? As for Qin Fong, on the other hand, he was releasing an announcement for all of heaven's destiny. Ding. All new and old customers. The list of purple gold level equipment that can be customized here has been privately sent to all of you, and the first 100 will be the first to experience the glamour of purple gold level equipment. Chapter 416 Stepping into the Elven Clan. The 3 days have come and gone. Why hasn't Player Me opened the customization list yet? The players of Heaven's Destiny? Each of them were extremely anxious. After all, the agreed-upon time had already been reached. Yeah, he wouldn't have slipped away. This kind of player? Unwillingly and maliciously smearing Qin Fong. Checking his name. Occupation. It was clear that he was also a blacksmith. As expected. Peers meeting peers. Player Me? How can you be so untrustworthy? Saying it's 3 days. It's definitely 3 days. Waiting for a while. From the last time Player Zhen made a statement, it's still short of the last 15 minutes. This group of tycoon players? They had really been tortured these past few days, and were in desperate need of high-level equipment. All of a sudden, the system sound released by Qin Fong sounded, resounding throughout the entire Heaven's Destiny. Soon, that is, the first batch of players reacted. Crap. I said, why wasn't it ever notified? It turns out that it was the big brother who personally selected the customers. This player's heart was sour because he hadn't received the information sent to him by Player Zhen. The list of drawings sent to him. Crap. Crap. You guys look at this list. This player received the list sent by Qin Fong and immediately posted an article on the interactive board. List of forgeable equipment and prices. Please be careful when placing your orders. Each person has a maximum of 2 pieces at a time. Purple gold grade trident of sea spirit, 12 million copper coins. Fine gold grade trident, 5 million copper coins. Violet gold grade flaming fiend blood drinking knife, 13 million copper coins. Fine gold grade flaming blood sucking frenzy blade, 5.5 million copper coins. Purple gold grade. Fine gold grade. This list, which was made public by the good people, immediately drew a burst of taunts, as well as exclamations of surprise. Haha. Who the hell can afford this? 12 million? Is this a joke? Player, I am thinking of money like crazy. Such a high price? Is Player Me serious? Are you sure that this is a purple gold grade equipment? Even if he's an epic level equipment, it can't be this expensive. Haha. Can't believe it. Money. It doesn't seem to be money. Is this a game for high-end people? I feel like I'm just a poor bastard. These players who were whining were all poor people. Normally 10,000 copper coins were considered big money, let alone 10 million copper coins. This was beyond their perception. Players who truly had the ability to purchase had already contacted Qin Fong. How could they still have time to fart here? They had long since gone to contact Qin Fong, wanting to be the first player to do so. Great God. I'm the first, absolutely. The first. Number one. Number one. I'm the first. Big brother. I'm number one. Number one, number one. At a time. At the very least. Hundreds of thousands of people sent messages to Qin Fong, wanting to be number one. Even if they weren't number one, they had to be in the top 100. Oh. This purple gold level equipment? It really was too important to these rich people. There were simply not too many rich people in Heaven's Destiny. Ahem. Actually some? Not rich people either. But the so-called scalpers. These scalpers, if they are lucky enough to purchase the qualification after that, will raise the price by 10% and sell it to the really rich people. Players, I will directly pick the top 100 players. Take a screenshot and publish the list. Ding. Please, the following players. Contact me as soon as possible after seeing this announcement. Only wait for 3 hours. After 3 hours, if you don't contact me, I will give the next person in line. Holy shit. What do I see? Several 100,000 unread. The rich people of Heaven's Destiny. Is it really that much? I don't believe it. I really don't. Hack me. Countless players were indignant and unwilling to believe. I see my name. Haha. I'm going to go buy equipment from Player Me. Cool. I want weapons. I want weapons. Qualifications for purchase at a low price. Everyone who wants it? I'm 15 million out. This price was already considered high. But there were still hundreds of players who contacted him first, wanting this qualification. This was the charm of Qin Fong's qualification. Haha. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I want the equipment. Qin Fong took the order, told them that they could get the equipment after 3 days, and then turned on the forging mode. After 3 days, Qin Fong managed to deliver the 200 pieces of purple gold grade equipment, and then threw the rest of the fine gold grade equipment, throwing it all to Yuze for him to sell. This equipment definitely can't be wasted. It's shameful to waste it. Moreover, this fine gold-grade equipment is also worth a lot of money. Qin Fong once again started a new round of qualifications for selling purple gold-grade equipment. Qin Fong wanted to use 10 days to consolidate his position, and incidentally hoard a batch of purple gold-grade equipment. The most crucial thing was the title of Heaven's Destiny's first forger. He didn't want to give it away. After waiting for 10 days, he would then head to the Elf clan. After all, no one knew the situation of the Elf clan, in case he was trapped all at once. On the 8th day, just as Qin Fong started forging, the city guard suddenly sent a message asking Qin Fong to go and help repair the equipment. This was an obligation he should do. After all, he also held the title of sub-general and needed to do so. Qin Fong immediately went there, incidentally wanting to go and ask for some high-level forging materials from the city guards. This batch of materials? It would be a waste to let other NPCs forge it. It would be better to give it all to Qin Fong and let him forge it, so that the benefits could be maximized. Qin Fong traveled to Sub-General. This is your mission. It requires you and your subordinates to work together to complete repairing 300,000 pieces of equipment, regardless of grade. But at the very least it has to be silver-level equipment. Time limit of 30 days. I hope that you will be able to complete it on time. If you can't complete it, you will be required to pay a certain amount of compensation. After hearing this, Qin Fong couldn't wait to hammer him to death with his fist. What the hell? You still have to pay compensation? How many people are under my command? This question was Qin Fong's biggest worry because of the constant deaths of the city guards. The soldiers were 90% dead? How many blacksmiths would still be able to remain? If the number of blacksmiths was not enough, it would really be impossible for him to complete this mission. Sub-General, due to the scarcity of blacksmiths so far, there is no one in your ministry for the time being. Saying this steward's heart was also a bit scared. Wasn't this a clear case of bullying? He was really afraid that Playergen would suddenly give him a punch, and he would have to take it. After all, this was the city lord's mission. Qin Fong's eyes widened at once. This was deliberately playing with him. One person? 30 days? Repairing 300,000 pieces of equipment? It was impossible for him to accomplish it even if he was a god. Tianyang City Lord was deliberately punking him. Right? Heavenly Sun City Lord, I'm just deliberately trying to screw you over. I'm too poor. After all, these days, Tianyang City Lord had watched Qin Fong make so much money. He was red-eyed. A purple gold level equipment that is more than 10 million copper coins. 3 days? That's 3 billion copper coins coming in. Player me. This kid? In just 6 days? He's already got 6 billion coins? That's a lot of money. If it was given to him, the construction of Tianyang Town would definitely be able to develop rapidly. This mission? Am I able to refuse it? Qin Fong directly inquired, wanting to reject it. He was holding an anger in his heart. Lord Tianyang City Lord said that you can refuse, but you need to pay 100 million copper coins. Once Qin Fong heard this, and then looked at the eyes of this steward, how could he not understand? Wasn't it obvious that the Lord of Tianyang City wanted to share his copper coins? The fire in Qin Fong's stomach? It bubbled up. Inside the treasure vault, a pile of rubbish? Lousy wouldn't say anything about it. And now? Trying to eyeball me again? Marred. Tell the Tianyang scum that I'm quitting this sub-general. Qin Fong resigned immediately. A farting sub-general's position? How dare you want to ask him for 100 million copper coins out of thin air? This amount of money. Even if he fed it to the dogs, he wouldn't give it to Tianyang City Lord. Ding. Whether or not to give up the title, sub-general of the 9th Army of Tianyang Town. Give up. What the hell? Qin Fong directly discarded the title, relieving himself of the position and leaving with his head held high. When the Tianyang City Lord learned of this news, his first reaction was to frown. Qin Fong's reaction seemed to be out of his expectations. According to his thoughts, the player as his soldier, should take the initiative to surrender the property he gained. If not all of it, then at least 1/10 of it. This was the rule of his 9th Army. But now? He demanded 100 million copper coins? Player, I'm not even going to give it. That's outrageous. If you were a different city lord, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Li Daichi hadn't yet switched from his role as the 9th Army's lord. He is now a city lord, not a bandit. Check. Check the 10,000 empty alley grocery store for me. Li Daichi, in his irritation, wanted to take his anger out on the 10,000 empty alley grocery store. Lord City Lord, our current project? 50% of the project payments were advanced by the 10,000 empty lane. Tianyang City Lord lost his temper. Divine Artisan Lu Long took all of this, all in his eyes, and sighed in his heart. Li Didi didn't seem to be the best candidate for the Tianyang City Lord. In the beginning, Li Didi followed his decisions on every task, meticulously executing them. And he did complete them wonderfully. But when Divine Artisan Lu Long withdrew his hand and stopped instructing Li Didi, this city lord? Always full of jokes and disgusting. Treasure trove? All able to empty. Sell the city lord? Hey, it's hard to say. Now? Surprisingly, he was staring at Qin Fong's copper coins, but he obviously forgot that this was earned by Qin Fong. With him? Had a single cent to do with it? If he lowered his stance and borrowed it from Qin Fong would definitely be very generous and agree to lend it to Tianyang Town. But you can't explicitly force it. Is this still the lord of Tianyang Town? Isn't this an entire shrewd scoundrel? The artisan Lu Long thought about it, and talked deeply with Li Daichi, or decided to give Li Daichi another month's opportunity to see if he has the ability to be the city's master. If not, replace him as early as possible to avoid poisoning the people. Qin Fong completed the third batch of orders, and then released a brand new announcement. Ding! From today onwards, no more individual customization. Every day, the 10,000 empty alley auction house in Tianyang Town will be auctioning off a purple gold level equipment for 30 days. Please also show your support. 10,000 empty alley grocery store. Qin Fong also had to bring it along so that they would possess more popularity, as well as visibility. Holy crap. The 10,000 empty alley auction house in Tianyang Town? Doesn't this mean that we, players from other towns, won't be able to purchase them? Player me. This won't work. I object. I protest. I also object. I want equipment. It can't just be auctioned within the Tianyang Town. Objection. In the face of these voices, Yuze responded at the right time. The 10,000 empty alley auction house already has the qualifications to trade across towns after such a long application. When the auction opens, after the capital verification, any player, no matter which town you are in, can enter it. Qin Fong left this kind of small matter to be run by Yuze, while he then opened the Elf Clan's teleportation portal and took a step in. Chapter 417: The Hatred of the Elf Clan. The Elf race? It was a very mysterious race. Even in his previous life, Qin Fong was only aware of the existence of the Elf Clan, but he did not know the real Elf Clan's quarters. Among the players, it was also almost impossible to choose this race, unless it was by chance. Sort of a hidden profession. The following was what Qin Fong knew from his previous life. The elf race was once targeted by the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient gods, causing their numbers to decrease drastically. Therefore, the remaining elves had spent nearly 80% of the lives of the elf gods to completely activate the elf god tree, successfully opening up a small life space. The space in this one place was enough to accommodate the remaining elves to survive. Even the Heavenly Emperor was unable to find this life space. Perhaps, being able to find it was a deliberate act by the Heavenly Emperor to let them off the hook. All in all, the elves were able to survive. For the human race, the elves are very hateful. After all, when the elf god struck, originally, the human race should have also attacked together and joined forces to see if they could obliterate the Heavenly Emperor. But what really happened was that the elf gods, facing the Heavenly Emperor alone, the gods of the human race, never appeared from the beginning to the end. This led to the death of the elf god, triggering the Heavenly Emperor's disastrous siege of the elf clan, and all the ancient deities targeting the elf clan, directly leading to the withering of the elf clan. For so many years, the elf clan has never appeared. Even if they did appear, they only appeared as dark trappers, hunting the human race in order to avenge the hatred of that year. These were all the news that Qin Fong knew. If Qin Fong did not possess the Elf King's token, he really wouldn't have dared to enter this place. Buzz. The teleportation began, instantly causing Qin Fong to feel the heavens spinning as if the world had turned upside down. Countless small stars appeared before his eyes, making him dizzy and unable to control his body. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, as if he was about to sink into an abyss. During the process of teleportation, Qin Fong forcefully opened his eyes. wanting to check the scene at the moment of teleportation. Swish. What met his eyes were all colorful rays of light. These rays of light were mixed together in a haphazard manner, giving one an inexplicable feeling of a burst of splendor. The colors were still transforming. 7 colors. 9 colors. Qin Fong was awestruck. This kind of beauty was really not seen very often. This teleportation lasted for a very long time. After all, one needed to travel to another small world. Mount Chixiao. Qin Fong? At this moment, he should have entered within the clan land of the elf god. The prophet god's eyes were as deep as if they contained a sea of stars within them as he looked into the distance, muttering ceaselessly under his breath. This time, arranging for Qin Fong to travel to the elf god's residence was also the arrangement of the prophet god. After all, Qin Fong possessed the elf king's token, and he was the most suitable candidate. After so many years, no one knew the exact situation of the elf clan at the moment, and the prophet god had to send out one person to check on the situation of the elf god clan. What happened back then? It needed to be explained clearly. All these years? Even though the prophet god tried to explain several times, once his branch probed inside this small world of the elf clan, it was destroyed, and an intention was transmitted from within. The elf clan and the human clan do not share the same hatred. This kind of hatred, with the passage of time, not only did not diminish, but on the contrary, it was even stronger, like a mellow old wine. To put it simply, the prophet god wanted to break the ice, and Qin Fong was undoubtedly the best candidate within the life space of the elves. The reason why this space was able to have the conditions for life to survive was because of the help of the elven god tree. The elven god tree was the mother tree of the elf clan, and it was rumored that all the elves were conceived on top of this tree. This elf god tree is like the world tree of the entire heavenly destiny, possessing the unpredictable efficacy of ghosts and gods. The elves were able to open up this space because the elven god tree became the absolute pillar of this space. The elven divine tree was rooted in the void, constantly absorbing the free power in the air, and then feeding the elven race. The elf clan, in its own way, also feeds the elf god tree, forming a complementary relationship. This was also the reason why both were still able to exist after so many years. At this moment, the huge, emerald green elf god tree in the center of the world, filled with the breath of life, suddenly flashed a scarlet color, causing the entire elf clan to notice that this was a warning. As long as there is an existence of life that wants to tear through space and descend to this place, the elf divine tree will show the alarm, informing the elf clan and letting them get ready for war. For example, many years ago, the prophet god constantly probing into the branches. All were destroyed by the elf clan with a strong resentment. The elf clan, they didn't need an explanation. They just needed to wash it away with blood. The elf god tree was as high as 10,000 feet, as if it couldn't see the edge at a glance. For so many years, the elf god tree had been using its own body to expand this side of the space, as far as possible to create a more comfortable environment for the elf one clan. In a flash, at least 3,000 elves emerged from the body of the elf god tree, and in the hands of each elf, they all carried weapons. The expression of each elf was filled with worry, as well as deep anger. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to touch the elf clan, then all had to die. Lord Elf God Tree, are you able to stop it? At this time, the queen of the elf god appeared from the top of the elf god tree, wearing a gorgeous costume and carrying the elf crown on her head. Her eyes calmly communicating with the elf god tree, trying to get the answer he wanted. It's a very strong great power that seems to carry the aura of the plague law god. I can't stop it. This small piece of life space was closely related to the elven god tree. Though, an existence on the level of a plague dharma god? It really couldn't compare. It could only let it go, and didn't even dare to block it. The elf clan, although the hatred with the human clan was not shared, but pestilence dharma god, they still respect very much. After all, the pestilence dharma god had once used his own strength to save the 10,000 clans of heaven's mandate from fire and water. This was the true deity. What? Lord Plague Dharma God's aura. How is that possible? The queen of the elf clan was shocked, her pupils shrinking slightly. The elven clan, although they were remote. But what? They still knew a lot about the news of heaven's destiny. After all, every generation had hidden elf clansmen that traveled to the heaven's destiny continent to practice. As a former fighting nation, The elf clan knows. Just close doors? It simply couldn't last long. Wait patiently. Don't make a move yet. The elf queen gave such an order, and she believed that the elf god tree would not perceive it wrongly. This person who came? It might be a messenger from the plague law god. This person? Couldn't be moved. Even if it was found out later that he was not a messenger of the plague law god, it would not be too late to kill him. Thus, the elves patiently waited for the arrival of the outsiders. Not long after, a swirl of multicolored light appeared in the firmament, as if it had torn apart the entire sky. This aura of teleportation? It was truly terrifying. Bar. From within the vortex, a black silhouette fell out, which, as if it was a meteorite falling to the ground, it ruthlessly smashed down onto the ground, setting off bursts of dust and smashing down large pits. The existence of the elf clan. All cold eyes. Just because he is a human clan. Treacherous human clan. These clansmen of the elf clan no longer stabbed Qin Fong to death in the first place. It was already a sign that he was burning high incense. Could it be that they were still expected to catch Qin Fong? Impossible. This was an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by tall trees. But why did it feel so dangerous? Just after falling down, Qin Fong quickly checked his own attributes. It seemed that because he had just fallen from a high altitude, it had lowered Qin Fong's blood level to only 30,000, narrowly missing death. Qin Fong moved a little. That is, he felt all the bones in his body trembling, all of them emitting a mournful sound, as if all the bones in his body had broken, causing him pain. Qin Fong sucked in a breath of cool air. His lungs actually felt cool. Taking another look, between the small of his abdomen, he could clearly see sharp tree branches drilling their way through his body. This situation? Good crisis. Minus 10,000, 10,000. 2 more seconds? Qin Fong was going to die. Just then, a thick pitch black, as if it was a dragon snake-like branch, covered with thick armor, as if it possessed intelligence, violently pulled Qin Fong out of this sharp branch. Qin Fong pain directly screamed out. This feeling, really very painful, 10,000. Finished. Dying on its own. I wonder if I will die within the elf clan. Where will it be resurrected? If he was resurrected in Tianyang town, then the teleportation scroll would really be a waste of time. Isn't this bullshit? Just when Qin Fong thought that he was going to die, a flash of green light flashed out from one of the leaves of the elven god tree and quickly merged into Qin Fong's body. The elven god tree had the big picture in mind. This human race, although he also detested it, could not die within the elven race. This was a drop of the elven divine spring, which was able to allow the elves to recover quickly from their injuries. For the human race, this was even more effective. It directly brought Qin Fong's attributes back to full strength and restored his status. Ding! Congratulations on being infiltrated by the sap of the elf god tree. You have been infected with the elf god race's scent. This system beep made Qin Fong a little uncertain. Treacherous human race. You came here? What is the matter? This was the first general of the elf clan, with a green armor, behind which it seemed as if there was a huge beast of the color of bear red coalescing, staring at Qin Fong dead on, as if he was looking at his prey, with a thick grimness, as if he wanted to devour Qin Fong even with his skin and bones. This elf? He had once gone to the middle of the world of the human race to practice and had successfully returned. For the elf race, he was a hero and a strong man. For the human race, his attitude was also the most solid, kill. However, he was still able to control his emotions and waited for Qin Fong to speak. Treacherous human race? There isn't a single good thing. Might as well kill him earlier, lest his filthy words dirty our place. That's right. This kind of trash. How dare he come to our elf clan? Get lost. The clansmen of the elf clan? There was a flurry of abuse coming out, and one sentence was more unpleasant than the other. Qin Fong's face was bitter. He had once thought that the elf clan might possess a great prejudice against the human clan, but he had never traveled towards the fact that this prejudice would be so severe. Qin Fong could feel that their killing intent was not fake, but real. These elves, they really dared to make a move. Chapter 418: The Elf Clan's Extinction Crisis. Qin Fong didn't rush to speak, but instead surveyed the elf clan's quarters, taking quick screenshots one by one in passing. All of these can be unique first-hand information, collated Then, absolutely able to attract a large wave of players' eyeballs, so that Qin Fong in the interactive section to make a fortune. The title? Qin Fong had thought of it all, 30 copper coins. A day trip to the elf clan. The whole area of the elf clan? Like an egg filled with green color. The area right in the center of the egg was a large tree that rose up to the sky. This was the Elven God Tree. The Elven God Tree. This was perhaps the truly spectacular large tree that Qin Fong had seen so far. In terms of size, the Elven God Tree was 10,000 feet tall, with countless branches intertwined to form the largest canopy, making it intimidating to look at. The trunk was even thicker and unlikable, terrifying hundreds of people. Can't even encircle it. Above the canopy is the residence of the Queen of the Elves. Other elves is the residence in the branches, buds within the tree. Qin Fong clicked close up and distant views to take pictures and leave a souvenir. At the foot of the elf god tree, there was a piece of small trees that were growing rapidly. Although they looked like small trees, they were actually also sky-high trees. Each one was 100 feet tall and low. And on top of it, there were also weak elves burrowing in and out, looking at Qin Fong with hateful eyes, childishly taking out their weapons and staring viciously at him. Qin Fong clicked and snapped again. This kind of small elf was even more adorable. A well-known female singer in his previous life had once used a small elf as a pet in the Heaven's Destiny, drawing a burst of admiration from the noblewomen who had hunted down the small elf. Pixies had, for a time, become a status symbol. After all, the average noblewoman? How could one possibly possess a pixie? This? Now Qin Fong thought back carefully. Namely because the Heavenly Emperor targeted the elf race, destroying the elf space, causing all the elves to be homeless and could only wander, thus being captured by the human players. I wonder whether he himself, in this life, could change the fate of the elf race. Treacherous human race. It's as if you're insulting us. After not speaking for such a long period of time, the first general within the elven race was directly enraged. He spoke kindly, but what he got in return was indifference. Then he could only directly blast Qin Fong, thinking that he would be able to say something. As Qin Fong was pondering this, suddenly a casserole-sized iron fist impacted in front of him. This general of the elf clan. His strength had long reached the level of a demigod. If this fist went down, Qin Fong would surely die. Stop! I was sent by the plague Dharma god. Qin Fong quickly spat out these words. This general at the demigod level immediately withdrew his strength and stopped before Qin Fong's face. It directly caused Qin Fong to feel a strong crisis of death. However, a demigod-level existence had to be said to have very strong control over their power. Stop being raw. In the next instant, the elven divine tree instantly stretched out its branches and wove them into tables and chairs, supporting Qin Fong as he ascended to the palace at the top, inviting the Queen of the Elves to personally inquire. This was a courtesy only reserved for honored guests. The 4 words plague Dharma god? It was enough to deserve this courtesy. Qin Fong quickly ascended into the air. The sound of the breaking air bared his ears. The rapid ascent made him unable to perceive any scenery. At the top, this was the palace of the elf clan. The construction of this palace was built using some of the branches of the elf god tree that had withered over the years, withered and yellowed leaves, and gradually built it up. The overall color was a deep yellow color, full of the breath of death in autumn, and the elf divine tree's rich aura of life, forming a sharp contrast. The two? It was as if they were 2 sides of the same coin, opposing yet unified. Dare I ask, my little friend, what is the instruction of the plague Dharma god? The elf queen stepped out from the palace, condensed a cup of elf clear spring, and handed it to Qin Fong. Surprised, Qin Fong took the green liquid carried in a wooden cup from the elf queen's hands. Qin Fong drank it all in one go, and was not afraid of the elf queen. The chief being, pulling any underhanded tricks. The pestilence Dharma god had said. Qin Fong deliberately sold a lie, only to see all the surrounding elf gods all perked up their ears, wanting to listen to what the pestilence Dharma god had actually said. Within 20 days, the elf clan will suffer a devastating blow. This space will shatter. The elf clans will fall apart. The young elves will become playthings in the hands of the nobles. The stronger ones? Keep them for mating. The plague Dharma god had merely asked him to spread this information that the elf clan was in trouble. But Qin Fong was telling the facts that he had seen in his previous life, uniformly informing the Queen of the Elves. These words, although hard to hear, they were all what Qin Fong had seen with his own eyes. And he had not lied. As the Elf Queen looked at Qin Fong's harmless face, and watched him speak alarmistically and nonsense here in such a serious manner, she couldn't wait to directly slap Qin Fong and tell him to shut up. How could it be possible? How could the Elf clan be destroyed in 20 days? The Elf Queen was unwilling to believe it. Where did the alarmist brat come from? The elves of the Elf One clan all had such an attitude, expressing their disbelief and mocking Qin Fong. Even if you are the disciple of the plague Dharma god, today, you must apologize for defaming my elf clan in such a manner. This was already extreme. Yeah. Get lost. We don't believe it. These were the truest attitudes. Even the Queen of the Elves wanted to kick Qin Fong out of this elven space at the first opportunity. But at this moment, yet no one noticed the elf god tree's thoughts. Above the thick branches, the elven god tree condensed a large face. But at this moment, this face was filled with shock, as well as uneasiness, as if time had stopped here, leaving him in silence. This uneasiness originated from the horror after being dismantled. This horror originated from the admiration of the power of the plague Fa god. The Elf Queen wanted to contact the elven god tree to throw Qin Fong out. However, the elven god tree was unresponsive. Even, he protected Qin Fong from being bullied by this group of elves. Plague Dharma god, possessing great abilities. After a long time, the elf god tree let out a heartfelt sigh and wrapped Qin Fong, the Elf Queen, into his body. The other elves were baffled, not knowing what kind of riddle the elf god tree and the Elf Queen were playing. The body of the elf god tree was like a small palace, and in the central area of the palace, there was an emerald green colored heart that was vaguely broken and full of holes. When the Elf Queen saw this heart, she instantly felt her heart palpitate, feeling that the end was near. Analyzing the situation, the elven god tree was at most, it was still able to survive for 15 days. This was already the limit. Divine tree, what's going on? What happened to your heart? This emerald green colored heart was counted as the core of the elf god tree, the source of his life. And at this moment, this source of life had become this way. This meant that the elf god tree was about to die in the near future. If the elf god tree dies, then the entire elven race would cease to exist. So at this moment, the Elf Queen was very anxious and was quite a bit disorientated. My great time has come. The elven god tree spoke these words quite frankly, rubbing against the Elven Queen's forehead to calm her down. At a moment like this, the Elf Queen must not be in a mess. At this moment, the Elven God Tree coalesced into a figure like a dying old man, hunched over with lax eyes, emitting an aura of death that made it look very pungent. Strictly speaking, Old Willow Tree and I, we are existences of the same era. Even, I was born years earlier than him. For so many years, I've been able to keep holding on because I've always been relieved of you all. But now, I've really reached the point of exhaustion. My lifespan has come to an end. These words were very bitter, causing tears to seep out of the corners of the Elf Queen's eyes non-stop. Qin Fong was also infected. It was really easy to grieve in this situation. Although my lifespan has come to an end, I have also left behind seeds. And when the Elf Clan replants the Elven God Tree, that will be my continuation and my new life. The Elf God Tree rather felt like giving an account of the aftermath. The only thing I am worried about now is the Elf tribe. Once I die, this space will be broken, and the entire Elf tribe will be exposed to the fate of the heavens. You guys? How to survive? Nowadays, the outside world was the world of the human race. If the Elf race appeared, maybe the problem that Qin Fong had mentioned would really occur. This was the worry of the Elf God Tree. But he couldn't worry for many days. The Elf Queen had been sobbing in a small voice, seemingly pondering how she could save the Elf Divine Tree. Divine Tree? How can I save you? Unable to be saved. This is the normal end of my life. Unless I am able to follow the example of the Old Willow Tree, decapitating the gods, making great achievements, and being favored by the pestilence Dharma god Qing, and thus succeeding in living a second life. This was the only way. The Elf Queen couldn't give up. She kept asking, is it enough to just behead the deities? Gathering the strength of the entire elven race, beheading an ancient deity shouldn't be a problem. After so many years of rest and recuperation, the strength of the Elf clan was still very strong. Divine Tree. The strength of my Elf clan? 9 deities. 18 demigods? Is it hard to not be able to kill an ancient deity? Dry. The elf queen decided decisively, while waiting for the elf god tree's thoughts. Hee, old willow tree. Dare to slaughter gods before you die? What wouldn't I? The elven god tree. Dare to do? It's nothing more than a death. The elf god tree's words turned, suddenly clanging like a sword, shaking the four directions. This old bone of mine. While I'm still able to move, then I'll go crazy again. The elf god tree agreed with the elf queen's idea, wanting to take one last shot. Qin Fong silently watched from the side again, and muttered a couple of words in a low voice. With the strength of the elf clan, exterminating a single deity was not a problem. But if it is targeted again by the Heavenly Emperor and evolved by the Heavenly Emperor, the elf clan will really end up returning to chaos in the end. To put it simply, are you guys afraid of angering the Heavenly Emperor? Are you able to withstand the Heavenly Emperor? Were you killed by the Heavenly Emperor last time? Wasn't that bad enough? To be honest, the elf queen didn't want to think about this question. But this question could not be avoided. In the end, the elf queen firmly thought, at this moment, if they didn't make a move, the elven god tree would simply die or still have to put up a fight. Young man, the words of the plague Dharma god have reached you. Leave as soon as possible. My elf clan does not need you to keep pointing fingers here. The elf queen's good attitude towards Qin Fong was withdrawn in an instant, and she gave an eviction order to Qin Fong. Qin Fong, this kind of person? Truly a psychopath. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Qin Fong sulked and prepared to leave. Chapter 419 The Elf King's Badge. After a heavenly whirlwind, the elf queen, Qin Fong, stepped out from within the space of the elven god tree. Treacherous human race, why haven't you left yet? I'll give you 3 breaths. If you still don't leave, we don't mind sending you to your death. These were the icy words of the elf clan's general, and no one doubted the truthfulness of his words. Qin Fong took a look around. Even the elf queen of the elf clan? The feathers on her back were only 2 wings, not even close to the 6 wings of the elf king. This meant that the elf king's bloodline in her body was not pure. Otherwise, at the very least, it would be 4 wings. This was also a helpless move. To be honest, if it was the ancient times, with her bloodline could not become the king of the elf clan, when with the death of the elf king in battle, the older generation of elves were sacrificed. And among the newborn elves, the concentration of her bloodline was already the highest. Elf clan has not appeared for a long time. 4-winged clan, not to mention the 6-winged. This was helpless, but it was true. Wait, as a servant, can you request the plague Dharma god to help? At that moment, the elf queen's voice suddenly rang out. Right now, Qin Fong could not leave yet. At this kind of moment, the elf queen still gave in, although she did not want the human race to help. But with the life and death of the elf god tree at stake, she still stopped the tirade of the entire clan and chose to bow her head. In the middle of Qin Fong's backpack, the words written by the plague Dharma god were suddenly activated. On its own, it appeared from within Qin Fong's backpack. The Dharma decree burned, and the great and invincible figure of the plague Dharma god appeared from within the rune paper. The pestilence Dharma god at this moment was different from what Qin Fong had seen earlier. The chaos, which could be called the first set of heaven's destiny, fit perfectly on the body of the plague Fa god. And this set of equipment? It perfectly set off the plague venerable god as the number 1 deity between heaven and earth. The huge terrifying scythe slung across his back flashed with a pitch-black luster, as if it was a sharp weapon for reaping lives. And its icy cold attributes were even more chilling. Endless plague black chi was unceasingly released from the body of the plague Dharma god, forming air currents around him that kept flowing up and down, forming a cycle of yin and yang, and everlasting, as if capable of suppressing everything aura blossomed from the body of the plague Dharma god. As if the sky was collapsing, as if the mountains were crumbling and the earth was cracking, making people feel their own insignificance. At this moment, all of the living beings of the elven race sensed the supreme aura. There was simply no way to generate any thoughts of resistance in their minds. Ka. The first elf couldn't help but fall to his knees. This was the terrifying pressure released by the plague Fa god. Immediately after, countless elves knelt down. They couldn't bear it. Even the elf god tree couldn't help but droop its branches, signaling its own submission. This was the overwhelming elegance of the plague Dharma god. At this moment, the elf clan's resentment towards the human race inexplicably decreased a little, and was replaced by fear. simply because this supreme powerhouse came from the human race. The Elf Queen forcibly controlled her knees, unwilling to kneel, simply because she was the king of the Elf clan. She could not kneel. Buzz! In an instant, above the Elf Queen's head, the magnificent elf crown flashed out a bright light, pouring out a light blue-colored light covering the Elf Queen's entire body, causing her to instantly feel this pressure diminish. Buzzing, a shadow emerged from behind the Elf Queen, which was the figure of the Elf King back then. As the second race back then, the Elf King of yesteryear had his pride. The Elf clan could submit to such supreme powerhouses, but the king could not kneel. The silhouette of the Plague Law God bowed towards the Elf King behind the Elf Queen. This one was the forerunner, the first to rebel against the God race, and deserved the respect of all the living beings of all the races. The Elf King's silhouette took this bow from the Plague God, and then returned within the crown once more. For a time, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Elf clan, great tribulation is coming. The Plague God spat out these words, not wanting to hide them. His words calm. The countless beings below immediately panicked. Their eyes filled with uneasiness as they exchanged words and began to discuss, even wanting to flee this place, with thoughts of booming out. Earlier, Qin Fong had also uttered these words, but the reaction of the elves was, "Fart your mother's arse." Now, these words were spat out by the Plague Dharma God, and they were extremely credible. And so, the elves were in disarray. Silence. With the might of a king, the Elf Queen silenced her clan. Before bowing slightly, I also ask Senior Plague Dharma God to save my elf clan. In the future, my elf clan can become an unchanging ally with the human clan for all times. This decision was the best plan that the Elf Queen had come up with after thinking about it. Below, the elf clansman once again murmured, not wanting to agree to this proposal. However, the Elf Queen could only question, if you have a better solution to save the elf clan, then you can deny it. The elven clansmen shut their mouths at once, and quietly waited for the Plague Fa God's response. This calamity was caused by the collapse of the Elven God tree. The Plague Dharma God pointed straight to the paradox of the problem. With the collapse of the Elven God tree, this space would collapse, and the elves born on top of the Elven God tree would probably die 7 to 8 times as well. By then, the elf clan, which had managed to recover some vitality after so many years of recuperation, would fall back to the trough in strength, leaving only 2 or 3 kittens left again. What? The Elven God tree will collapse? No, I don't believe it. Why? Grandpa Elf, is this true? Aren't the leaves of your tree so green and lush? Why would it die all of a sudden? Grandpa Elf God tree, I don't want you to die. These elves, even if they had long been 100 years old, they were crying at this moment. There was no other reason. In the eyes of the Elf God tree, these were his children. The Elf God tree's silhouette appeared, as tired and old as it could be. Looking at these clansmen, his mood was also very sad. The elves who had not yet reached adulthood ran over to the Elf God tree's knees in a rainy blossom. This matter? He did not want to tell the clan. But? Not to inform seems not to be able to. Cannot let the clansmen die in confusion. Right. He is also torn. Good thing that now the Plague God of the law for him to inform the clansmen is also considered to be for him to make a decision. My life is connected to the Elf King from the ancient times. Originally when he died, I should have collapsed. But before dying, the Elf King severed the link between us, allowing me to live on. And then countless elves sacrificed, with their blood. Let me recover a certain amount of vitality. Let me become the heavenly pillar of this piece of space, giving me a brand new mission. All these years, I was very happy. Even if I drifted in the void, even if I encountered countless difficulties, I was able to see the elf clan's growth. Restoration. It was worth it for me to die. This death is the result of the years coming to an end, and the worsening of my injuries, and there is nothing I can do about it. In 20 days at most, this space will collapse. Elf Queen, you'd better make preparations early for your clan to move. Before I die, I will cut off the connection between me and my clansmen so as not to affect you more deeply. Only Elf Queen, you have to cultivate a brand new elf divine tree as soon as possible. Don't let your clansmen grow old. The old man that the elf divine tree had incarnated into had a tone of relief in his voice, just like an elder who was about to pass away, and began to exhort the future generations. The elf clan and the elf god tree complemented each other. When the elf god tree died, even if the connection was severed, These clansmen would also drop even one level, or two. God level elves will become demigod level, and those that are demigod level will become legend level. The worst part is the lifespan. Every elf can share their lifespan with the elf god tree. Basically, will die of old age along with the divine tree. Once this connection is severed, for up to 100 years, if no new elf god tree is cultivated, the old generation of elves, all of them will die. In the history of the elf race, between the old and the new, this is a cycle of succession. When the elf god tree dies, the elves LL also completely display their manic side, making enemies of the divine race and killing the divine race. Because of this madness, the elf clan has created the status of the second race amongst the 10,000 races. Generally speaking, when the old generation of elf god tree dies, it will cultivate a brand new elf god tree 1,000 years in advance or 10,000 years, in order to ensure that the inheritance continues. But in this small space, because the power is too barren, it is impossible to cultivate a brand new elf god tree. This was also the desperate situation that the elf race faced so far. Even if they were to break away from this small space, where could the elf clan go from here? The ancestral land of the elf clan back then had long been occupied by the gods, and they had no home to go back to. I also asked Senior Plague Dharma God to save my clan's elf god tree and help it succeed in living a second life. At this moment, the elf queen knelt down, pleading heartily. In the next second, booing and awing, more elf clan members knelt down, pleading with the Plague Dharma God to save the elf god tree. The second life? It's not that easy. And the elf god tree basically can't live a second life with most of its origin lost. The glimmer of hope that rose in the heart of the elf god tree was snuffed out by the Plague Dharma God. The origin of the elven god tree had once been extracted by the elf king for most of its life to fight against the heavenly emperor. If it was successful, he would return the origin and even help the elven god tree to successfully ascend and evolve into the elven world tree. It could be compared to the heavenly destinies world tree, achieving nothing without a supreme. But unfortunately, the elf king died in battle, causing the elf god tree's origin to be lost, which indirectly led to a decrease in his lifespan. Elf god tree? 10,000 feet? Is it hard to believe that it is his limit? No, it's not. The pinnacle of the elf god tree was 9 million feet high, covering the sky, occupying 1/10,000th of heaven's destiny's territory, becoming a clan's land. Nurturing and sheltering millions and millions of elves was not a problem. Why would it be like it is now? Breeding thousands of elves was already his limit. Is it hard? There is no other way? The elf queen's eyes darkened. Her delicate body trembled. Her lips were involuntarily buzzing, and her face was pale. There is. These words from the Plague Fa God instantly caused a light to reappear in the eyes of the entire elf clan. Even the elf god tree couldn't help but sway its branches, filled with the color of hope. The elf king died in battle back then, leaving behind the elf king's emblem, which contains a portion of the elf god tree's origin. Although it can't allow the elf god tree to recover completely, it's still not a problem to live for another 10,000 years. 100,000 years. May I also ask Senior Plague Dharma God to tell me, the elf king's insignia? Where is it at this moment? The elf queen forced herself to hold back her own excitement and inquired with a trembling tone. This was hope. Don't know. It is necessary for you to search on your own. As soon as these words came out, the Plague Dharma God's silhouette disappeared like a bubble. The elf clan completely boiled over. This short period of burning incense could be described as a fall from heaven to hell, and a return from hell to heaven. The elf clan began a heated discussion. Qin Fong? As a witness to history, he had finally figured out the full cause and effect of the matter. Chapter 420, Giving the Badge, completing the mission. Qin Fong recalled in detail that the elves would be attacking the feathered deities and searching for something during this period of time. If the stories of the past and present lives were linked together, everything was understood. The feathered divine spirit, as the transformation of the elf king, he was the most likely to have the elf king badge. That was why the elf queen had sent out 7 or 8 deities, wanting to behead the feathered deity and find the elf king's insignia. In his previous life, because he hadn't been so dazzling, it might have been the Plague Dharma God's silhouette that had manifested in person to inform the elf goddess of this information, thus allowing the elves to go to war. In this life, because of himself, he became a messenger, and more crucially, He came across the Elf King's insignia and had the ability to purchase it. Open a full meeting to brainstorm. With these words, the Elf Queen instantly made all the elves of the Elf clan gather together to discuss the Elf King's badge. Where was it lost? How to obtain it? The Elf King died back then? His badge? I have a feeling it's in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. When these words came out, it instantly silenced all of the elves, and a strong sense of powerlessness flooded their hearts. If the Elf King's badge was really in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, they should prepare to migrate before it was too late. Wanting to get this Elf King's badge from the Heavenly Emperor's hands? The probability was infinitely equal to 0. Firstly, the Heavenly Emperor was sealed. Was it hard to open the seal that the Plague FA God had worked so hard to set up? Second, the strength of the Heavenly Emperor? They couldn't even defeat the peak six-winged Elf King? How can they fight? How can they win? I have a feeling that the Heavenly Emperor didn't get it. Surely the Elf King wouldn't have left such an important item to the Heavenly Emperor before he died? I feel that the greatest possibility is that it was gradually lost to Heaven's mandate over time. These words came out, making the Elf Queen even more speechless. Lost in the heavenly fate? Such a huge Heaven's mandate? Even if all the elves were sent out to search for it, it would be impossible to find it within 20 days. Isn't this a joke? No. The greatest possibility is that it's in the hands of the God of Darkness. Back then, the God of Darkness had participated in the beheading of the Elf King, and he was also the last one to come across the Elf King's corpse, stripping the skin and removing the bones. These were all things that the God of Darkness did at that time. Perhaps the badge of the Elf King had become the trophy of the God of Darkness. Hey, if the God of Darkness really got it, he was killed by the human race now. Wouldn't the badge fall into the hands of the human race? The clansmen of the elves fell silent. If they opened their mouths with the human race, wouldn't the elven race be inferior? Wouldn't the persistence of so many years become a joke? No. I feel that the most probable possibility is in the feathered deity's possession. This was the Elf Queen's voice. It carried a hint of certainty. As soon as the feathered deity's spirit was mentioned, an angry, sorrowful look appeared above the cheeks of all the clansmen of the Elf clan. Back then, the Elf King died, and in order to study the Elf clan, the Celestial Emperor ordered the God of Darkness to dismantle the Elf King. And the Celestial Emperor personally operated the knife, breaking the flesh, blood, and bones, and restoring them anew, and ordering the Spirit of Life to give him life. In this way, the Heavenly Emperor had the most thorough understanding of the Elf clan. It also laid the groundwork for the subsequent destruction of the Elf clan. The reason why the Elf One clan did not dare to stay in the Heaven's Destiny continent, but instead could only choose to spend a huge amount of money to reopen out small spaces and live on the feathered deity. This was the shame of the Elf clan and the pain of their entire lives. This was in the strict sense that he was considered a brand new being. There are 3 reasons why we suspect it's a feathered deity spirit. First, the feathered deity was once the king of the Elf One clan. Secondly, the crest of the Elven clan? It's completely fused with the flesh and blood. Even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't strip it out. Third, the premonition between king and king. Hearing the Elf Queen's analysis, Qin Fong nearly didn't squirt the rice he ate yesterday with laughter. Qin Fong, and king to king intuition? Why don't you say it's a woman's intuition? Finding the badge of the Elf King. This is a serious matter, Can you not be so casual? Qin Fong had thought that the elves of the Elf clan would doubt the Elf Queen and even refute her. But who had thought? These elves unexpectedly fell into deep thought, looking like they very much agreed with the Elf Queen's thoughts. Qin Fong, dizzy. No wonder in the previous life, the Elf clan ended up with a broken clan and the young elves were reduced to playthings. With such an Elf Queen? With such an Elf Queen, who did things based on her intuition, the Elf clan would be able to have a good time. This is strange. My idea is, send out all the deities to hunt down the feathered deities. Agreed? Agreed. Hunt down the feathered deities, and search for the Elf clan's insignia. For a time, the entire Elf clan was outraged and agreed with the Elf Queen's idea. I suggest that all 3 aspects be explored at the same time. At this time, the Elf God Tree's shadowy old man voiced out the first part of the clan, contacting the human clan and asking the Elf King's insignia if they possess it. And if they do, we can buy it at a high price. Definitely don't owe the human clan any favors. The second part of the clan, scatter across the Heaven's Destiny continent and act carefully, asking about the whereabouts of the Elf God's insignia. The third part of the clan, and the strongest clan. Go and behead the feathered god spirit. And if possible, bring back his corpse, which can also be of some use. These were the 3 scenarios of the elf god tree, and they were also considered a summary. The elf clan had such a heated discussion that Qin Feng, a human, was forgotten. Seeing that the elf first race was about to begin preparations and head out to hunt the feathered divine spirit, Qin Feng coughed twice. He had to stop it. The elf clan in his previous life, from hunting the feathered deity, that was considered to be completely on a downhill path. This treacherous human race? How is it still there? The legendary great elf directly bent his bow and shot an arrow, wanting to cut Qin Feng down. Tada! Qin Feng offered the divine weapon given to him by Vigorous at the first moment and wore it on his body to ward off this strike. A crisp sound rang out, and Qin Feng was unharmed. However, his attributes dropped by 10. Qin Feng was heartbroken as he hurriedly took off this divine artifact. I have come today. 1. To deliver a message from the plague Dharma god. And the other? It's to deliver an item to you elves. After you all view it, then you can decide. Qin Feng was confident. This was a god-level mission. Handing over this piece of insignia to the elf clan and getting 10 million goodwill. This was enough for Qin Feng to walk horizontally within the elf clan. Scram. The elf clan, don't need anything from the human clan. That's right. What do we need? Why haven't treacherous races like you died out? Hurry up and leave, or I won't be able to control the bow and arrow in my hand. Grass, die for me. These voices, this attitude, made Qin Feng sigh. Was this the elf clan? My elf clan, will rise sooner or later. I see that you are the messenger of the plague Dharma god. So I have tolerated you again and again. You? Don't go too far. You leave. The last words were spoken by the elf god tree's shadowy old man, who didn't want to completely fall out with the human race. But before he could finish his sentence, all of a sudden, he sensed a familiar aura. This is, only to see Qin Feng take out a small badge from the ring of the golden dragon. The 6-winged elf pattern was imprinted on it, and a pure aura of the elf race radiated out, buzzing, seemingly sensing the surrounding elven aura. A green light flickered vaguely on top of this badge. A rich life aura condensed out, and the shadow of an elf king gradually converged. The elves were instantly attracted by the vision of this place, and they turned their heads one after another, looking towards this place. Holy crap! The elf king's insignia? The elf queen was the first to sense it, and let out a shocked cry. They had fiercely analyzed for half a day earlier. It was all fucking useless. This human, how could he possess the elf king's insignia? Is my eyes blurred? Or is this badge a fake? The clansmen of the elf clan had felt unreal earlier. They were still thinking about how to find the elf king's badge. And now, surprisingly, it had appeared within the elf one clan. The one with the deepest feelings? Undoubtedly the elf god tree. He was able to clearly perceive the elf king's breath within this badge, and was able to feel the power of his origin within it. This badge? It was real. If you all do not need it, I will leave now. Qin Feng collected the badge of the elf king in his hand, and made a gesture to leave. This time, the elf clan was in trouble. They definitely couldn't let Qin Feng leave. After all, Qin Feng had the future of the elf clan at stake. Warrior, please stay. Earlier it was my elf clan that was rude. I never thought that you would be a great benefactor of my elf clan. Please enter the palace at the top. The elf queen was overwhelmed by the surprise at the moment, but still converted her own face with a smile on her face, and sighed to the impermanence of the world. For a time, the attitudes of all the elves of the elf clan changed. At first, they spat on the human race, hating to directly behead Qin Feng. But at this moment, they directly transformed into fawning elves, smilers pleading with Qin Feng not to leave. Qin Feng? At this moment, he held the lifeblood of this elf clan. Qin Feng was invited to the elf palace at the top. The elf god tree also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the crisis of the elf clan could be solved for the time being. This badge of the elf king, I obtained it by trading with the time merchant. And the moment I obtained it, it was commissioned by the elf king to be sent to the elf clan. The elf king? It is a model for my generation. A role model for us to learn from. And even more so, a benchmark for the 10,000 clans. These days, I have searched all the canonical books and asked the gods, but I don't know how to enter the elf space. Fortunately, I was valued by the god of pestilence, so I was able to enter this place, and I am very happy. Today, I will gratuitously gift this badge of the Elf King to the Elf Clan, asking for nothing else but that the Elf Clan will not be destroyed. Qin Fang spoke directly, forcefully and righteously, explaining the origin of this Elf King's badge, without ever mentioning the Elf Clan's difficulties, as if they didn't exist. The subsequent words? It was even more so that all the clansmen of the Elf Clan felt guilty, secretly talking about how they were not human. Such a broad-minded, so righteous to help the Elf Clan, and the Elf Clan had even treated him like this, and even struck out at him? The Elf Clan? Simply not human. Some thin-skinned elves, who were red with shame at this moment, twisted their heads to the side, not daring to open their eyes to look at Qin Fang. This time, it was them who were wrong. Warrior of the human race, it is I who have wronged you. I am willing to cut off an arm of my own. The elf who had attacked Qin Fang earlier, his eyes were red at the first moment, and he wanted to cut off his own arm. Qin Fang stopped it immediately. This was a game. Qin Fang was a player, and what he had to do, that is, to brush up his goodwill. Then, naturally, how to maximize the benefits. How? What's the best? Undoubtedly, it was the slap in the face, making the elves who had previously made a move against Qin Fang pay a terrible price. But in this way, even if the elves were grateful to Qin Fang, they would inevitably leave a grudge in their hearts. This was unfavorable for Qin Fang to brush up his goodwill. Chapter 421 Divine Tree Evolution Queen's Advancement. Ding. You are in a special scene. Ding. Please pay attention to your words. Your words will change the way the Elf Clan views you. A system tone rang out, allowing Qin Fang to avoid harm. My Elf Clan bears your kindness. The Elf Queen was in an agitated mood, her blood boiling, as she received this Elf King's insignia from Qin Fang's hands. She had originally thought that this cunning human race would play some underhanded tricks, or even make a big offer and plunder the Elf Clan's vast amount of wealth. But now look. She herself was sort of measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Player me? Surprisingly, he was really so high-minded and righteous, single-mindedly thinking about the Elf Clan. The Elf Queen also felt a burst of embarrassment, her cheeks slightly red. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing your god-level quest, gifting the Elf One Clan with the Elf King's insignia. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the goodwill of the Elf One Clan *10,000,000. Ding. Elf One's deity, Twin Wing King's goodwill towards you has increased to 178,441. Ding. The Elven Spirit, Muratori's favorability towards you has increased to 147,841. Ding. Spirit of the Elf Clan. In an instant, countless system beeps kept ringing out, causing Qin Fang to become familiar with each and every member of the Elf Clan. Qin Fang immediately let out a sigh of relief. From the time he entered the Elf space, the Elf Clan's goodwill towards him was minus 11,000. If not for the identity of the Plague Dharma god, he would definitely be the first to kill him. This was no longer an aversion, but rather a non-common ground. At the moment, this goodwill is all brushed back. Hey, from today onwards, he, Qin Fang, would be able to walk horizontally within the elves. No, even in Heaven's destiny, he could walk sideways. After all, the first clan was his backing. Qin Fang checked the quest panel and couldn't help but let out a soft eep. This isn't right? Why was the third god-ranked quest given by the prophet god? It hadn't been completed yet? Could it be that he hadn't assisted divine artisan Lu Long, the god of bows and arrows, to successfully defend Tianyang Town? Ding. Due to the overcompletion of your mission to save Tianyang Town, a brand new reward is being accounted for. Please be patient. Qin Fang. Oh, so that's how it is. A third god-tier quest? The reward is a mount. I wonder, will it be directly asking for a peak divine level mount? With delight, the Elf Queen quickly handed over this Elf King's insignia to the Elf God Tree, allowing him to absorb the internal origin power, stabilize himself, strengthen himself, and break through the boundaries. In the next second, the silhouette of the old man of the Elven God Tree drilled out from within the God Tree and looked towards Qin Fang. Jr., thank you for your contribution to the Elf Clan. This favor, The elf clan will not forget. This was the solemn promise of the elf divine tree. Everything is the will of the elf king. Furthermore, my mood is very much in admiration of the elf king. How can I let the traces he left behind not be returned to the clan? Qin Fang's horse's arse was silent. But it made every member of the elf clan feel good. Junior, even though our elf clan is broken, we cannot let our close benefactor suffer. After saying that, the elf divine tree forced out thousands of drops of emerald green liquid from its body, carving its own branches and trunks into bottles to carry these crystal clear liquids before solemnly handing them over to Qin Fang. Divine tree? It cannot be. This is the power of your origin. Old ancestor. The clansmen of the elf clan were all grieving, trying to stop the elf divine tree. With such a scene, even if Qin Fang didn't know what these were, he was able to know that the value of this thing was definitely not expensive. Shut up. Can it be that my elf clan really want to take this youngster's elf king's badge for nothing? This youngster is highly righteous, and has gone through a lot of trouble to send back the elf king's badge. Can it be that we are all ungrateful people? In the face of the elf god tree's rebuke, these elves lowered their heads, giving birth to guilt. This, surprisingly, they really hadn't thought of it. And even the elf queen lowered her head in shame. They were too excited and had really forgotten about this. These liquids are the convergence of the life force in my body. Nothing precious. Gifted to you, little friend. The elven god tree waved its branches and leaves, weaving them in the air, and finally handed this wooden bottle to Qin Fang. Qin Fang held it in his hands as a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine grade elven life spirit liquid. Introduction. A special water of life condensed from the divine tree of the elf clan. Efficacy. Each drop can increase lifespan by 30 years. Each living being is allowed to use a maximum of 10 drops. After reading it, Qin Fang was shocked and said repeatedly that it was too precious for him to take. This potion, to an ordinary player, had no effect. However, for the legendary level NPCs of Heaven's Destiny, it was a supreme treasure. After all, this thing was able to prolong life. A dying legend rank NPC, if it could devour this drop of potion, it might be possible to become an eternal deity in heaven and earth. This was something that served a great purpose. What's more, the elven god tree directly gifted Qin Fang thousands of drops. This, not even the entire human race had ever stockpiled this much elven life spirit liquid, especially since the elf clan had disappeared for so long. The stock of the 10,000 clans was also getting smaller and smaller. Take it. The elf god tree forced Qin Fang to take it, and then began to start fusing with the elf king's insignia, extracting the origin power from it. Thud. 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 The elven god tree's heartbeat was strong and powerful, just like a war drum made of gui cowhide, which was vigorously struck by a heavy hammer, resounding throughout the entire elven space, even causing the heartbeats of every elf to resonate with it. In the next second, the 10,000 feet figure of the elf god tree began to expand once again, as if the spirit essence of heaven and earth was continuously injected. The life breath of the elf god tree was constantly being pulled up. The width of the magnificent figure and the height was also increasing rapidly. The entire elf space was also changing, expanding. More breath from the outside world, more pure power, were continuously pouring into this piece of elf space. A denser breath of life, a more vivid world, was gradually being perfected. Vaguely, the elven divine tree was moving further in the direction of the world tree. Raindrops of emerald green color descended from the sky, nourishing the earth. The earth of the entire space also thickened with time, and the blue sky of the firmament, the great sun, and so on, became more real. For 10 minutes, all the vision stopped. Qin Fang stared wide-eyed, somewhat unable to believe the scene before him. The elven divine tree had transformed into a height of 300,000 feet. Its trunk was like a heavenly pillar, holding up the heavens and the earth. A true splendor that covered the sky and the sun. The scope of the entire space? It had also expanded a lot, and the aura of life was even more intense. This is not yet the peak of the elven god tree, but because it had to hold up small spaces, the elven god tree could only remain in this state. If Qin Fang was fortunate enough to be able to enter the heart of the elf god tree, he would be able to see that the heart of the elf god tree had already been repaired, emitting colorful light. At this moment, the elf god tree seemed to have transformed from a dying old man into a young and strong man once again. Oh! My elf clan's divine tree is recovered. Today. Great joy. My elf clan. There is no more crisis of destruction. I can feel it. The strength in my body has increased. Thanks to the elf god tree. My strength has progressed and broken through into the demigod level. For a time, countless elves perceived a difference in themselves, as if their realms had increased. Epic level, promoted to become legendary level, and legendary level elves. Heck, promoted to become demigod level. At this moment, with the promotion of the elf god tree, the strength of the elf clan also had a great increase, which was complementary. Elf queen, here you go. Refining the power of the elf king's bloodline within it will be beneficial to you. Within this elf king's badge, not only did it possess the power of the origin of the elf god tree, it also possessed the power of the elf king's bloodline. In the past, the elf king had drained nearly 80% of the elf clan's bloodline power in a single breath in order to fight against the heavenly emperor, adding to his own greatness, which led to the emergence of the elves in later generations. Rarely were there four-winged elves, and two-winged elves could both become kings. Today, this batch of bloodline power was able to return, and the elf clan was finally able to rise completely. These bloodline powers could quickly help the elf queen achieve the so-called six-winged elf king, and also allow the elf clan to have more four-winged elves to increase their strength. The elf clan, due to the return of this elf king's badge, was about to undergo a huge change. The elf king's badge transformed into a light green-colored liquid and drilled into the elf queen's body as if it possessed intelligence. Buzzing, as if the gene fragments in her body were activated. Endless power was strung around in her body, and the elf queen began to metamorphose. The elf queen's original bloodline? Only 2 wings. And being able to become the elf queen was all thanks to the support of the elf god tree. As for her prestige, it was basically zero. But at this moment, the terrifying pressure radiating from the elf queen's body made all the elves sense a substantial oppression. This was the oppression of rank. Since ancient times, the six-winged elves were the kings among them. This was something that no one could change. For a moment, even the two-winged deities at the deity level couldn't help but fall to their knees and kneel down to worship their king. Light in the color of pure white flickered, enveloping the elf queen's entire body. A painful transformation and the beginning of something powerful. The elf queen let out a miserable hiss, and was able to sense that the concentration of the elf bloodline in her body was constantly increasing. Time passed in a flash, and when Qin Fong and the others opened their eyes again, at this moment, the elf queen's appearance had changed drastically. In the beginning, the elf queen's appearance could only be considered ordinary. After all, she was merely biplane. But at this moment, the elf queen's appearance evolved to become peerless, with almost no female elves within the entire elf clan being able to match her. This kind of appearance, even in the entire Heaven's Destiny, there were few that could be compared to it. The Queen of Elves was wearing a gorgeous king's garment at this moment. The stars seemed to be dotted on it. This was automatically revealed after the bloodline was promoted. This was the elf clan's most precious treasure, and it was also the undisputed strongest defense artifact. This set of artifacts was branded in the elf king's bloodline, and only the purest bloodline could activate it. The crown on the elf queen's head? It even evolved with it, becoming a high-grade divine artifact, not only adding a bit of charm to her beauty, but also allowing her majesty to reach the extreme. This was the elegance of a queen. What shocked the elf the most was the 6 wings on her back. Chapter 422, Signing the Elf Contract of Life and Death. These 6 wings were snow white and very holy, engraved with some unique patterns of the elf race, and seemed to possess incredible functions. The elf queen's back reflected a bright light, flapping her 6 wings, making her body dance along with it, ranking high above the entire elf space. A supreme shadow coalesced behind her back, reflecting the entire sky and the dome of the heavens. 6-winged elf. My elf clan? Saved. The heavens have blessed my elf clan, allowing 6-winged elves to appear in my clan once again. The divine tree is revived. The 6-winged elves have awakened. This heaven and earth? Who else can stop my elf clan from reappearing in heaven's mandate? Raising my eyebrows. This is truly the brightest day for my clan. My elf clan? Rising again. All the clansmen of the elf clan are very excited at this moment. This is their pinnacle queen. These clansmen? Can they feel the divine position of the elf queen? With the evolution with the emblem, it had already been promoted from the primary divine position to become a high-level divine position, which was a qualitative change. If by virtue of her own continuous cultivation, the Elf Queen wanted to be promoted to a high-ranked deity, it was basically impossible. This was the decision of talent, and the upper limit of this piece of space. But at this moment, the Elf Queen had easily reached this realm. The Elven Queen communicated with the Elven Divine Tree. Divine Tree, I want to merge with you completely. This was the Elf Queen's intention. You have to think clearly. This is not child's play. Once you fuse, although your strength will increase, you will not be able to cultivate the next Elf God Tree again. Elf God Tree? It was cultivating the Elf Queen as the leader of the next generation. Once fused, she namely lived and died with the Elf God Tree. These things? The younger generation will do a good job. And what I'm going to do, that is, to get them out of this space. As for the brand new Elf God Tree, I have arrangements. Good. The Elven God Tree was persuaded by her. And then she carried a rolling might as her gigantic silhouette slammed into it, fusing with the Elven God Tree. This was the Elf King's second fusion with the Elf God Tree after many years. Buzz. Endless green light flashed. White aura shone. White light. Green light continuously alternated, and finally fused together into a blinding beam of light. When the fusion was complete, on the surface, the Elf Queen didn't see any changes. She was still haughty and indifferent. But her realm of strength had already been raised to peak deity, once again crossing a large level. This time, her strength reached the peak of the Elf King of the past. As for the Elf God Tree, it swelled once again, reaching a terrifying height of 500,000 feet. And the space began to metamorphose and expand once again. For a moment, the elves immediately felt the bloodline in their bodies being activated, and the feeling of being suppressed and about to be suffocated gradually dissipated. In the void, the branches and roots of the Elven God Tree were all rooted, drawing in favorable substances and nourishing the entire space, keeping him from collapsing. As a witness to this scene, Qin Fang was truly shocked. This scene? It could be a propaganda film, entitled The Reemergence of the Elf Clan. This was too shocking. Raise your glasses and drink. Today, let's celebrate. Let's not get drunk and go home. The elves? It's starting to revel. Qin Fang? As the most honored guest, he was placed in the most central position to revel with the Elf Clan. It was night. Within the Elf Clan, green flames were lit, like a bonfire, and more than 1,000 clansmen danced up and down around the flames, celebrating. And Qin Fang was also dragged along to join in. On this night, even the most archaic old man was pulled to join in. Countless green points of light shone and dotted in the firmament, as if they were stars. And in such an atmosphere, Qin Fang drank too much. Ding. Congratulations on drinking the legendary grade wine. Your physique is permanently plus 1,000. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade fine wine. Your strength is permanently plus 1,000. These fine wines, all treasured by the Elf Clan, were brewed from special fruits and thus possessed special effects. At a moment like this, what was there to be pretentious about for Qin Fang? Frantically picking up the wine, he tilted his neck and gulped it down in one gulp. It was only when he had tasted all the legendary grade wines, leaving no more room for his attributes to increase, that Qin Fang gave up. These fine wines? It allowed Qin Fang's four-dimensional attributes to successfully increase by 5,000 each, which was a great increase that allowed him to look down on all of Heaven's Destiny's players. Benefactor. Drink. Drink. Brothers. To our great benefactor. Qin Fang really didn't want to drink such a good fine wine. It was a real waste for him. After all, the attributes could not be increased again. It would be better to collect it, and finally give it together to divine craftsman Li Qi. If it was an ordinary holographic helmet, Qin Fang would definitely not have such a real intoxication. But the nutritional warehouse brought the most realistic experience of everything to Qin Fang, who immediately felt dizzy and fell to the ground unconscious. The elves laughed and laughed, but still sent Qin Fang to the guest room to sleep peacefully as the elves' revelry continued. This revelry lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and Qin Fang was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Fang awoke, slightly marveling that he had been unconscious for 3 days, but he did not dwell on it too much. At this moment, the elf space had already regained its usual calmness. The young elves were currently playing amongst the flowers. The youthful elves were drilling martial arts skills to improve their combat abilities. The middle-aged elves were the instructors, training these young elves. The older generation of elves, on the other hand, were peacefully basking in the sun, quietly watching. Seeing Qin Fang appear, these clansmen warmly greeted him with a close relationship. Qin Fang also responded one by one, proposing that he wanted to visit the elf clan. Such a small request was definitely agreed to, and the youths of the Elf One clan enthusiastically introduced everything within the elf space to Qin Fang. This small world, although tiny, had all the essentials, and was completely capable of satisfying the normal physiological needs of an elf. As the essence of the elf god tree was replenished, more small elves were birthed, as if they were flower bones, shyly hiding within. Qin Fang finished his visit, and was directly summoned by the elf queen. Benefactor, go quickly. The queen is looking for you. There must be something big. This one elf clan member was very knowledgeable. Qin Fang ascended the branch lift woven from the elven god tree, slowly ascending to the very top. Me. These days, are you still sleeping peacefully? The elf queen directly bestowed her seat on Qin Fang, and with the etiquette of the human race, she brewed tea for Qin Fang with the spring of life. Ding. Congratulations on drinking the tea of life. You have obtained the special buff, Life Perpetual Motion. Buff, Life Perpetual Motion when you receive an injury. You will recover quickly. Remarks, duration, 3 days. Qin Fang, a bumpkin, had quite the feeling of being rushed into the Grandview Garden, as if he had entered the Grandview Garden. To him, everything in the elf clan was extremely rare, and all of it would be of great help to him in improving his strength. Fortunately, I don't know what the Queen of the Elves has summoned us for. Qin Fang put down his teacup with great interest and sighed at the good tea before asking the elf queen. Mr. Me. This time, on behalf of the elf clan, I would like to solemnly ask you for one thing, and I would like to ask you to oblige. The elf queen's face was uneasy, grave, and sullen as she gave Qin Fang a salute. This? How did Qin Fang feel so uneasy when a deity was bowing in front of his own body? Please also ask the elf queen to show me. As long as the boy can do it, he will surely die by all means. Qin Fang hurriedly got up, returned the elf queen's salute, and promised to do so. Mr. Me. I hope that you will sign a life and death contract with the next elf king. Assist him in his rapid growth, and as much as possible, plant a brand new elf divine tree in the heavenly destiny continent. Grow with him, and ascend to the peak together. These words directly baffled Qin Fang. He was a little confused. With the current strength of the elf clan being completely capable of doing this on their own? Why did they have to pretend to be someone else's hand? Elf Queen. With all due respect, the elf clan relies entirely on itself. Qin Fang inquired about his own doubts. After hearing this, the Queen of the Elves looked into the distance and let out a leisurely sigh, pondering for a while before explaining the reason for this to Qin Fang, which contained a great secret. Ding. You have triggered a brand new scene. Mr. Me. Have you ever known that back then, the Celestial Emperor had conducted meticulous research on the Elf King's body? Qin Fang nodded. He had heard about this matter. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor discovered the deepest secret hidden within the body of the elf race after his research. And based on this secret, he ordered the God of the Forge to refine a divine artifact that would restrain it. This kind of divine weapon against other gods, against other races, without any efficacy. But against the elf race, it is a supreme weapon. Even if you are a god, in the role of this divine weapon, can only drink hate to be captured. The weaknesses of the elves were magnified without limit under this divine artifact. Under this divine artifact, the elves were as ridiculous as mortals, becoming lambs to the slaughter. The god of forging under the Heavenly Emperor succeeded in forging this artifact, which became the nightmare of the elves on that day. When this artifact appeared in the ancestral land of the elves, it unleashed a terrifying threat. Almost 60% of the elves were directly captured, leaving no room for resistance. The remaining 40%, under the cover of the elf god tree's self-detonation, were able to enter the small space opened up by the elf god tree and live on. This space is broken, and is only a half-finished product. The subsequent 40% of the elves? Another 39% sacrificed themselves to make up this small space. This is the recent tragic history of the elf clan. Elf Queen finished. Even the player me, at this moment also cannot help but sigh a sentence. This is not blind bullshit. The Emperor of Heaven. Is it hard to be really omnipotent? Mr. Me. Signing a life and death contract with the next generation of the Elf King will also provide you with certain benefits. For example, Your attributes can be shared with the Elf King. For example, you will be able to successfully summon the Elf King to appear beside your god. For example, the Elf Queen listed out a full 18 points of benefits, saying that Qin Fang's heart was directly moved. Mr. Me, I won't hide it from you. There are pros and cons to everything. Once bound, this means that your life is bound to the Elf King. And once he dies and is injured, you will also die and be injured. The most crucial thing is that you will directly bear the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor. The Elf Queen listed a full 18 more disadvantages, saying that Qin Fang rolled his eyes. Qin Fang, this Elf Queen, isn't she a bit lacking in heart? Mr. Me, you can make your own choice. Did Qin Fang even need to hesitate here? Definitely the first firm choice. Sign the Elf Life and Death Contract. Chapter 423 God of Forging Elf Blacksmith. Good. Mr. Me, I really haven't misjudged you. A bright smile appeared on the Elf Queen's cheeks. She had thought that Playerjin would agree. But to be so forthcoming was still beyond her expectations. Knowing that signing a contract with the Elf King, it would definitely do more harm than good. The mere fact of being targeted by the Heavenly Emperor was enough to deter countless players. When will the ceremony begin? Qin Fang was surprisingly more anxious than the Elf Queen. At the moment of the 8th year in his previous life, the new Elf King was a ruthless character who was able to challenge the Heavenly Emperor once again, and even beat him to the point of vomiting blood. In his previous life, this Elf King had risen from the bottom of the heap, and in just 3 or 4 years, he had led the Broken Elf clan to rise again and become one of the top 10 races of the Heaven's Mandate of the 10,000 races. Such an existence? Signing a contract with him, even if there was a certain amount of danger, Qin Fang would admit it. It will take about 3 more days for the Elf God Tree to breed a whole new batch of elves and separate the young saplings of the new Elf God Tree. During this period of time, please wait in peace within the Elf clan. Me? It was the only option for the Elf clan at the moment. Qin Fang stepped out for 2 steps and then returned as he found a loophole. If the brand new Elf King still has the weaknesses of the Elf clan, wouldn't he still be targeted by the Heavenly Emperor? Wouldn't he still be an ant in the hands of the ancient gods? This problem, if not solved, even if the Elf clan were to emerge, it wouldn't be able to achieve the pinnacle. According to the memories of his previous life, the Elf One race should have changed this weakness. Otherwise, it was impossible for the brand new Elf King to stand in front of the Heavenly Emperor, hold his ground against him, and even beat him to the point of spitting blood. Mr. Me is considerate. This matter? The Elf God Tree said that he has a way to be able to change it. Only? What exactly to do? I'm not clear. If Mr. Me has the heart, you can go and search for the Elf God Tree and probe the situation. Qin Fang, this is properly a premise for the release of a mission. Qin Fang bid farewell to the Elf Queen before taking a step into the center area of the Elf God Tree. Senior Elf God Tree. If this batch of brand new birth elves do not change, wouldn't they still be enslaved by the Heavenly Emperor? Qin Fang directly stated his own doubts. Mr. Jin, this point, I have also considered it and have a preliminary idea. But if it needs to be implemented, it still possesses a certain degree of difficulty. The old man condensed from the Elven God Tree was filled with the aura of life, and was very sad. Is there anything I can help with? Qin Fang's eyes lit up. This mission, it had a chance. When my initial thoughts? To cover it with the bloodline of an ancient deity to make up for this weakness of the elves. But in my hands? Don't have the blood, breath, and other items of other ancient deities. And am fretting about it. The Elf God Tree spat out his thoughts. And then added, these days, I'm going to let the Elf Queen go and attack and kill the goddess of life of the ancient era, and make up for the weaknesses of my elf clan with her blood, which should be able to be successful due to the similarity of the two's breaths. By the way, if little friend is also interested, it would also be excellent to participate in this hunt and gain some insight. The Elf God Tree said very easily. Also right. The strength of the Elf Queen at this moment? The strength of the Queen of the Elves at this moment is already the strength of a peak deity. Except for the Heavenly Emperor himself. Other ancient deities would not be able to suppress her, and would definitely be killed by her. Ding. The Elven Tree has issued a mission to you. Participate in the hunt for the Goddess of Life. This quest from the Elven God Tree immediately made Qin Fang's eyes light up. This kind of quest to slaughter a god? He was familiar with it. If it was done properly, he might be able to obtain the Goddess of Life's divine weapon once again. Qin Fang immediately accepted this quest. and then headed to the Elf Queen's palace to ask if the human race could transfer to become a blacksmith of the Elf clan. This was because in order to carry the blacksmith divine position of the Elf One race, one had to be a blacksmith of the Elf One race. Huh? Mr. Me is actually interested in the blacksmiths of my Elf One race? The Elf Queen paused for a moment and directly summoned the divine blacksmith of the Elf One clan. Coronation Queen. Mr. Me. This divine rank elf blacksmith bowed slightly towards the duo. To the Elf Queen. He was respectful and in awe to Qin Fong. He was thankful from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Qin Fong, the crisis of the Elf clan at this moment, it would have erupted a long time ago. Mr. Me wants to learn the forging of my Elf clan? I wonder if there could be any way. The Queen of Elves looked towards the god-rank blacksmith with a command in her eyes. There had to be a way. If Mr. Me wants to transfer to become an elven blacksmith, the way is very simple. It only requires a simple completion of a few of my elven clan's assessment tasks. The god-level elven blacksmith handed Qin Fong a few glances, the meaning of which Qin Fong understood. He would definitely let go. This was just a formality. Only that this god-level elven blacksmith also had concerns. You are already a thunder blacksmith of the human race. Mr. Me. I don't know if it clashes with the elf blacksmith of my race. Qin Fong smiled mysteriously and revealed his mysterious title, the King of Forging. This title was a task given to him by Li Qi after Qin Fong had succeeded in worshipping him. He was allowed to forge 10 pieces of epic level equipment and 3 pieces of legendary level equipment within a year before he was allowed to obtain such a title. This task was not completed by Qin Fong. But from the time he gave Li Xia the divine artifact, Dark Divine Artifact Long Sword, Li Xia namely silently allowed Qin Fong to complete this task. After all, Li Xia was not an old-fashioned person. Although Qin Fong had forged a divine weapon only with the help of external forces. But a divine weapon? It is a divine weapon. This task, too, was considered complete. The King of Forging allows Qin Fong to accommodate 3 hidden professions of blacksmithing, without interfering with each other, but also complementing each other. This title was specially customized by Li Qi for Qin Fong. First, Qin Fong's Thunder Blacksmith. Second, Elven Blacksmith. The third hidden profession blacksmith transfer book. Qin Fong was still begging for it. But at the moment, there weren't many replies. But the strength attribute, too, was able to be barely used. The most crucial thing was that with this quest completed, this title wasn't considered to be the end, but a brand new opening. Ding. It is detected that you to have the title of King of Forging. So the next stage of the quest is automatically opened. God of Forging. Please forge 10 different types of divine weapons within 3 years. Title, God of Forging. God of Forging effect, after wearing it. It can accommodate 9 different blacksmith professions, and iteratively add 9 different attributes when forging. This title, such a powerful force fills it. As a fellow blacksmith, this divine smith of the Elven clan immediately sensed the terrifying aura that was nurtured within this title. In front of this aura, he was as ridiculous as an infant. What's more, this title even twisted certain rules, allowing the wearer of the title to freely accommodate 3 different blacksmithing professions without interfering with each other. This kind of horrifying means was simply unbelievable. This seemed to have departed from the realm of blacksmithing. Qin Fong might not know much about this power, but how could he not understand the elf, Magic Thunder, who is also a divine smith? Dare I ask you, Mr. I, the person who crafted this title for you? Who is it? The elf godsmith was a bit hesitant and elusive. So he asked carefully, This is my teacher, Li Qi. The name, Li Qi, as if it possessed magical properties, made this elf clan's divine artisan immediately tremble, and his attitude immediately shifted from friendly to enthusiastic, and even a bit fawning. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. You are actually the disciple of the divine smith Li Xia. Qin Fong was a little bewildered. Had the teacher's name been spread to within the elven space that had been closed for so many years? How could it be possible? Back then, the human race's divine smith Li Xia once discussed the art of forging with my elf clan's first forger. And in the end, my clan's first forger lost miserably, bluntly stating that I was inferior to Li Xia. Since then, my clan's first forger has spent his life's work trying to find Li Qi's path, and eventually left behind an ultimate artifact, which was placed in the forbidden land of my elf clan. Before he died, he had bluntly said that Li Xia's forging party is the right path. You and I, we have all lost. to be able to be held in such high esteem by the first forger of the elf clan. Not to mention the later generations of the elf clan. It could be said that the later generations of the elf clan had also read the first forge master's handwritten notes. But none of the contents relating to Li Qi could even understand them. You are too kind. Qin Fong was shocked. It looked like he had to find out the true origin of Teacher Li Xie. He had originally thought that he had understood Teacher Li Xie to the extent that he understood all of it. But looking at it again at this moment, it seemed that he didn't understand it at all. The number one forger of the elf clan? How is this an ancient person from 10,000 years ago? Is it hard to believe? Has Teacher Li Xie lived for so long? Magic Thunder. Hurry up and bring Mr. Me to transfer to the elf blacksmith profession. The elf queen sensed the call of the elf god tree and rushed the duo away. Mr. Me. If you see Li Qi in the future, please also send out invitations for us. The blacksmiths of the elf clan would still like to have a discussion with Senior Li Qi and explore the truth of forging together. Qin Fong was able to tell that this elf godly blacksmith was truly eager. So he nodded his head and did not dare to forget. Mr. Jin, allow me to introduce to you. The blacksmiths of my elf clan are also divided into different types. The 5 types of life elf blacksmiths. Flame elf blacksmiths. Cold elf blacksmiths. Earth elf blacksmiths. And sky elf blacksmiths. Don't know? Which type would you like to transfer to become? With the introduction of this divine blacksmith, Magic Thunder, 5 different pictures were revealed in the firmament. Life elf blacksmith. This was the most common blacksmith within the elf clan, forging out equipment that had a life breath attached to it, able to allow the clan members to heal their injuries faster, and able to allow the clan members to grow faster. This occupation, Qin Fong decisively gave up. Ice, Flame elf blacksmith, able to enrich weapons, armor ice and fire attribute power, combat strength sword. The Earth elf blacksmith, on the other hand, forged thick defensive equipment that was impenetrable. Sky elf blacksmiths, on the other hand, are blacksmiths who specialize in forging wing equipment for the elf clan. After all, the wings of the elf one race were easily targeted and needed to be protected as well. Take for example the 6-winged iron elf god. Qin Fong pondered seriously and looked at the divine artisan Magic Thunder in embarrassment. Are there any hidden professions for the elf one race? This question really asked the elf godsmith Demon Thunder. But after some contemplation, he really thought of something and excitedly called out towards Qin Fong. There really is. Only the test is very difficult. Are you sure you still want to try? Chapter 424 Hidden Profession, Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith. A color like bright moonlight flickered in Qin Fong's eyes. This, he had merely asked casually. Who would have known that it was really there? Mr. Me. According to the records of my clan's canonical books, the strongest hidden profession of blacksmithing once existed in the elf clan, the Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith. Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith. This is merely a legend. Even within the last 10,000 years, no blacksmith has ever successfully changed professions in my elf clan, and it only exists in the canonical records. If you hadn't asked, I would have forgotten about the strongest blacksmith profession in the elven race. Sky Spirit Blacksmith can add a special attribute to successfully forged equipment. Special attributes: 1. Random one-hit kill. 2. Random blood draw. 3. Random confusion. 4. Random stun. 5. Random shatter. Each of these attributes was astonishing. It was simply a blacksmith's well-being. If any of these special attributes were attached to the equipment, it would be able to be auctioned off for a heavenly price. Ding. Please note, the success rate of Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith's forging equipment is extremely low. Please be careful when switching jobs. This system tone directly let Qin Fong slap his thighs. Surprisingly, there was still this good thing. Low success rate of forging. He wasn't afraid. Elder Demonic Thunder, please also arrange for me to transfer to the Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith profession as soon as possible. Qin Fong immediately shouted, fearing that he would miss out on this god-tier profession. Mr. Me, please reconsider. The difficulty of transferring this profession is very difficult. Moreover, it is unique. So if you fail, there will never be another blacksmith transfer. Devil Ray was still discouraging Qin Fong, explaining the pros and cons. Some years ago, there were also elves within the elf clan who attempted to transfer to the Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith, but they gave up one by one because it was too difficult. Elder Demonic Thunder, I don't need to think anymore. This is my final decision. Seeing Qin Fang's insistence, Devil Ray could only agree. Mr. Me, please also follow me. The divine craftsman Devil Ray directly led Qin Fang to the middle region of the Elven God Tree. The trunk of the Elven God Tree was too huge, enough to accommodate the clan members to make holes and carry something on top of his thick branches. In the area where the trunk of the tree was about 10,000 feet above the ground, there was a portal that had not been opened for a long time and was covered in dust. Qin Fang, with the help of demonic thunder, arrived at this platform and looked up at this portal. The portal was about 3 zhang high and low, and it was engraved with different patterns, as if it was a sea of stars. I implore Lord God Tree to open the examination of this place for Mr. Me to enter it. Divine craftsman Demon Thunder communicated with the Elven God Tree, asking him to open the portal. Buzzing, the dust-filled portal opened in an instant, and for a moment, tiny particles were like butterflies, fluttering under the sunlight. Qin Fang couldn't see the situation inside, but he was able to perceive that he had received a kick on his arse, and he had been kicked in by the divine artisan Demon Thunder. Devil Ray, that's the rule. The situation behind the portal surprised Qin Fang. This place was clearly a large-scale forging room, and the internal forging items, materials, and so on, were all fully prepared. Only that these were all special materials of the Elf clan. Forging? There were still some modifications that needed to be made. You can boldly try. Even if you fail, I have a way for you to become a blacksmith of the elves. This was the voice of the Elven God Tree. It gave Qin Fang confidence to a great extent. Ding. You have entered a special assessment scenario. Ding. Please forge 10 pieces of black iron grade equipment within the stipulated period of time, with no restriction on the level. Hearing such a task, Qin Fang smiled contemptuously, and immediately picked his materials and started forging, based on the principle of not wasting anything. Qin Fang failed in all of them even when forging such low-grade equipment. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Black iron grade notched long knife * 100. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Obtaining a blast return. Silver grade exquisite long knife * 10. The system beeps kept ringing. Qin Fang kept collecting these equipments. A mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. Ding. Your current score is 0. Ding. Please forge 10 pieces of silver grade equipment within the specified time period. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a blast return. The forging goes on and on. Ding. Your current score is 0. Qin Fang heard such a system tone. He wanted to succeed twice, but the thought of waiting would be gold level. Find gold level forging? Once you succeed in just one piece of equipment. If you fail, it could be 100 pieces of equipment. Qin Fang's heart? There was an instant decision. Ding. Please forge 10 pieces of silver grade equipment within the time limit. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Your current achievement is 0. Ding. Please forge 10 pieces of gold grade equipment within the allotted time. Qin Fang began the forging. Failure journey. In the middle of the topmost portal, the Elven God Tree was discussing with the Elven Queen about how to behead the Goddess of Life. Suddenly, the Elven God Tree stopped its discussion and muttered, "This little fellow even tried to spy on the most perverted heavenly spirit blacksmith of my elf clan. This person. I have a feeling that he has a big secret and might be able to succeed." The Elf Queen paused for a moment before inquiring with curiosity. Divine Tree. What exactly was the test left behind by the first heavenly spirit blacksmith back then? Why did it follow up with my elf clan? No elves have succeeded in transferring. This question almost plagued this Elf Queen. However, the Elf Divine Tree did not intend to inform her. Shaking her head, and no longer deliberating on how to hunt the Goddess of Life, concentrating on Qin Fang's forging, the Elf Queen had no choice but to look at Qin Fang as well. This, Mr. Me's forging technique. It's too bad. The Elf Queen didn't even have the eyes to look at it. My forging from black iron to gold. Surprisingly, none of them succeeded. All of them failed. This luck really is no one. Even the so-called forging schoolboy should be able to blindside so once or twice. The Elf Queen hated to call a halt to the entire assessment session, because Qin Fang had extended his claws to the fine gold grade materials. This kid? What else does he want to forge? Isn't this a blind waste of materials? One must know that the elven space was very barren. These materials could be very precious. The elf queen looked towards the elf god tree, but saw a smiling elf god tree and heard the words "a child can be taught." The elf queen didn't know what that meant. It was rather embarrassing. The elf god tree stopped looking at me, and then continued to discuss with the elf queen on how to go about killing the goddess of life. This time, all the deities of the elf clan should appear and strive to kill her in one blow. Don't delay. This concerns the future of my elf clan. There is no room for error. The elf god tree was particularly looking at this time's action, because the elf god clan only had one chance to attack. The first time, it was most unexpected. The second time they attacked the gods. That is, there was a possibility that it was a trap for the ancient gods, and they would be killed back by the ancient gods. After all, this batch of elves still had weaknesses, and it was easy to be counterkilled by the divine artifacts refined by the first forge god among the ancient deities. I'll go make arrangements. The elf queen left. Within the examination space, Xin Fang incidentally took out the drawings given by Bastard Sky, the materials, and started forging an essence gold-grade equipment. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a blast return. This batch of equipment still failed unanimously. When Xin Fang finished forging, the system showed that Xin Fang's forging success rate was 0%. Ding. The assessment is over. Xin Fang, is this the end of the assessment? Ding. You have successfully passed the assessment. Xin Fang, What's going on here? Xin Fang had planned to fail the forging and go to the elven god tree. Why was he suddenly notified that the assessment was successful? Ding. You are in a special scene. Please pay attention to your words and actions. In the next instant, endless points of light coalesced out of thin air within the large forging room and became elves. This one elf's short stature was like a square pudgy figure, and the feathers on his back were stunted. Unable to stretch out at all, this kind of elf? Is his hand long enough? Can it lift a forging hammer? Xin Fang couldn't help but think so. It was rather impolite. This is a piece of the image I left behind back then, and it can only be activated if the elf clan can decipher the secrets I left behind. This elf silhouette, as if it was a specific program, was activated by Xin Fang at this moment. Not possessing any sanity, merely mechanically reading the established program voice. I wonder how many years it took the elf clan to decipher the secrets I left behind. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Or 100,000 years? Once I was the most rubbish amongst blacksmiths. Forging equipment? Almost 100% failure rate. So I purposely left behind this big pit. In a few words, Xin Fang mainly experienced the heartbreaking past story of this heavenly spirit blacksmith. My heavenly spirit blacksmith profession is a special blacksmith profession that I coalesced only after observing the heavens and the earth, looking at the stars, and falling into the lows. I naturally wished to pass it on to an existence that, like me, fell into the lows and had a near zero success rate in forging. At this moment, Xin Fang understood why for so many years, none of the elf clan had ever completed this test. After all, not everyone was like Xin Fang, who could take the back door and fail in forging with impunity. Once these elven blacksmiths forged successfully, even if only 2 pieces succeeded, then they would not meet the requirements of this heavenly spirit blacksmith. This heavenly spirit blacksmith really had a wicked sense of humor. No. Here you go. I hope you can rise with this hidden profession blacksmith of mine and create a brilliance that belongs to you. The central area of the forging platform shattered open, revealing a transfer scroll. Xin Fang stepped forward and took it in his hands. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the elven hidden profession, heavenly spirit blacksmith transfer scroll. Ding. Is it to be used? Use. Ding. You have successfully transferred into the elven hidden profession, heavenly spirit blacksmith. Ding. The human thunder blacksmith mark has been detected in your body. The two are in conflict. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Just as Xin Fang was worried, the title of King of Forging flashed with a light blue light and was injected into Xin Fang's body. The 2 hidden professions instantly quieted down and were clearly separated, not interfering with each other. Xin Fang immediately attempted to forge, mobilizing the power of thunder and the power of heavenly spirit on the way, as if he were using his arms, without any obstruction. Thud. Knock. Knock. Qin Fong successfully forged a piece of fine gold-grade equipment. With additional thunder breath, 2 thunder skills, additional heavenly spirit power, special effect, for every 10 strikes, it would surely absorb 1% of the opponent's damage, additional power of 8%. This piece of fine gold-grade equipment directly promoted the current Heaven's Destiny to the ranks of the most extreme equipment. Chapter 425 Breakthrough, Elven Godsmith. Qin Fong stroked this piece of equipment lovingly. His mood was very relaxed. With attributes this strong and additional skills this terrifying, the selling price of this piece of equipment? Adding 1,000,000 copper coins shouldn't be a problem. Qin Fong had already imagined the scene where his equipment would take the entire heavenly fate by storm in the future. Ding. You have completed your transfer. Ding. You are about to leave the examination space of this place. Seeing that Qin Fong had truly transferred into this profession, a faint smile appeared on the corner of the elven god tree's mouth. Outside world. As Qin Fong pushed open the dusty door, the elven divine tree Moli immediately stepped forward to comfort Qin Fong. Mr. Me. Even if you don't succeed in your transfer this time, there are more powerful and interesting professions in my elf clan that you can try out and transfer. If you insist on transferring to become an elf blacksmith, I can go to the elf divine tree ancestor and ask him to grant you special permission to take the second test. The elven godsmith Devil Ray was truly thinking from Qin Fong's perspective. He. Elder Demon Thunder. Look! As Qin Fong's transformation succeeded as a heavenly spirit blacksmith, a small feathered seal appeared in the center of his brow, and the front part of the feathered wing was a small hammer that blended perfectly with it. Mr. Me. You actually succeeded? The elven divine artisan Demon Thunder was very shocked in his heart, knowing that this secret had plagued the elf clan for nearly 1,000 years of light. Shen, was a human actually able to successfully transfer? I wonder what kind of tactics Mr. Me has taken. Magic Thunder was curious in his heart. It is estimated that my forging skills are poor. 50 times of forging all failed. And by chance, I got the approval of the heavenly spirit blacksmith. Qin Fong did not hide anything and directly informed. Demon Thunder froze, ancient memories flooding his mind. And then he slapped his thighs violently. Right. The heavenly spirit lord back then? It seems that the early stage was also in existence, with an extremely low forging success rate. This was quite normal. Some things were easy to fall into a misunderstanding. And once you entered the misunderstanding, that is, it was not easy to come out. It was good that Qin Fong managed to crack the secrets of the heavenly spirit blacksmith by mistake. Thank you, Mr. I, for cracking the secret for my elf clan. I will wait for all the elven blacksmiths to salute you. Devil Ray bowed deeply towards Qin Fong. Qin Fong, did I do anything? Wasn't it just going through the motions? By the way, Elder Demon Thunder, can you give me a batch of elven forging materials? I want to forge a batch of elf clan equipment. The elf clan was hidden in space, but that didn't stop players from switching to become elves. The elf players were also very miserable at the moment, because they couldn't find the elf clan's land, and could only be forced to practice leveling. As for the equipment, they could only use the equipment of other races, and their natural attributes were inferior. Qin Fong had to consider for this part of the customers. Mr. Me, you may not know that the mineral resources within the elf space are very barren. So these minerals are strategic level materials. Even the materials that we practice on a regular basis have to be applied for only once every other month. Qin Fong couldn't imagine how miserable this must be. Do you control the materials at the fine gold level as well? This kind of low-level material should not be a big problem. Qin Fong asked tentatively. These low-ranked materials, the significance of controlling them wasn't that great. Everything is for the sake of fine water. The amount of mineral resources is limited, but the appetite of the elves is unlimited. Saying this, Qin Fong namely understood, and no longer forced himself. Qin Fong left and asked Demonic Thunder to prepare the forging room and start forging other equipment. This time, it couldn't be wasted for nothing. 3 days of light passed in a flash. Satisfied, Qin Fong sorted the purple gold-grade equipment and fine gold-grade equipment within his backpack. Ding! The contract signing ceremony will begin soon. Please head to the top floor as soon as possible. The system beep sounded. Qin Fong packed up everything and headed straight there, letting the player Me sign a contract with the future Elf King. This was a major event for the Elf clan, but the only elves who knew about it were the Elf Queen and the Elf God Tree. Within the empty hall, There were only two figures, an old man and a woman, with calm faces, waiting for Qin Fong. In the central area was a light blue-colored elf egg. The light patterns flickered, and one could tell that it was not a mortal object. Qin Fong stepped into it, and this place was instantly sealed by the elf god tree with god-level power, so that the elves in the outside world were unable to probe it. Mr. Jin, I'll still emphasize to you once again, once you sign the contract, you are about to face unprecedented pressure. Please also continue to consider. The Elf Queen informed once again, emphasizing once more. Coronation Queen, I have considered this very clearly. Qin Fong straightened his back and directly agreed, his words strong without any hesitation. In that case, please stand in place and empty your mind. The elven divine tree began to engrave heaven and earth patterns. Countless tedious patterns appeared with a buzz, directly branded into nothingness, incarnating into complex patterns that silently hovered beneath Qin Fong's feet. The divine power of the Elf Queen. The elven divine tree was then injected, and colors appeared in the center of this pattern. Pale yellow and pale red intermingled, becoming a perfect song between heaven and earth. The attributes within Qin Fong's body were induced. A purple light and a green light were induced and merged into the pattern below. The four colors began to mingle and buzz. The light blue-colored elf egg was also summoned over and placed at the other end of the contract, and the light blue-colored light was instantly activated and merged into the contract. The power of the five attributes began to merge. In the end, the five attributes became a most noble color of gold, separating into two separate paths and integrating into Qin Fong and the elf egg's body respectively. Ding! You have signed a life and death contract with the Elf King Egg. Ding! Life and death contract. Life and death will follow you. Ding! If the Elf King dies, you will be permanently sealed. Qin Fong. Qin Fong's black question mark face. He still underestimated Heaven's destiny. How could Heaven's destiny let him drill such a loophole? At first, Qin Fong was relying on the fact that he was a player. Even if the Elf King died, he would be fine. But now look. Once something happened to the Elf King, he would also suffer along with it. Ding! Signing a life and death contract. You and the Elf King's attributes will be shared. Ding! Qin Fong began to enjoy the benefits. For example, quick recovery, soaring attributes, etc. But once you leave the space of this place, you will also be tested. Mr. Me, the life and death contract is signed. In the future, please help the Elf King more. The Elf Queen. The Elf God Tree bowed towards Qin Fong. Qin Fong, this time, accepted the bow openly. From today onwards, the splendor and fall of the Elf clan was bound to Qin Fong. The virtual shadow inside this Elf King egg moved a little, but it was far from the threshold of hatching. When the goddess of life was beheaded and her essence was compensated for into the Elf King's body, eliminating the weaknesses within his body, this would be considered an opportunity for hatching. Get ready. 10 minutes later. Raid the goddess of life. The elf god tree was full of killing energy. He really couldn't move. Otherwise, he would have even wanted to do it himself. The elven queen stepped forward and began to prepare. Senior elf god tree. Coronation elf queen. I have an unkind request. Qin Fong intercepted the duo and voiced his thoughts. I wonder if the elf god makers are out for this battle. Can they play any role? The elf queen pondered for a moment, looking at Qin Fong in puzzlement. He did not understand the reason why Qin Fong inquired about this. Sir me, the elven godsmiths this time will not participate in this battle. After all, their combat power is very low. In that case, can you have the two elf godsmiths deposit their own godhoods with me to help me achieve godsmithhood? I have a way to be able to weaken the goddess of life's strength by at least 10%. Qin Fong patted his chest in assurance, full of confidence. These words? It directly made the elf queen, the elf god tree, frown. Obviously, they were unwilling to believe Qin Fong's words. Hunting the god of darkness also has my share of credit. Qin Fong displayed his own title, the God Slayer, immediately silencing the elf queen, the elf god tree. The two elves looked at each other and still decided to let Qin Fong try something. But the two elves were also very worried in their hearts. Mr. Wei, are you able to carry the impact of two godheads? Will this cause any adverse effects on you? The elf queen was still worried about Qin Fong's body. After all, even a deity couldn't withstand this level of impact. I'm able to withstand it. What's more, I still have this. Qin Fong shook the liquid condensed from the elven god tree in his hand. This was Qin Fong's bottom line. This kind of liquid that was rich in life force was helpful to even deities, let alone Qin Fong. I'll go prepare it. The elf queen left. The old figure of the elven god tree did not move, but instead asked Qin Fong, weakening by 10%? How long do you need? Qin Fong deduced the approximate time based on the darkness god. 1 day at most. The elven god tree weighed the pros and cons, and decided to wait for the player me for 1 day. After 1 day, whether you succeed or not, I will launch a siege against the goddess of life. The elven god tree departed. In a short while of light, the elven queen arrived here with the divine artisan Magic Thunder, as well as another divine artisan, Mr. Me. You can see to the arrangements as to what needs to be done. The two of them. They will absolutely cooperate with you fully. The elf queen didn't know much about the operations here, and left it all to them. Qin Fong directly opened his own sea of consciousness, allowing the two deities to inject their own divine positions into the sea of consciousness. Mr. Me. Are you not joking? How could your body possibly withstand it? Yes, Mr. Jin. If you want to make a quick breakthrough, I can give you my forging insights. The two divine craftsmen all stopped. This? Is it hard to believe that Mr. Jin is cerebral palsy? This kind of scenario? As a divine artisan would not be able to see that it was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness would result in death. I am certain. You two carefully perceive the aura of the divine position within my sea of consciousness. Qin Fong looked like he was confident. Demonic thunder, as well as the other divine artisan, immediately checked, and then were shocked. Within Qin Fong's sea of consciousness, there were actually 3 different forging godlikeness breaths. This kid was able to survive until now. It really was luck. Mr. Me? How did you manage to be alive and kicking right now? Qin Fong, air. Gusts of black lines surfaced on the top of his head. These words? Why is it so much like cursing? Crap. You're just making a fool of yourself. Are you going to seal yourself on the path of a divine craftsman? Another divine craftsman directly shouted. Chapter 426 Hunting the Goddess of Life. The bearing platform within Qin Fong's sea of consciousness had been made up for and repaired many times, and was already very thick and sturdy. If Qin Fong wanted to advance to become a divine artisan, the difficulty would be 7 or 8 times that of a normal person. If he were to carry the divine position of the two gods again, causing the bearing platform to shatter and recover again, it would be 10 times more difficult for Qin Fong to break through the realm of a divine artisan, which was a very frightening figure. Worse still, Qin Fong's bearing platform would directly shatter, never to be recovered again. All of these were possible. Therefore, the two gods of the elves were very surprised, sighing at how Qin Fong dared to act so recklessly. This was simply digging his own grave. As for the loss of lending out the divine position, these two divine craftsmen did not care about it at all. How could they compare to the loss that Qin Fong had sent to the king? Could it be compared to Qin Fong's kindness of sending the Elf King badge? I still ask the two of you to help me. Qin Fong bowed, his expression determined. Ai. Since you insist, then we will agree. Agreed. But if any problems arise in the future and Lord Licia pursues them, we will not be responsible. These two still wanted to clear the air a little. After all, Elder Licia. This was a very protective awe. Well, I can sign the contract? Qin Fong directly took out the drafted contract and let the two gods sign it. After signing, the second god directly threw out his own divine position and merged into Qin Fong's body. Ding! Your body is unable to withstand the divine position of the elf clan. Sky Godmaker Magic Thunder. Alarm! Alarm! Please also abandon your current behavior. Ding! The god position is being carried. Please wait a moment. The system beeps kept ringing out, and Qin Fong directly ignored them. He had been able to carry it the previous 2 times. There was no reason why he couldn't carry it this time. Ding! Divine bit collision in progress. Ding! Heavenly Spirit Divine Artisan Divine Position Activation in progress. Ding! You have become a Divine Artisan of the Elven Clan temporarily. Give me a copy of the Elf Clan's Divine Rank materials, and I will return a Divine Artifact to the Elf One Clan. Qin Fong's self-confidence skyrocketed as he was promoted to become a Divine Craftsman. Sweeping across the land as he spat out such words, the Divine Craftsman Demon Thunder was currently weak and limp on the ground, helplessly looking towards Qin Fong. This brat? Is he any good? just after being promoted to become a divine craftsman. He wanted to forge a divine artifact. Isn't this making a mess of things? The Elf Queen exchanged a glance with Demon Thunder. She saw the rejection in Demon Thunder's eyes. But the Elf Queen still headed to the warehouse, and called for a divine grade drawing and a divine grade material. Magic Thunder held his forehead. The Elf Queen is really bold. This? As not that the Elf Queen was bold. But she understood Qin Fang's intentions through the Elven God Tree. He clearly wanted to use the forging method to absorb the life breath within the Goddess of Life Abyss. As expected, in the next second, Qin Fang took out a huge amount of life attribute stones from his backpack. This was the main ingredient, and the Elf Clan's God-grade materials were only auxiliary. Qin Fang quickly began to study this divine grade drawing, the forging drawings of the Elf Clan. In his previous life, Qin Fang had also forged legendary grade elf equipment. It was no big deal. But the divine grade elf drawings, it was really the first time he had come into contact with them, and he needed time to figure it out. 3 hours passed, and Qin Fang started forging. Devil Ray was literally dripping with heartache. This? Mr. Me is ready to start? Have you really read it? This was a divine grade material. This kind of material. Even Demonic Thunder was only able to apply for one every 5 years. Now to take out such a material and dedicate it to Qin Fang to waste it. Another Elf Clan's divine craftsman was also spitting blood. This material was originally his share. This year just happened to be his 5th year. Unfortunately, the Elf Clan's divine level materials were limited. 5 years to receive one. If they finished receiving, they could only wait for the next 5 years. Although, if they forged a divine weapon, they wouldn't necessarily be able to succeed. But letting Mr. Me forge it, it was a 100% failure. Qin Fang directly borrowed Demonic Thunder's forging hammer, allowing his attributes to soar. Thud. A hammer fell. The impurities within the life attribute stone. The breath of life was immediately mobilized. Thump. Another hammer. And the Elf Clan's divine grade materials began to be tempered as well. Qin Fang began the forging. The Elven Divine Tree understood Qin Fang's thoughts, and knew what he wanted to do. This idea was proposed by the human race back then, and it was impossible to know the final result without experimentation. However, after the Elf King's deduction, there was a 99% probability of failure. Instead of being able to cause harm to the ancient gods, they would instead lose their own divine craftsmen. Hearing that the subsequent human race had tested it a few times, and it really ended in failure. So no one mentioned this matter again, but never thought that after millions of years, the Elf Divine Tree would actually see the validation of this idea once again. I wonder if this time it will succeed. Thud. Knock. Thud. The entire elf space could hear the sound of Qin Fang's forging, and the members of the Elf Clan were somewhat puzzled. Hee. Something's not right. This forging sound resonates throughout the entire space. Is it hard to believe that he's forging a divine weapon? Forging divine weapons. Is it the Demonic Thunder Divine Craftsman? Or is it the Etienne Divine Artisan? He. My Elf Clan thinks that another divine weapon will be revealed. The Elf Clan is just so tough. My Elf Clan will soon be invincible. The clansmen of the Elf One clan all thought so. No. The sound of this forging is very unfamiliar. This isn't two god-level blacksmiths. Those with hearts as fine as silk came to such a conclusion through subtle judgment. Look guys. This is the virtual shadow of Mr. Me. As the forging gradually deepened, Qin Fang's figure gradually began to giganticize, and the forging platform manifested in the firmament. Dang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire clan within the elven space was able to view it. Surprisingly, it really is Mr. Me. Is it hard to believe that Mr. Me is still a divine smith? No. Look guys. What are these broken stones? What a strong breath of life. This breath of life was different from the breath of life that the elf god tree had scattered out. And the two seemed to have complementary effects. Crap. Terrifying. Qin Fang's forging scene seemed to be even more exaggerated than the demonic thunder. Than the heavenly leaning divine artisan. Thud. Knock. Qin Fang had forged for a full 8 hours before the progress of the forging came to 20%. At this moment, on the heavenly destiny continent, the goddess of life abyss. The goddess of life was originally slumbering when she suddenly awoke. She always felt that someone was trying to harm her, and seemed to be chanting incantations in her ears. The goddess who had just risen. Her waking breath was still very heavy. A terrifying divine sense directly swept through the abyss of life, troubleshooting all hidden dangers. But the feedback was that everything was as usual, without any abnormalities. Could it be? Was there an accident with her spiritual sense? The goddess of life didn't believe it. She swept again. But the final result was still normal. Goddess of life abyss within these years condensed life breath thick to the extreme. At this moment even a small amount of scattered in the world by the invisible mouth swallowed. She cannot detect any abnormalities. If the heavenly emperor is here, it is not difficult for him to realize that the space of the elves is lurking in the interlayer of space, always ready to raid the goddess of life. However, with just the goddess of life's ability, he would not be able to detect the existence of this piece of space. Qin Fang's forging did not stop, and neither would the absorption. 30%, 40%, 45%. 24 hours of light had passed, and after the elven god tree had made a careful inspection, Qin Fang's forging had absorbed nearly 1/10,000th of the life breath of the life abyss, and it was considered to be barely completed the task. This scenario of humans in the ancient times? Sure enough, it was still so impractical. Seeing that Qin Fang's figure had faltered and was unable to continue for the rest of the day, the elven god tree roared out in anger. Attack! The 9 deities of the elf clan, in conjunction with the elf queen, instantly appeared from the torn spatial opening, forming a heavenly net, binding the angry goddess of life at the first opportunity, making it impossible for her to break free. As time passed, the goddess of life sensed the passing of the life breath, but couldn't inquire about the source in any way, except for this palpitating sensation that made her chest tighten time and time again and upset her mind. By the time she had inquired about the source, space had already been torn apart and 9 deities appeared. The goddess of life was immediately taken aback. Who had ever seen such a huge battle here? 9 deities. And one of them was a peak deity. The goddess of life immediately felt herself in danger. Huh? These deities are actually the elves? There is still a fight to be had. The goddess of life let out a long breath. Her heart relaxed, and summoned the shield of life to resist in front of her own body, before a wisp of her consciousness entered the heavenly emperor's decree, and began to call out to her friends, preparing to hunt down the remnants of the elf clan. Elf clan, how dare you still appear? Have you forgotten the years of being hunted down back then? The goddess of life's mind was greatly settled, and she firmly believed that as long as she was able to hold on for a quarter of an hour, the other deities would arrive with the divine artifacts that had been used against the elf clan back then, and completely obliterate these elf remnants. The goddess of life was very confident in her own defense. Besides, the goddess of life, this was the deity with the strongest vitality. Wanting to obliterate it was almost impossible, especially with her back to the abyss, which was even more of the goddess of life's bottom line. Ding! The attacks of the 9 deities descended on top of the goddess of life's shield in an instant, shattering her shield in an instant. But in the next second, the endless power of life once again condensed a brand new shield. The goddess of life didn't dare to be careless in. The attack power of this group of deities was surprisingly so high. Elf Queen? The goddess of life frowned slightly as she saw the leader. Back then, didn't the heavenly emperor say that he had completely stripped the elf clan of their 6-winged bloodline? Why was the elf clan still able to have a 6-winged king? Dang. 9 attacks once again landed on the goddess of life's body, causing her shield to shatter. And this time, the terrifying damage directly impacted on top of her delicate body, causing her bloodline to start collapsing, and blood drifted between the heavens and the earth, forming a radiant blood diamond. In the next second, the infinite power of life once again converged and condensed into the goddess of life's body, allowing her injuries to recover quickly. This was how strong the goddess of life was. As long as you were unable to decapitate her in an instant, she would be able to quickly revive. Dang. 9 attacks that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens descended on top of the goddess of life's head. Her stunningly beautiful head exploded in an instant, scattering brains and whatnot all over the place. The goddess of life's aura lowered to the extreme. Buzzing. The swimming dragon-like ocean of terrifying life surged within the goddess of life's body in an instant, quickly restoring her head. Goddess of life. Unkillable. The elf queen's face darkened. Chapter 427 The God of Forging recovers. Elf Queen, still underestimating these ancient deities. Surely with the combined power of the 9 deities, with the oppression of a peak god king could successfully crush the goddess of life. But within the abyss of life, she is just undead all. This was normal. After all, this place was the goddess of life's home ground. Condensed the Elven King's spear. The Elf Queen drank lowly, sweeping out boundless killing intent. The Elf Queen dared to hunt down the goddess of life. So how could she not have some cards? Moreover, as long as she could turn the goddess of life into particles in an instant and capture her origin, that would be enough. The green-colored dragnet closed tighter, making the goddess of life's figure even more seductive and appealing. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to this, as the 9 elves began to merge into the body of the Queen of the Elves. This was the fusion technique, and it was also the great killing move of the elf clan. It was able to increase strength several times over. As the clan members merged in, the Elf Queen's aura began to go berserk, as if it was a crazy storm in heaven and earth that was about to sweep in and destroy everything. The Elf Queen's crown, robes, and other powerful divine artifacts were all revealed, adding a few more points to her beauty. Only, in the light of the roaming eyes, killing intent was blatant. This time, it was a battle cause for the future of the Elf clan. The blood of those days, the weaknesses of the past, could only be compensated with the blood of the divine race. It was a duel between 2 stunning fairies. The goddess of life's face was pitch black. This was nothing less than an invisible insult to the goddess of life. After so many tens of thousands of years of pampering herself, where had she experienced such things? Especially such humiliation? The goddess of life's eyes burned with unquenchable flames, clenching her silver teeth. The corners of her fine eyebrows furrowed, and her chest rose and fell with great amplitude. The humble race of yesteryear. Today they even presumed to slaughter the gods. It was a taunt to the bereaved dogs of yesteryear. With that, the goddess of life presented the patterned sights of the elf clan that had hunted them down back then. An invisible humiliation. A defiance. Within these ancient images, the embarrassment of the elf clan could be clearly seen, and the might of the ancient deity clan could be seen. Back then, after being dissected for weaknesses, the elf clan was simply more humble than the human race. The elf race that surrendered on their knees were put on collars like pets, and only knew how to wag their tails and beg for mercy when they saw their masters. Those who were tough and unyielding were dismembered and sent to the abyss of the dark god. The elf clan completely become slaves. Upon seeing such a tragic scene, the elf queen's heart was as angry as if the heavens were crumbling. These scenes she had once seen on top of the stone wall of the elf clan, but it was far less shocking than today. This scene, as when the history of the reappearance, let her mood heavy, almost cannot suppress their own. Kill. The goddess of life's vitality was shocking, but her attack power was not weak either. According to the original plan of the goddess of life, she wanted to grind these ants of the elf clan alive, waiting for the divine artifacts that restrained the elf clan back then to arrive at this place. But now, with defense alone, she might actually die for once. This elven spear, which she had watched from afar once, had exerted supreme might in the hands of the elf king, directly penetrating the river of time and viciously nailing the heavenly emperor's body, causing the heavenly emperor to bleed. This strike, fusing the power of the 9 elf clan deities. The goddess of life asked herself that she could not carry it. The slender turquoise fingers of the goddess of life danced rapidly, and an infinite number of shadows appeared in front of her body, swinging out a mysterious pattern, which gradually twisted and morphed into the heavenly emperor's sword. This? How could the elf goddess not recognize this sword? This was hatred branded in the bones. Under this sword, there were many strong people who drank the hatred of the elven clan. After so many years, the strongest attack of the elf clan and the heavenly emperor's sword once again began to collide. Dang! Under this strike, the heavenly emperor's sword shattered, turning into a point of light in the sky and earth and disappearing, while the elf clan's light spear also descended on the goddess of light's body in an instant. Caw 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 caw. The 3 shields the goddess of light had condensed out of the sword of instant were shattered. Large bloody holes blossomed open at the small of her back, forming voids directly before and after the translucency. This was the most serious injury that the goddess of life had suffered in so many years, and it had simply caused her to lose all of her face. Buzzing, countless live breaths quickly condensed and infused into the goddess of life's body. Although her injuries were quickly recovered, it could be seen that her face was very pale, and she must have suffered a certain impact on her origin. The Queen of Elves took advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, wanting to annihilate the goddess of life in one fell swoop. In the Heavenly Emperor's order. What? This is actually the goddess of life's cry for help. The wind spirit, divine spirit, who had been sleeping for a long time, awoke startled, checking this message. And he couldn't believe it. Goddess of life? It was rumored that she had an ambiguous relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. This kind of existence. Who would dare to target him? Elf clan? Is the elf clan targeting the goddess of life? The god of spirits, grasses and trees was surprised. Back then, the elf clan was exterminated. He had seen it with his own eyes. But how could it be? How could the elf clan be resurrected? It's impossible, quickly asked the god of forging to forge out a divine weapon to suppress this group of elves. The deity with a clear head thought of such a plan at the first opportunity. It's not a problem. I have a feeling that it will be fine. Isn't it just the remnants of the elf clan's existence? The goddess of life is surely unhindered. Most of the deities had such an attitude. For the deities of the elf one race, they were full of concern. After all, they were already bereaved back then. Any more tossing and turning would just be a dying struggle. I'll go. A voice like muffled thunder resounded within the Heavenly Emperor order. For a moment, countless ancient deities muted their voices before quickly reacting and speaking. God of forging. Quick! Help me forge a divine weapon. 3 materials. Help me forge an early stage divine weapon. God of forging. Are you even fucking alive? Phew. Surprisingly still alive. Then, I think we should go all out to help revive the god of forging. Yes. Agreed. The god of forging should take the lead in reviving. This, the owner of the voice that sounded like muffled thunder was clearly the first existence divine craftsman under the Heavenly Emperor, the god of forging. The god of forging hadn't appeared for many years. So long ago that these deities thought that he had been killed by the god of plague instead of being sealed. After all, the god of the forge is not, strictly speaking, considered ancient gods. Today, the god of the forge reappeared, and it heated up the entirety of the deities. Ancient deities want to obtain divine weapons? All of them had to rely on the god of forging. Especially in this situation now. The importance of the god of forging was self-evident. One more divine weapon. It was even more important to be able to break free from the seal one day earlier, which was why the performance of these deities was so exaggerated. At the same time, this group of ancient deities were relieved. The god of forging himself? Is it still possible to miss? The god of the forge. Although he was a divine craftsman, his combat power was very strong, especially when he was in charge of this divine artifact targeting the elves. Allowing him to kill 9 deities of the elven race was not a problem at all. These deities of the elf clan were completely inadequate. That is, the goddess of life was attacked, attracting the attention of so many deities. And even a small half of the deities were so anxious that they couldn't wait to fly over to save her. Such as if it was a first-class ancient deity of the god of darkness, who asked for help. The deities who took care of him were few and far between. How many years has it been since I've seen the goddess of life's stunning figure? This was the ancient deity sighing, reminiscing about the past. I wonder if the goddess of life's appearance remains the same. And I wonder if her temperament is still as virtuous. Another ancient deity was reminiscing about the good old days. Suddenly, a blinding red light flashed within the Heavenly Emperor's order, as dazzling as blood. This was a signal for help. And it was the second signal for help. Crap. You guys see? This is the goddess of life's second call for help. There was only a minute between this and the first call for help. Is it possible that the goddess of life can't even hold out for a minute? The second call for assistance would only open if it encountered a crisis of certain death. This represented the situation of the goddess of life tree, which was very much in crisis. The 6-winged elf queen is present. I can't be defeated. Save me quickly. This was the second message sent by the goddess of life. And amidst the urgency, it also carried a hint of fear, trepidation. An elf queen? She really couldn't defeat it. Especially a 6-winged one. Within the Heavenly Emperor's order, a heated discussion erupted once again. What? How could there be an elf king in the elf clan? And it's still a 6-winged elf king. The ancient deities expressed their incomprehension. This kind of existence? Almost capable of striking the Heavenly Emperor horizontally. Although they were deities. Which one of them wasn't afraid? Impossible. Back then, amongst the bloodline of the elf clan, it was clear that all of them had been stripped away and achieved a feathered deity. The ancient deities began to retort, unwilling to believe it. Among the elf clan, It is also possible to achieve a six-winged deity. Because my bloodline was insufficient. Only half of it survived. And the other half. The heavenly emperor back then deduced that it should be within the elf king's crest. But so many years. Although I have been looking for. But the elf king's badge. Completely without any trace. Probe cannot be. Must be these years. The remnants of the Alpha clan of the remnants of the elves. Looking for the elf king's badge. And therefore. Possessed the other half of the bloodline. And was able to be promoted to become a six-winged elf king. This was the voice of the feathered deity. Recounting the cause and effect of the matter. Exhale. This sound of a large exhale could be heard by all. These deities all breathed a sigh of relief. Only possessing half of the elf king's bloodline from back then? Then what is there to be afraid of? As long as it wasn't the elf king of that year who had reproduced himself. He could be suppressed with the flip of a hand. I'll go. Save you. This was an admirer of the goddess of life back then. And at this moment, he wanted to forcefully break through the seal and descend into the goddess of life's abyss. His eyes were filled with determination. It was filled with the love of a single dog. Ah! A hissing sound. This was the price of forcibly breaking through the seal. But he gritted his teeth and endured it, muffling his drink as if he were a wild beast, making it painful to hear. In the next second, half of this deity's divine body, consuming blood, broke through the seal and quickly rushed to the goddess of life's quarters, wanting to rescue him. This was the first warrior to charge for love. Immediately after that, the ancient deities that adored the goddess of life back then all burned with rage between their chests. And all of them sped great costs to break through the seal. For a time, the situation was very critical. Mount Chisha, the prophet god and other deities were the first to detect the abnormalities of the goddess of life's abyss. Chapter 428 Godhead Self-Explosion. Report. A powerful force has appeared in the goddess of life abyss. Suspected to be god level. The demigod level powerhouses responsible for stationing by the goddess of life abyss all pass back information through communication. The prophet god stood up, his shock overflowing. Probe. When the goddess of life abyss appeared to be different, there were only two scenarios. The first being that the goddess of life was about to break free. The second was that a powerful force was attacking the goddess of life. If it was the former, Mount Chisha had to go and see if it could suppress the goddess of life. Or even kill her. If it was the latter, then Mount Chisha must help out. The demigod level powerhouse took 3 breaths to send back a picture. After reading the content of this picture, the prophet god immediately summoned his men and went to the abyss where the goddess of life was located. The elves, and the king of the elves who had revived the bloodline of the elf king, the six-winged elf queen, was attacking the goddess of life. In this battle, it was clear that the elf queen had the upper hand. Can the human race stand by and watch this matter? This was the best moment to make up for the relationship between the elf clan and the human clan back then. On Mount Chisha, nearly 80% of the older generation of deities struck out. They were belligerent and dared to fight. 20% of the young deities followed. This battle was mainly for the old to bring in the new, so that they could see how the sages of the human race fought. The spine of the human race. Not a bent one. Vastly, hundreds of human deities stepped out of Mount Chisha. This was a very terrifying force. This was the human race's heritage. Ancient deities. The deities of Mount Chisha. Both sides. All of them were fighting for time. Who will be the first to arrive at the goddess of life's abyss? The first to arrive in the goddess of life's abyss. The elf queen doesn't know what's going on in the outside world. She's still gathering elf spears and throwing them out to smash the goddess of life's divine body. With each blow, the goddess of life's bones were broken, forming large bloody holes. Every second, the goddess of life's aura was decreasing, as if her original aura was passing away. Humble mole cricket, you can't kill me. After experiencing the initial fear, the life girl probed the very peak of the elf queen's strength. Even the strongest elf spear would only cause extensive damage to her, but it would not be able to instantly kill her in seconds. As long as it couldn't kill her in seconds, then the goddess of life would extremely have a chance to revive. Protracted battle. This was the goddess of life's favorite. Yes? Go to hell. The elf queen's face was very ugly, but she was still holding on. A protracted war? This was the last thing the elf queen wanted to see. If it dragged on any longer, they might all have to die. Broken god bit. With a thud, a determined deity within the elf queen's body, Her Majesty shattered her own divine position. condensing the terrifying damage from the cosmic great burst. The Elf Queen once again condensed an elven spear. This blow was at least 3 or 4 times more powerful than the previous one. As if it was real, glittering with the luster of thunder, but also vaguely with the color of blood, full of pathos, self-sacrificing the god position, so that the strength of the elven spear reached the extreme. The goddess of life sensed this destructive aura, and a feeling of fear surfaced in her heart once again. This blow carried the anger and unwillingness of this deity, and the goddess of life was unable to dodge it. The mountains crumbled, and the entire goddess of life's abyss even trembled. In a flash, 9 out of 10 of the goddess of life's divine bodies were all destroyed, leaving behind only half of her head, and one eye filled with resentment as she looked towards the Elf Queen. Buzzing, emerald green colored light flashed, and the goddess of life's divine body once again recovered quickly. Immortal clothes then covered it, making it perfect once more. The elven god tree, which was hidden within the gap in space, detected a hint of something amiss. The branches of the elven divine tree had long since probed into the nearby void, probing the surroundings. In the surroundings, a strand of divine power burst out, the aura of an ancient deity. Elf Queen? Accelerate. The elven god tree felt bad. If it was surrounded by the ancient deities, no wonder the elven space would have to fall today. Thud. The sound of self-destruction once again emanated from the elven goddess's body. This was the second elven clan's god-level existence to self-destruct. The elven spear coalesced once again and chopped towards the goddess of life. Ah! The goddess of life let out a miserable scream, and then her divine body turned into flying ash as if it were a fragment. The power of the elven spear was stronger than ever, while her defense, along with the scattering of the origin aura, was weaker than ever. The branches, roots, etc. of the elven divine tree were rooted to the left and right of the goddess of life's abyss, responsible for collecting her origin breath. This battle, the elven god tree hadn't intended to directly take credit for beheading the goddess of life, but rather wanted her origin power. In the hands of the elven god tree, there existed an instrument that would only be considered complete if it absorbed the goddess of life's origin force to 100%. At this moment, with the continuous annihilation of the goddess of life, the absorbed origin power had clearly reached 37%, with 63% remaining. Within the elven space, Qing Fong was still forging the goddess of life's equipment. The dense life breath was like a small swimming dragon, injecting itself into this equipment. 50%. Qing Fong had successfully reached this threshold. For a moment, this equipment was like the prototype of a divine artifact, wailing away the dense life breath of the outside world. 110,000. 110,000. The speed of this value was constantly increasing. Elf God Tree, this kid, he's really good. At this rate, he might actually be able to weaken the goddess of life. Elven Godsmith Magic Thunder, Mr. Me. It won't be. Really forge a divine weapon the first time he forges it. Senior Elven God Tree, help me shatter the divine artifact of this one. At this time, Qing Fong suddenly sent out such words, causing the Elven God Tree and the divine artisan Demon Thunder to be puzzled at all. This divine artifact? It had already been shaped, and as long as he maintained the infusion of life breath, he would definitely be able to achieve a divine artifact. Why? Player, I have to make such a decision at this moment? Isn't this self-destruction? All of these existences of the Elf clan did not understand. The Elven Divine Tree was also hesitating, not knowing whether or not to fulfill this request from Qing Fong. In the next instant, the sky exploded with thunder. Dark clouds filled the sky, and endless winds blew and surged, as if they were sharp blades, stimulating the Elf Queen's body, causing her to feel a chill that pierced her bones. Go to hell. How dare you? So, heard my goddess? The word spat out word by word from within the firmament, wrapped in this endless rage, as if the oppressive firmament was gasping for air. Whoosh! A second later, a handsome figure coalesced out from the endless storm, looking disdainfully at the Elf Queen, like an emperor, looking down condescendingly on his subjects. The people, Griffin of yesteryear, how do you choose to die? The firmament cracked open. Countless winds formed cracks, and under the impact of this deity, they impacted towards the Elf Queen. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew in all directions, and the Elf Queen was able to perfectly withstand this strike with her own defensive artifacts clothing. This was the equipment of the Elf King of that year. Defensive power. Absolutely trustworthy. The most crucial thing? This wind god is not the main body, but the so-called doppelganger only. How much strength can he have the main body? The Elf Queen didn't care at all. You can't save her. The Elf Queen looked at the wind god with a fierce smile that made him shudder. And then blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. And muffled sounds once again appeared within her body. Thud. Thud. Two divine existences of the elf clan blowing themselves up one after another simply caused the Elf Queen's endurance to reach its peak, causing her divine body to be unable to hold on. Cracks appearing and her internal aura continuously scattering anonymously out. Extinction * 6-winged shadow Upanishad. The Elf Queen executed the 6-winged strangulation of the elf clan. The 6 feathered wings behind her back, as if they possessed intelligence, quickly flew to the goddess of life's side, constantly strangling her, causing her to become a shattered bright spot, incarnating into a point of light that dissipated into the sky and the dome of the heavens. This is the real kill. It was also the Elf King's sure kill move. No! The wind god screamed. The favorite of heaven and earth was destroyed in front of him. A feeling that made his soul about to crack. His anger could no longer be controlled. He wanted to fight for his life. Even if he gave up this detachment, he would make the Elf Queen pay. Dang. The wind god directly exploded himself, wanting to die with the Elf Queen. Poof! The Elf Queen spat out blood. She couldn't withstand it after all, and cracks appeared in her defensive artifact, causing injuries to appear in her body as well. Only the wind god also died in this way. The Elf Queen originally wanted to pursue the attack, but who would have thought that she would be blocked by the water god, taking advantage of such a time? The goddess of life's divine body was once again condensed. She has been completely killed once. If it wasn't for the abyss of life hosting her thoughts and allowing her to be reborn, the tree of life would be considered dead at this moment. The goddess of life wanted to escape. If this continues, the goddess of life might actually die. You can't escape. The Elf Queen once again blew up the one god bit in her body, increasing the load in her body. At this moment, the Elf Queen appeared to have no injuries on the surface, but the interior of her divine body had already been riddled with holes. Just like Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's case, he was carrying the divine positions of 2 deities, while the Elf Queen was carrying the impact of 8 deities' self-destruction on her. Even though the Elf Queen's divine body was extremely hard and had been strengthened by the Elf King badge, at this moment, it was still very dangerous. Stop! Little fugitives of the Little Elf clan. How dare they run wild? Marred. This time, you will surely die. This was the voice of the ancient deities. And at the very least, 70 to 80 ancient deities' doppelgangers coalesced at this place, staring at the Elf Queen with unfavorable faces. These were once all her suitors. Only, in the end, the goddess of life did not choose any of them. At this moment, when the goddess of life was in trouble, these deities, could they not come over to help? The Elf Queen sensed that things were not good. It seemed that this mission was not only going to fail, but it was going to involve the entire elf clan as well. What to do? The Elf Queen's heart was in a great panic. So many deities? Even if they were only shadows. Even if they only possessed 30% of the body's strength, it was still a very strong force. Escape? No! In an instant, 2 different thoughts surfaced in the elven god tree's mind. Simply because he had shattered the divine artifact that Qin Feng was forging. The wind and clouds changed color. Chapter 429 Goddess of Life Gothic. The vision that appeared between heaven and earth? It was not Qin Feng, but the terrifying pressure of so many ancient deities in the outside world. Elven god tree, me? You're playing with me? Aren't you making a scene? Where's the promised weakening of the goddess of life? I can't see it. The figures of the ancient deities stood like gods and devils. And with a single thought the winds and clouds changed, stealing the sky and collapsing the stars. The brilliant starry sky was instantly covered by endless black clouds. And one by one, the soldiers of the gods stood in place with solemn expressions of biting killing intent. Go to hell. Ancient deities condensed supreme means. The interlocking stars flickered. The firelight between heaven and earth was splendid. The infinite glaciers blossomed. The attacks condensed by these deities seemed to directly tear apart the heavens and destroy the starry sky. These deities were only doppelgangers and shadows, but their might was not weaker than their own bodies. And even with the support of divine artifacts, they were 2 points stronger. Can they be surrounded by so many deities? Even the plague Dharma god back then had never experienced that. These brilliant attacks coalesced, and ruthlessly bombarded the Elf Queen's armor. The Elf Queen's terrifying armor shattered in an instant, becoming fragments back its convergence and returning to the body. The crown on top of her head was also densely covered with cracks and was about to be destroyed. And the Elf Queen's strongest feathered wings behind her back directly transformed into points of light and dissipated into thin air. Nearly 70 to 80% of the god's body also crumbled under this blow, becoming fragments, pure blood, broken bodies, like kites flying backwards, constantly splashed, buzzing, green light flashed, and the Elf Queen's divine body continued to reorganize and recover. This was the work of the sap of the elven god tree. Although it wasn't as good as the goddess of life's abyssal power, it was still able to stabilize the Elf Queen's injuries and allow her to recover. Only, this power caused the restructured Elf Queen to become fragmented once again, and so the process was repeated. In the end, the Elf Queen was resurrected and reorganized with great difficulty in a miserable state. Her face was ghastly white, panting heavily, like a rag bag, and the elven divine power in her body was constantly leaking out. This strike had directly emptied the Elf Queen's reserves for her. The sap of the elf god tree in her body had not much left. If these deities gave her this blow again, the Elf Queen would surely die. The god of the forge. If he didn't come, these deities would also be able to suppress the peak Elf Queen. The goddess of life spat out the blood between her chest and abdomen, and couldn't help but laugh. You, the Queen of the Elves, unexpectedly also have today all. Smooth. Really smooth. Kill! The Queen of Elves signaled the ancient gods in the sky to thoroughly kill the remnants of this humble elf clan, to wash away her shame. At that moment, the prophet god's sky-shadowing figure appeared, blocking the elf god's way, and the heavenly willow tree appeared with a shimmering golden light, rooting itself in the void and sucking in the power of the surroundings. The old willow tree that had been reanimated for a second life took on an invincible stance. This was a true living top deity, and its branches evolved endless weapons that automatically fought against the silhouettes of these ancient deities. For a time, the two sides were indistinguishable. After all, the previous radiant strike had consumed too much of their chi. Seer gods? The human race? The Elf Queen opened her eyes with great difficulty and saw this scene. She was shocked in her heart. The human race? How could they have rushed to rescue them? And prophet god? How could it be so strong? Even the elf god tree hidden in the void was stunned. He marveled at the fact that old willow tree was able to live a second life. At his breath of life, that was like a burning flame of fuel wood that had just been burnt. And at his terrifying strength, old willow tree simply exceeded his expectations. But in the next second, the branches of the old willow tree were shattered and broken by these shadow gods. The prophet god no longer dared to be arrogant and hurriedly retrieved these branches, temporarily stopping the battle. You human race? Do you really want to declare war in advance? The exploding magma god fiercely stood out and questioned the prophet god. The human race and the elf clan? Is it hard to be prepared to join forces? This was not good news for the ancient gods. You guys? To what? Today, the human race must give an explanation. If the elf clan is going to join forces with the human clan, today, the towns of the human clan must be broken by 800. This was a threat from the ancient deities, not wanting the human race to be involved in this matter. After all, the prophet god was already considered to be very strong. What if the other deities of Mount Chishia reappeared? Wouldn't it be? The human race, do not wish to behead and target the goddess of life, but only wish to save the Queen of Elves. How about it? The prophet god sensed the whereabouts of this human deity and fudged and delayed as long as possible. No, the Queen of the Elf clan must die. At this time, the goddess of life spoke in such a manner, not giving the prophet god any face. If the Queen of the Elves was really taken away by the prophet god so easily, then wouldn't all the suffering she had endured earlier be in vain? The Elf Queen must die. The ancient deities in the surroundings immediately chimed in, not giving the prophet god anything to say. Battle. The elven god tree appeared from the firmament, shielding heaven and earth and forming a space of its own. An old, peerless figure revealed itself from within the dome of the sky. And all of these ancient deities were taken aback. It was because the appearance of the elf god tree was similar to the elf king. Is it possible that the elf king has been resurrected? Has the elf king been resurrected? These ancient deities took a step back, not daring to face it directly. No, this is not the elf king, but the elf god tree of that year. The goddess of life was the first to notice that something was wrong and gave her answer. The ancient deities breathed a sigh of relief and pressed forward once again. Old stick. Suffer death. Scared old me. Since it's not the elf king from back then. Suffer death. Go to hell. I didn't see you appear in the past years. And I thought that you had long been silenced. The ancient deities spat out overwhelming words and surrounded the elf god tree. It was no longer appropriate for the elven god tree not to appear. At this moment, the elf queen was heavily injured by these deity shadows and was unable to return alone. He needed to be guided. The most crucial thing? The human race's prophet god appeared. If he didn't appear, how could he raise his head in the future? Could it be that the elf clan? Did it really need the refuge of the human race? No. The proud elf god tree in his heart couldn't tolerate it. Even if he died in battle here today, he couldn't let the human race shelter the elf clan. Long time no see. The old willow tree that had relived a lifetime recoalesced into a humanoid figure, as if it was a child, with a hint of the vicissitudes of a long time ago. A different emotion, and greeted the elf god tree. The two couldn't see any friendliness, but between the glances, they didn't possess hatred either. These two, both were two ancient trees born between heaven and earth. Well, it's been a long time, but I, the elf clan, do not need the shelter of your human clan. I hope you understand that back then, your human race was struggling to survive under the shelter of my elf clan. The elf god tree mentioned the history of that year to show his attitude, and his words were very cold, as if he looked at the prophet god with great displeasure. After so many years, you're still so stubborn. Who said that I sheltered the queen of your elven clan? I just wanted to decapitate the goddess of life and happened to run into each other. Since the elf god tree was so insensitive, the prophet god didn't bother to put a cold face on a hot arse and spoke arrogantly. The relationship between these two, these two trees, seemed to be uncomplicated. Goddess of life, ahem. Both want to kill me. Today. What's going on? Two old sticks. Kill them together. The ancient deities instantly struck out at the same time, wanting to subdue the two old trees. Whoever dares to touch my human race's prophet god, go to hell. In the next second, the deities of Mount Chixia killed them. These gods of Mount Chixia were all divine instants, and they were quite strong. Enemies met, and the battle between the two sides was fought in an instant. Even though these were merely the shadows of deities, the deities of the human race had used extreme means to torture them before wearing them down. Only then did they merely take a breath. Prophet God. Uniformly done. These gods of the older generation of Mount Chixia had moved their hands and feet today, and a feeling of unfulfilled intent surfaced above each of their cheeks. Nah. This group of deities. Mere detachments. Not enough to kill. Not relieved. Really not relieved. The younger generation of deities, looking at such a predecessor, they couldn't help but sigh, with more than a few different thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that this was the so-called temperament of the human race? The temperament of the human race? These older generation deities were like wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to devour them clean. Well done. Is the old brother not having fun? It's fine. He's still able to move around a bit. The prophet god general's eyes looked towards the goddess of life below. This was an excellent hunting target. Earlier, he had blown it out of the water with the elven god tree that they were here today to hunt the goddess of life. Look at it. It's not okay to not put on an act. Heh. The old man's favorite thing is to destroy flowers with a hot hand. How many years old fungus? Still destroy flowers? I think you crush the fungus is more like it. No matter what. Kill for me. These older generation deities, each roaring, impacted towards the goddess of life, itching to skin and bone her. This time, it was indeed an excellent opportunity to get out of anger, to be able to decapitate the goddess of life. This was a great achievement. The elf queen and the elf god tree looked at each other and sighed. This time, although it was very reluctant to rub the human race's favor, at this moment, under this situation, it looked like it was necessary to rub the human race's favor, although the prophet god hadn't explicitly said so. The elf clan couldn't pretend to be blind. This discerning person was immediately able to tell that the human race must have decided to strike in order to save the elf queen. After all, was it really that much of a coincidence that the human race deities were moving on such a large scale? To be honest, the heart of the elf god tree was still very touched by the human race's willingness to strike this time. If so many deities of the human race appeared, if they were to be sentenced by the heavenly emperor and slap them all to death, that would be a great loss. The elf queen, the elf god tree also joined the battle, wanting a quick battle. After all, the longer the delay at this point, the more unfavorable it would be for both sides. Maybe there would really be a strong deity that would appear in the next second. Regardless of everything, the goddess of life looked at this scene in despair, and immediately prepared to give up resisting. The elf queen, a peak deity, had made it difficult for him to cope. Not to mention the hundreds of human deities now. As if seeing her death, the goddess of life closed her eyes, and temporarily bid farewell to this part of the world. Inside the heavenly emperor's order, the goddess of life sent out a message: see you in millions of years. Chapter 430 Middle Grade Divine Artifact, Goddess of Life Scepter * 10. Chapter 430 Middle Grade Divine Artifact, Goddess of Life Scepter 10. This message made the followers of the Goddess of Life. All of them were in a sad mood, and their anger seemed to be able to sweep through the 3 realms. 10,000 years. Unable to see my Goddess of Life law. This was an infatuated deity seed. Depressed and with red eyes. Grass. The human race is really shameless. This one divine spirit did not participate in the battle, but made a comment. The human race dares to send out so many deities to besiege the Goddess of Life of my ancient god race. Then, there's no need for him to exist either. These were the ghastly words of the exploding magma god, as well as his oath. When I am completely out of this world, I will definitely completely annihilate the human race. The heavenly crystal god, who adored the Goddess of Life the most, spat out such fierce words. I'm going to strike. I'm going to destroy the towns of the human race. Who's willing to strike with me? The human race. This time it's gone too far. Within the heavenly emperor's decree, these ancient deities spoke one after another, venting their dissatisfaction. However, not many of them actually took action. Forcibly breaking through the seal had already cost them too much, and in a short period of time, if they wanted to break through in the degree, it might result in them not being allowed to appear for 1,000 years. In the middle of the space of the elf clan, a system beep sounded in Qin Fang's mind. Congratulations on your forging failure and obtaining a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a middle grade artifact, Goddess of Life Scepter * 10 middle grade. Qin Fang only felt a flash of blackness in front of his eyes. This was a lack of oxygen caused by his emotions being too intense. His body could not help but tremble madly. Successful. Surprisingly successful again this time. The Goddess of Life, once again, had been smoked to death by him. Qin Fang was satisfied in his heart. At this moment, 93 pieces of primary darkness longsword, 10 pieces of intermediate Goddess of Life scepter, and 100 pieces of Heavenly Emperor's terrifying divine equipment were lying peacefully in his backpack. All of these were his reserves. As Qin Fang gradually returned the godly positions of these 2 elf clans' divine artisans, a burst of weakness passed out. The light of the day had caused Qin Fang to reach his limit as well. If he were to maintain the divine artisans, there was a possibility that he would die. Ding. You have fallen from the divine position. Ding. Divine power being drained has been detected. Side effects returning. Qin Fang's body was cracking like dry ground, and his attributes were dropping like an open flood. In the end, Qin Fang's attributes once again dropped to a level where all 4 dimensions were one, becoming a weak little waste of space, unable to do anything. At this moment, his state was very poor, but Qin Fang was very happy. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he fell into a coma. The elven godsmith Magic Thunder quickly supported Qin Fang so that he would not fall. Oi! Although I have wasted a divine grade material and not forged a divine weapon, Demonic Thunder has decided to forgive Mr. Me. In the middle of the Goddess of Life's abyss. No! A mournful voice rang out, cutting through the entire firmament and resounding throughout the entire heavenly fate continent. This was the voice of the Goddess of Life, making people guess just how much calamity had befallen her, to be able to emit such a miserable cry. And all of them heard the deep fear in this as far as the upper reaches of the sky were concerned. Poof! Hundreds of divine attacks. The strongest strike of the Elf Queen, the terrifying strike of the Elf God Tree, and the killing blow of the Old Willow Tree. All covered. The figure of the Goddess of Life became flying ash in the sky and earth in an instant, disappearing, and a sliver of the true spirit quickly departed, merging into the springs of the Goddess of Life's abyss below, waiting to be resurrected. The old willow tree wanted to intercept the true spirit of the goddess of life, wanting to completely obliterate it. But in any case, he could not do it. He could only watch the true spirit of the goddess of life leave, and wait for her resurrection 10,000 years later. Something's not right. The elf queen was the first to notice that something was wrong. How did the concentration of the life chi in this surrounding area drop so much? According to her deduction, although this strike was able to completely destroy the goddess of life, the massive amount of life divine energy around her would definitely allow her to be perfectly resurrected, leaving both sides in a tug-of-war. But now it was the true spirit of the goddess of life that had escaped. The tug-of-war in this was discarded. And the vast amount of life divine energy in this? Where did it go? Devoured by whom? Could it not be the old willow tree of the human race? It should be him. With an unfathomable look. The human race really still possesses a certain amount of depth. The elf queen glanced at the prophet god and thought so. Unbeknownst to her, the prophet god and the others were also puzzled. Who swallowed this huge amount of life energy? Is it possible that it is the elf god tree? Not to mention, it was really possible. The elf clan was rumored to have a certain relationship with the goddess of life, so it might be able to absorb massive amounts of life chi. What does it look like? The elf clan still has secrets. No, that's not right. If the elf clan is able to quickly remove the divine spirit chi, should we cooperate with them again next time? The forces on both sides both thought that it was the opposite side that had struck. The elven god tree, on the other hand, had a smile on the corner of its mouth. And at the moment of the goddess of life's final death, too much origin power was scattered. Enough for the scale in the elven god tree's hand to reach full value. Now, the weakness of the king of the elf clan can be made up for. Unbeknownst to the forces on both sides, the reason why the goddess of life let out a miserable sound of fear was not because she was frightened by the attacks of these deities. It was not because of the pain, but rather, she sensed an unfamiliar and great power. A power that was simply stronger than that of the heavenly emperor, which was opening its bloody mouth just like a tooth eye, crazily devouring the breath of life within the abyss. In just an instant, 99% of the power of the abyss of life had been devoured. The goddess of life was completely deprived of the conditions for resurrection. The life abyss, which was originally filled with the breath of life, had now become a bare patch. Old willow branch. This time, my elf clan accepts your favor. And in the future, my elf clan can shelter your human clan. The elf god tree eventually left behind such a sentence. And then, pulling the elf queen into within the elf space, controlling this piece of space. Quickly escaping, the elf god tree sensed a wisp of the heavenly emperor's awakening breath. Thinking back then, the heavenly emperor's ambiguity with the goddess of life was not something that could be said in a sentence or two. There were stories. At this moment, when the goddess of life died all of a sudden, the heavenly emperor would definitely be furious, and would definitely awaken. The prophet god's divine sense was not as sensitive as the elf god tree. And he even let the god search the treasures of this place. When all the gods had searched the treasures of the abyss of life, the prophet god then sensed the approaching heavenly emperor as an afterthought, sacrificed his own blood, destroyed part of his attributes, and quickly ripped through the space, letting the gods of Mount Chixia return to Mount Chixia quickly, and leaving him behind to fight against the heavenly emperor. He would not die. After all, he was once the protector of the plague Dharma god. The heavenly emperor wouldn't kill him. But the deities that were? It could be hard to say. Tearing. The prophet god had just sent these deities away, when the space in front of him was once again torn apart, and the figure of the heavenly emperor calmly descended to this place, with his divine sense like that of an emperor, majestically and recklessly sweeping over everything in this place. Even if the prophet god was present, he did not take the prophet god seriously, as if he did not exist. Only when the celestial emperor detected a wisp of the goddess of life's aura from the goddess of life's spring did he breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the true spirit was still there, the goddess of life would be able to revive. It was only that this wisp of true spirit was in a stage of dormancy. And even if the heavenly emperor made a move, it would take at least 3 years before she could be revived. This time, I won't kill you. But if there's a next time, start the duel early. The heavenly emperor's silhouette once again turned into nothingness and disappeared. And when he looked back, the springs at the bottom of the god of life's abyss, the true spirit of the goddess of life, all disappeared into thin air. And this was the heavenly emperor's supreme means. The prophet god breathed heavily. Quite a feeling of having escaped from death. To say that he wasn't afraid was a lie. Facing the heavenly emperor, he truly felt his own insignificance. Even if this heavenly emperor was merely a wisp of a split body drilled out from within the seal, it still made him feel powerless. As if he would die at any moment. The prophet god departed in horror. So many deities out in the open, in the strictest sense, violated the so-called rules. A one-on-one deity outing, the heavenly emperor could endure. But bullying people like this? The heavenly emperor couldn't tolerate that. The prophet god had no doubt about the truthfulness of the heavenly emperor's words. And if he dared to do so next time, the heavenly emperor would truly dare to open the duel early. The human race at that time would definitely be no match. The goddess of life's abyss became a Jedi. At the same time, the entire heavenly destiny resounded with system beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the human race and the elf race for joining forces and successfully killing the goddess of life, eradicating this tumor and returning a clear sky to our heavenly destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the human race. Ding! Congratulations to the human race. The heavens are celebrating together. The system beeps kept ringing out. A full 9 of them. Shocking countless players. Crap. When did my human race join forces with the elf clan? How come I didn't receive any news in advance? This was a scout from the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, hidden in various parts of Heaven's destiny, who couldn't help but genuinely utter these words at this moment. This kind of big event should have been the first thing the Heavenly Chance Pavilion knew. But it happened suddenly. Human race? Elf 1 race joining forces. Good. The Elf I clan's players slapped their thighs. This meant their equipment? They might be able to buy it through the human race. And what's more, they might be able to seek out the clan lands of the Elf 1 race. Killed another one of the ancient gods? Cool. Where's the reward? Heaven's destiny. We want a reward. Yeah. Triple the experience value first. Have fun. The human players had a strong sense of honor. But it would be even better if it was aided by rewards. Ah. Ding. In view of the significance of this beheading of the goddess of life, a 3-day double experience is hereby opened. Ding. The success rate of forging for all major subprofessions is increased by 30%. Ding. The lucky value of destiny human players +1. Don't underestimate this little bit of luck value. It's enough to double the drop. The players cheered. Long live Heaven's destiny. Haha. What a generous reward. I wish to die a divine spirit every day. That way, it won't take long for me to be able to rush to the peak level. Hey, who can help me complete this epic quest? Me. I'll help you. Above the interactive section, it gradually ran off. Countless players quickly teamed up, not wanting to waste these benefits. Inside the elven space, Qin Fong gradually awoke and checked his attributes, which were still 1. So Qin Fong took out the sap of the elven god tree and prepared to swallow it. Just then, the elven god tree's voice rang in his ears. Don't waste the divine sap. I have a way to make you recover perfectly. When Qin Fong heard this, he immediately felt joy in his heart as he gathered up the divine grade sap in his hands and headed to the place where the elf god tree was summoned.